At Boulder City, the Radiant Elementary Magic Academy. There's only 1 week until the midterm exam. If you want to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy, you'll have to work hard. The instructor stood at the podium, looking with bitter disappointment at his class of underachievers. Work hard. If hard work were enough, what would be the point of talent? Most of the students below seemed indifferent. After all, in 3 years of repeated streaming, they had ended up in the remedial class. They knew exactly how much they were worth. Even if they tried their hardest from now on, reaching the standard for the Intermediate Magic Academy was nearly impossible for them. Listening to the teacher, Zhang Lin stared lifelessly at the ceiling. 3 full years since he had crossed into this world, he had inherited his predecessor's rare profession, Paladin. Yet because his heart was not pure enough, his cultivation speed was as slow as a turtle's. In this world, everyone awakens their own profession at age 12, and each person's profession is determined by their innate talent. Meanwhile, some special professions require a suitable state of mind to achieve fast cultivation speeds. For instance, Zhang Lin's Paladin profession. Without an extremely kind heart, it is difficult to reach high tiers. Zhang Lin had read descriptions of so-called gifted paladins, and he felt those people could be summed up in 2 words: saintly virtuous. Before crossing over, Zhang Lin was just an ordinary person. He didn't have that kind of heart, so his level improvement was extremely slow. This was the result of 3 years of hard cultivation. Name: Zhang Lin. Profession: Paladin. Level 2. Vitality 2000. Mental power 200. Skills: Paladin. Breathing method proficient. Basic sword arts mastered low tier. Healing spell proficient low tier. Enhancement spell beginner. Vitality is equivalent to the strength attribute reflecting physical power. Mental power is equivalent to magic power, representing the ability to manipulate elements in the air. Level indicates whether the life form has entered the next stage, requiring condensation of magic elements within the body to advance. To enter the Intermediate Magic Academy, Zhang Lin had to cultivate from level 2 to level 5 within 2 months, the minimum requirement. Of course, besides this requirement, there were many knowledge-based exams, such as Basic Magic Principles, Basic Potion Principles, Magic Script, Basics Mathematics, Physics, History, etc. Yes, even in another world, one had to study mathematics and physics. However, for Zhang Lin, who had 12 years of exam-oriented education, these were like ordinary geometry and arithmetic, not very difficult, so his performance was still decent. But the level barrier for entering the Intermediate Magic Academy was set in stone. Zhang Lin had given up hope for now. If he couldn't get into the Intermediate Magic Academy, he wouldn't be able to deepen his career as an adventurer. Even if he tried, he would only be a low-level adventurer killing slimes, collecting minor loot in the perilous monster forest, barely making a living while risking his neck every day. In this world, magic and dragons were no longer just legends and storybooks, but real miracles. Brilliant magic flickered in the night sky. Dragon wings swept across the air. Knight armor gleamed with silver luster, and traveling merchants by the campfire sang epic tales of heroes. Zhang Lin wanted to witness all this with his own eyes, but limited by talent, he could only stop here. So he was truly unwilling to accept this. No way. Suddenly a string of text appeared before Zhang Lin's eyes. System loading. Initializing. Loading complete. This startup took 3 years and 1 month, exceeding 0.01 of users. Congratulations. You have awakened the Supreme Villain System. This system is dedicated to developing your demonic potential, making you a fearsome arch-villain. Seeing these words, Zhang Lin felt a torrent of complaints, but didn't know where to start. Exceeding 0.01. What kind of nonsense is that? It took 3 years to boot, and you still dare to show off. And why the Supreme Villain System? I'm a paladin, the embodiment of justice. But at least heaven had left him a way out, so Zhang Lin continued reading. You are now a low-key beginner villain, but you possess the potential and talent to become a top-tier villain. Daily tasks. 1. Kill for fun. Requirement: randomly kill 10 weaklings and feel joy from it. Reward: raise a random skill mastery to full. 2. Evil play. Requirement: destroy someone's mental defenses. Reward: mental power 1000. 3. Brutal kill. Requirement: torture an enemy's body beyond recognition. Reward: vitality 1000. After reading these daily tasks, Zhang Lin subconsciously swallowed. This system is quite criminal. But beyond these daily tasks, there were even higher-level tasks inscribed in blood-red text. Stage task: massacre. Requirement: accumulate killing of 1000 living beings. Reward: Demon King Seed and special title. Zhang Lin stared at the blood-red text, feeling as if the last shred of strength had been drained from him. Is this something someone like me could do? No, more precisely, is this something a human should do? Just silently reciting these words in his heart made him feel that even the statue of Guan Yu would rise up and chop him into mincemeat. So Zhang Lin lay back on his seat once again, staring lifelessly at the ceiling, pondering which workshop to work at after graduation. Just then a damned mosquito flew lazily past Zhang Lin's eyes, and landed on the face of his deskmate, Tai Chun, who was also staring at the ceiling with the same lifeless expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lin slapped him. Smack. At the same time, the system appeared before his eyes. You have killed a weak life form and felt pleasure from it. Your villain talent is emerging. Daily task kill for fun, 110. Seeing this string of text, Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment in disbelief. This counts as a kill, eh? Killing a mosquito makes me a villain. This system must be broken, right? Originally, Jiang Lin thought he might never complete the 4 tasks given by the system because although this world's communication technology wasn't as advanced as Earth's public security was still quite good. If he really randomly chose 10 people to kill, he would be hung in front of the temple the next day for public display. At that moment, Tai Chun, holding his slapped left cheek, stared at him in confusion. Hey, why did you hit me? There was a mosquito. Jiang Lin explained, showing Tai Chun the crushed remains of the mosquito in his hand. You didn't draw that on. Tai Chun was skeptical. Jiang Lin could only helplessly pinch the mosquito in his hand as proof. The reason Jiang Lin had tricked Tai Chun before by pretending to hit him as a joke. Then Jiang Lin thought of the 3rd task. 3. Brutal kill. Requirement: torture an enemy's body beyond recognition. Reward: vitality 1000. Since killing a mosquito counts as killing a weakling, could the mosquito's corpse count as an enemy's body? With that thought, Jiang Lin waved his hand and crushed the mosquito into a small black ball. In just 1 minute, you have completed this task, torturing the enemy's body to the point of broken bones and mangled flesh. You are truly a born demon. Reward: obtain vitality 1000. The next moment, a surge of unknown energy poured into Jiang Lin's body, strengthening every muscle from head to toe. A sharp pain racked his entire body. If we zoom in to the cellular level, we could see cells throughout Jiang Lin's body being torn and reshaped at an accelerated rate, with the reorganized tissues possessing much greater strength than before. Adventurer's cultivation mainly focuses on 4 directions: physical fitness, mental power, skills, and breathing method. Physical fitness determines one's strength, defense, and endurance, primarily reflected in vitality. Mental power determines magic power. The higher the mental power, the more mana, meaning a longer blue bar, and more spell skills available. Skills determine combat abilities and techniques. As for the breathing method, it determines the speed of elemental accumulation in the body, thus influencing leveling speed. But one cannot blindly increase elemental levels while neglecting physical fitness and mental power. Otherwise, accumulated elements beyond the body's and mind's capacity can cause injury or even death. Thus, to reach higher levels, breathing method, physical fitness, and mental power are all indispensable. Additionally, to advance from Tier 0 to Tier 1, that is from level 10 to level 11, one must go to the temple and pray to the gods for a trial. Only by passing the trial can one level up. Muscles kept tearing and regrowing. Pain continuously stimulated Jiang Lin's nerves, but at the same time his status panel changed. Name: Jiang Lin. Profession: Paladin. Level 2. Vitality 20003000. Mental power 200. Waves of heart-rending pain crashed over Jiang Lin again and again. His vision kept going dark, cold sweat soaked through his undershirt, and more than once he almost blacked out on the spot. At last the enhancement was complete. Feeling the inexhaustible power surging forth from within his body, Jiang Lin was overjoyed. His physical strength had actually increased by such a vast margin in one go. Finally, his long-awaited cheat had arrived at last. He murmured, inwardly apologizing to the system for having raised his voice a bit too much just now. The explosive sense of power flooding his body left Jiang Lin momentarily unaccustomed to himself. For 3 full years, he had trained diligently every single day, yet had only managed to raise his health from the initial 200 points to 2,000. And now, in less than a single minute, his physical attributes had been elevated to such a degree. Seeing that Jiang Lin truly had not tricked him, Tai Chun lay back down again, staring lifelessly at the ceiling with a look of utter resignation. Watching this scene, Jiang Lin thought of his second mission. As he wandered about searching for any small bugs or mosquitoes, he casually asked, "Did your confession fail?" Tai Chun liked the school beauty from another class and had been pursuing her for some time. Just yesterday, he had told Jiang Lin he was ready to sound the horn of his final charge. She said she'd rather just stay friends. Tai Chun replied, "Oh, so you've given up. I will never give up. She's just a bit slow to warm up, that's all," Tai Chun declared with absolute conviction. Jiang Lin looked at this fervent fool and for a moment truly did not know what to say. Tai Chun's class was Warrior Level 4. He ranked first in their bottom-tier class and was also the one with the greatest hope of entering an intermediate magic academy. Then do you think she likes you? Last time she even asked me to walk her home, and we walked quite close together. We almost held hands. And the time before that she even gave me a handkerchief," he added. Hearing this, Jiang Lin nearly lost his composure and asked, "Do you think you're handsome?" Tai Chun fell silent. "Do you think you're strong?" He remained silent. Then do you think there are many people who like her? Tai-Chin thought for a moment, recalling how that school beauty seemed close with quite a few boys. Then why do you think she would like you? Tai-Chin stared up at the ceiling and gave no answer. You've already confessed, and she still hasn't agreed. That means she does not like you. The reason she still keeps you as a friend is simply because she enjoys the feeling of being liked by you. Those occasional friendly gestures are just to keep you liking her, to feed that vanity she gets from your affection. It's like when a pet dog wanders too far, the owner will still call its name once in a while. Tai-Chin did not react at all. Although Jiang Lin's voice was not loud, the students in the front row could just barely hear him. A student in front turned around, cutting Jiang Lin off. Bro, stop. I have a friend whose defenses just got shattered. A few simple sentences had made the mental defenses of 3 people collapse. A cold notification echoed in Jiang Lin's mind, praising him as a demon among demons and awarding him 1,000 points of spiritual power. It really worked. But aside from Tai-Chun and the student in front, who else had been affected? The next instant, a stabbing agony erupted in Jiang Lin's mind. It felt as though millions of sharp spikes were piercing into his very soul, yet at the same time his spiritual power was increasing at an inconceivable rate. Name: Jiang Lin. Class: Paladin. Level 2. Health: 3000. Spiritual power: 200-1200. The growth of spiritual power was nothing like that of the flesh. It could not be increased endlessly through simple physical training. One needed to meditate, constantly tempering one's will and spirit to achieve even slight improvement. For a class like his, which leaned toward close combat, spiritual power was inherently weak, and growth in this aspect was all the slower. A level 2 paladin with 1,200 points of spiritual power, like Jiang Lin, was already an exceptionally rare existence. At present, the 2 magic-type skills Jiang Lin had mastered, low-tier healing and low-tier enhancement, did not consume much spiritual power in total. With only 200 spiritual power before, he could likely cast them just over a dozen times in battle. Now, however, with his spiritual power skyrocketing to 1,200, he could essentially use them as he pleased at his current level. Meanwhile, after a long period of staring at the ceiling in thought, Tai-Chun let out a deep sigh, a look of firm resolve settling over his face. Old Jiang, in the end, it's just that I'm not outstanding enough, not strong enough. As he spoke, he glanced at the countdown hanging beside the blackboard, and flames of hot blood ignited in his eyes. 71 days of hard work. I'm going to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. He patted Jiang Lin's shoulder again. Old Jiang, I'm not like you, a complete good for nothing. I still have a bit of talent. As long as I grit my teeth and work hard, I'm sure I'll stun everyone one day. When I make it big in the future, you can just come and follow your big brother Tai. Although Jiang Lin's academic grades were decent, his cultivation talent was abysmal. At level 2, he could only rank at the very bottom, even in the bottom tier class. Thus, in the eyes of most people, with only 71 days left, there was simply no way for Jiang Lin to reach level 5 and meet the minimum requirement for the Intermediate Magic Academy. Jiang Lin did not respond. His vision was still swimming with darkness, his mind continuously racked by stabbing pain. Only after a long while did he finally emerge from the torment. Expressionless, he said to Tai-Chin, that's already quite good. Keep it up. I won't pretend anymore either. I'm about to start getting serious. I hope you can keep up with my pace. Hearing this, Tai-Chin's face was full of confusion. Just what was with Jiang Lin today? Had his brain short-circuited so that he was just blurting out whatever he dreamed? Time flew by, and the class soon came to an end. At the same time, Jiang Lin, who had spent the entire period swatting mosquitoes, received a new system notification. Within a mere 40 minutes, he had slaughtered 10 utterly defenseless living beings and taken pleasure in it. A born fiend, the system intoned. His daily mission, killing for amusement, was complete, and his reward was granted. 1 random skill's proficiency would be raised to the maximum. The chosen skill was basic swordsmanship proficient. In the next instant, a flood of memories that did not belong to him poured into his mind. He seemed to see himself wielding an iron sword, hacking, slashing, thrusting again and again, endlessly repeating the most fundamental sword movements. He engraved into his mind and into his very muscles every single point of force, every muscle involved in each movement, and the way each tiny variation in exertion would change the nature of his strike. He seemed to see himself standing atop a boulder, brandishing the iron sword as the tides rose and fell, and the sun rose and set one day after another, passing like this. In those visions, his youthful features gradually matured into those of middle age. Yet the sword in his hand grew ever more incisive, and his aura shifted from immature to sharp, and finally to deeply restrained. His skill readout changed from basic swordsmanship proficient to basic swordsmanship transcendent. Receiving an overwhelming amount of information in a short time, Jiang Lin's mind once again fell into a daze. At the same time, his muscles were rapidly growing, calluses forming on his palms as the profound muscle memory was continuously etched into his body. The proficiency of skills is categorized into several levels, from low to high: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. Generally, ordinary adventurers rarely master a skill to the level of transcendence. To achieve transcendence, one must either possess an exceptionally high talent or devote over a decade to honing a single skill relentlessly. Although Zhang Lin was not exceptionally talented in swordsmanship, he was still reasonably good. He spent 3 years on basic sword skills, barely reaching the level of mastery. In the bottom class, he ranked among the top. As for protagonists in some novels, they possess monstrous talents, mastering a skill from beginner to transcendence in just 1 week. Zhang Lin had also heard from the class teacher that there was once a student with exceptional talent who could master a skill from beginner to transcendence in just 1 month, and that student is now studying in the best advanced magic academy in the entire kingdom. However, neither those novel characters nor so-called senior students could compare to Zhang Lin's astonishing leap from mastery to transcendence in mere minutes. It's a pity that he did not choose the Holy Night breathing technique as his focus for improvement, otherwise his training speed would have undoubtedly increased significantly. Breathing techniques are the foundation of all training, equivalent to the cultivation techniques in immortal novels. The higher the proficiency in a breathing technique, the faster the training speed. Holy Night breathing technique, as an exclusive breathing technique for the Holy Night profession, requires its user to possess a kind and just heart. Otherwise, the proficiency progress will be extremely slow. As an ordinary person, Zhang Lin took 3 years to reach a proficient level. Even mastery still seemed a distant goal. These breathing techniques are granted by the Holy Temple. For every documented profession, there is typically a corresponding breathing technique. Only some extremely rare, unique professions must pray to the deities for bestowal. Of course, these breathing techniques are merely the most basic types designed to complement one's profession and enhance attributes in a balanced manner. There are also many breathing techniques developed or improved by predecessors that are more suitable for individual needs. For example, the Holy Light breathing technique enhances light affinity, and the Thick Earth breathing technique increases defense. However, such techniques require at least first-tier proficiency to learn, which is beyond Zhang Lin's current reach. Having completely absorbed the basic swordsmanship to the level of transcendence, Zhang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Next was the combat techniques class, where students of different professions would go to different classrooms for lessons similar to a rotation system. The swordsmanship course that Zhang Lin chose required him to head to the swordsmanship classroom, while other students who selected this course would also participate in learning together based on the class schedule. Students in this course typically included knights and warriors. Although his deskmate Taichun was a warrior, he chose to study fist techniques, so he would not be in the same classroom as Zhang Lin. As Zhang Lin stood up and took a step, he exerted too much force, causing his balance to falter, nearly making him fall. He had not yet fully adapted to the enhancement of his physical fitness and mental strength, requiring some time to adjust. The upcoming combat techniques class would be just the right opportunity to adapt to his newfound strength. In the swordsmanship classroom, the swordsmanship teacher, a second-tier warrior named Meng Sa, watched as his students entered the classroom one after another. Seeing that most students had arrived and the class bell rang, Meng Sa spoke loudly. "Today, the potions class teacher from the top class has switched classes with me, so the swordsmanship students from the top class will be joining you for this lesson. You can take this opportunity to see the gap between yourselves and the top class students." The students looked around, realizing that many unfamiliar faces indeed filled the room. At that moment, a voice came from the door. "Report. May I come in?" Everyone turned to see Zhang Lin, who had arrived late, standing at the entrance. Meng Sa was quite strict about class management, so Zhang Lin couldn't sneak in after class started. Meng Sa frowned as he looked at Zhang Lin. He remembered this student well. Zhang Lin had awakened the rare Holy Night profession and had initially been placed in the top class. At first, his training speed was impressive, and he was often compared to another girl who also awakened the Holy Night profession, both being hailed as the twin prodigies of their cohort. However, for some unknown reason, Zhang Lin's training speed suddenly slowed to an extraordinary degree, even slower than most ordinary profession students, causing him to fall to the bottom class, and now he was even far from entering the intermediate magic academy. Logically, someone who could awaken a rare profession should possess decent talent, and their training speed shouldn't be this slow. Some teachers had inquired about Zhang Lin and examined his condition, but ultimately found no answers. However, Meng Sa found solace in the fact that although Zhang Lin's talent and training was mediocre, he was at least not lazy in swordsmanship, managing to maintain a reasonable level among the bottom few classes. "What happened? You are the only one late from both classes." Meng Sa frowned and asked Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin felt quite helpless in response. Although the improvement of his sword skills was etched into his body through muscle memory, the current strength of his body still left him somewhat unresponsive. He had no experience handling the sudden surge of muscle strength, so his appearance while walking just now could easily be described as that of a zombie. "I wonder how desperate one must be to walk like this. I ran into some issues and got delayed for a few minutes, Jiang Lin explained. Naturally, the students from the top class noticed Jiang Lin standing at the door. Some of them were former classmates of Jiang Lin, so they recognized him, the genius who had awakened the Holy Knight profession. Meng Sa reluctantly nodded. All right, come in. This guy Jiang Lin looks like he's always late. Has he started to give up on himself after falling to the bottom class? Someone speculated. At the same time, many students inadvertently glanced at a girl in the class, Anya Caslot. She was a tall girl with golden hair and eyes, her features exquisite, and her fair skin glowed, who just standing in the crowd made her a striking sight. Her golden eyes showed no signs of emotional fluctuation, and at that moment, she was also gazing at Jiang Lin, who was walking into the classroom. The reason people mentioned Jiang Lin was primarily that these two were the only two students in the entire grade with the Holy Knight profession. At the beginning of the school year, due to their good looks, many people had even shipped them as a couple. However, unfortunately, while both were Holy Knights, their talents were worlds apart. The girl currently maintained the top position in the grade, while Jiang Lin could only rank among the bottom in the bottom class. At this moment, Meng Sa spoke today, taking advantage of the fact that both classes are together. You two classes can spar in swordsmanship. Hearing this, the bottom class students widened their eyes. We're going to fight the top class. Really? Meanwhile, the top class students smirked. Is it time to crush the weak? This could be interesting. At this moment, Meng Sa added, of course, there is indeed quite a gap in your swordsmanship skills. I believe you all understand that in your hearts. It's also almost time for the Intermediate Academy assessment, so students from the bottom few classes need to put in some effort and see how big the gap is between you and the excellent students, so you know to strive harder. Saying this, he looked towards Jiang Lin, who had just arrived late, and the well-positioned female Holy Knight, saying, Jiang Lin, Anya, both of you are among the top students of your respective classes, so you too can demonstrate for everyone. Jiang Lin, who had just been called out, looked utterly bewildered. Why am I being called out? The righteous Anya nodded silently at the command, not saying much. At that moment, Jiang Lin received a prompt from the system. Temporary mission. Kik, the proud daughter of heaven, is right before your eyes. As a demon lord, you naturally must claim her for yourself. Requirement: ravage the opponent thoroughly and transform them into your furnace, then ravage them again. Reward: designated skill raised to maximum level. Jiang Lin, what is this system's absurdity? Why emphasize the word ravage twice? We're still just students. Turning into a cauldron. Is that what it means? How am I supposed to complete this? A storm of thoughts raged in his mind, but Jiang Lin forced himself to calm down and obeyed the teacher's command to pick up the training wooden sword. At the same time, Jiang Lin's brain began to think rapidly about how to complete the task assigned by the system. Anya, Jiang Lin, both of you can only use basic swordsmanship for sparring, no other sword techniques or skills allowed. Anya also picked up her training wooden sword and nodded, no problem. As a genius from the elite class, Anya certainly couldn't be someone who took 3 years to learn basic swordsmanship. She had already mastered this most fundamental combat skill to an incredible extent during her first year of enrollment. After mastering this combat skill, in order to possess greater combat capability in future battles, she had also learned many other types of advanced combat techniques. After the earlier tumultuous journey, Jiang Lin had barely adapted to his current body. The crowd cleared an area for the two, allowing them sufficient room to battle. The two stood firm, performed a standard knightly salute, and then assumed the starting position for basic swordsmanship. What level are you now? Level 2. As he uttered those 2 words, Jiang Lin felt an inexplicable awkwardness, as if he were in a crowd revealing his dimensions and duration, yet found himself unable to speak about either. Anya nodded. Then I'll suppress my level to 2 to fight you. As former classmates, Jiang Lin naturally recognized this heavenly girl, also a paladin. Thanks for understanding. Jiang Lin raised his wooden sword and slowly exhaled a breath. I heard this female paladin has already reached an incredible level in basic swordsmanship, right? No wonder she's a genius from the elite class. Jiang Lin is probably going to get completely crushed today. She's so beautiful and her emotions seem so stable. Ooh, I want to talk to her. You? What a daydreamer. Better wash up and sleep early. Hee, the golden-haired, golden-eyed, cool goddess, please keep that cold demeanor while I get whipped with a little whip. Students from the underperforming class were chattering while the elite students paid no attention to it. After all, in terms of physical fitness, mental strength level, and skill proficiency, Anya completely overwhelmed Jiang Lin. Thus, there was no doubt that this would be a match without any suspense. Seeing both sides ready, the swordsmanship teacher Mansa nodded and said, begin. Jiang Lin held the wooden sword, a peculiar feeling rising in his heart. The solid grip at his fingertips made him acutely aware of every inch of the wooden sword's length, the strength of each segment of the blade, how much impact each part could withstand, and how to maximize its power. Is this the peak mastery of basic swordsmanship? Jiang Lin felt something extraordinary. It was as if he and the sword had fused into one, experiencing a feeling of harmonious unity. No matter from which angle the opponent attacked, he felt capable of defending successfully. Both held their swords, maintaining their starting positions, not making any rash moves, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Time ticked away, and soon 20 seconds passed with neither side moving. What are they doing? Why are they holding their swords without moving? It's likely Anya, as the guide, intended only to defend, without thinking of counterattacking, while Jiang Lin, faced with Anya's terrifying aura, dared not attack. Yeah, it should be that way. The surrounding students discussed among themselves, including the elite students who shared the same thought. Only Mansa, the teacher with the highest swordsmanship skill present, noticed something unusual. Not right. Why does it feel like Jiang Lin's understanding of swordsmanship has suddenly deepened? Though he hadn't seen his movements yet, the aura and presence Jiang Lin exhibited while holding the sword seemed entirely different, as if he had transformed into another person. This sensation was something he had only felt from one of his former swordsmanship teachers. Is this achieving the ultimate mastery? Anya felt a bit strange. This boy in front of her, clearly only at level 2, seemed to have less understanding and mastery over swordsmanship than herself, yet gave her a feeling of being on guard. It was as if any slight opening she revealed would allow him to seize the opportunity and defeat her. What's going on? Anya felt confused, but remained cautious. Although she originally possessed level 9 strength, in order to compete fairly in swordsmanship against Jiang Lin, she suppressed her muscle strength and all aspects of perception to the level 2 standard. Even if she subtly released her perception, which was invisible, it wouldn't be a problem, but as a paladin who acts with integrity, she naturally wouldn't engage in such petty tricks. After a long standoff, it was Jiang Lin who initiated the attack first. Excuse me. Saying this, Jiang Lin lunged forward. So fast. Anya was astonished. The explosive speed of her opponent among level 2 paladins was absolutely top tier, even comparable to that of an assassin of the same level. However, despite Jiang Lin's speed, the possibility of defeating Anya with just this was nearly zero. Since Jiang Lin was using basic swordsmanship, Anya was also quite familiar with it. By merely observing Jiang Lin's initial movement, she could predict what kind of sword move he intended to use. Jiang Lin pointed the tip of his sword forward, aiming at the gap in Anya's defense. Anya had already prepared her technique, angling her sword for a block, a diagonal slash that struck Jiang Lin's blade, dissipating its force. The speed was quite good, and the explosive power was certainly high among level 2 paladins, but the swordsmanship was somewhat lacking. Control over power was weak, and her body's reaction felt somewhat clumsy. Anya assessed internally. To be honest, she was initially startled by the pressure from Jiang Lin's direct thrust. Despite being level 2, facing him felt like an inexplicable weight. Seeing his attack thwarted, Jiang Lin didn't feel disheartened. After all, he was still familiarizing himself with his body's strength. While Anya observed Jiang Lin, he was also observing her. With both employing the peak mastery of basic swordsmanship, he could naturally sense Anya's next move. Taking advantage of the upward force from her diagonal block, he struck downward toward his extending forearm. In response, Jiang Lin reacted swiftly. He sank his center of gravity, controlling his muscles, and with both hands gripping the sword, he positioned the blade horizontally, ready to meet Anya's cut with the strongest part of his sword. Bang! The sound of their wooden swords clashing resonated in the room, capturing everyone's focus. This Jiang Lin actually has some skills. Yet being able to withstand Anya's first wave of attack is already quite impressive. By the way, did Anya let him win? Why does it feel like Anya's strength is less than his? Not sure, but that initial explosive speed doesn't seem like something a typical level 2 paladin would possess. The elite students analyzed with authority. Meanwhile, the underperforming students remarked, no wonder Jiang Lin has reached the mastery level in swordsmanship. Truly impressive. In the center of the venue, the two confronting figures continuously launched probing attacks, yet none could gain the upper hand over the other. Anya shifted her body, executing a sweeping strike, only to have Jiang Lin predict its trajectory, intercepting her attack. At this point, Anya began to feel a sense of surprise. In her perception, Jiang Lin's speed was increasing and his mastery of swordsmanship was becoming more refined, even showing signs of surpassing her understanding in certain aspects of swordplay. Could it be that his basic sword technique has reached an extraordinary level, and even surpassed mine? While reaching an extraordinary level is the highest proficiency tier, it does not mean that one cannot continue to improve once they achieve it. Just like the previous proficiency levels, from just starting out to nearing mastery both fall under the beginner tier, yet there is a significant gap between the two. And this gap will only widen as one progresses further in proficiency. It's akin to leveling up by defeating monsters, where early levels require less experience and the differences among peers are minimal. However, as one advances, the experience required increases significantly and the disparities among peers become vast. When Anya first reached an extraordinary level in basic sword technique, she stopped practicing and began learning other combat skills. After all, this approach would allow her to maximize her combat effectiveness within the same time frame. Although other sword techniques would also contribute to the proficiency of basic sword technique, they ultimately could not reach the limits of the extraordinary level. However, Jiang Lin was different. He possessed a bug-level system reward that directly raised his proficiency to the maximum level, that is the extraordinary level. Therefore, it could be said that in terms of understanding basic sword technique, Jiang Lin was the strongest among all present, even surpassing his teacher Meng Sa. Currently, the situation did not indicate a crushing victory. He was merely familiarizing himself with his body after the sudden increase in power. Today's battle was just right to help Jiang Lin master his physical control. He was like a sponge soaking up water, digesting and absorbing the newfound abilities, with his true combat power continuously rising. Accompanying this was his increasingly fierce offensive and more refined control over his physical strength. Moreover, being a user of basic sword technique himself, he observed every motion Anya made, including each weakness in her sword, moves, every wind-up or follow-throw, which he could grasp clearly. To further refine his control over muscle strength, Jiang Lin chose not to make his attacks more cunning or ferocious, instead maintaining his level on par with Anya, continually attacking and blocking. At that moment, both the struggling class and the elite class fell silent, all eyes filled with seriousness and admiration as they watched the two in the center of the practice area. These two have a rather high level of swordsmanship. Elite class, is this guy Jiang Lin really from the struggling class? How could he possess such formidable sword skills? Every strike he made was exceptionally refined, channeling every ounce of strength into the wooden sword, wasting not a single bit of power. Is it possible that his swordsmanship is stronger than many of us? Struggling class, his movements are so fast. I can't see them clearly. Was old Jiang always this impressive? In the blink of an eye, 5 more minutes passed, and the two continued to engage in combat. However, their states began to differ. Jiang Lin had now completely mastered the power of his body, every strike executed with ease, and he was capable of appropriately pressuring Anya. Under Jiang Lin's constant pressure, Anya's defense became increasingly arduous. Her physical attributes at level 2 were already struggling against Jiang Lin now. Currently, her only advantage came from her level 9 stamina and some control over her own strength gleaned from other combat skills. These were difficult to manage without using sealing techniques. With a loud bang, their wooden swords clashed once more, and Anya barely managed to parry Jiang Lin's slash. However, this time, they both halted their subsequent attacks, coincidentally stopping their movements. I have learned a lot. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her fair skin, a strand of damp golden hair sticking to Anya's cheek as she performed a formal knightly salute to Jiang Lin. In return, Jiang Lin also saluted back, saying, "I am not worthy." Meng Sa looked at Jiang Lin with a surprised expression, while the surrounding students were still somewhat bewildered. In the next moment, a light cracking sound echoed in the classroom. Anya's wooden sword had broken into 2 pieces. Fighting with the same weapon, yet causing her own weapon to break during the contest, was a clear indication of being outmatched. The crowd's eyes widened, revealing disbelief. What just happened? Did Jiang Lin actually win? Isn't Jiang Lin a student from the struggling class? How could he possibly be better than Anya, this genius in swordsmanship? Could there be another story behind this? After all, they were both paladins, and the gap in talent shouldn't be as vast as before. Did Jiang Lin deliberately want to mix in with the struggling class? Everyone couldn't help but display expressions of disbelief, including Zach, who had previously been defeated by Anya and was the second best in the elite class. Zach was a level 9 assassin with a well-proportioned physique and handsome features, his silver hair standing out in the crowd. He had faced Anya multiple times, but had invariably suffered defeat. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he specialized in assassination techniques. Watching Jiang Lin, he was lost in thought. At that moment, Zach recalled some things he had read in novels. Could it be that Jiang Lin found a ring that belonged to an old man, and that old man had been absorbing his magical essence while being trapped in the ring, causing him to stagnate in his growth and ultimately become looked down upon? 3 years have now passed, and a fiancé from who knows where came to annul their engagement. The old man in the ring happened to awaken and taught him an astonishing breathing technique, guiding him in his cultivation. Everyone was stunned by the hidden swordsmanship mastery Jiang Lin possessed, while many felt a sense of regret for him. Such immense talent in swordsmanship, yet his cultivation speed was terrifyingly slow, unable to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy. What a pity. However, with an expressionless face, Jiang Lin was internally distressed. How on earth am I supposed to complete this annoying system task? Jiang Lin, with a hint of disbelief, once again checked the tasks assigned by the system. Requirement: viciously ravage the opponent and transform them into your own furnace, then ravage them again. What in the world does ravage even mean? Am I still in a fantasy channel? Is this really not a dark cultivation novel system? But I am a paladin, damn it. Zhang Lin felt slightly defensive, but it seemed there was no punishment for not completing this temporary task, just a missed opportunity to elevate any skill to its maximum level. Your swordsmanship is impressive, Anya said seriously to Zhang Lin, having regained her breath. It's just luck, really. You were the one who suppressed me in every aspect, Zhang Lin replied politely. Anya's usually cold eyes flickered with intense battle intent. After glancing at Zhang Lin's somewhat shabby clothes, she added, I can offer you compensation. Hearing this, Zhang Lin suddenly had a spark of inspiration and asked Anya, no problem, I can accompany you for practice during the free time later. But I'm a bit exhausted right now. Do you have any potions to restore my stamina? Zhang Lin recalled that Anya's family seemed quite wealthy and possibly connected to the city lord, so she should have some potions on her. Anya was puzzled. Can't you last 5 or 6 minutes? That doesn't seem like the stamina of a level 2 paladin. However, she did not voice her thoughts. Instead, her spatial ring glimmered, and she took out a bottle filled with bright red liquid. Seeing this, some male and female classmates nearby became uneasy. Damn it, Zhang Lin actually dares to ask Lady Anya for potions. How infuriating. My goddess is giving gifts to other boys. I'm furious. When I get home, I'll be hitting the magic orb 1,000 times. Look at you acting impulsively. Anya, being the top student in the entire grade, and quite beautiful, naturally had many admirers. However, due to her cold demeanor and focus on cultivation, few could get close to her. Thus, everyone had strong opinions about Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin took the potion. Anya handed him a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he prepared to see how the system would react. In truth, he hadn't exhausted much stamina. He just wanted to see if he could trigger the system's judgment mechanism. Ravage battle, furnace pill, furnace magic potion. If the system could determine this, perhaps after one more fight, he could complete the temporary task. Even if he didn't complete it, it wouldn't matter much. Just a free potion to restore stamina. Given that the other party was a talented paladin, they would naturally be willing to help and wouldn't mind a regular potion. However, compared to the free potion, the resentful gazes from other boys and girls in the class seemed even more terrifying. At that moment, as if sensing Zhang Lin's gaze, the system began to load. A dotted circle appeared in the task list, spinning in place. After a long time, as if the system had overloaded its circuits, it finally grasped Zhang Lin's extraordinary wisdom and actually produced a conclusion. Even the proud daughter of heaven has fallen beneath your sword, ruthlessly ravaged, trembling, as she offers her precious item, referring to the potion, and looks forward to being ravaged again, referring to the duel. Task completed, reward, specific skill upgraded to maximum level. Are you brave enough to read what you just wrote? Zhang Lin thought to himself. Did you study journalism? He felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of a graduate with little experience trying to squeeze their scant experiences into a resume. Is this the way of darkness? Truly terrifying. Fortunately, the system's reward arrived as promised. Please choose a skill: basic sword technique, transcendent, can exceed limits, paladin breathing technique, proficient low-level healing technique, proficient low-level enhancement technique, beginner. The other 3 skills were within Zhang Lin's expectations, but he was surprised to see basic sword technique, transcendent in the options. It was marked as can exceed limits. After transcending, could there be further proficiency levels? Zhang Lin was puzzled. However, his immediate priority was to elevate his level. After all, if he couldn't level up, he couldn't enter the intermediate magic school, rendering everything pointless. Thus, he needed to make good use of this opportunity to specify an upgrade, and chose the option of paladin breathing technique, proficient. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He seemed to see himself sitting alone on a huge rock practicing the paladin breathing technique day and night. Days passed, but since his temperament was not suited for the paladin path, his progress in the breathing technique was rather slow. But this was of little concern. After all, he had plenty of time. The sun and moon raced above him. Time flew by wildly, while he seemed to merge with the boulder beneath him, never moving an inch. Even as his body transformed from a youth to a young adult, then to middle age and old age, he continued to practice this fundamental breathing technique. Finally, one day, paladin breathing technique, proficient, transcendent. At the same time, his level also increased, ascending to a higher tier of life, level 23. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, along with the monotony and loneliness of persistently training a skill over the years. Ultimately, Zhang Lin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the fatigue and aging in his eyes hard to conceal, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his days. P.S. The term precious item was originally another word, but after much thought, I deemed it too vulgar and changed it to something else to avoid upsetting some readers. P.S. Please consider favoriting and following this new book. It's very important. Is it true that if I were to cultivate on my own only from a youthful age to an elderly one, could I possibly achieve the ultimate mastery of the Saint Knight breathing technique? Zhang Lin was somewhat surprised. He recalled that when he first elevated his basic swordsmanship to a profound level, he had only grown from youth to middle age, far less daunting than this breathing technique. It seems that this reward for elevating a skill to its highest proficiency is determined by my innate talent dictating how much mental energy is required. Zhang Lin speculated based on his experiences from the two previous enhancements. He felt that his mental exhaustion had already been considerable today. If he were to experience that feeling again, he might just succumb to fatigue and perish. As Zhang Lin was enhancing his skill proficiency, he suddenly appeared mysterious in the eyes of others. After concluding his battle with Anya, he stood dazed in place, eyes closed, seemingly reminiscing about the fight. At the same time, his aura began to change rapidly. From an ordinary student, it transformed into something enigmatic and unfathomable, increasingly condensed, as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. Could it be? He gained some insight from the recent battle. Those witnessing this scene were all taken aback. In the next moment, Zhang Lin's aura suddenly stagnated, becoming even more formidable. Was this a level up? Everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at this scene. Even the swordsmanship teacher Mansa was quite astonished. He had heard of people achieving sudden enlightenment during battles, breaking through skill proficiencies. However, cases of suddenly leveling up during combat were rare. Perhaps he was nearing a critical point before, and today's evenly matched duel allowed him to successfully complete the final step. Mansa speculated. However, Zhang Lin's swordsmanship proficiency was beyond his comprehension. From his recent duel with Anya, it was clear that his control over his muscles and understanding of swordsmanship could not possibly be at the previously demonstrated proficient level, but rather at a remarkably high level of mastery. Clearly, he had broken through to mastery some time ago. After all, one cannot transition from proficiency to mastery overnight. Thus, the truth became evident. The previous Zhang Lin had been concealing his abilities. Though the reasons and intentions behind his actions were unclear, only such a rationale could explain why Zhang Lin's proficiency had suddenly increased so dramatically. Mansa recalled the time when Zhang Lin had just enrolled. Within a mere week, he had elevated the Saint Knight breathing technique from its initial stage to a proficient level. Such talent even surpassed Anya. But after that, it seemed as if he had suddenly lost his mind, with his breathing technique proficiency stagnating and level increases becoming alarmingly slow. Considering Zhang Lin's humble background, Mansa made a bold judgment. The previous Zhang Lin must have been under some unspeakable threat, which caused him to hide his talent. And today, perhaps that threat had vanished, granting Zhang Lin the courage to reveal the talent he had long concealed. Not only Mansa thought this way, some students in the class who were familiar with Zhang Lin also had similar thoughts. After all, the experience of jumping from proficiency to mastery overnight was too astonishing. Perhaps only by aligning with dark gods could one achieve such a cultivation speed. Moreover, as a Saint Knight, Zhang Lin would absolutely not ally with dark gods. Thus, the only explanation was that the previous Zhang Lin had been hiding his abilities. What could that threat have been? Mansa and others immediately thought of a recent news report. A cult was discovered in the slums, with the Holy Temple dispatching elite forces to eradicate them. Could it be that the previous Zhang Lin had been threatened by the cult? Yes, it is very possible. Damn the cult, how could they treat our classmate Zhang Lin this way? Many shared this thought. The so-called cult was a group of individuals who worshipped dark gods. They were cruel and oppressive to the common people, even collaborating with beastmen opposing human kingdoms and the Holy Temple. To gain power, they resorted to all means to sacrifice to dark gods, truly despicable. As they connected these dots, the second-best student, Zach, had a different view. Did he break through again? I see he must have found some ring or encountered some old man. He is the legendary protagonist template. With this thought, a spark of astonishing wisdom ignited in Zach's eyes. Zhang Lin at present could never have imagined that the talent enhancement he intended to explain as a sudden epiphany would be interpreted by his teacher and these students as such a seemingly reasonable cause. Moreover, they shifted the blame to a group of deceased individuals who could never be verified. Subsequently, the class continued as usual. Mansa began to comment on the battle between Zhang Lin and Anya, while the other students listened attentively. Many students, after hearing Mansa's explanation, finally understood how vast the gap between them and the two was. It turned out that at the highest level of swordsmanship, one could control power to such an extent. At the time, they only felt how fast the two were moving, never realizing they even had time to contemplate these matters. Is this the world of geniuses? With the explanation concluded, it was time for free practice. Mansa instructed students from both classes to pair up for unknown practice, allowing the advanced class students to guide those in the remedial class. Naturally, Anya teamed up with Zhang Lin again. You leveled up to level 3. Zhang Lin nodded. With the level increase, his physical attributes and mental power also experienced a slight enhancement. Level 23 Stamina 3000, 3500 Mental Power 12001, 300. If it were before, these enhancements would have been significant for Jiang Lin. However, given the previous increase of 1,000 points, the improvement appears relatively small in the context of a larger baseline. The level up does not merely increase physical attributes and mental power, it enhances reflex, speed, dynamic vision, reaction time, and precision of muscle control among various aspects. Especially after the magical elements within his body became more abundant, the magic would slowly nourish his physical attributes significantly. Additionally, different professions experience varying increases from level ups. For instance, a Saint Knight has a greater enhancement to physical attributes, while a mage gains more from mental power. Overall, level UPS provide a comprehensive increase to combat power. Moreover, enhancing the breathing technique can assist Jiang Lin in attaining a higher speed of refining magical elements. Without considering the speed of level increase, it also grants him stronger endurance and deeper foundation in battles. Would you like to familiarize yourself with the changes in physical attributes first? Thank you for your understanding. Jiang Lin nodded. Then Jiang Lin, without any suspicion, swung the wooden sword in his hand once more. After practicing the various sword techniques of the basic swordsmanship again, he said to Anya, "It's all good now." Anya was surprised. So soon? The boost from the level up must be substantial. Is he just trying to show off? Soon her doubts were disproven. Although she had also suppressed her level to level 3, facing Jiang Lin, now the pressure on her was significantly greater than before. How could he adapt to his newfound strength so quickly? Moreover, his swordsmanship had become sharper. It seemed he had indeed been holding back before. Anya continuously faced Jiang Lin's attacks, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. 1 minute later, smack! Anya's wooden sword was knocked away by Jiang Lin after he found an opening, landing with a thud on the ground. I've learned a lot. Anya admired him. It was hard for her to comprehend how a genius with such swordsmanship talent had remained unnoticed until now. Your swordsmanship is so strong, why have I never heard of your talent before? She asked bluntly. Jiang Lin remained silent, knowing that the question had finally arrived. If the system continued to exert pressure later, he would surely need to find an excuse for his talent. After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "Perhaps geniuses need to settle down." Hearing Jiang Lin's vague answer, Anya frowned slightly. What does geniuses need to settle down mean? Did he deliberately hide his abilities before? But why would he do that? Anya couldn't make sense of it, so she inquired again, "What do you mean? Why did you hide your abilities?" Jiang Lin didn't answer directly, but instead raised the basic swordsmanship stance again. Not answering was the best answer. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. He couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. As for the reason, let them guess for themselves. Seeing Jiang Lin's silence, Anya had no choice but to retrieve the flying wooden sword and engage with Jiang Lin once more. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of class. If your breathing technique proficiency is sufficient, it's actually not impossible to raise it to level 5 in the next 2 months. Anya said to Jiang Lin, "I hope you can level up and successfully enter the Intermediate Magic Academy. If possible, I would love to see you at the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy." Hearing Anya say this, the surrounding male and female classmates nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Damn Jiang Lin, he's actually made the aloof Anya extend such a warm invitation. With his demeanor, whether he could even enter the Intermediate Magic Academy was questionable, let alone the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy. They thought bitterly. Of course, they didn't see the intense fighting spirit that emerged in Anya's golden eyes. The so-called Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy is among the best of the intermediate magic academies in Qinghe County, and only the most outstanding students from various cities in Qinghe County are qualified to enter, akin to the provincial key high schools in Jiang Lin's past life. Moreover, due to the absence of policy restrictions, they basically only select the most excellent students, and there are no failing students. Given Anya's talent, entering the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy is almost a certainty. "I'll do my best." Jiang Lin nodded. At that moment, a silver-haired second-year student Zach stepped out of the crowd and invited Jiang Lin, "Your swordsmanship is impressive. Would you like to spar with me sometime?" As he spoke, he gave Jiang Lin a gentlemanly bow, looking quite elegant. Jiang Lin turned to look at him, remaining silent. In the silence, Zach's brow twitched slightly. "I can pay you for it." At this moment, the system that had been focusing on Jiang Lin finally displayed a message. Temporary task: as a notorious villain, you usually disguise yourself, well, with careful packaging. But upon encountering a talented individual with keen perception who discovered your evil identity, they initiated a battle against you. As the villain, you must naturally suppress them with overwhelming force. Requirements: defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Reward: randomly copy skills mastered by the opponent. Jiang Lin was satisfied to see the system finally provide a task and closed it. "No problem, while there's still time, let's have a spar." Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Lin raised the wooden sword he had just been about to return. By the way, 2 silver coins. Jiang Lin naturally recognized Zack. They were classmates in the top class, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Seeing Jiang Lin take the initiative upon hearing the payment, Zack fell silent for a moment. Then he took out 2 silver coins and tossed them to Jiang Lin. The silver coins arced in a parabolic trajectory, reflecting light as they spun through the air. Jiang Lin didn't reach out. Instead, he angled the sword slightly to catch the 2 silver coins perfectly, then slid them into his pocket. Zack couldn't help but silently commend Jiang Lin for his skill. Has he practiced swordsmanship to such an adept level? Hockey Jiang, this guy is truly impressive. Though he could perform the action, just now he knew he couldn't do it as smoothly as Jiang Lin. However, 2 silver coins for a spar. Hockey Jiang, you're truly out for blood. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have considered haggling for a better deal. Subsequently, he also suppressed his level to level 3. He challenged Jiang Lin not to humiliate him by defeating him, but purely out of curiosity about Jiang Lin's strength. As the basic swordsmanship is the foundation of all sword techniques, he had naturally practiced it to perfection. And during his spar with Anya, since both were of the same level and he as an assassin class had always been at a disadvantage in strength and direct combat, being defeated by Anya was not due to a significant gap in swordsmanship, but rather class differences. At least that's how he saw it. Now seeing someone who could dominate Anya in swordsmanship, he naturally wanted to test himself. Just as Zack was contemplating, Jiang Lin had already made his move. He stepped forward, attacking with his wooden sword with the ferocity of a breaking bamboo. Zack's response was swift. He dodged Jiang Lin's attack, and with a twist of his sword counterattacked Jiang Lin. So fast. Jiang Lin was astonished. Zack's class was an assassin, and under the same level his reaction speed was indeed much faster than his own. So he gritted his teeth and retracted his sword, narrowly evading Zack's attack by predicting the trajectory. The two stood still, and Jiang Lin heightened his focus. He had initially thought it would be a quick resolution, but unexpectedly Zack was tougher than he had imagined, and his combat style was entirely different from Anya's. Indeed, as the second best in his year, the gap with the top student shouldn't be too exaggerated. Although he dominated Zack in swordsmanship in this level of combat, he was currently at a disadvantage possessing skills, but unable to fully utilize them. His neural reflexes weren't fast enough, and his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, which always allowed him to see Zack's openings, but not capture them precisely. Thus, in his exchanges with Anya, he needed several rounds of combat to seize a more significant opening before he could take her down. As for Zack, he glared fiercely at Jiang Lin. Watch closely, Xiao Linzi. Today you will learn that 2 silver coins are not so easy to earn. Subsequently, the two exchanged several more rounds of combat. Against Jiang Lin's attack, Zack, relying on his assassin's agility, narrowly dodged each strike and retaliated, while Jiang Lin, by reading his opponent's movements, swiftly discerned the intent behind each blow and evaded accordingly. Yet the style of their duel was entirely different from the battle with Anya. If the fight with Anya was a clash of techniques that exhilarated Jiang Lin, then the bout with Zack was a sheer frustration of being unable to lay a hand on him. Speed. That needed training. Jiang Lin silently resolved, system, watch closely. Next time give me speed. Of course he had no idea if the system could hear his thoughts, but shouting it out couldn't hurt. After several more exchanges, Jiang Lin still couldn't touch his opponent, a vein throbbing on his forehead. It seemed he couldn't just focus on exploiting openings against such an enemy. Perhaps brute force was the answer. Jiang Lin's mind raced. Then, with a shift in his sword stance, he transformed from nimble dexterity to overbearing ferocity. The aura of a paladin enveloped him as if bathed in holy light. He strode forward, seizing the recoil of his opponent's attack, and swept his wooden sword horizontally toward Zack's midsection, leaving him no room to evade. Seeing Jiang Lin's approach, Zack realized his opponent had found a way to counter him. He raised his wooden sword vertically to block the strike. Just as he prepared to retreat and exploit his speed advantage again, Jiang Lin angled his blade, pinpointing the weakest point of Zack's defense, and with sheer force sent the wooden sword flying from Zack's hand, leaving him stunned. The wooden sword clattered to the ground. Zack stared at his palm in disbelief. He hadn't held it firmly. It flew off. Seeing his tactic succeed, Jiang Lin was equally surprised. Zack's grip strength was far weaker than he had imagined. So the disparity between professions at the same level was this pronounced. If only he had relied on raw power from the start. Well, system, maybe you should just allocate all my points to strength. Jiang Lin imagined that if his strength and defense were immense enough, no matter how his opponent struck, he could seize him with a single blow and claim victory. Still, Zack was a loyal fellow. He truly suppressed his power to 3 levels and didn't go easy on him. The arrogant prodigy is but a clown before you. As the fiend, you effortlessly suppress him. Task completed. Reward: randomly copy one of the opponent's mastered skills. Randomizing. Copy complete. Skill acquired: aura concealment perfect. Learn now. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Lin chose no. The reason was simple: the previous Paladin breathing technique had nearly killed him and his spirit was still drained. If he were to immediately learn aura concealment, a skill he was even less talented and he doubted he'd survive leaving the classroom. Hey, beating me with brute force. What kind of skill is that? Zach grumbled, secretly mourning his 2 silver coins. Jiang Lin was about to respond, but Anya spoke first. Can't even hold a sword steady. Did you skip breakfast? If the battle with Jiang Lin was a thrilling duel of techniques, then fighting Zach was pure frustration at being unable to touch him. Anya knew this all too well. I only suppressed my strength to level 3. How can a level 3 assassin match a level 3 paladin in strength? Zach remained defiant. Then what about your constant dodging? Anya voiced Jiang Lin's thoughts. Anya's right. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Seeing them united against him, Zach fell silent, disgruntled. Just then Munsa, the swordsmanship teacher who had been observing, approached and said to Jiang Lin, when did you master basic swordsmanship to this level? Jiang Lin thought for a moment and decided to use the excuse he had prepared a few days ago. I suddenly had an epiphany and my swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Faced with this answer, the group wore expressions of skepticism. Zach, however, looked as if he had expected it. Don't worry, the cult in Boulder City has been completely eradicated by the Sanctum. Tell me honestly, were you threatened by cultists before so you dared not reveal your talent? Hearing the teacher's question, not only Jiang Lin, but even Anya and Zach were baffled. Anya, isn't it said that geniuses need to bide their time? Zach, is it really not a hidden master? Jiang Lin, what is all this? How did the cult get involved? Suddenly, as if triggered by a keyword, the system began acting up. Side quest unlocked, find the organization. As a heinous villain, how can you call yourself a demon without serving in a demonic sect? To become a fearsome demon lord, you must first start by ruling a demonic sect. But your foundation is still weak, so begin by joining a major demonic sect. Requirement: join one of the 4 great cults and become a member. Reward: neural reflex speed enhanced to twice its current level. Join a cult. Jiang Lin was numb. Could he survive this? He felt the system was asking him to risk his neck. And what were the 4 great cults? He had never heard of them. Seeing Jiang Lin frozen after his question, Munsa began to doubt himself. Could it be wrong? If not, is there really such a thing as a sudden epiphany? After a long silence, Jiang Lin changed the subject. Teacher, I've mastered basic swordsmanship to its peak. What sword style should I study next? Despite his lingering doubts, Munsa instinctively answered, you're still a student, and since you've perfected basic swordsmanship, you can apply for a free higher-level sword style from the Sanctum. The specific style will depend on your profession. For a paladin, the free skill is Holy Heavy Slash, a special martial technique that merges magical energy with melee strikes. Its difficulty is several times greater than basic swordsmanship. But with your solid foundation, you should pick it up quickly. Of course, if you don't want Holy Heavy Slash, you can spend contribution points or gold coins to purchase other skills. The quality depends on how much you're willing to pay. You can also learn other sword techniques from traveling merchants or martial halls. The choice is yours. Jiang Lin nodded in understanding. Munsa added, but your level is still too low. I suggest focusing on leveling up first, or no matter how great your swordsmanship talent, it won't shine in real combat. No problem, teacher. The 3-year period is over, and I'll no longer hide my talent, Jiang Lin said with a straight face. With the system, he was bound to make a stunning breakthrough. He offered a vague explanation, letting others guess the truth. 3 years. What is that supposed to mean? Except for the remarkably wise Zach, everyone else appeared quite perplexed. However, Jiang Lin had no intention of clarifying things for them. After saying this, he found an excuse to leave. After some time, they would naturally come to understand. There was still half a day of classes left, but most of it focused on reviewing knowledge points. Jiang Lin's scores in the cultural subjects were decent enough, so it did not matter whether he paid attention in class. After finishing lunch, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom early. To his surprise, his deskmate Fei Yangyang did not rush off to play after lunch, but instead returned to the classroom early as well, starting to study the cultural subjects he had always struggled with. Before him lay a slightly yellowed workbook, and he was scratching his head as he attempted to tackle the dizzying geometry and arithmetic. The sun is rising from the west, Jiang Lin exclaimed. What do you know? Old Lin, am not like you useless types. I am someone destined to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy, Fei Yangyang said without looking up. In fact, he was just a step away from the Intermediate Magic Academy, needing only to reach level 5, but his cultural scores were a significant setback. All right then, keep at it. I've given you 3 years. It's time for you to see what a true prodigy looks like, Jiang Lin nodded. With that, he settled into his seat, sitting cross-legged and activating the pinnacle of the Holy Night breathing technique. With his eyes closed, a familiar sensation surged in his heart. This feeling seemed etched into Jiang Lin's very flesh, inscribed deep within his soul. With just a thought, he could invoke the special rhythm of breathing. This was a precious experience he had cultivated over countless repetitions, and years of practice. With each breath, tiny bits of magic essence flowed into his body, merging into his flesh and blood, under his guidance, ultimately transforming into his own power storing within his dantian. If each level were likened to a small bowl, the previous Zhang Lin would need to practice the breathing technique for an entire day just to condense a single drop of liquid into that bowl. Now, however, after a complete cycle of the breathing technique, Zhang Lin could inject a drop of liquid into it. The speed at which he progressed was nothing short of terrifying compared to before. Zhang Lin speculated that if he continued this relentless practice without sleep, he could elevate his level from the newly attained level 3 to level 4 within a week. Of course, even accounting for sleep, Zhang Lin could still raise his level within 2 weeks. Thinking of the midterm exam in a week, Zhang Lin gritted his teeth. It was time for everyone to witness his prodigious talent. With that, Zhang Lin immersed himself completely in the practice of the breathing technique. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the outside world, hey, have you heard? That guy Zhang Lin defeated the top student in the swordsmanship class. Are you kidding? Him. Isn't he at the bottom? Absolutely true. We in several classes all saw it. And it was without any leniency from the opponent that he defeated the top student. I heard he was coerced by some secret sect enduring for 3 years. Now that the secret sect's base in Giant Stone City has been wiped out, he finally dares to showcase his talent. Is that true? Wow. He's actually practicing the breathing technique now. Practicing the breathing technique at a time like this. Can he really continue in such a noisy environment? I don't know, maybe he's just putting on an act. Well, whatever, even if he is trying hard now, he probably has no hope of getting into the Intermediate Magic Academy. As everyone discussed Zhang Lin, they also noticed Fei Yangyang sitting beside him. What is that guy Taichen doing? Doesn't he usually not bother with cultural studies? What the hell, why is he also putting an effort to study? It's fine, it's just a moment of enthusiasm they want last a few days. Exactly, we people often do things half-heartedly, don't we? In the midst of the noisy environment, both Zhang Lin and Fei Yangyang seemed to be isolated from the world, diligently focused on their respective tasks. Even when the class bell rang and the teacher entered the classroom, neither of them showed any sign of looking up. Zhang Lin's cultural scores were good enough that listening to the teacher was of no use to him, while Fei Yangyang's were so poor that he couldn't comprehend what the teacher was reviewing. It was better for him to self-study and solidify his foundation. As for the teacher, aware that the students in the bottom class were beyond help as long as they did not cause too much trouble in class, he generally would not care what they were doing, so there was no teacher to remind Zhang Lin and Taichun. Time flew by. The students observing Zhang Lin and Fei Yangyang transitioned from skepticism to confusion and finally to astonishment. Zhang Lin did not move an inch for the entire afternoon. Taichun, aside from going to the restroom a few times, was constantly working on problems to catch up on cultural studies. It's fine, they definitely won't keep this up tomorrow, they thought to themselves. Until the school bell rang, the students in the class gradually got up to leave, but Taichun and Zhang Lin both stayed behind in the classroom. Even when the student on duty left, neither of them showed any intention of leaving. A student who had been observing the two noticed that they still had no intention of budging, and he inexplicably felt a sense of urgency rising within him. A sense of crisis born from his subconscious arose in his heart, as if seeing the two of them working hard made something scratch at his insides. What is going on? He was greatly puzzled. This feeling seems like only if he also joined them in solving problems or training could he possibly resolve the restless thoughts in his mind. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and then got up to leave, leaving the two to continue their efforts in the classroom. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was sunset. As the sunlight outside could no longer meet Taichun's reading needs, he put down his pen, surprisingly glancing at Zhang Lin beside him. Old Zhang, aren't you leaving? The sun is about to set. Taichun's voice startled Zhang Lin from his practice. He slowly exhaled, feeling a bit more refined in his control over his body. Looking around, he was surprised to realize how much time had passed, and he was also somewhat astonished that Fei Yangyang seemed genuinely serious this time, managing to stay behind to study for so long after school. It is worth mentioning that the Junior Magic Academy in this world dismisses around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a dismissal time Zhang Lin had never experienced in his previous life. Zhang Lin nodded. Yeah, it's about time to head back. I'll go back and practice in secret. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Taichun fell silent for a moment before responding. You'll go back and secretly work on my problems too. After bidding farewell to Fei Yangyang at school, Zhang Lin returned to his small shabby house. As a transmigrator endowed with a system, the presence of driftwood was naturally not included in the factory settings. When he first arrived in this world, Zhang Lin had no money and couldn't cook, and there was no delivery service available, making that period of his life quite miserable. Fortunately, while still at the Junior Magic Academy, Zhang Lin received orphan assistance provided by the temple, which meant he wasn't yet at the brink of starving. Zhang Lin quickly prepared his dinner and then opened the system to check on his remaining 2 tasks. One was a long-standing phase task that existed since he awakened the system, slaughter. It required him to kill a total of 100,000 beings, with the reward being something called a Demon King seed. Now, having killed a dozen mosquitoes, this task was already 1/10th complete, leaving him with 99,900 more beings to slay. For this task, Jiang Lin thought he could try to find an ant nest or a beehive to wipe them out, completing the task while also ridding the world of pests. As for the countless armies numbering in the hundreds of millions, Jiang Lin judged that they likely wouldn't count. After all, such armies couldn't even be considered life forms. He had tested this when drinking hot water, discovering that the burnt oral epithelial cells did not count. Even if he stared at the system and pressured it, it was of no use. Jiang Lin sighed in regret. If microorganisms could be counted as beings, then cultivating some colonies and using light magic to disinfect them would surely boost his merits and dark magic foundation significantly. This system was also inflexible, showing no adaptability. Jiang Lin sighed, and there was also a task for him to join one of the 4 dark sects. This task was even more absurd. There was no safety education class in the Junior Magic Academy, and historical lessons spoke of dark sects with great caution. Thus, Jiang Lin's understanding of dark sects was limited to knowing they were evil organizations that worshipped dark gods, and he had never heard of the 4 great dark sects. However, it must be said that the reward for this task was indeed enticing. Reward: enhanced neural reflex speed, with the enhancement level being double that at the time of task issuance. Neural reflex speed could hardly be improved during regular training, unless through special skills or unique treasures. Improvements could only rely on level-ups, enhancing basic attributes. Neural reflex speed is related to one's reaction speed, akin to the agility attribute of an assassin class. Yet, even in the assassin profession, there were no specific methods to increase neural reflex speed. It relied solely on level-ups, although assassin classes typically saw much more pronounced improvements. If the former Jiang Lin wanted to double his neural reflex speed, he would need to break through from level 0 to level 1 to achieve that. But now he only needed to complete the task of joining one of the 4 dark sects to gain the reaction speed of a level 1 paladin ahead of time. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Unfortunately, the only problem was how he should join this so-called 4 dark sects. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't find a way, and even if he located the stronghold of the 4 dark sects, how would he convince those sect members to let him, a paladin, join? It is well known that paladins embody justice and goodness, being the ambassadors of love and peace. If he were to venture alone into the 4 dark sects, wouldn't he be chopped to pieces by those cultists? Sigh. Jiang Lin sighed, feeling that his chances of completing this task were rather slim. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. As Jiang Lin was about to clear his mind and continue practicing breathing techniques, a noise suddenly came from outside his window. Meow. A pure black kitten was spotted crouching at Jiang Lin's window. This little black cat had appeared a few days ago. Jiang Lin had fed it some leftover food a few times, and it had taken a liking to him. Come here, little black. Jiang Lin pulled out the cat food he had prepared in advance and placed it in front of him. Little Black was the name Jiang Lin had given it. The cat gazed at Jiang Lin, its eyes sparkling with a somewhat human-like glimmer. It seemed to struggle internally, but ultimately lured by the food, it entered Jiang Lin's room and began to eat the meal he had prepared for it. In this world, black cats were generally considered to be unlucky, so very few people would proactively feed them. As for Jiang Lin, he didn't have a strong sense of identification with the folk customs of this land, so he naturally held no such reservations. Moreover, this little black cat was quite cute, and even in his past life, it would have been considered a fine specimen. Thus, Jiang Lin naturally took this little black cat home. This little black cat didn't trouble Jiang Lin much. During the day, when Jiang Lin was in class, it would go out to play, taking care of its business outside, and only returning at night to beg for food. While Jiang Lin stroked the cat during its meal, he was surprised to find that this wild cat was exceptionally clean, even cleaner than many domesticated cats from his past life. When he used the Paladin's light attribute to purify its dirt and parasites, he found that there were none present on it. This made Jiang Lin somewhat doubt whether it was actually a wild cat. However, it didn't matter if it was domesticated, its owner hadn't come looking for it in the past few days. The little black cat quietly approached the food Jiang Lin had prepared for it and began to munch on the meal. After habitually casting a light purification spell on it, Jiang Lin started to pet the cat. As Jiang Lin's hand landed on it, the little black cat visibly stiffened, its eyes displaying a complex human-like expression, and then it seemed to resign itself, allowing Jiang Lin to pet it freely. While happily petting the cat, Jiang Lin pondered his future plans. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and a brilliant light of wisdom shone in his eyes. Opening the system, he reconfirmed the task's requirements: join one of the 4 dark sects and become a member, since he couldn't find the so-called 4 dark sects. Then could he create an organization himself calling it one of the four dark sects? With this groove system's groove determination mechanism, perhaps it would really classify him as meeting the requirements. The more Zhang Lin thought about it, the more he felt there was potential in this idea. I truly am a talent. But how can one establish a secret sect? It can't be that I need to register at the Holy Temple, can it? Perhaps I need some doctrine or to worship some evil god. But I can't really worship an evil god. I'm not that desperate yet. Besides, a vast secret sect can't consist of just one person, right? What if I worship some non-existent deity, like those mythical figures from my past life? Then I could bring Xiao He into our secret sect, and we would have 2 official members. With that thought in mind, Zhang Lin lifted up Xiao He, who was busy eating. Xiao He looked at Zhang Lin in confusion, but then Zhang Lin said, Xiao He, I'm going to establish a secret sect called one of the 4 secret sects, and the members will be you and me. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's confusion turned into a daze. Its eyes widened in disbelief, resembling a certain meme, then shifted to shock and anxiety. What the heck did he figure out? I'm an evil god. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, it realized something was wrong. Isn't he a paladin? How could he establish a secret sect? So he's targeting me. Next, will he take me to the Holy Temple, letting those damn paladins seal me away completely? Xiao He recalled the scene when those Holy Temple people stormed into the secret sect it had painstakingly established. A group of people shouting about justice and faith in incomprehensible terms killed its followers and smashed the statue it had just possessed, resulting in its consciousness being transferred to this passing stray cat, rendering it unable to return. Now, without a magic circle to block it, if I dare to reveal any hint of my presence in this realm of righteousness, it goes without saying that a righteous deity would immediately come to find me and extract my true form. That's why it had sealed its power, preventing any accidental leakage of its aura. Should I confront him? But confronting a level 2 weakling at just 15 years old seems a bit unworthy. Just as it was pondering, Zhang Lin started grinning foolishly at the air. In Zhang Lin's eyes, when he mentioned forming one of the 4 secret sects with Xiao He, the system's pig brain began to load frantically. Side quest completed. You have effortlessly joined one of the 4 secret sects. Truly a born evil seed. Reward reflex speed doubled. A wave of intense pain swept through Zhang Lin's body as the rewards were announced. His various reflex abilities were being brutally enhanced. He felt a buzzing in his ears, and everything before him turned into slow motion in his eyes. The world seemed to be running at half speed, and since the nerves in his body had also been strengthened, he was now able to keep up with his reflexes. Zhang Lin assessed that if he were to fight against Zack, who was second in class at the same level, he would crush him in speed. At the same time, Zhang Lin shifted his gaze to the system, as the system's announcements had not yet concluded. Since you just joined, you have become the Pope of the secret sect, exceeding the task requirements, and receiving an additional reward. Reward reflex speed doubled again, and obtained a special title. Detected that your mental strength is insufficient to support the doubled reflex speed, so this reward will be delayed until your rank is raised. Zhang Lin was stunned. He felt that his reflex speed was already quite exaggerated. It should now be equivalent to the reaction speed of a level 10 paladin. What if it doubled again? Zhang Lin couldn't imagine how exaggerated his reaction speed would be at that point. Perhaps it would be comparable to a level 2 paladin. Meanwhile, he continued to scroll down to check his title. Special title: Pope of one of the 4 secret sects. Level legendary. Description: as the Pope of the secret sect, you possess the ability to communicate with the evil god of this sect, and the evil god will also grant you the utmost respect. And as a paladin, you are just an ordinary student in the eyes of the Holy Temple, which proves your excellent disguise ability. Title effect: when equipped, you can communicate with the evil god of this sect. When making sacrifices to the evil god must also adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange and cannot harm you by any means at any time. Additionally, while wearing this title, you will gain a disguise that is sufficient to fool even the righteous god's scrutiny, preventing the discovery of your identity as a member of the secret sect. A title is a reward bestowed upon a person for performing certain deeds by the world or various deities which others can see displayed by the person. This person can also choose to publicize or conceal the title. Moreover, titles can provide certain enhancements to the wearer. For instance, killing 1,000 slimes can yield the title Slime Slayer, granting a 10 boost in attacks against slimes. In some examinations, such titles can also serve as extra points, but how many points depend on the rarity of the title. For instance, Zhang Lin's legendary title belongs to the top tier. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment, then chose to equip the title while concealing it so that others could not view his title. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he displayed this title while walking down the street. It would probably scare the people around him to death. Perhaps just a second ago he was walking down the street, and the next moment several of the kingdom's strongest adventurers from the Holy Temple would arrive through a teleportation array ready to chop him into pieces. However, after equipping the title, Jiang Lin heard a strange sound coming from Xiao He in his hand. Should I confront him? Should I confront him? Confront me? What for? Wait, how can you a cat talk? Jiang Lin looked at Xiao He with astonishment. At the same time, he recalled the effect of the title. When equipped, you can communicate with the evil god of this sect. Is Xiao He our sect's evil god? No, that doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, he recalled Xiao He's various peculiarities, its clean fur, and its expressive demeanor. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. By the way, if Xiao He isn't an evil god, does that mean my earlier establishment of the secret sect isn't valid? After all, a secret sect without an evil god is simply not a true secret sect. It's merely a social organization of idlers. It's even less formidable than the roadside underworld evil king. At the same time, Jiang Lin discovered a serious question. Why would an evil god like you come to my home to scrounge for food? Upon hearing Jiang Lin's question, the little black creature in his hand was momentarily stunned. How can you communicate with me? Normally, no living being could comprehend its thoughts as an evil god, so it did not restrict its intentions. Thus, Jiang Lin was able to hear the heartfelt voice of the creature that could communicate with it. However, it had now restrained its own thoughts, only allowing Jiang Lin to hear what it wanted him to. At the same time, looking at the holy night before it, it discovered a wondrous connection between them. Is this a link between the evil god and the cultist? Moreover, a link of equality with the cult leader. The little black creature's cat-like eyes widened in astonishment. This means the cult has been established. It wore a face of disbelief. It must be known that such a link is not something just any evil god or cult could manifest. Only those cults that are powerful enough, large in scale, and have a long history recognized by the worlds can establish such a connection between cultists and evil gods. Damn it, after years of hard work, the cult was never officially established and was even destroyed. Yet this kid effortlessly establishes a cult recognized by the world's will. All of this surpassed its previous understanding of this world. The little black creature's small face was marked with great confusion. First, answer me, what exactly is your situation? Jiang Lin countered. Aren't you already aware? I am the cult leader. The little black creature broke free from Jiang Lin's grasp and jumped onto the table in front of him, its cat eyes gazing at Jiang Lin with an air of authority. I am the manifestation of the evil god. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin voiced his doubt. Since you are an evil god, why are you here to mooch off my food? The little black creature fell silent for a moment, then shifted the topic. Did you not know I was an evil god before? Jiang Lin retorted. Would you think a cat that came to my house to mooch food is a manifestation of an evil god? Then why do you want to establish a cult with me, eh? The little black creature looked at Jiang Lin. Because I want to be the cult leader. Jiang Lin replied, without blinking, simultaneously showing the title he had just acquired. Looking at Jiang Lin, who was clearly titled as one of the 4 major cult leaders, the little black creature finally recalled the silly name Jiang Lin had given this cult, one of the 4 major cults. What does that make me? The evil god of one of the 4 major cults. In the realm of evil gods, it would never dare to do such a thing. It feared that the moment it completed its self-ennoblement, it would be turned into a snack by the 4 major evil gods: pestilence, fear, pain, and joy. The idea of reversing fate and overwhelming the 4 major evil gods as a mere remnant of an evil god was something it couldn't even dare to contemplate. Also, why did he have a title? Did he just say something casually? What gives? Seeing the little black creature in silence, Jiang Lin continued to ask, so why did you come to my house to mooch food? The little black creature remained silent. Noticing its continued silence, Jiang Lin recalled what his swordsmanship teacher Mansa had told him about the cult that had been destroyed. Are you the evil god of the cult that was destroyed by the holy temple a few days ago? The little black creature glanced at Jiang Lin and continued to remain silent. Oh no, has it gone mute? Or did I just imagine that? Jiang Lin stroked his chin. The little black creature looked grim. You are too weak now, and your talent is abysmal. I can only accompany you for a few decades. Once you naturally die of old age, the cult will disband, and I will find a way to return my consciousness to my true form. The little black creature did not want to dispose of Jiang Lin and then escape to the territory of the demon clan, seeking to return its consciousness. However, with the link of equality in place, it could not harm him in any way. Unless it got lucky and Jiang Lin faced an unexpected death. Otherwise, this link would persist, and the title of evil god of one of the 4 major cults would remain with it. If it returned with this title and went unnoticed by the evil gods, that would be fine. But once exposed, it could only imagine how tragic the outcome would be. Upon hearing the little black creature's words, Jiang Lin roughly guessed the situation of this little evil god. It was probably some weak evil god now trapped and unable to return to its consciousness, and due to the effect of the title, it could not harm him. So it could only wait until he died of old age. then you might be disappointed. Because the person before you is about to become a renowned genius, a holy knight that will instill fear in demons, it is impossible for him to fall after just a few decades. Jiang Lin said without a hint of embarrassment. Just you. Save it, you don't even know your own worth, do you? The little black creature scoffed. The matter of genius is something that cannot be explained to an evil god like you. Jiang Lin sighed and shook his head. By the way, I saw that the title effect says I can engage in equal trade with you. What can you offer me in this trade? Upon hearing this, the little black creature's interest was piqued. Ahem, due to the long distance here, I cannot directly link with my true form. Therefore, if you wish to trade with me, you must either bring me to the territory of the demon clan or perform the required ritual array as per my request. You just need to sacrifice a bit of someone else's soul or flesh to me, and I can grant you limitless power. Your wild dreams of genius are not impossible. As it spoke, a hint of seduction crept into the little black creature's voice. However, Jiang Lin merely nodded indifferent. I see. After saying this, he tossed the little black creature aside and began practicing his basic swordsmanship. He had just recently enhanced his neural reflex speed when he was drawn in by the little black creature's oddities and had not yet familiarized himself with his current physical strength. Everything around him still seemed to be in a state of 0.5 speed in his eyes. If he did not adjust promptly, it would greatly deplete and affect his mental power. Perhaps for this reason the system had not granted him the reward of doubling his neural reflex speed. He practiced basic swordsmanship over and over again, allowing his mind to adapt to his stronger body. Seeing Jiang Lin ignoring him after his inquiries, the little black creature felt quite disappointed. However, the other party was a holy knight and should not bow to an evil force like itself, nor would it perform the act of sacrificing its soul to him. After a while, Jiang Lin finally adapted completely to his enhanced physique. The world in his eyes had returned to its original appearance, only automatically increasing his reaction capability to the highest intensity when necessary. Thus, he set aside the spare wooden sword at home. Then he sat cross-legged, skillfully practicing his breathing technique, absorbing the magical essence of the world into his body. In his perspective, drops of magical essence liquid dripped into the small bowl inside him, causing the liquid surface to rise at a visibly rapid rate. This speed was something he had never experienced in the past 3 years. Thus, this feeling made him intoxicated, completely immersing him in the practice of the breathing technique and losing track of time. Seeing Jiang Lin begin his practice and ignore him, Xiao He felt rather bored. It also wanted to find a way back, but now it completely dared not return. With the title of one of the 4 secret sects still on its head, if it uploaded its consciousness back to its main body, this title would be firmly attached to its original self. So for now, it could only wait for Jiang Lin to die, and the secret sect would naturally disband. To prevent Jiang Lin from causing any trouble, Xiao He also decided to keep a close watch on him. Should I also practice a breathing technique that beasts can use? After all, this body of mine will likely perish in a few years. At that time, I don't know what I will reincarnate into. If I practiced the breathing technique, I could evolve from an ordinary being to an extraordinary one. Naturally, my lifespan would be greatly extended. It's a pity that I am just an ordinary wildcat, otherwise with my knowledge and experience, possessing a gifted demon beast would make it possible to evolve it into a demon lord within a few decades or centuries. As for now, I can only take it step by step. Until I find a suitable opportunity and a fitting body, I will temporarily make do with this one. Previously, I did not cultivate, mainly out of fear of exposing my aura and being locked onto by righteous deities. But now with the link to Jiang Lin, my aura would not be sensed by them. With this in mind, it recalled a relatively simple breathing technique that ordinary beings could practice. As it inhaled and exhaled, the magical essence of the world began to flow towards its body. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a night had gone by. A faint light appeared in the dark sky, awakening the slumbering stone city. This ancient city was like an old machine with gears starting to turn one by one. Those who had not become adventurers got up early, and after a simple breakfast, they gathered at the doors of their respective workshops, waiting for the day to begin. As the sun rose, the workshops opened their doors, and the fundamental gears of this city began to turn, supplying it with fresh vitality. Some adventurers looking to gather specific extraordinary materials also arrived early at the gates of Stone City. After the routine inspection, they set off towards the perilous monster forest. Next came the students headed to school. Jiang Lin opened his tightly shut eyes and looked at the dimly lit sky outside the window. Is it already dawn? Due to the unparalleled comfort of the holy night breathing technique, Jiang Lin didn't even feel the need to sleep and practiced through the night. Adventurers are not like the characters in Jiang Lin's past life cultivation novels. They need to eat and sleep. However, to Jiang Lin's surprise, despite not sleeping all night, he felt more refreshed than ever. He used his spiritual power to introspect his body, carefully checking it. He then discovered that his current physical condition was even better than after a full night's sleep. Could this be the extra benefits brought by the peak of the Holy Night breathing technique? Jiang Lin speculated. If I continue to pull all-nighters a few more times, and if my physical and mental states remain excellent, it would prove that the peak of the breathing technique can indeed replace sleep, alleviating Jiang Lin's mental fatigue. Having restored his mental state to its peak, Jiang Lin opened the system to check the rewards he had not used from yesterday. Learn breath control technique. Perfect. Yes. In the next moment, a surge of memories flooded into Jiang Lin's mind, and scenes that did not exist flashed rapidly before his eyes, like a revolving lantern. He saw himself practicing the basic uses of the breath control technique continuously after learning it. However, as a holy knight, he had no talent for the assassin-type skill of breath control, so his progress was very slow. As time ticked by, his body transformed from a youth to a young adult, and his breath control technique evolved from being able to stay still for a few minutes to maintaining the state while slowly moving. But his practice was still not over. After several more years, he successfully pushed this skill to the perfect stage, able to use it while rapidly moving in battle. The vision ended, and Jiang Lin opened his somewhat weary eyes. Because the skill replication included the proficiency of the other party, he could not push it to the peak. The breath control technique might not be particularly useful for Jiang Lin as a holy knight, as it is generally an assassin skill used to conceal one's aura while lying in wait for the right moment to strike. However, since the system has replicated it, Jiang Lin might as well learn it. Who knows when it might be needed in the future? Then Jiang Lin checked if the system had updated the daily tasks. Daily tasks 1. Kill for fun 2. Dark humor 3. Torture. Surprisingly, they were exactly the same as yesterday's tasks. That's fine. At least these tasks are relatively simple for Jiang Lin, and the rewards are quite generous. If I can maintain such stable stat increases every day, I feel that sooner or later I will reach the strength to single-handedly slay evil gods. Xiao He, who had also practiced all night, seemed to sense something and shivered. Aren't you tired after staying up all night? Xiao He glanced sideways at Jiang Lin. I feel fine. Aren't you the same, having not slept either? Xiao He rolled its eyes. I practiced a simple breathing technique. Combined with my profound knowledge, I will soon push my proficiency to the limit. Using this proficient breathing technique won't make one feel fatigued, and it even has a resting effect. Don't you know this? Pausing, it mocked. Oh, I forgot. With your pitiful talent, you probably can't even touch a proficient breathing technique, so not knowing is normal. Perhaps you could try sacrificing a bit of your soul to your great evil god to exchange for infinite potential and future. Looking at Jiang Lin, it waited for his response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. Even a cat could push its breathing technique to the highest proficiency in one night. No, wait. I achieved this in the blink of an eye. The system is my astonishing talent. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin silently straightened his back. I'm not bad for a night's work. Barely managed to keep up with my pace. Jiang Lin nodded, acknowledging Xiao He's capabilities. Seeing that Jiang Lin was not astonished by his talent, Xiao He found it odd. How could a 15-year-old waste who was only at level 3 put on such airs? You have no idea of the heaven's heights. Let me show you what true depth and talent mean. Xiao He taunted again. Watch me surpass your 3 years of effort within a single month. Jiang Lin did not reply. Instead, he gathered his things to head out for school. Wait, take me with you. I need to keep an eye on you to prevent you from doing anything detrimental to me at the cathedral. Hearing this, Jiang Lin looked puzzled. You are the evil god I serve. Would I, your pope, harm you? If the cathedral discovers I am a member of the cult, my head would be on the line too. Xiao He seemed rather satisfied with Jiang Lin's words. Good that you understand. Keep your identity hidden. Once you die and this damn cult dissolves, I will return. By the way, after all this time, I still don't know your name. How could a mere mortal like you be worthy of knowing my exalted name? Then I'll call you Xiao He. The black cat fell silent for a moment. Fine, call me Lilith. Hearing the name, Jiang Lin stared at the black cat for a long while. Can I take back my earlier question, Xiao He? Meow. Xiao He hissed at Jiang Lin. Ignoring the cat, Jiang Lin turned and walked out the door. Little Lilith, aka Xiao He, followed closely behind him out the door. Remember to feed me. So why does a mighty evil god need to freeload meals at someone else's place? Xiao He remained silent. Finding no answer, Jiang Lin felt bored. Boss, 3 meat buns. Taking the breakfast, Jiang Lin still handed 1 meat bun to Xiao He, who was perched on his shoulder. Thanks. And thus a rather peculiar sight appeared on the street. A handsome young man with a black cat crouched on his shoulder, the cat, holding a meat bun identical to the boy's and gnawing on it with surprising human-like mannerisms. Jiang Lin noticed a line of ants foraging by the roadside. They marched in orderly formation, densely clustered around a fallen crumb of food. See that? I look at you the same way you look at those ants. Just casually discard a bit of unwanted food and you pounce on it with desperate hunger. As Jiang Lin gazed at the ants, Xiao He spoke with an arrogant tone. Killing you all is but a thought away, but the amusement of toying with your minds is what spares your lives. Jiang Lin ignored Xiao He's trash talk and simply stepped on the ants, grinding them with his soul. Hey, what are you doing? They were just foraging peacefully. Why crush them? Xiao He was baffled. Wasn't this guy a paladin? How could he have such a twisted taste? Ants gnaw on wood and damage buildings. They are pests. Jiang Lin answered succinctly. The reply made Xiao He ponder. It seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, a paladin as righteous and good-natured might be accustomed to doing such small deeds for the public good. Good, not overly saintly. Pity you're a paladin. Without a saintly mindset, it's hard to boost your strength quickly. But aren't termites the ones that gnaw wood? Are ordinary roadside ants also pests? Hey, answer me. Jiang Lin looked at the system rewards with satisfaction and quickened his pace towards school. He planned to claim the rewards once at school. Claiming them on the road without proper concealment would attract too much attention. It was better to wait for the quiet environment of the classroom. Arriving at the classroom, Jiang Lin was quite surprised to see his deskmate Fiang Yang already seated and buried in practice questions. Had that guy actually wised up? Jiang Lin sat down as well. Hey Jiang Lin, what's with the cat on your shoulder? The classmate in front of him leaned in. Oh, this one. I found it by the roadside. Seemed quite intelligent, so I took it home. Then this morning it clung to me and insisted on coming along, so I had no choice but to bring it. Jiang Lin explained. What are you saying? How dare you speak of your noble lady Lilith like that? Xiao He hissed at Jiang Lin. Wow, it does look pretty cute. Can I pet it? As he spoke, the front row classmate reached out to Xiao He. The cat immediately bristled and hissed furiously at him. Seeing Xiao He's reaction, the classmate looked disappointed. Seems like it doesn't like me much. Jiang Lin nodded. Exactly. First impressions matter. Xiao He didn't like you from the start, just like she didn't like her back then. Though you can work hard later to change the image you have in her heart, it can never compare to someone like me who had a perfect image from the very beginning. The order of feelings determines the possibility of love. Some people walk into her heart with a single gentle touch, while others wander and beg outside the door, forever unable to enter. The front row classmate's outstretched hand froze midair. Xiao He was puzzled. What the heck are you mumbling about? Whispers of the devil. With one sentence you made 3 people break down. Truly you are the chosen fiend. Reward mental strength 1,000. Someone else had broken down. Since he was already at school, Jiang Lin didn't hesitate and claimed the reward. Familiar pain sparked in his mind as his mental strength surged wildly. Mental strength 1,300, 2,300. The dark haze before his eyes vanished as Jiang Lin once again felt the enhanced mental power. The increase in mental strength granted him even greater control over his own power. Simultaneously, he could use mana-consuming skills more recklessly. Unfortunately, the only magic-type skills he currently possessed were low-grade healing and low-grade enhancement, with no other skills to consume his mental energy. He made a mental note to prioritize learning magical skills. Then he claimed the other 2 system rewards. Stamina 3,500, 4,500. Low-grade enhancement. Beginner mastered. His physical fitness had greatly improved, now more than double his initial level. Jiang Lin felt he could kill an ox with a single punch. With low-grade enhancement mastered, the consumption for self-use decreased, and both the casting startup and recovery time were reduced to fractions of a second, negligible in combat at his current level. Moreover, at the mastered level, low-grade enhancement could target specific body parts more precisely, allowing not only full body enhancement, but also localized reinforcement of bodily tissues. This gave Jiang Lin a bold idea. The morning cultural classes passed quickly. Today, Jiang Lin still chose not to listen, but instead sat cross-legged practicing his breathing technique. Meanwhile, he also familiarized himself with his strengthened body. With only 5 days until the midterm exams, Jiang Lin wanted to see if he could raise his level to 4 before then. Seeing Jiang Lin still so diligent, his classmates were quite surprised. Only a few who had been in the swordsmanship class the day before guessed the reason. His feats from yesterday had already spread across the entire class, leaving everyone amazed and puzzled. Hey old Jiang, I heard you reached level 3. After class, his deskmate Fiang Yang, who had been doing practice problems all morning, asked. Yeah, what's up? Jiang Lin nodded. Nothing much. I noticed you've been practicing the breathing technique these past 2 days. Guess you've tasted the sweetness of leveling up. But it took you 3 years just to reach level 3. Trying to get to level 5 in the next 70 days is nearly impossible, so I suggest you start looking for a backup plan or you'll end up starving with no money. Fiang Yang said. Leave the adventuring business to me. Once I become a great adventurer, I'll find a few pretty princesses to be your wives. Jiang Lin shook his head and said, I suggest you cherish the present moment, for it is now that your strength is closest to mine. Fei Yangyang looked skeptical. By the way, I heard you defeated the class top student Inya. How did you manage that? How did you convince her to hold back? Of course it was through strength. I don't believe it. Shall we have a match? As a ruthless and evil demon, how could you be provoked by just any trash? Let the opponent pay a heavy price. Requirement: defeat the opponent with thunderous methods and utterly trample them. Reward: randomly copy the skills mastered by the opponent. Jiang Lin thought this time's trampling by the system certainly did not mean the same as the last time. But can such a task be triggered just by being challenged? Interesting. Additionally, Jiang Lin noticed a small detail. When battling Zack and Enya, the system referred to them as geniuses and heavenly beauties, while for Tai Chun it labeled him as trash. I can only say the system's judgment is quite accurate. Come on, let's find an empty training ground. Jiang Lin readily agreed. He was also curious about his battle power against an enemy one level lower than him in an unrestricted free battle. Moreover, he wanted to test whether his enhancement technique would work. In the spacious training ground, the two took their stances. Old Jiang, aren't you going to use a sword? Tai Chun asked in confusion. However, Jiang Lin shook his head, saying, no need for a sword. If I took one up, you would have no chance of defeating me. Tai Chun was left speechless. What is old Jiang playing at? Without a referee, the two began their battle by mutual consent. Little Black squatted to the side watching their fight. Come on. I don't know your name, but hurry up and make a mistake to knock Jiang Lin out with a punch. Both rushed towards each other, and at the very beginning of the fight, Jiang Lin cast a layer of all attribute enhancement, the low-level enhancement technique, on himself. However, just as they were about to enter each other's attack range, Tai Chun saw Jiang Lin actually cast a low-level enhancement technique on him. A sacred golden light shone brightly, and the originally complex spell was completed almost instantaneously under Jiang Lin's high proficiency. Then this golden spell, radiating with holy light, swiftly floated towards Tai Chun, specifically towards his right leg. At that moment, Tai Chun lifted his right leg, and the sudden enhancement effect caught him off guard. As a result, he lost his balance and fell forward due to the unequal strength in his legs. Simultaneously, Jiang Lin's merciless iron fist the size of a sandbag came crashing in. Bang! Tai Chun was sent flying by Jiang Lin's punch, landing on the ground. What the heck are you playing dirty? Tai Chun was shocked. Enhancement technique can be used like this. Seeing his strategy succeed, Jiang Lin was quite pleased. Little Black beside him was equally astonished. Throwing enhancement techniques at the enemy. I never expected to see such a combat method from a low-level paladin. It should be noted that enhancement techniques are considered positive buffs and cannot be resisted like some curse-type skills through purification or immunity. Thus, Jiang Lin had essentially thrown a debuff at his opponent that was difficult to clear. However, to enhance a specific body part with general enhancement techniques, one must achieve a mastery level of exceptional skill. This would also set a certain threshold for others wanting to try it. Therefore, this move is only chosen by a small portion of high-level combat healers. Do you want to continue? I won't enhance your leg anymore. Jiang Lin inquired. He still had other directions he wanted to explore with enhancement techniques. Tai Chun sat on the ground for a while and then recovered. Let's go again. Jiang Lin smiled slightly, clearly not realizing what Tai Chun would face next. The two took their stances again, but Jiang Lin directly cast an enhancement technique towards Tai Chun in the distance. Seeing this, Tai Chun immediately became alert. As the speed of the enhancement technique was faster than his ability to dodge, he could not avoid it, and could only try to control his body as Jiang Lin's enhancement technique approached. Not enhancing his leg. What else could he enhance? The next moment, he saw the golden spell shining with holy light float directly into Tai Chun's abdomen. What is Jiang Lin trying to do? Tai Chun's expression showed confusion. However, the next moment his face changed dramatically. A strong sensation surged in his abdomen, and he felt his stomach churning. The enhancement technique indeed took effect on him, and this time it targeted none other than his intestines. He hugged his stomach, lying directly on the ground to endure. The enhancement technique, radiating with a sacred glow, shone within Tai Chun's body, and the skill that should have brought him benefits now directly launched a fierce assault on his lower regions. Puff! A sound of despair echoed, and both Tai Chun and Little Black, who was watching, widened their eyes. They couldn't understand why a skill filled with holiness and light could be used by Jiang Lin to produce such an evil, twisted, and indescribable effect. This is the skill I developed, Jet Aura. The principle is to enhance the peristaltic speed of your intestines through the enhancement technique, thus causing you to uncontrollably jet. Jiang Lin pushed up his non-existent glasses while explaining to the two. Tai Chun, holding his stomach, looked at Jiang Lin in shock. This kind of dirty trick he had never heard of before. Is it really a human who could come up with such a method? Little Black now also had to look on in astonishment. I have seen ordinary poison healers before, but this kind of twisted poison is truly the first time I have encountered. At the same time, both of them looked at Jiang Lin, who was proudly reveling in his achievement, not far away, and couldn't help but feel the same sentiment. This Jiang Lin is truly a nascent East Star. In an instant, Xiao He found himself deep in thought. Is this guy really a paladin? How could a paladin use his skills with such a grotesque effect? He certainly seems to possess the qualities of a cultist. Meanwhile, Tai Chun, after a brief moment of shock, began to contemplate the issue with his pants. Looking at Jiang Lin not far away, he wanted to inquire about the other's floating log, but upon reflection, he realized Jiang Lin indeed lacked one, leaving him with the feeling of hitting cotton with a punch. Now he just wanted to give his past self a punch from a few minutes ago. Why did he seek Jiang Lin for a duel of all things? Have you used this move on anyone else? Not yet. Today is the first experiment, and I didn't expect it to succeed immediately. Upon hearing this, Tai Chun was even more infuriated, but then he had a sudden inspiration. Promise me don't tell anyone else, I'll help you keep it a secret. Wait until the midterm exam, and you can use this move to astonish everyone. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll go home to change my pants. If I'm not back before afternoon class, please tell the teacher for me. Just say that I had something at home, and went back, and don't mention I had a pants mishap. After saying this, Tai Chun walked away with an odd gait. Watching Tai Chun's retreating figure, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Even the strongest have their moments of vulnerability. Xiao He glanced sideways at Jiang Lin, no longer wanting to use any words to describe the newly emerged situation. Soon after, a system message box appeared before Jiang Lin. The system seemed to load for a brief moment, seemingly contemplating how to evaluate Jiang Lin's actions. Incredible! Such a cruel and terrifying demonic technique is actually your handiwork. It has completely robbed these worthless opponents of their courage to battle you. Task completed. Randomly copying opponent's skills. Acquired skill basic fist technique mastery. Would you like to learn it immediately? Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and then chose yes. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind. However, this time the volume of memories was the least he had ever experienced. He spent only 2 to 3 years to elevate his proficiency in basic fist technique to mastery. Nonetheless, there were still some physical changes. New reflex pathways formed within his body, and new muscle memory was etched into him. At the same time, a thick layer of calluses developed on his fists, and any expert would recognize at a glance that these were the result of years of training accumulated through exposure to the elements and relentless practice. In just a few seconds in the real world, Jiang Lin transformed from a novice with only a slight understanding of fist techniques into a seasoned practitioner with considerable insight. One could only wonder how Tai Chun would react upon learning of Jiang Lin's rapid progress. Meanwhile, Xiao He, having not released its sensing ability, did not perceive the changes within Jiang Lin's body, merely watching in some confusion as Jiang Lin suddenly began throwing punches. After executing a complete set of fist techniques fluidly, Jiang Lin discovered that the techniques not only enhanced his understanding of combat, but also significantly improved his control over his muscle movements. Xiao He, did you see that? In the blink of an eye, I learned the basic fist technique he demonstrated. This is talent. Xiao He's expression darkened. Don't call me Xiao He, refer to me as Lilith. Besides, who knows how long you secretly practiced before? You're just a mere ant in my eyes. As it spoke, Xiao He displayed a look of disdain. Are you still going to eat lunch and dinner today? Jiang Lin attempted to hit Xiao He where it hurt. I am now practicing breathing techniques, and I'm about to step into the realm of extraordinary beings. I don't care for your meager food. Then why didn't you practice earlier and come over to mooch off me? Jiang Lin asked, voicing his confusion. Yet Xiao He fell silent like a riddle cat that wouldn't speak. After having lunch with Xiao He, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom. At this moment, Tai Chun, now wearing a new pair of pants, had returned to his seat. Upon seeing Jiang Lin return to the classroom, the look in his eyes was as mournful as that of a vengeful ghost. Jiang Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Old Jiang, I have a wish. After sitting down, Tai Chun spoke to Jiang Lin. Go ahead, what is your wish? I hope you can use that move on me again the same way you used it on others, especially during the midterm exam. Seeing how much Tai Chun was fixating on this matter, Jiang Lin could only offer comfort. All right, if the opportunity arises, I will give it a try. It's best to do so. Saying this, he cast another mournful glance at Jiang Lin, causing Jiang Lin to shiver. It was evident how much psychological damage Jiang Lin's developed jet ring had inflicted. Of course, Tai Chun had no way of knowing that his few words today would lead to a tremendous tragedy and chaos during the practical session of the midterm exam in a few days. Before the first class began, Jiang Lin resumed sitting cross-legged at his desk, practicing the breathing technique and continuously accumulating magic essence within himself. Meanwhile, Tai Chun finally calmed down and began silently working through some exercises. At this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly arrived, announcing news about the midterm exam in a few days. Please listen carefully. The practical assessment in a few days will be different from previous arena competitions. After discussions between the school's higher authorities and those from 2 other junior magic academies, it was decided to rent an artificial secret realm allowing students from all 3 schools to enter for a joint examination. This competition venue is exceptionally spacious, sufficient for students from all 3 schools to enter together. Moreover, this secret realm will simulate a real wild magical beast forest identical in format to the final examination for junior adventurers. This provides you with a chance to adapt and advance. The cost of renting such a secret realm is extremely high, and previous years have not had such a simulated testing opportunity, so you must cherish it. As for the specific rules, I am not sure. They should be announced when the time comes, and you can refer to the rules of the practical test for junior adventurers. I feel it should be similar to those rules. Although you are the bottom of the class, if you work hard, perhaps you can still get into a mid-level magic academy. The teacher believes in you, and you should believe in yourselves. The homeroom teacher, named Lei Ku, appeared to be quite honest and upright. After he finished speaking, he scanned the students below, finding that aside from a few, almost no one was paying attention to him, leading him to sigh. Being assigned to be the homeroom teacher for such a class indicates his standing among the teaching staff. He was often assigned to take over such troublesome classes due to his overly honest nature. It seems this year's performance won't be great again. If only the top student could be in my class. At this thought, he glanced toward Jiang Lin and Tai Chun seated quietly in the corner. To his surprise, Tai Chun, the class's top student who had never shown interest in academic studies, was diligently solving practice problems. And Jiang Lin, the once celebrated prodigy now fallen to a mere level 2, was silently practicing a breathing technique. No, judging by the intensity of arcane energy pulsing around him, he had already advanced to level 3. Remarkable. After 3 long years, the boy had finally ascended to level 3. But then, what was that black cat doing there? Oh, never mind. These students had brought far more astonishing things before. A black cat was hardly extraordinary. Everyone should learn from classmates Tai Chun and Jiang Lin. They understand the value of time and strive relentlessly. So must you all redouble your efforts. Homeroom teacher Like's words instantly drew every student's gaze toward the 2 figures in the corner. Watching their unwavering dedication, even those nearby who had been playfully teasing one another felt an inexplicable unease, as if they too ought to pause their frivolity and do something meaningful. Yet neither Tai Chun nor Jiang Lin acknowledged the teacher's praise, fully absorbed in their own worlds. Meanwhile, the few students who had left last the previous day recalled the scene they'd witnessed upon departing. The entire class had packed up and gone home. Only these 2 remained, the top-ranked and the bottom-ranked student alike utterly oblivious to their surroundings, lost in relentless self-cultivation. He immediately shared what he'd seen the day before with those nearby. I stayed late for cleaning duty yesterday, and when I finally left, neither of them showed the slightest intention of heading home. Really? Hearing this, those around him gasped in astonishment. They've been just as focused this morning. Do you think it's merely a passing burst of enthusiasm, fading within days? That seems likely. After all, haven't we all experienced those fleeting surges of ambition? I'm not so sure. Didn't Jiang Lin defeat both the top and second-ranked students in solo sword duels yesterday? Didn't they suppress their levels to give him a fair fight? Even with level suppression, raw swordsmanship proficiency remains unchanged. Yesterday, Jiang Lin mentioned something about no longer concealing his strength. Do you think it's true? Sigh, truth or fiction aside, doesn't seeing them work so hard stir an odd discomfort within you? Hey, you feel it too. Me as well. It's as if only by striving alongside them can this unease be eased. Innocent students from this foreign world, of course, had no inkling that what awaited them was a terrifying phenomenon known as the grind. Though their diligence unsettled many, most in this underperforming class remained unmoved. Only a handful felt a sudden tightening in their chests and followed suit, beginning to train or solve problems earnestly. The majority, however, after that brief pang of tension, simply resumed their idle amusements. Such is the nature of a struggling class. To rise above its environment demands rare resolve. Time slipped swiftly away, and soon Jiang Lin's swordsmanship lesson began. Students rose from their seats. Jiang Lin made his way to the swordsmanship hall. The kingdom trained adventurers primarily to cultivate elite warriors of exceptional combat prowess. Hence, practical combat dominated all assessments. This explained why Jiang Lin, despite excelling academically, consistently ranked below peers whose higher levels and superior battlefield skill outweighed his scholarly merits. Now, however, his physical strength had tripled, surpassing the average of level 3 holy knights, and he had mastered multiple high-proficiency skills. His combat power had therefore surged dramatically. Alas, during his earlier match with Tai Chun, Jiang Lin had employed subtle tactics to secure victory, leaving Tai Chun too intimidated to face him again. Thus, Jiang Lin remained uncertain of his true capabilities when fighting without restraint. Perhaps this very swordsmanship lesson would reveal the answer. Yet the moment Jiang Lin stepped into the swordsmanship hall, his attention was seized by a striking statuesque figure. Anya of the elite class stood inside, and as his eyes met hers, her gaze, burning with fierce battle lust, locked onto him at once. Had their instructor been called away? Wasn't this the remedial classes session? Jiang Lin paused, puzzled. Lord Jiang Lin. Anya approached, first offering a courteous greeting. After a brief pause, she added, I've swapped my schedule. I wish to spar with you again several times over. Last night, she had meticulously replayed their duel in her mind, uncovering numerous flaws in her foundational swordsmanship. Such imperfections might go unnoticed in ordinary skirmishes, but at higher echelons where overall aptitude is evenly matched, such minute details often determine victory or defeat. Having corrected these nuances, she had integrated them across all her sword forms, slightly elevating her overall strength. Noticing Jiang Lin's stunned silence, she continued, I will compensate you generously and lend you a sword technique manual for study. Overhearing this, several classmates, who had been surreptitiously observing the pair, clenched their teeth in bitter envy. Cursed Jiang Lin. To stand so near the noble radiant Lady Anya is grievous enough, but now she offers him such lavish recompense. Naturally, Jiang Lin accepted with delight. With her level suppressed to match his, Anya ranked solidly among the strongest of her tier. A duel against her would thus serve as an accurate gauge of his own abilities, though restricted to foundational swordsmanship alone, lacking other skill synergies, rendering comprehensive comparison impossible. Yet when Anya produced her payment and the sword manual, Jiang Lin faltered, his composure slipping. There, gleaming in her palm, lay a single gold coin. Recall, 30 copper coins sufficed to sustain a family of 3 for an entire month, while 1 gold coin equaled 100 coppers. Could this truly be a legendary heiress? And not only gold. She also offered a sword technique of unknown rank. Jiang Lin's heart raced, and instinctively he scanned for any system response. Disappointingly, none appeared. Previously, every challenge or duel had triggered a system prompt urging him to accept battle. Was it possible the system only activated once per challenger? Jiang Lin speculated, and whether this hypothesis held true would become clear only through future encounters. Meanwhile, seeing him frozen in place, Anya withdrew the sword manual she'd prepared. It was a worn, slightly curled volume, clearly second-hand, perhaps even third or fourth-hand. This technique is called the 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash, a high-tier light affinity art suited for holy knights requiring no incantation for activation. I have studied it myself and annotated key insights throughout. These notes will accelerate your mastery. Oh, and please return the manual when finished. It remains rather costly. Happiness came too suddenly, leaving Jiang Lin somewhat unaccustomed. The little black cat who came with Jiang Lin to the swordsmanship classroom was equally bewildered. Under its exploration, the girl's talent before him was incomparably higher than that of this cheap pope, yet she came to seek him for a spar and even brought so many good things. Could it be? She is a follower of the Joy sect. A flash of extraordinary wisdom flickered in the little black cat's eyes. However, when it looked into Anya's eyes, which burned with intense battle intent, it became a bit confused. There was no hint of romantic feelings, only a desire for combat. What is going on? Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment before he nodded in agreement. Thank you for your generosity. It is an honor to fight with you. I will bring forth my utmost strength in this battle. As he spoke, a strong desire for combat also ignited in his eyes. A bit excited, he rubbed his hands together and accepted the gold coins and combat skills. When he learned that this was actually a high-level combat skill, he nearly asked Anya who to kill. After all, the value of a high-level combat skill is far greater than a single gold coin. Without discounts from the Holy Hall or other benefits, a high-level combat skill could sell for hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Although Anya was only lending it to him for study, now this qualification for learning was equally precious. Come on, when do we start? Jiang Lin raised the wooden sword for training and assumed a basic starting stance. Seeing Jiang Lin's eager demeanor, Anya was also taken aback. She didn't expect that after giving him some gold coins he would become so enthusiastic. However, this suited her well. She pulled out a necklace and put it on. In the next moment, her original momentum significantly diminished, dropping to level 3. This is a sealing necklace I borrowed from my family's swordsmanship teacher, capable of completely suppressing all my attributes to level 3, allowing us to compete fairly in pure technique, without gaining an advantage through physical attributes. As she spoke, she also assumed the same starting stance. Her family's swordsmanship teacher. Truly a wealthy woman. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. At the same time, he charged forward. Seeing Jiang Lin rushing and Anya's pupils constricted. This speed seemed to have increased significantly since yesterday. She couldn't afford to be careless and quickly made a block. Swish. Jiang Lin's slash came with an unconventional angle, targeting the gaps in Anya's defense. How did his speed increase so much? Anya was shocked. At the same time, she quickly adjusted the direction of her wooden sword for defense. However, upon seeing her respond, Jiang Lin's original strike unexpectedly changed trajectory, bypassing her defense and aiming for her wrist. Smack! The wooden sword lightly struck her wrist, knocking the sword she held out of her hand. In the astonished eyes of Anya and those around her, the wooden sword fell to the ground with a thud. With the speed of nerve reflexes doubled, Jiang Lin's reaction and speed could be deemed unbeatable among those of the same level. Unless one possessed special combat skills or belonged to an assassin class, it would be very difficult to defend against. With my reaction speed and strength, you cannot defeat me at the same level. Take off the necklace. After testing his strength slightly, Jiang Lin understood his combat capabilities. How is this possible? How could he possess such reaction speed? Yet Anya was still in shock. At this moment, she recalled what Jiang Lin had said to her yesterday. Geniuses need to accumulate. Could it be that he had been holding back on leveling up to obtain higher base attributes? But a level 3 paladin shouldn't possess this kind of reaction speed, right? Even if she lifted her restrictions, her reaction speed probably wouldn't keep up. Could it be that this is the true genius? For a moment, Anya began to doubt herself. Am I really considered a genius? At the same time, she recalled yesterday's battle. So he had been going easy on me yesterday. Otherwise, I could never have fought him for so long. With this thought, Anya secretly gritted her teeth. However, she did not take off the necklace. Instead, she asked again, can I use a skill? Moi. Jiang Lin asked in confusion, what skill? Super speed. Thinking it can enhance my reaction ability. Even if I remove the level restrictions, my reaction speed still won't be able to match yours, she admitted frankly. At the same time, the flames of defiance and battle ignited in her eyes. No problem. Only when both of them had similar reaction abilities could they engage in a technical spar. Otherwise, the faster party would easily exploit the endless flaws of the other, making combat impossible. In the next moment, a blue light flickered in Anya's golden eyes as she activated super speed thinking. This time, she took the initiative and engaged Jiang Lin in combat. She charged forward with large strides, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a forceful momentum, whistling towards Jiang Lin's chest. Jiang Lin quickly responded. At this distance, there was no way to evade. He could only parry. With a bang, the swords in their hands clashed together once again after a day. Moi. A tremendous force transmitted through the sword's tip, exceeding Anya's estimate by 50%. His strength has increased again. This is a case of cumulative strength bursting forths. Anya was once again shocked. The impact Jiang Lin brought her today was a bit too much. However, they were currently engaged in battle, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. She had to continue fighting Jiang Lin. In an instant, the wooden swords in both their hands kept colliding, the sounds of slashes raining down on the rooftop, echoing throughout the swordsmanship classroom. Originally standard sword moves came alive in their hands. Various techniques were executed agilely as they clashed. This scene left a group of struggling students in shock. How is it so fast? What in the world is going on with Jiang Lin? Even the swordsmanship teacher Mansa, who had just arrived in the classroom to prepare for class, was momentarily stunned. How could this kid Jiang Lin have such fast reaction speed? Furthermore, his sword techniques seemed to be seamless. If I were at the same level, I might not be able to win. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was also secretly astonished. The enhancement from this skill is so significant. It seems that the skill super speed thinking is worth learning for myself. Jiang Lin couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had faced Anya in this state, without the nerve reflex speed enhancement from yesterday. Even with mastery of peak basic swordsmanship, he would surely have been thoroughly defeated. However, now both their reaction speeds had reached the same level, so what was being tested was the understanding of swordsmanship techniques. In this aspect, Jiang Lin was still at an overwhelming advantage. After just over a dozen sword moves, he seized a momentary mistake from Anya, pointing the wooden sword directly at her snow-white neck. The wooden sword sliced through the air, stopping less than a centimeter from Anya's neck, the air displaced by the blade hitting her skin. This scene nearly caused the little black cat nearby to drop its jaw to the ground. What the heck? This useless person actually possesses such strong combat abilities. I have learned my lesson. Anya put down the sword in her hand and began to reflect on the battle that had just taken place, summarizing the imperfections in her swordsmanship. At that moment, the class bell rang and the students in the troublemaker class gathered and stood in their respective positions. Jiang Lin was just about to tell Anya that he would go speak to the teacher, but Meng Sa spoke up first. You two can practice on your own now. What I'm teaching in class is of little use to you at this point. Thank you, teacher. After receiving permission, Jiang Lin stepped out of the line and waited for Anya to finish her reflection. At this time, Jiang Lin also picked up the book, 7 Stars Sacred Radiance / to study the battle techniques within. Jiang Lin frowned in contemplation as he flipped through the pages, stopping after just 2 or 3 pages. This thing. Is it really something that a person can practice? Even with Anya's notes for guidance, Jiang Lin felt as if he were reading a celestial script as he looked at the text on the pages. 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash is a battle technique that requires the manipulation of magical essence, unlike the basic swordsmanship that Zhang Lin had learned before, which only required decent control of his body muscles. Prior to this, Zhang Lin had hardly learned any techniques that required the manipulation of magical essence, so he felt like a student who had just learned addition and subtraction being asked to tackle calculus. Of course, for students with decent talent, the gap between these two might not be so significant. It would just be the difference between example problems and advanced exercises. But for someone like Zhang Lin, who was of mediocre talent, he could only rely on time to gradually make progress. At this moment, Anya finished her reflection and prepared to continue sparring with Zhang Lin, who also took the opportunity to put down the skill book in his hands. Thus the two began to engage in battle once more. This time Zhang Lin was astonished to find that Anya's progress in basic swordsmanship was nearly visible to the naked eye. Each time they finished sparring, she gained new insights, advancing further from her already profound foundation. Could this be what it means to be a genius? Thinking of his own slow progress before acquiring a system, Zhang Lin felt a hint of gloom. After another round of battle ended, Anya once again began to reflect and summarize, while Zhang Lin felt that he would likely not be able to grasp the 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash in a short time. Therefore, he hurriedly sat down and began practicing the breathing technique. With such little time, can you really get into the zone? Anya was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Lin like this. After all, generally speaking, practicing the breathing technique requires focus and the elimination of distractions, which takes some time to prepare. However, Zhang Lin replied while practicing the breathing technique, "I'm too far behind now. Oh, I must seize every moment I can." Anya sensed the magical essence slowly flowing towards Zhang Lin and chose not to say anything further. For some reason, as she watched Zhang Lin work so hard, Anya recalled that during her free time, she had not been as diligent in her practice and felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. However, this feeling was fleeting as she shook her head and pushed the thought aside, continuing to reflect on the sparring they had just had. In the subsequent class, the two would spar for a while and then rest for a while. Anya's swordsmanship improved bit by bit, while Zhang Lin also accumulated a considerable amount of practical combat experience during this process. Previously, Zhang Lin was only somewhat familiar with skills, but he lacked experience in combat. Thus, this opportunity now allowed him to gain significant practical experience. Time quickly passed, and the swordsmanship class came to an end. Anya reluctantly put down her wooden sword. "I will come to find you for future swordsmanship classes. If you manage to learn the skill I gave you and can adeptly use it in battle with me, I can offer you other sword techniques." Hearing the first half of Anya's words, Zhang Lin felt it was within his expectations. After all, a gold coin and this sword technique book could easily cover the cost of being her sparring partner for a semester. Not to mention, he could also gain practical experience from it. When he heard Anya's last sentence, it felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Offering other sword techniques. It's worth noting that the skill book Anya had given him had a market price of several hundred or even thousands of gold coins, which Zhang Lin could never afford on his own. But now he could continue to benefit from Anya's sponsorship. What a great person. Zhang Lin was naturally overjoyed. Thus, he quickly prioritized the learning of this skill. Anya watched Zhang Lin's departing figure and confirmed that this young man had already surpassed the swordsmanship teacher hired by her family in the realm of basic swordsmanship. What an astonishing talent. It's a pity his cultivating speed is somewhat slow, but is it true that all geniuses need time to settle? Back in the classroom, he calmed his mind and began reading the densely packed text of the 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash. "What are you looking at?" Taichen leaned over. "High-level battle techniques." He looked at Zhang Lin in surprise. "Old Zhang, don't tell me you actually understand this." Zhang Lin shot him a glance without responding, instead focusing intently on the text and diagrams in the skill book. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a class had passed. He exhaled a breath of stale air and closed the skill book. Damn it. I can't understand it. Now Zhang Lin truly experienced the helplessness of being a poor student. "Hey kid, you've been flipping through for so long, why are you still on the first page?" Little Black mocked as he saw Zhang Lin put down the skill book. "I thought you were a genius because you could fight so well, but it turns out you're just a slightly stronger brute." As Little Black continued to talk trash, he snatched the skill book from Zhang Lin's hands. "It's too difficult, it's the book's fault." Zhang Lin replied, not batting an eye. His conversation with Little Black occurred through mental telepathy, a form of spiritual communication that others could not hear. "Do you actually believe what you're saying?" Little Black said with a mocking expression. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you, but you'll need to pay a price." "What price?" "Offer a certain amount of your soul as a sacrifice." Little Black's voice carried a hint of temptation. Zhang Lin frowned. "To sacrifice my soul? That's too steep. I refuse." No, 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 it's not your soul you need to sacrifice. You can hunt other humans and offer their souls to me instead. Little Black hastily clarified. Zhang Lin thought for a moment and nodded. All right, no problem. But not right now, my strength is still insufficient, and performing a sacrifice to you would likely require some sort of ritual array rite. How about this, you teach me first, and then I'll owe you one. When the time is right, I'll perform the sacrifice. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's affirmative response, Little Black was taken aback. He had prepared to continue his persuasive arguments, but had no chance to do so. Not this. Did he just agree? Isn't he a paladin? How can he make a deal with an evil god like me? For a moment, considering Zhang Lin's series of inexplicable behaviors, including stepping on ants for no reason and using a jet ring during sparring, Little Black concluded this paladin definitely has some psychological issues. After a moment of silence to accept this arrangement, Xiao He said, well, let me see how difficult this skill is. I will determine the number of souls required based on the difficulty of the skill. Then Xiao He took the skill book to the ground, hiding in the corner to read it. No problem, Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. To be honest, Zhang Lin found it strange that as an evil god the other party would be interested in the souls of these ordinary beings and willing to grant power to the sacrificers. Logically speaking, if the other party was so powerful, they could simply take the souls of some beings themselves. Why rely on others? Then he voiced his doubts. However, Xiao He did not even look up. Kids should go play knowing this is useless for you. Zhang Lin fell silent and began to practice his breathing technique with his eyes closed. However, in less than a minute, Xiao He flipped to the last page of the book in his claws. All right, let me teach you how to practice. You need to sacrifice 10 souls of 0-level adventurers to me. Without a second thought, Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. After all, he hadn't specified when he would repay. As long as the opportunity was not appropriate, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, if he really had to repay the debt, he could always join the Knight Order of the Holy Temple and hunt down the evil cult members to sacrifice for it, which would also be a service to the people. Seeing Zhang Lin agree so readily, Xiao He felt a bit uneasy, so he quickly drafted a mental contract that only the two of them could see, asking Zhang Lin to sign it. A slightly yellowed parchment appeared in Zhang Lin's mind with the relevant contract terms written in black ink. The general content of the contract was Xiao He teaches Zhang Lin the skills, and Zhang Lin needs to sacrifice 10 souls of 0-level adventurers to Xiao He when the conditions are right. Seeing how serious the other party was, Zhang Lin sighed and carefully checked the mental contract. Confirming it was correct just as he was about to sign it, he asked with some unease, you didn't pull any tricks on the contract, did you? Xiao He's disdainful voice came, I wouldn't bother scheming with a little brat like you. Then teach me how to sign, and I will draft the mental contract. Why make it so complicated? Hurry up, or once you sign, I can teach you the skills. No way, I don't trust the contract you drafted. Xiao He fell silent, unable to persuade Zhang Lin, and eventually taught him how to draft this kind of mental contract. It was a method of using spiritual power akin to setting up bindings and spells within the soul. If the established spells were violated, the soul would be detonated by the spells, leading to one's own demise. Of course, the specific punishment depended on the severity of the contract. Xiao He put away his own copy of the contract, secretly cursing this kid for being so cautious. Previously, he had thought Zhang Lin was all talk. He never expected his thoughts to be so meticulous. In fact, the mental contract IOU he had given Zhang Lin earlier was a double-sided contract. If it were to be compared, it was like a straightforward IOU, but if the surface IOU were torn open, there would actually be another contract inside. If Zhang Lin had signed the IOU just now, the underlying contract would have been activated as well. As an evil god, Xiao He was certainly no fool. He had originally added several oppressive clauses to the contract underneath. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was clumsily attempting to conjure a mental contract IOU. With the boost in spiritual power provided by the system, Zhang Lin was able to condense this level of mental contract. After more than 10 minutes, he finally succeeded. All right, come sign. I have refined the binding of the contract. Xiao He glanced at Zhang Lin's contract and was suddenly taken aback. Originally just a few dozen words, the IOU had been expanded by Zhang Lin to several thousand words. However, after reading through it, the essence remained unchanged. One was responsible for teaching and the other for sacrificing. However, Zhang Lin had added clauses such as, Party B must not make any harmful alterations to the original skill. If there are improvements, Party A must be informed of the improvements. Party B cannot deliberately omit key teaching parts. Party A will provide suitable opportunities for Party B to offer souls, ensuring Party A's safety in all aspects, and so on. There was even a final line stating, the interpretation rights of all the above clauses belong to Party A. All right, I've signed. Now you sign too. Xiao He was momentarily speechless. Zhang Lin, however, felt that what he did was completely justified. After all, the other party was an evil god. One should be cautious when making deals with an evil god. Just as Xiao He was about to sign, he suddenly paused as if he had discovered something. Then with a dark expression he asked Jiang Lin, "Explain this to me, what is this?" As he spoke he magnified the mental contract Jiang Lin had given him. In an inconspicuous corner, a very small line of text read, "From now on, all skill learning by Party A will be entirely taught by Party B." Well, look at you with those big eyes. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Originally, Xiao He intended to use the contract to trick Jiang Lin, but unexpectedly, he almost got outsmarted by this kid. Seeing his little trick exposed, Jiang Lin laughed it off. What's going on? I don't know if it seems like some dust fell on it." Saying this, he wiped away that line of text in the corner. In fact, from the very beginning, Jiang Lin had been able to draft his own mental contract. This mental contract drafting was within the scope of the teachings at the Junior Magic Academy. The reason he wanted Xiao He to teach him was to make the other party think he was a novice, thereby lowering their guard, and then have him sign the oppressive contract. Xiao He was furious and began to carefully inspect the contract Jiang Lin had given him. He had now determined that this guy in front of him was certainly not a pure-hearted and kind person. This guy's heart was probably darker than some cult members. No wonder his talent as a paladin was so poor. It was a miracle that he could cultivate to level 3. Moreover, there was one more thing: the other party was only 15 years old and had no social experience. To rely solely on his own talent and have such a dark heart, if he were to take on a profession similar to a fallen knight, he would probably be regarded as a gifted genius. However, Jiang Lin did not have a clear self-awareness regarding this point. Soon Xiao He's expression darkened again as he brought out Jiang Lin's mental contract. "You explain this to me, what is this thing?" As he spoke, Xiao He pointed at the previously empty area of the mental contract parchment. Now it looked completely blank, but Xiao He actively changed the color of the parchment from yellow-brown to white. To his surprise, the formerly empty area had words written in yellow-brown ink appear. Jiang Lin had hidden another oppressive clause within the mental contract using ink that matched the background color of the parchment. Seeing that his own trick had been seen through, Jiang Lin felt a bit embarrassed, yet he maintained his composure and erased the words written in a special color. Ahem, there seems to be a problem with this parchment. Little Black looked at the guy in front of him, secretly clicking his tongue. If it weren't for his cunning as an evil god, he would have truly been tricked by this guy. "You have so many underhanded tricks, just use the contract I drafted." "No way, as an evil god you definitely have more tricks than I do." No, I can't think of any underhanded trick that involves releasing enhancement spells into someone else's intestines." "Enough of this nonsense. If you want to trade with me, the contract must be drafted by me. Then I won't teach you anymore." Phil just shamelessly asked Anya. "She's so nice, she definitely won't reject me." The two began to bicker again, and Little Black nearly shouted in frustration. "Damn it, why is it so difficult to make a deal with this guy?" Afterwards, Little Black checked the contract a few more times and finally signed it with ease. Luckily, this guy didn't use any dual contract tricks, otherwise he wouldn't dare to trade with him. With the contract signed, a mental spell was set within their souls. "Come on, teach me how to learn. It's not convenient here, they'll teach you later when no one's around, or you can find an empty classroom now." It's currently class time, which is indeed not suitable for practicing swordplay, but Jiang Lin still said, "No worries, just explain to me what all this means, or I need to understand it first so I can practice later." Upon hearing this, Little Black was stunned. Does this thing need explanation and understanding? Jiang Lin remained silent, exchanging a stare with Little Black. "All right, let me explain it to you." He then began to explain the skill book to Jiang Lin. You don't know about magic resonance." "What? You don't even know the path of magic? What have you been learning for the past 3 years?" The more he explained, the more shocked Little Black became. How can this guy not know so many things? However, Jiang Lin felt quite helpless. After all, he had never had the chance to learn higher-level skills. The few enhancement and healing spells that required magical power were the simplest versions, which almost didn't require forming a magic circuit in his body, so his knowledge in this area was quite limited. This also led to him being unable to understand the skill book at first. Even with Anya's notes, he couldn't comprehend it. Moreover, this is a high-level skill. Previously, his skills were either unranked or low-level, and he didn't even have any mid-tier skills as a buffer. Fortunately, Little Black turned out to be a good teacher, explaining quite well. Although Jiang Lin didn't understand some parts, he forcibly memorized them and prepared to digest the information slowly later. It's still too troublesome. If I could set up a ritual, I could directly implant this knowledge into your brain. After finishing the entire explanation of the skill, Little Black lay on the windowsill basking in the sun. The one human and one cat had been communicating through mental exchange from the beginning of the transaction until the end of the skill explanation, so no one else noticed anything unusual. Once he understood, Jiang Lin began to meditate and practice his breathing technique, slowly enhancing his level. Now that the system could provide him with enhancements in physical fitness and mental strength, he did not have to worry about an excess of magical energy in his body leading to self-detonation. Now he just needed to rapidly increase his level. With the system, Zhang Lin certainly wouldn't be satisfied with merely attending an ordinary intermediate magic academy. If possible, he definitely wanted to enter the top-tier intermediate magic academy. After all, the resource disparity between different levels of magic academies was as vast as the sky and the earth. However, he was currently 3 years behind others and had too much to learn. Anya could easily boost her reaction speed to match his with just one skill: super speed thinking. Not to mention, as a genius, she definitely had many more skills that she hadn't revealed. Let alone other talented professions like wizards and archers. Dealing with them was also quite tricky for him. So he needed to seize the time to improve his strength. Time quickly passed, and before long it was time for school to end. However, Zhang Lin remained seated motionless, practicing his breathing technique. Seeing this scene, some classmates indeed couldn't sit still. Is Zhang Lin still practicing after so long? What is he doing? Taichen too, he seems to be obsessively solving problems. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you leaving? I'm also going to practice my breathing technique a bit longer. I feel that once I get home I won't want to move. The environment at school is better for training. Damn it, you weren't like this before. Do you want to give it a try? Let's go home together later. Alright, I'll stay for a while longer with you. Thus, a shocking scene occurred in today's struggling class. 4 or 5 students surprisingly stayed back after school. Instead of heading home early, some continued studying while others practiced. Time passed again, and soon it was nearly sunset. Zhang Lin opened his eyes and then witnessed this astonishing scene. What is going on? He felt puzzled. He stood up and said to Taichen, "Old Tai, I'm leaving now." Then I'm going home too. Hearing the commotion from the two, those who had stayed behind felt relieved and began to prepare to leave the classroom. In fact, they had been observing Zhang Lin and Taichen all along. After all, one was at the top, while the other was at the bottom. For them, any progress from either one felt significant. If they returned home early while these two were still at school training and making progress, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Thinking about how they had stayed behind to progress at school, they felt a sense of joy compared to those who had returned home early and secretly improved. However, Zhang Lin unexpectedly said at this moment, "Keep it up. I also need to go home and continue my secret efforts. Oh right, I didn't sleep last night. I practiced my breathing technique all night. You should keep up the good work too." Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. No sleep. It can't be true. Yet they felt that Zhang Lin had no reason to deceive them. If he hadn't slept all night, he should have made significant progress, right? No way, he must not surpass me, this bottom-tier student. Then I need to work a bit harder to stay up late to solve problems a little longer. Taichen nodded thoughtfully despite his shock. Damn it, what's up with these two? Do they want to leave anyone else behind? Should I also try to work a bit harder tonight? Once this thought took root, it was like a seed planted in their hearts, quickly taking root and sprouting. With only 70 days left, they decided to give it their all, hoping they could really get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. After all, it's just a matter of losing a bit of sleep, which shouldn't be a big deal, right? Thinking of those classmates still slacking at home, a flicker of excitement surged within them. 70 days of hard work. We will also enter the Intermediate Magic School. A strange flame ignited in their eyes, and after a glance at each other, they all got up and started heading home. Zhang Lin sensed a strange heated atmosphere rising in the classroom and looked around in confusion. He then walked with Xiao He towards the school's playground. At the temple, there was still a skill he could claim. However, this matter was not urgent. At first, he had to learn the skill that Anya had given him. He first went to the swordsmanship classroom to grab a wooden sword, and then he came to the playground, slowly attempting to practice the skill he had memorized through rote learning. However, this process was not smooth. Controlling the magic elements within his body so delicately proved slightly challenging. After several attempts, all ended in failure. Zhang Lin then turned his gaze to Xiao He beside him. After being stared at for a long time, Xiao He said, "What are you looking at?" Zhang Lin's expression was earnest. "Senior, I have some issues with the magic element circuit at this step." Seeing Zhang Lin refer to him as senior, Xiao He fell silent again. "Try to mobilize the magic elements both upward and downward at the same time." No, you should do it like this." "I see. Indeed, the senior is truly knowledgeable. But how should I stabilize the circuit in the next step? I seem to have a bit of a problem again." Zhang Lin continued practicing and attempting, while Xiao He pointed out the issues Zhang Lin faced one by one, allowing Zhang Lin's slow practice to accelerate to a terrifying speed. This high-level combat technique requires the magic elements to flow through the corresponding acupoints of the 7 stars in the body, subsequently forming the corresponding technique. Now, if Zhang Lin wanted to get started, he needed to mobilize the magic elements in the Tianshu corresponding to the Baihui acupoint, form the correct technique, and channel it into the blade of the sword in his hand. With Xiao He's continuous corrections, the process that Zhang Lin would have needed to verify bit by bit was directly omitted. Finally, under Xiao Hei's meticulous guidance, a skill that Zhang Lin might have needed 1 or 2 years to master was successfully grasped in just 4 hours. 7 stars Sacred Radiance / not yet mastered. It is worth noting that even before, for those unranked or low-ranked skills, Zhang Lin had to spend at least 1 or 2 months from starting to mastering them. Let alone the difficulty of this high-level skill, which is countless times greater than them. One could only say that Xiao Hei, as an evil god, is truly well-informed and possesses a sharp eye and terrifying insight. This ability is something many masters of swordsmanship do not possess. Now the sun had set, leaving only a bright moon hanging in the sky. This world does not have as much air pollution and light pollution as in his previous life, allowing for a clear view of the stars in the sky. However, tonight's moon was particularly bright, overshadowing the light of the twinkling stars. On this empty playground, the light-type magic elements within Zhang Lin shone, forming a specific circuit, and through his hands transferred into the wooden sword, creating a magic element circuit on the sword that briefly condensed some light elements from the air before releasing it. A dazzling light burst forth from the tip of his sword, within which a star seemed to shine bright and sacred. The light then detached from the blade and slashed towards Zhang Lin, dissipating into the air after flying a few meters. This was the mark of mastering the 7 stars Sacred Radiance / Seeing this scene, Zhang Lin's excitement overflowed. After 3 years in this world, this was the first time he had truly stepped onto the path of sword and magic. Perhaps many years later, he would still remember this moonlit night with a person, a cat, and a wooden sword. The higher the proficiency of 7 stars Sacred Radiance / the more acupoints that are open, the more stars contained within, and the further the attack range and power. To start, if it's like a star, mastering 3 would be 3 stars, mastering 6 would be 6 stars, and mastering 7 would be perfect. As for achieving a transcendental state, it would greatly enhance both power and distance, but would not change the starry radiance contained in the sword light. Next, he just needed to wait a few more days and gather some daily task rewards to upgrade this skill to maximum level. After all, the skills he currently knew were limited, and sooner or later, he would randomly receive the 7 stars Sacred Radiance / Having learned a new skill, Zhang Lin was in high spirits and brought Xiao Hei back home, continuing his training after dinner. "Aren't you going to practice more to solidify it?" Xiao Hei questioned. "No, I have my own methods." Zhang Lin shook his head. Time quickly passed, and before long another night had gone by. Xiao Hei practiced a simple breathing technique, while Zhang Lin practiced the Paladin breathing technique. The two of them, a person and a cat, were surrounded by waves of magic elements as the magic elements from the world slowly flowed towards them. To Xiao Hei's astonishment, Zhang Lin had not slept a wink throughout the night. Wasn't this kid tired? Or had his breathing technique reached a transcendental state? But how could such a newly born person possibly push the Paladin breathing technique to a transcendental state? In response to Xiao Hei's doubts, Zhang Lin smiled slightly. Geniuses are not measured by common sense. However, he suddenly thought, and his expression darkened. Wait, what do you mean by newly born? I'm clearly just a pure-hearted, kind, sunny, and cheerful boy. Xiao Hei remained silent at Zhang Lin's response, simply staring at him with those small eyes, the thoughts in his heart written all over his face. Hey, what does that expression mean? Zhang Lin found it hard to imagine that a cat could have such a rich expression management. He then ignored Xiao Hei and began checking his daily tasks. Daily tasks 1. Kill for fun 2. Malicious fun 3. Torture still exactly the same as before. However, what surprised Zhang Lin was that the second task, malicious fun, was already completed. 2. Malicious fun requirement: destroy a person's mental defense. Reward: spirit power 1000. Completed. Reward: pending collection. Zhang Lin was a bit puzzled. What happened? Didn't he do anything? However, all of this goes back a few hours. Dean was Zhang Lin's classmate, also at the bottom of their class. Yesterday, he was one of those who stayed back with Zhang Lin until sunset to study. He had already reached level 4, but his cultural exam and practical test were somewhat lacking. Although there was a slim chance of getting into the Intermediate Magic Academy, it was still quite small. Knowing that even if he tried his best, he could not compare to the geniuses in the adventurer field, and that he would only lead a mediocre life quietly, he had always adhered to the principle of doing as little as possible. After all, hard work does not guarantee success, but lying down is definitely comfortable. However, these past few days, Zhang Lin and Tai Chen's changes had slightly altered his mindset. Seeing Zhang Lin, who was at the bottom of the class, working so hard to practice the breathing technique and making significant progress from level 2 to level 3, stirred something in his heart. Then seeing Tai Chun, the top student in class, also starting to work hard to improve himself, wanting to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy through his own efforts, ignited the flame in his heart. Tai Chun had a good relationship with him. They had grown up on the same street, and he could see Tai Chun's window from his own house. So naturally, he was not willing to fall behind. However, tonight he found it hard to sleep, because he saw that the light from Tai Chun's bedroom window was still on. As the saying goes, the sound of a roommate snoring is as soft as a mosquito, while the sound of secretly flipping through books is deafening. Seeing Tai Chun still diligently studying tonight, he was naturally unwilling to fall behind. Thus, he silently made a decision: after Tai Chun sleeps, he would sleep too. Meanwhile, on the other side, stimulated by Jiang Lin, Tai Chun also began to reflect. Old Jiang probably wouldn't stay up all night, but he definitely slept very little. After all, there are only a few days left, so losing a little sleep is no big deal. After all, they are adventurers, staying up a few nights is not a problem. However, just as he was studying late into the night and feeling a bit sleepy, he glanced out the window and was instantly jolted awake. What? That guy Dean hasn't slept either. I can't fall behind. He'll sleep after Dean sleeps. Thinking that if he went to sleep, Dean would continue to work hard while he was sleeping, Tai Chun felt a sense of urgency rise within him. Thus, this night was destined to be restless. The sky gradually brightened, and the two who had stayed up all night with dark circles under their eyes felt satisfied with their progress. However, when they looked towards each other's window again, they found that the other was still buried in their studies, causing another surge of urgency in their hearts. No, stopping means being surpassed. I cannot stop. If I don't work hard, I might even be overshadowed by Jiang Lin. Thinking of the scene where he was surpassed by the class bottom student, both felt humiliation and unwillingness, and they gritted their teeth, staring at each other's window, waiting for the other to sleep first. At this moment, Jiang Lin's system also received feedback. Daily task: malicious fun completed. Although he didn't know who had broken down, since he didn't have to do it himself, Jiang Lin was naturally happy to be at ease. Taking advantage of still being at home, he claimed the reward. In the next moment, familiar pain struck. His mental ocean was violently filled, and Jiang Lin's spirit power increased at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, his available magic power also increased. Spirit power 2300-3300. Now his spirit power was somewhat exaggerated, especially for a level 3 paladin. Having such values was quite terrifying, comparable to a mage of the same level. The high-level combat technique 7 stars Sacred Radiance / requires consuming spirit power. It needs the most basic spirit power as guidance to inject magic power into the constructed magic circuit, forming the corresponding skill effect. Of course, if one increases the injection of magic power, the skill's power will also be stronger. As for the upper limit of magic power injection, it depends on the adventurer's personal control and proficiency with the skill. For example, even Jiang Lin right now, if he wanted to inject all his magic power into a single attack, he could not accomplish it. The condensed magic power would explode due to unskilled control, resulting in a failed skill at best and injury at worst. He took Xiaohei back to school, where he encountered a swarm of ants hauling food scraps at the entrance of the bun shop. This time, without saying a word, Jiang Lin stepped on the ants with his big foot and crushed them underfoot. What the hell is wrong with you? Xiaohei looked exasperated. He just didn't understand why someone like Jiang Lin would awaken the paladin profession. Jiang Lin took a bite of the bun. I'm doing this for the greater good. What do you understand? They're not pests, so what harm are you eliminating? Jiang Lin cleared his throat and said, although they might not pose any harm to us humans since they exist in this world, there must be natural enemies or creatures that regard them as enemies. Though I don't eliminate harm for humanity from the perspective of their food, I am indeed removing harm. Even if they are herbivores, I am still protecting the plants and the environment. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei immediately displayed a puzzled expression. You see, is this even human language? No matter what, you're adhering to the greater good, right? However, Jiang Lin did not dwell too much on this issue. After seeing the system prompt that the task was completed, he happily headed towards the school. Back at school, he couldn't wait to begin drawing today's skill. Claim reward: random skill proficiency reaches maximum level. Selected skill: breath control technique perfect. In the next moment, Jiang Lin felt as if he had returned to the space where he once learned the breath control technique. The last time he came here, he had pushed the breath control technique to perfect proficiency, and this time his goal was to raise its proficiency to the maximum level. As one of the essential skills for the assassin profession, the breath control technique is an unranked skill focusing on controlling one's breath without involving too much magic element usage. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Lin transformed from a young man into a middle-aged man, while the breath control technique was also cultivated to the peak of transcendence. Breath control technique perfect, transcendent. A flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind in an instant, but he had already begun to adapt to such a volume of memories. So he did not react too much. After a brief moment of daze, he digested the breath control technique that had reached the peak of transcendence. At the same time, his body underwent some changes, and those muscle memories that had become instinct were engraved into his current body. Upon reaching the peak of transcendence, the breath control technique seemed to have become his instinct, able to be released at any time in various states. Unlike before, when he needed to deliberately focus to release it in a fierce battle. Perhaps in future battles, he could hide his presence, preventing opponents from predicting his next move. As for its usefulness, that would depend on today's battle with Anya. Jiang Lin then claimed the stamina attribute. Stamina 4500-5500. The familiar pain transmitted through his body, rapidly strengthening Jiang Lin's physique, which was now close to that of an average level 4 paladin. Normally, adventurers would need to continuously train or consume rare materials to slowly enhance their vitality attributes. It can be said that for a normal adventurer, a significant portion of their training time is spent on physical exercise or enhancing their mental strength. With the help of the system, Jiang Lin skipped these processes and was enhancing his base attributes at a terrifying speed. Jiang Lin estimated that if this momentum continued, he should be able to reach the physical strength of a level 7 or 8 paladin and the mental strength of a level 5 mage by the time the midterm exams arrive. At that moment, Tai Chen also walked into the classroom looking somewhat listless. "Old Jiang, what time did you sleep last night?" He had just sat down when he asked Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was puzzled. "I didn't sleep, what's wrong?" Tai Chen stared intently into Jiang Lin's eyes, trying to discern if he was lying. "How did you do it?" Feeling that Jiang Lin had no reason to lie, Tai Chen asked reluctantly. "Once you reach a certain proficiency with the breathing technique, practicing it will bring about a resting effect. Didn't you know? Oh, right, with your talent, you probably haven't come across this level of knowledge." Jiang Lin recounted what Xiaohe had told him yesterday, leaving both Xiaohe and Tai Chen in silence. "I also didn't sleep last night. I studied questions all night long, completing in one day what used to take me 2 days. Tai Chen said, "That feeling is so fulfilling, if only I could maintain it. But I don't have a breathing technique with such high proficiency, so logically I should need rest." Jiang Lin nodded. "That's indeed the case." However, Tai Chen suddenly changed the subject. "Old Jiang, your potion studies are better than mine. Do you know of any potions that could let me study all night without needing rest?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin was greatly shocked. Could it be that Tai Chen was really so stimulated that he wanted to rely on drugs to stay up studying? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lin suddenly recalled that he seemed to have seen a description of a similar potion in some extracurricular potion book. "Wait a moment, I have a vague impression. I think I saw it in a book. Oh, I remember the title and the general chapter, but I forgot the name of the potion." Then Jiang Lin looked at Tai Chen with a peculiar expression. "What was the potion called? Can you look it up again, old Jiang?" Their conversation was not discreet, and many around them heard. Including Dean, who had also stayed up all night. He approached with a tired spirit, eager to hear more. "I said I remember the book title and the general chapter. Why are you asking me that?" Tai Chen was somewhat confused. Old Jiang, the book is in the school library. Oh, why are you asking me?" Tai Chen suddenly realized. "Dad, can you help me check?" "Hey, you're not stupid. I'll check for you as soon as the library opens." Hearing this, Dean also leaned in. "Dad, I want to know too." Jiang Lin found it strange, but since the other had called him Dad, he naturally wouldn't treat him poorly. "No problem, I'll let you know once I find it." Dean was very pleased to hear this. "All right, Dean, didn't you also stay up all night? If you aren't sleeping, how can I? Staying up late can drain your spirit. Aren't you afraid you won't have energy the next day? There's only a little more than 70 days left. What am I afraid of?" Hearing the conversation of the three, the students at the bottom of the class were greatly shocked. How come these three seemed to be similarly stimulated? Is it really something humans can do to stay up studying all night? Before long, this matter spread throughout the entire class. Now everyone knew there were 3 people in the class who stayed up late studying. Those few who had stayed behind to work hard yesterday were equally shocked. "Damn it, is it really enough to sleep a little less? While I was sleeping, they were still working hard. Moreover, it seems they are also considering using potions to maintain their all-night study state. How can they sleep like this?" Soon Jiang Lin returned from the library and informed the 2 of them of the answer. There is a potion called Mental Stimulant designed for adventurers who need to spend long periods in dangerous areas. After using it, you can stay alert for 12 hours and can be used repeatedly, providing a certain resting effect. However, it cannot be used continuously for more than 5 days, or it may harm your spirit. You should be able to buy it at the potion shop, and the price is relatively cheap, around 5 coins per vial. Upon hearing this, Dean and Tai Chen nodded thoughtfully. "I see, if I buy 10 vials, I can go 5 days without sleep. Such a miraculous item exists in the world." Seeing their reactions, not only the students in the class, but even Xiaohe, the evil god, could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. How did these 2 seem to be enchanted by the evil god? Subsequently to Jiang Lin's surprise, a few more people came over to ask him, "Dad, I want to ask about that potion." Jiang Lin truly did not expect to see such a side of everyone so eager to study in this class at the bottom. However, he quickly stopped caring about these things and focused all his energy on practicing the breathing technique. Yet soon Jiang Lin noticed something was off. Today, the magical essence in the classroom was no longer flowing only towards him. He noticed several others absorbing magical essence as well. More people had joined the ranks of practicing the breathing technique in class. Fortunately, everyone's levels were relatively low and their absorption of magical essence was not excessive, so practicing together had little impact on each other. Seeing such a scene, even Zhang Lin felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart. They were originally ahead of me in level, and now they are starting to work as hard as I am. If everyone is working hard together, my progress relative to them will diminish. Thus, if I want to leave them behind, I need to work even harder. Don't slack off just because I have the system, Zhang Lin. Time quickly arrived at the swordsmanship class that Zhang Lin had been looking forward to. He would be able to spar with the top student Anya again. Zhang Lin wanted to know to what extent Anya had mastered the 7-star sacred light slash, and whether his own breath control technique, which he had perfected, would have any effect in actual combat. Upon arriving at the swordsmanship classroom, many students had already arrived early practicing swordsmanship with their usual sparring partners. Zhang Lin's brilliance over the past 2 days had made them feel somewhat suffocated. At the same time, the story of Zhang Lin staying up late to practice had begun to spread from the bottom class. Have you heard? Zhang Lin hasn't slept at all these past 2 days. Everyone sees him practicing the breathing technique. I heard. Didn't Zhang Lin find some potion that allows him to stay awake without sleep? That's right. Zhang Lin hasn't slept at all this semester, which is why his basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached such a high level. Zhang Lin has never slept since birth. In short, with all the rumors surrounding him, everyone connected Zhang Lin's changes with staying up late, and more people began to consider whether they should also try staying up late to practice. Upon seeing Zhang Lin arrive, many people's attention focused on him. He scanned the room, and upon realizing that Anya was not there, directly sat cross-legged and began practicing the breathing technique. Seeing this scene, the students from the bottom class were all wide-eyed. Damn it, he doesn't even let this little time go to waste. Damn, he's working so hard that I even feel a bit guilty. Come on, hurry and spar with me. My great sword is already eager to go. The swordsmanship class for the bottom students wasn't solely composed of Zhang Lin's class, but included many other lower-ranked classes. Thus, not everyone was aware that Zhang Lin had been seizing every moment to practice the breathing technique. Before long, as class time approached, a striking figure appeared at the entrance of the swordsmanship classroom. With golden long hair, a tall stature, and a beautiful face, it was none other than the top student of the grade, Miss Anya. After entering the swordsmanship classroom, she scanned the room and quickly turned her gaze to Zhang Lin, who was practicing the breathing technique in the corner. She strode over to Zhang Lin, and upon sensing Anya's presence, Zhang Lin opened his eyes, breaking free from his state of practicing. How is your practice of the 7-star sacred light slash? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. This advanced combat technique is quite difficult. Anya inquired. Thanks to your notes, I have successfully grasped the basics. Anya nodded. Yes, this skill is indeed difficult. I took 3 days to master it with my swordsmanship instructor's guidance. Wait, what did you just say? You've already mastered the basics. Zhang Lin raised the wooden sword beside him, and a bright and holy light shimmered on the blade, within which a star could be faintly seen shining. Then, as Zhang Lin swung it, the light on the blade flew off, cutting through the air for several meters before disappearing. This was indeed a sign of having mastered the 7-star sacred light slash. Anya's expression was slightly dazed, and an endless sense of self-doubt began to surge within her. Did he really manage to master this advanced skill in just 1 day on his own? Once upon a time, even with my swordsmanship instructor's hand-holding guidance, it took me 3 whole days to successfully master this advanced skill. And this was after I had already learned many intermediate skills. Could this truly be what a genius looks like? Looking at it this way, am I somewhat insulting the title of genius here? For a moment, Anya's mind was racing with thoughts, as she even began to speculate whether Zhang Lin had already learned this skill beforehand, and was now pretending not to have done so to humiliate her. However, she soon dismissed this thought. Zhang Lin could not possibly have any reason to do so. Thus, it could only mean one thing: Zhang Lin was indeed a rare talent in swordsmanship. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how he could rely solely on himself and a somewhat inconsequential set of notes to master this advanced combat skill in a day. Of course, she would not know that the one teaching Zhang Lin was Xiaohe, the evil god whose skills far surpassed her swordsmanship instructor, allowing Zhang Lin to master this advanced combat skill in a day. Your speed is truly astonishing, Anya exclaimed. I'm starting to feel a bit jealous of your talent. Not at all, this is all thanks to Miss Anya's notes. Saying this, Zhang Lin returned the skill book he had borrowed from Anya. Anya had initially lent it to Zhang Lin, so now that he had grasped the basics, he returned it. After all, he had already memorized the contents of the book completely, and Zhang Lin did not plan to practice it personally. He was simply waiting for the system to reward him with this skill. So he didn't need to keep referring back to the skill book. You don't need it anymore. Anya asked, puzzled. I've completely memorized it. Zhang Lin casually replied. He always learned skills this way. After reading it once and fully digesting it, he wouldn't need to look at it again. What a terrifying memory. So that's the reason why Lord Zhonglin's academic performance is so good, Anya marveled. Do I have a good memory? Zhonglin asked confused. He had always thought everyone was like this, that they only needed to read something once to digest and understand it without needing to look again. Previously, he hadn't communicated much with others about this aspect of information, so he was unaware of these things. But that doesn't really matter. After all, as adventurers, we still need to rely on combat power to speak for ourselves. Zhonglin sighed. Anya said somewhat regretfully, I didn't expect you to have such a talent. If your profession were a mage or priest, I believe you would have a promising future in alchemy or formations. Alchemy and formation require memorizing a large number of herbs and their properties, so those with better memory possess higher talent in these two skills. However, both formation and alchemy require massive amounts of mental strength to support. Hearing Anya say this, Zhonglin also said somewhat regretfully, Indeed, I often thought in the past that if I were a magic-type profession, I would have enough mental strength to support me in alchemy and formations. Suddenly, Zhonglin seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. That's right, in the past, due to professional limitations, my mental strength was not particularly outstanding. However, now with the system's rewards, my mental strength can now rival that of mages. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, Miss Anya, to what extent have you progressed with the 7-star sacred light slash? As for my proficiency, Anya held her wooden sword, and then the blade shimmered with brilliant light, rising like a golden sun, holy and pure, illuminating the entire area, while an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, as if that one sword could cleave her enemies in half. Faced with such might, Zhonglin swallowed hard, feeling an unassailable sense of pressure rise within him. At the same time, he squinted his eyes, counting the shining stars within the brilliance. 1, 2, 3, 7 stars. She had at least mastered the 7-star sacred light slash to perfection. I've reached perfection, am only a step away from mastery, Anya replied. Saying this, she retracted the sword aura she had been gathering. This scene left Zhonglin in awe. At his current level, if he gathered power without releasing it, the magical energy on the sword would become unstable and explode. He was unable to control it, as Anya did. After retracting the sword aura, Anya continued. Thanks to your help, my basic swordsmanship has improved beyond its original mastery stage, and my skills, including 7-star sacred light slash, have also seen slight enhancements. I feel that it won't be long before my 7-star sacred light slash reaches mastery. Then I wish Miss Anya an early attainment of mastery, Zhonglin said. At the same time, he was also curious. I wonder how long it took Miss Anya to push this combat skill to perfection. Anya stroked her chin and pondered for a moment. It should have taken about 2 months, twice as slow as that senior who could achieve mastery in any skill within a month. Zhonglin nodded, but that's still impressive, being able to train a high-tier skill to mastery in such a short time. With that in mind, he also needed to control how much his proficiency was exposed. After all, even a genius like Anya needed 2 months to reach perfection. For him to reach the peak of mastery within 3 days would be astonishing. Unless he had a convincing reason, many would probably start suspecting he had made a deal with an evil god. Currently, among the skills, Zhonglin had mastered only low-grade healing art, basic fist technique, and 7-star holy light slash had not yet reached the maximum level. So no matter what, he could push all these skills to the max within 3 days. But he still felt these skills were somewhat insufficient. Zhonglin imagined that with his state a few days later, it would still be quite challenging to face geniuses of various professions in such a battle. If only he could copy more skills. At this thought, Zhonglin had a sudden inspiration. Previously, every time the system triggered a temporary mission, it was when someone challenged him and fought him. So if he went to find others to fight, would it similarly trigger a temporary mission? With this in mind, Zhonglin decided to experiment later. At that moment, Anya shook her head and replied, You flatter me, my swordsmanship talent is not as good as yours. Zhonglin was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Miss Anya, why do you say that? Even with the guidance of a swordsmanship instructor, it took me 3 full days to master this skill. You relying only on yourself mastered it in just 1 day. It shows that your swordsmanship talent far surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, Zhonglin fell silent. You might not believe it, but my cat not only can do a backflip, but also taught me a high-tier combat skill. As the beneficiary, he naturally knew that Xiao He had played an indispensable role in his ability to learn this skill so quickly. After all, Xiao He could point out even the errors in the flow of magical elements. It seemed trading with Xiao He was quite worthwhile. As for those 10 human souls, it would naturally require sacrificing some evil cultists. You flatter me. Ooh, I only got started so quickly thanks to your notes, Miss Anya. I know very well how helpful my notes are to a beginner. It's only natural that talent falls short, but this makes my previously acclaimed genius reputation seem somewhat undeserved. Anya shook her head and her golden eyes once again blazed with intense fighting spirit. But being able to spar with someone superior is a blessing, isn't it? Seeing Anya's fighting spirit reignite, Jiang Lin couldn't help but marvel at the strength of her combat conviction. Who would have thought that such a golden-haired beauty would be a battle maniac? But since she acknowledged his superior talent, it shouldn't be a problem to accelerate his progress a bit, right? He would reveal mastery in about a month. As for the next skill Anya had promised him, he would first learn the skills available for free at the temple. Come, Miss Anya, let's continue our swordsmanship spar. Having sorted out his thoughts, Jiang Lin raised his wooden sword again. A blue light flickered in Anya's eyes as she activated superspeed thinking. Then the two clashed in combat. Anya, who had suppressed her level to 3, was shocked to discover that her strength was no longer a match for Jiang Lin's. What's going on? Was this guy a monster? How could his physical abilities improve so significantly every day? At the same time, facing Jiang Lin as he swung his wooden sword today, Anya always had the illusion that he had vanished from her perception. Previously, she could rely on intuition to predict Jiang Lin's next move, but now she could only use her sight to anticipate his actions. As a result, the pressure Anya felt against Jiang Lin had undoubtedly increased dramatically. Clearly, this was the feedback from concealment art, which had reached the peak of mastery. However, Jiang Lin was unaware of this. Under the fierce assault of the enhanced Jiang Lin, Anya's swordsmanship was also rapidly improving. After the first sparring session, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Anya's brow. I need to adjust my suppression level to 4. Your strength now surpasses mine at level 3. Jiang Lin nodded slightly, and then immersed himself in breathing technique training. Seeing Jiang Lin still seizing every moment to train, Anya fell silent. At the same time, she also seized the moment to review the previous battle. Again. After the class ended, a fine layer of sweat glistened on Anya's fair skin, and her soft golden hair clung to her skin. I am grateful for the lesson. Anya placed her right hand over her chest, offering a knight's salute. Jiang Lin returned the gesture. At that moment, Jiang Lin suddenly asked, "Are there any students in your class with strong swordsmanship? Or any students willing to fight me at the same level?" Anya pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "In our class, Zach and I are the strongest swordsmen. The others are definitely not as good as you. Besides, the top-ranking students are mages, priests, summoners, archers, and the like. They probably have no interest in sparring with you." Jiang Lin shook his head. "They don't have to be top-ranking. Anyone willing to spar with me is fine. Please help me spread the word." Miss Anya, Jiang Lin from the bottom-ranked class welcomes anyone to come spar with him. After thinking it over, Jiang Lin added, "The first sparring session won't require any compensation. They just need to come find me on their own." Jiang Lin's reason for doing this was to test whether someone coming to him would trigger the system's temporary mission. At the same time, Jiang Lin announced loudly to the students of the underperforming class who were about to leave, "Does anyone want to spar with me? The first time is free." However, although many in the underperforming class looked toward Jiang Lin, no one stepped forward to try. After all, his battle with Anya had been witnessed by everyone present. Such a level of combat was far beyond what they could handle. Seeing no one respond, Jiang Lin shook his head and sighed. Alas, not a single one worth fighting. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, some hot-tempered individuals in the room couldn't hold back. A burly male student stepped forward. He stood nearly over 1.9 meters tall, with distinct muscle lines stretching his thin clothing, hinting at his well-developed physique, somewhat resembling the bulky gym-goers from Jiang Lin's past life. But unlike those gym-goers with poor neural recruitment, this student's muscles were not merely functional. They were a result of pure monstrous strength talent. Matt, level 5, class warrior. I think you're a bit arrogant. Don't think that just because you can gain the upper hand in that restricted level kitty sparring, you're invincible. If you've got the guts, let's fight without level or skill restrictions, fair and square. Temporary mission, how dare some random nobody question your strength? Teach him how to behave with your power requirement. Defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Reward, randomly copy one of the opponent's skills, so that's it. Seeing the system issue the mission, Jiang Lin confirmed this point. When others actively challenged him to a fight, it would trigger a temporary mission. He just didn't know if actively challenging others would trigger it as well. But that was a matter for later. For now, Jiang Lin needed to defeat the opponent in front of him. "No problem, let's both go all out." Saying this, Jiang Lin raised his training wooden sword. However, Matt directly tossed his wooden sword aside, facing Jiang Lin with bare hands. His reasoning was simple: if he used a wooden sword, he would definitely not be Jiang Lin's match. After all, even the top-ranked student Anya had been dominated by him. So as long as he closed in and used his immense strength for close-quarters combat, leaving Jiang Lin no room to use his swordsmanship, he could easily win. Although a longer weapon has an advantage, that's in chaotic battlefield situations. In an unknown close-quarters fight, a longsword's effectiveness is limited by the weapon itself. Since swinging a longsword requires some space, if one gets close enough and has sufficient technique, the longsword cannot perform its intended function. Thus, a good close combat adventurer needs to be proficient in both grappling techniques and long weapon usage. Clearly, although Matt was muscular, he wasn't a meathead. Let's begin. Zhang Lin assumed a defensive stance while Matt charged forward with large strides, quickly closing the distance between them. Zhang Lin didn't dare to be careless and parried with his blade. In such a public fight, Zhang Lin naturally wouldn't use his self-developed ejection aura. After all, if everyone knew he could use such a dirty trick, who would dare spar with him in the future? So now he had to defeat Matt fair and square. The blade lashed rapidly against Matt's body, but Matt ignored it, charging headlong at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin quickly retreated to create distance while using low-grade enhancement art on his leg muscles to speed up his backward movement. The next moment, Matt let out a roar and a gray light spread across his skin. Low-grade defense skill stone skin. At the same time, a red gleam shone in his eyes. His strength surged further and his speed increased significantly. Low-grade support skill berserk. In response, Zhang Lin continued to fight while retreating, gauging the force transmitted through the sword handle. The blade was wrapped in Zhang Lin's magical energy, so he didn't worry about it breaking. And as the blade struck the opponent, it left cracks on his petrified skin. Unfortunately, the school's practice wooden swords were unsharpened, though otherwise Matt would have been covered in wounds by now. With his current neural reflex speed, he could have easily spotted an opening early in the fight and placed the blade at the opponent's throat. But doing so would completely discourage most challengers, and he also wanted to experience the true combat power of an average level 5 adventurer. So while feeling out the opponent's strength, he assessed the gap between them. Among level 5 warriors, Matt was undoubtedly exceptionally strong. Zhang Lin estimated his health to be around 6,000, a full 2,000 higher than his own. However, Matt's close combat skills like fist techniques were not as refined as Zhang Lin's, who had already reached proficiency. Moreover, Zhang Lin had skills like low-grade enhancement art to boost his strength, so he wasn't without a chance in a direct confrontation. But the opponent had used Stone Skin, a defensive skill which reduced the damage from his attacks. After a few more brief exchanges, Zhang Lin felt he had fully gauged the opponent's strength and speed. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he tossed his wooden sword into the air. He then stopped keeping his distance and instead charged forward, pushing low-grade enhancement art to its limit. Tiny radiant holy light formations appeared within his body, connecting from his right leg through his waist to his right arm and fist, maximizing the enhancement low-grade enhancement art could provide. With basic fist technique at proficiency, he used his right leg as a fulcrum, drawing power from the ground, and delivered a nearly perfect right straight punch, channeling the force of his entire body toward Matt. Seeing Zhang Lin's whistling fist wind approaching, Matt, who had been tirelessly chasing but failing to reach Zhang Lin, rejoiced and threw a punch of his own. Unfortunately, he didn't have such a high proficiency in basic fist technique. He only had brute strength and couldn't fully unleash his power. Ultimately, their fists collided, and Matt was sent stumbling backward by Zhang Lin's precise and terrifying force. Even the stone skin skill covering his body shattered from the blow. Zhang Lin seized the opportunity and took another step forward, altering the enhancement formations within his body, and delivered a nearly perfect left straight punch to Matt's chest. This time, Matt could only raise his arms in front of his chest to block Zhang Lin's punch. Another overwhelming force struck, shaking Matt's body, and combined with the lingering force from the first punch, caused him to lose his balance, fall backward, and land heavily on the ground. At that moment, the wooden sword Zhang Lin had tossed into the air came spinning down. He reached back and, relying on instinct, caught the spinning hilt. He then swung the blade forward, the tip stopping right before Matt's throat as he lay on the ground. Victory was decided, defeating an opponent 2 levels higher with 2 bare-fisted punches in a heating clash. The entire venue fell silent. Even Anya, who had been about to leave, was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Lin to know some fist techniques. Moreover, that move of throwing the sword and catching it was quite cool. Anya nodded silently in acknowledgement. However, while cool, this move wasn't worth attempting in a real fight. Combat should prioritize practicality, Anya evaluated in her mind. Her golden eyes held no admiration for the brilliance of a pure genius of the opposite sex, only a rational analysis of combat techniques. At the same time, Zhang Lin received a notification. You have defeated the opponent with overwhelming force, showcasing your might and displaying the demeanor of a demon lord. Mission complete. Randomly copying the opponent's skill. Zhang Lin looked at the system with satisfaction and silently chose the no option. Before him was the familiar ceiling and Zhang Lin's wooden sword, and Matt felt a bit incredulous with the sword's tip pressed against his throat. How could he have been knocked down so easily by Zhang Lin's 2 punches? Moreover, he had lost decisively in a direct clash of strength. But how was that even possible? Wasn't he just a level 3 paladin? A knight class without a mount shouldn't have more strength than a warrior class of the same level, should it? He was stronger than the same level warriors and was 2 levels above Jiang Lin. I concede. Jiang Lin withdrew his sword tip while he began to contemplate something. Should he buy a sharpened iron sword? Otherwise, in the upcoming midterm exam of the secret realm, the wooden sword would be completely ineffective. Fighting against others was one thing, but if the midterm exam required battling magical beasts, the wooden sword would be no different from a toy. Just as Jiang Lin was pondering, the surrounding students erupted in excitement. What the hell, Jiang Lin just beat Matt, who's 2 levels above him. And he took him down with just 2 punches. Are you kidding me? Matt is among the top fighters in our struggling class, and isn't Jiang Lin supposed to be the weakest in the bottom class? Could this be the result of his intense training? Hey, do you remember the rumor about Jiang Lin not sleeping at night? Of course, but can he really do that? I heard there are potions that can counteract the effects of staying up late. Should we try them later? I think he'll observe for a while longer. I plan to try it myself. Due to the previous battle with Anya had been suppressing her level, and both of them had mostly only used the basic swordsmanship skill, so everyone didn't have a very clear understanding of Jiang Lin's true combat power. I lost. Matt stood up feeling a bit dejected. You're indeed very strong. I 2 levels higher than you was overwhelmed in power. It's clear that I am inferior. Jiang Lin shook his head. No, your strength is actually above mine, but your control over your own power isn't strong, and your application of strength isn't proficient enough, which is why you fell behind in our exchange. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Lin directly assumed the stance of the basic fist technique and began to demonstrate it in front of Matt. For example, the right straight punch just now should be centered around the right leg, using the power of the ground with the waist, driving the right fist, combining all of your strength into one force to strike. Specific learning requires you to practice these movements extensively in the future, turning them into instinct, so you can use them in battle. Matt nodded in surprise. I learned a lot. He hadn't expected Jiang Lin, who usually kept a low profile, to understand so many combat techniques and have such insights even in this non-major skill. At this point, Jiang Lin said to the other struggling class students, you're welcome to come and spar with me, and after our sparring, I will share some of my insights with you as best as I can. Hearing this, some students who originally had no intention of challenging Jiang Lin began to stir with motivation. Jiang Lin's actions were naturally aimed at attracting more people to challenge him, thus allowing him to copy skills or enhance his skill proficiency. However, all of this appeared differently in Anya's eyes. Teaching and learning together. It seems that Jiang Lin is also someone who is willing to help others and is passionate about combat. As she thought of this, her gaze towards Jiang Lin held a bit more appreciation. Back in the classroom, Jiang Lin's story had not yet spread, while the little black cat left in the classroom was diligently practicing breathing techniques alone. After Jiang Lin sat down, he claimed the skills copied from the system. In the next moment, images appeared before Jiang Lin. He entered a space continuously learning the low-level defensive skill Stone Skin. From stumbling at the beginning to successfully releasing it after becoming familiar with it. A layer of petrified skin appeared on him, enhancing some of his defenses and allowing him to withstand some damage from blades and swords, but once the petrified layer emerged, he would be locked in place and unable to move. As time passed and his proficiency increased, this layer of stone skin gradually merged with his own skin, transforming into a faint gray glow. Although the original petrified layer had turned into a glow, the defensive capabilities did not decrease. Rather, it became more resilient, and his skin became harder to cut. Stone Skin Unfamiliar Mastered. The mastered stone skin allows movement during its use, but actions are still slightly hindered. To eliminate this slight hindrance, Jiang Lin needs to upgrade his proficiency from mastered to perfected or transcendent. After claiming the system's rewards, Jiang Lin began practicing the breathing technique. As more and more people returned to the classroom, the story of Jiang Lin knocking out Matt with 2 punches began to spread. 2 punches to knock out a level 5 warrior. Isn't he a swordsman? He just threw his sword into the air and went in with his fists. Wow, that was so cool. Exactly after he finished, he even caught the wooden sword he threw into the sky. I really want to learn that move. Hey, I know that Matt. I remember he was quite strong, at least stronger than us in the struggling class. He should have no problem entering the Intermediate Magic Academy. So are you saying Jiang Lin has directly become the best in our class? Meanwhile, Anya returned to the class and conveyed Jiang Lin's intentions to several of her friends, but most students from the elite class showed little interest. After all, a student from the struggling class wasn't worth their time to spar with. Of course, a few did take notice, especially since some students practicing swordsmanship from the elite class were present when Jiang Lin fought Anya. Some of them wanted to experience Jiang Lin's swordsmanship. Only one person remained calm. What? The first time is free. What about the 2 silver coins I spent? Zach was quite upset and decided to challenge Jiang Lin once more. During the break, Zach ran from the elite class to the struggling class ready to challenge Jiang Lin. But as he approached the back door, he saw Jiang Lin meditating by the window. practicing the breathing technique. Has he already entered a meditative state? Then I'll come back during the next break. After all, entering a meditative state takes time. After some thought, Zach decided not to disturb Zhonglin. Meanwhile, others wanting to challenge Zhonglin also turned away upon seeing him meditating. Until the next break. How is Zhonglin still practicing the breathing technique? After so long, doesn't he get tired of it? Zach was astonished. He pulled over a student from the struggling class to inquire how long does Zhonglin usually meditate. He usually practices until everyone else leaves after school. As for how late he continues, I don't know. Zach was shocked upon hearing this. He wanted to see how long Zhonglin could hold out. Time quickly passed, and soon it was time to leave school. With the school bell ringing, most students from the struggling class rushed out of the classroom. However, in contrast to yesterday, inspired by Zhonglin, more stayed behind to practice, including Iron Dust and Dean, who had stayed up all night. If I don't sleep for the next few days, I should be able to improve my academic performance to meet the standards of most intermediate magic academies. What have I been doing for the past 3 years? It's never too late to start realizing one's potential. Iron Dust recalled hearing other students mention Zhonglin knocking out a level 5 warrior during the break, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. His motivation intensified. In light of this, it seemed that even without using such underhanded tactics, Zhonglin could still defeat him in their previous spar. If he could win against him, why resort to such tactics? Whenever he thought of yesterday's battle, Iron Dust felt a lingering heat. He definitely had to let Zhonglin use that tactic to trap others. As it was already time to leave school, Zach directly walked into the struggling class. To his surprise, among these seemingly unlearned struggling students, several had stayed to learn or practice. This scene opened Zach's eyes. He then turned to look at that man. He saw the handsome young man sitting cross-legged at his desk, slowly breathing, with the magical essence of the world gradually gathering around him. Meanwhile, a black cat lounged on the windowsill, seemingly basking in the sun. However, those with keen senses would notice the magical essence also slowly converging towards the black cat. This scene was almost identical to when Zach first came to the struggling class. He was astonished. He was somewhat skeptical and wanted to see how long Zhonglin could maintain this meditative state. At the same time, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door with long golden hair tied in a high ponytail and golden eyes fixated on the two people in the classroom. Anya was surprised. Why are these two practicing the breathing technique here? Originally, she had heard from the class that Zhonglin would practice for a long time after school, so she came to investigate. So she saw the current scene. After pondering for a moment, she also dragged over a stool like Zach and began practicing the Paladin breathing technique near Zhonglin. Before long, other elite class students who had searched for a while to find the struggling class also witnessed this scene. They didn't know Zhonglin, but they recognized the top two students, Anya and Zach. What's going on? Why are the top two students here? Why are they all practicing the breathing technique? They must have their reasons. Zhonglin frowned slightly while meditating. What's happening? Why are there suddenly so many presences absorbing magical essence? Have these struggling class students been stimulated? Why are they trying to learn from me? Your efforts make it hard for me not to double my own efforts. As he thought about how many classmates from the struggling class had begun to strive, Zhonglin inexplicably felt a hint of urgency arise in his heart. Meanwhile, Iron Dust, who was busy reviewing, was quite startled. Among those present, a few were prominent figures in their grade. As the top student in the struggling class, he had heard of these individuals. Though he was somewhat confused, he decided to continue his studies. The elite class students were working hard, and he had to work even harder. Time quickly passed, and it was soon the time Zhonglin usually left school. However, he frowned slightly. When did these struggling classmates become so composed? The additional presences that emerged seemed to have been continuous since the beginning, unlike before when they would stop due to distractions or other reasons. It wasn't until he stopped meditating and opened his eyes that he was startled to see 4 or 5 unfamiliar figures around him. Among them, he recognized 2, Anya and Zach, while the others he only vaguely remembered as elite class students, but he did not know them. What's happening? Seeing several people who had moved benches to sit and practice breathing techniques, Zhonglin began to ponder. Since the elite class students have started practicing breathing techniques after school, should I leave now? If the top student is still practicing, wouldn't it seem that I'm too unmotivated to leave as the bottom student? Anyway, going home is just changing places to practice breathing techniques. There are so many people here, so I'll wait until they leave before I go. With this in mind, Zhonglin quickly entered a meditative state again, practicing the breathing technique. Zach was not in a good mood at the moment. As the first to imitate Zhonglin's practice of breathing techniques after school, he was now blocked from retreat by several newcomers. With the top student Anya meditating, he would appear arrogant if he left first. With other top-ranking individuals around, leaving first would give him the illusion that he would be surpassed. Moreover, Zhonglin, the bottom student, showed no sign of wanting to leave. Anya's mood was somewhat unpleasant. As the top student in her grade, if she were to leave first, it would make her seem arrogant. Moreover, surrounded by classmates of similar rank, if she left too early, it would only amplify her feeling of inadequacy while her competitors progressed during her rest. This feeling made her uncomfortable, so she resolved in her heart to never be the first to leave. She had already informed her family that she would be home late today. If they were worried about her safety, someone from home would come to the school, and seeing her practicing breathing exercises would put their minds at ease. Forget it, let Jiang Lin and the others leave first. The mood of the other top students was equally grim. With Anya, the top student, not leaving, they dared not depart either. After all, they were not as good as Anya. If they left early to rest, what would that make them? If someone from Anya's group led the way to leave, they would follow. Thus, the situation gradually developed in an absurd direction. The moon rose above the mountaintops. The students from the bottom class could no longer endure and had all left, while the top students and Jiang Lin remained as steady as a rock. Tai Chun and Dean also agreed to go to the potion shop to buy some of the mental stimulant potion Jiang Lin mentioned. Tonight, they still chose to stay up all night. Do not let the battle stop, Kaya. The few remaining students were also destined for a restless night. Some parents, worried about their children still not returning home so late, went to the school to check on them. Upon finding this after-school study group at the school, they felt relieved and left. Those who were able to stay so late had basically informed their families. Hence, there was no situation of parents forcibly recalling their children. This led to a stalemate at the scene. The little black cat perched on the windowsill was somewhat puzzled. What were these people doing? A group of them sitting together to practice until midnight after school. This is quite strange, isn't it? At the same time, it looked at the instigator Jiang Lin. Hey, are you not going home for dinner? Unfortunately, Jiang Lin did not respond to its inquiry. As time slowly passed, it was almost midnight. Daily task, dark humor completed. Reward received, mental power 1000. Clearly, the top students present were somewhat on edge. Strangely, though, they were feeling a bit overwhelmed. The thought of those classmates who had returned home early to rest gave them a bizarre sense of joy, as if they were overtaking them in a race. It was a contradictory feeling, simply described as pain mixed with pleasure. Of course, they were unaware that their actions today would create a historic legend for the glorious Junior Mage Academy. Ultimately, Anya, as the top student, took the lead in making her decision. Without saying a word, she silently stood up and left the school. Feeling Anya stand up, Zach also opened his eyes and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Lin, as if to say, "You are quite something." The other top students felt a wave of relief, and at the same time, they looked at Jiang Lin, who was still practicing his breathing techniques, with admiration. Seeing him so steadfast, it seemed he was preparing to spend the night at school. Practicing the breathing technique before reaching the highest proficiency was an extremely tedious task that consumed a lot of energy. After all, one had to concentrate to control all the muscles and meridians in the body while pulling in the natural magic essence from the air. For an average student, after about an hour of practicing breathing techniques, they would need to move around a bit to relax their weary minds. Even for these top students, this could not be avoided. Yet today, they had surprisingly practiced for so long under Jiang Lin's influence. This was quite a rare occurrence. Seeing that several had already left, Jiang Lin began to ponder. "Little Black, are you hungry?" Thinking that Jiang Lin would finally return home, Little Black lifted its head and pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, actually, I'm okay, not really hungry." Jiang Lin nodded and looked out at the moonlight, saying, "Then we won't go back tonight." Huh. The soft moonlight spilled through the school windows, illuminating Jiang Lin's handsome face. Students from another world who didn't have to attend evening self-study rarely got to see this campus night scene that Jiang Lin had grown tired of in his past life. Tonight, the moon was slightly dimmer than yesterday, but the starlight was exceptionally brilliant. The night breeze gently blew, lifting Jiang Lin's hair. It's not far from home to school. The round trip takes over 20 minutes. If we use that travel time for practice, it's equivalent to giving us nearly half an hour more for training than others. So if we calculate it this way, half an hour more every day means that in a month, we will have nearly an entire day more for cultivation. Moreover, if we don't sleep, we have double the time compared to others, so our month transforms from 31 days to 61 days. Ignoring Little Black's expression of disbelief, Jiang Lin continued passionately. "Originally, we had 68 days until the final junior adventurer exam, but at our current pace, we can extend those 68 days to over 130 days. Our future looks bright, Little Black. Why aren't you speaking?" Little Black didn't want to engage with Jiang Lin, silently basking in the moonlight, while starting to contemplate the absurdity of it all. What kind of teacher have I gotten myself into? Seeing Little Black silent, Jiang Lin used a useful little technique to clean himself of dirt, using light attribute magic equivalent to taking a bath. After cleaning up, he continued practicing the breathing technique. Now his level 3 small bowl was already half full, and in 3 days, he could elevate it to level 4. This would coincide with the midterm examination period. Meanwhile, under the same moonlight, several rooms in the Boulder City that should have been dark were now brightly lit. Led by Tai Chun and Dean, the all-night study group also downed the mental stimulant potion they bought from the potion shop. A refreshing magical energy spread in their mouths, rushing from their stomachs to the top of their heads, reinvigorating their previously weary spirits. This revitalized the two who had not slept for a whole day. However, when they looked up and saw each other's windows still lit, they gritted their teeth, determined to compete. Dean thought, as long as I work harder than Tai Chun, I will surely surpass him sooner or later. Tai Chun thought, damn it, I must not slack off, or I might be overtaken by this guy Dean. Similarly, many students from the bottom class who had inquired about Jiang Lin's mental stimulant potion also began their first all-night study session at the Lord's mansion. At this moment, only a few rooms were still lit. When Anya returned home, the waiting butler approached her. Miss, why are you back so late tonight? The Lord was a bit worried about your safety. Anya shook her head, saying, it's nothing, I practiced a bit longer at school. Hearing Anya's explanation, the butler glanced out at the bright moon hanging high. It seemed to say, is that what you call practicing a bit longer? Anya explained, the classmate I mentioned a few days ago who is also a paladin stays at school to practice until very late after class. Today I was curious to see how late he would go, so I stayed with him. So this classmate practices until midnight every day before going home? The butler asked. Upon hearing this, Anya smiled ruefully. Not exactly. I couldn't hold out any longer, so I came back first. He should still be at school practicing. The butler looked incredulous. Practicing this late. Doesn't he rest? Anya replied, it is rumored that he doesn't sleep, practices all night, and even motivates his classmates, leading to instances of them drinking potions to study overnight. The butler fell silent, feeling that he might be a bit out of touch with these young people's pace. He thought about reporting to the Lord tomorrow to see if Miss Anya should keep her distance from these people. Seeing the butler's silence, Anya sighed deeply, took a shower, and prepared for bed. However, lying in bed, Anya, who usually fell asleep, immediately found it difficult to doze off. While she was resting, would Zach still be practicing at home? If he was still practicing, wouldn't that make her seem too lazy? Furthermore, if she was resting while he was improving, the gap between them would only widen, and she would eventually be surpassed by him. This was something Anya found hard to accept. If she practiced at this moment while he was resting, she could leave him further behind. Ultimately, after lying in bed for quite some time, without falling asleep, Anya sat up again, letting her long, smooth, golden hair cascade down her back. Dressed in a slightly lazy pajama, she began to practice her breathing technique on the bed. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, and Boulder City, which had been silent all night, gradually awakened. Of course, this did not include those who had stayed up all night. Looking at the rising sun outside, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, turning his head in surprise to see that some classmates had already arrived in the classroom. Why are you here so early? Did you not go home? The classmate questioned, a bit shocked. He was one of those who stayed with Jiang Lin until the sun set yesterday, and he had also tried the mental stimulant potion and found his learning efficiency surprisingly good, able to accomplish in one day what would typically take two. So today he arrived at school early to enjoy the learning atmosphere of the school in the morning. However, he did not expect to run into Jiang Lin, who hadn't gone home all night. No, I didn't go home. Practicing at home and at school is the same for me. There's no difference. Jiang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. I went out to buy breakfast. Saying this, he took Little Black and walked out of the classroom, leaving the classmate with a mysterious silhouette. Watching Jiang Lin leave, the classmate sighed in his heart and secretly vowed to learn from Jiang Lin and keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom and continued to sit cross-legged, practicing the breathing technique. At the same time, he also collected the rewards for the completed daily tasks. Stamina 55006, 500, mental power 3300, 4300. As for the random skill, Jiang Lin rubbed his hands and began to roll for today's skill. Randomly drawing. Selected skill 7-star Holy Radiance / beginner, a burst of golden light. Jiang Lin was delighted, followed by an overwhelming influx of memories flooding into his mind. This time the amount of memory compared to previous times was terrifyingly vast. In the memories provided by the system, he practiced this advanced battle skill, transitioning from a youth to a young adult, then to middle age until old age. In the system, Jiang Lin had no Little Black to guide him by his side, so he had to gradually figure out his own way of channeling magic essence and solidify it completely. Though advanced skills have training methods, some of the internal magic essence flow needed to be adjusted individually. Thus, Jiang Lin's progress was exceptionally slow. He continuously reinforced the heavenly pivot corresponding to the Baihui point until it was completely lit up, representing that he had moved beyond the beginner stage into a proficient level. Next was the heavenly virtue corresponding to the Feng Fu point, the heavenly essence corresponding to the Dazhui point, and the heavenly authority corresponding to the Xiang point. One by one, the stars within Jiang Lin were lit up, and as Yuheng Kaiyang and Yao Guang also lit up, it represented that Jiang Lin's sword technique had reached perfection and he was on the threshold of reaching the realm of mastery. Until Jiang Lin transformed into an elderly man, he noticed that with a shift of his mind, the complex technique formed almost instantaneously within him and upon the wooden sword in his hand. The blade in his hand burst forth with an astonishingly brilliant light, and the 7 resplendent stars like the sun radiated outward, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that flew from the tip of the sword, carrying the momentum to shatter and purify everything, crashing into a giant boulder. The giant boulder crumbled easily into dust before this sword aura, as if it were made of paper. However, the sword in Jiang Lin's hand also shattered on the spot from the immense energy. At this point, Jiang Lin had finally reached the entry level of mastery. However, this was just the beginning of his journey into mastery. To reach the pinnacle of mastery, he still had a long way to go, and the subsequent improvements would be even more challenging than the journey from entry to mastery. Though Jiang Lin had some talent in swordsmanship, he was merely slightly stronger than the average person, and the gap to true genius was vast. An unranked skill basic swordsmanship took him 3 years of dedicated practice to reach proficiency. So facing this advanced skill, he felt even more overwhelmed, especially without Little Black's personal guidance. Fortunately, the system's upgrades would not disappoint Jiang Lin. He transformed back from an elderly man to his youthful form, inheriting his previous memories. Thus he began his tedious journey of practice once more. While practicing, he couldn't help but sigh at the vast disparity in talent between individuals. He had almost spent a lifetime to cultivate this advanced skill to mastery, while Anya only needed 2 months to perfect it and reach the threshold of mastery. He practiced mechanically and numbly until he transitioned from youth to middle age. Decades of practice had left Jiang Lin's heart somewhat numb, but his proficiency with the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was increasing, and it became increasingly effortless to wield. One day, Jiang Lin unleashed the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash with all his might, and the dazzling light shone brightly. This time, the originally shining 7 stars and the sword radiance fused into one, becoming a solitary star as brilliant as the sun. At the same time, the 7 stars within him also sparkled with brilliant light, forming a continuous 7-star pathway. The maximum range of the sword energy had expanded from just a few meters at the start to over 100 meters now. Jiang Lin knew at this moment that his proficiency had reached the peak of mastery. Returning to the real world, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind, while his body began to undergo some changes. The feedback from years of practice also influenced him, imprinting muscle memory into his current form, allowing him to quickly unleash the sword techniques from his memories, even with this body. The pathways within him were opened, and the 7 acupoints, Baihui, Fengfu, Dezhujiang, Mingmen Xuanshu, and Changqiang, shone with brilliant light, forming a bright channel in conjunction with the incoming memories. As the memories continued to flood in, Jiang Lin felt a splitting headache, and soon his vision went dark as he fainted. In the last memory, Jiang Lin felt the world spinning around him before he collapsed to one side. At this time, 3 or 4 classmates had already arrived in the classroom. Vaguely, he heard someone shout, "What the hell? Did Jiang Lin stay up all night and die? What the hell? I stayed up too. Am I going to die as well? Quick, go to the school clinic for help. Is the clinic even open this early?" Even the small black creature nearby was startled, rushing over to check on Jiang Lin's condition. It soon found itself somewhat disappointed, realizing that Jiang Lin had merely fainted and was not dead. What was going on? He seemed quite stable before. Though he had stayed up for 3 days, he didn't appear fatigued at all. In the end, it could only pray that it was some hidden illness, preferably one that could take his life. When Jiang Lin awoke again, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Where was this? Jiang Lin had just opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, as the scent of freshly washed bedding warmed by the sun wafted to his nose. "You're awake." A gentle female voice rang out. However, before Jiang Lin could respond, the memories that had not yet been processed surged into his mind once again. A sharp pain struck, and Jiang Lin's vision darkened as he fainted once more. Nurse Aina in the clinic looked at Jiang Lin, who had fainted again, bewildered by the situation. After pondering for a moment, she decided to use a higher-level mental healing skill. She moved her lips slightly and began to chant, silver threads of moonlight weaving a net of tranquility, enveloping the clamor of discord, calming the tremors of thought. Her soft voice flowed like moonlight, serene, yet gentle, seemingly capable of soothing a wounded soul. At the same time, it seemed as if moonlight was flowing around her, gradually brightening with her chant, and as her palm pressed down, it infused into Jiang Lin's body. High-level mental healing magic, Moon's Embrace. This is how spellcasters in this world cast spells, by reciting incantations and guiding magical energy through mental power, ultimately channeling the magical essence of the world to form effective spells. Of course, if one were a sufficiently powerful spellcaster, they could complete skill releases directly through mental guidance without needing to chant. Some skills depend on the user's affinity with the element to determine whether chanting is necessary. For example, the low-level enhancement technique Zhang Lin used does not require chanting due to his modest affinity for magical essence. Meanwhile, 7 stars Sacred Radiance / requires no chanting for Zhang Lin as a holy knight due to his high affinity for light. Moreover, compared to spells that require manipulation of the world's magical essence, most combat techniques only require the mobilization of one's internal magical power, thus avoiding the need for chanting. As the gentle mental energy infused into Zhang Lin, his previously tense mind began to relax, and he awakened once more. An overwhelming influx of memories continued, but this time aided by Ana's mental healing skill, granting Zhang Lin's fragile mind a moment to breathe. Finally, all the memories surged into his mind, and Zhang Lin managed to escape from this state of near-death. High-level skills. Is it really that difficult to practice? Now only this singular thought remained in Zhang Lin's mind. At the same time, he opened his eyes again, revealing a twilight hue reminiscent of an elderly man worn by countless years. Yet within those aging eyes there was a glimmer that shone like stars. The enhancement of high-level skill proficiency not only elevated his mastery, but also provided a comprehensive boost to Zhang Lin's combat prowess. Even his aura now exuded the grand demeanor of a swordsmanship master. Are you fully awake now? At the same time, Ana, who had been performing the mental healing skill for Zhang Lin, spoke up, stopping her magical output after a while. Zhang Lin nodded. Yes, thank you, Miss Ana. As the school nurse, Zhang Lin naturally recognized her. After all, she had helped him heal after he was injured during the practical exam. Ana was a second-tier priest, specific level unknown, but being able to use high-level magic meant she was certainly no ordinary school nurse. At least she was much more capable than the school nurse from Zhang Lin's previous life. They said you fainted from staying up all night. What's going on? Zhang Lin was taken aback by this, pondering for a moment before replying. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's due to staying up late. I feel like I just had a very long dream. Zhang Lin noticed a familiar aura outside the clinic door, confirming who the presence belonged to. It was none other than Anya, who had also practiced 7 stars Sacred Radiance / Now Zhang Lin could vaguely sense the 7 shining stars within Anya's body through the 7 stars in his own, but his proficiency was higher, allowing him to conceal the radiance of his own stars from her perception. What dream? Anya asked curiously. I dreamed that I was continuously practicing swordsmanship and making significant progress in it. Zhang Lin noticed that as he spoke, Anya outside seemed to perk up a bit. You must have overexerted yourself, Xiaojiang. You should really rest well. Zhang Lin shook his head. Once the proficiency of breathing techniques reaches a certain level, it can replace the need for sleep. Don't you know that, Miss Ana? Zhang Lin reiterated what the small black creature had said, but left out the last part. Ana pondered for a moment and then asked with confusion, Then why have you only reached level 3 just before graduation? Zhang Lin fell silent. After lying in bed for a long time, he rose and said, I think I've rested enough. Oh, thank you, Miss Ana. Ana nodded, showing no intention to delve deeper, waved her hand, and said, All right, as long as you've rested, try not to stay up too late. I don't want to see you again in a few days. After thanking her, Zhang Lin pushed open the clinic door and left. He then saw Anya waiting outside the clinic door. Anya, what are you doing here? Zhang Lin pretended not to know she had been outside. I heard rumors that you died from staying up all night, so I came to check on you. Anya replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's expression froze, as he had not expected such an absurd rumor. I just woke up when you arrived. I stood at the door for a while and heard your conversation with Miss Ana. Pausing for a moment, Anya continued. You said you practiced swordsmanship in a dream and made progress. Is that true? Zhang Lin nodded. Absolutely true. Anya's eyes lit up. What swordsmanship did you practice? How significant is your progress? Zhang Lin thought for a moment. I practiced 7 stars Sacred Radiance / I made progress. It should be quite significant, right? Hearing this, Anya seemed even more excited. To what extent? Should we spar a little? Zhang Lin stroked his chin, contemplating whether to mention that his proficiency had reached the maximum level, fearing it might scare her. However, if he understated it, explaining a sudden leap in proficiency with 7 stars Sacred Radiance / later would be troublesome. Weighing it for a while, Zhang Lin said, I reached the perfect level in my dream. This proficiency would allow him to spar with Anya, and he would also get to learn another sword technique from her. Hey, Xiao Jiang just woke up from a coma. Oh, take good care of yourself. Don't engage in strenuous activity. At that moment, Nurse Ana's voice came from the clinic. Upon hearing this, Anya remembered that Zhang Lin was supposed to be a patient. All right, you're still not well. Oh, let's postpone the sparring for now. However, Zhang Lin shook his head. It's fine. Oh, I'm fine and can engage in combat. Yet fearing that Nurse Anna would scold him if she heard, he lowered his voice and pulled Anya a distance away from the clinic before speaking. Shall we go now? Yes, no problem. During their conversation, the two arrived at an empty training ground. Can I familiarize myself with it first? Jiang Lin asked Anya. No problem. Saying this, Anya suddenly produced a wooden sword from her hand and tossed it to Jiang Lin. It was indeed a rare space ring. Truly a wealthy girl. Jiang Lin marveled at the wooden sword in his hand. The price of a space ring should range from hundreds to thousands of gold coins, far beyond what Jiang Lin could afford at the moment. Even a slightly rare space ring could sell for over 10,000 gold coins. Thus, under Anya's astonished gaze, he began his performance. First, he practiced in place, fully igniting the first star Tian Shu, representing his entry into the realm of mastery. Anya nodded, feeling that what she saw was acceptable, and after all, advancing from entry level to mastery was not difficult. However, Jiang Lin then unleashed 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash, and the next star within him, Tian Xian, lit up as well. Anya began to feel uneasy as this speed seemed a bit too fast. Jiang Lin continued to execute the technique, seemingly familiarizing himself with his current body. Then Tian Ji lit up. Damn, this speed was definitely abnormal. Is this something a person can achieve? Anya felt her defenses crumbling. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin's task of breaking defenses had already been completed, otherwise he could have received a reward for a daily task. As Tian Quan and Yu Heng gradually lit up, Anya transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness. Could this truly be the mark of a genius? When Jiang Lin practiced for the 7th time, he completely lit up the 7 stars within the sword radiance. Proficiency reached perfection. In an instant, Anya felt as if she were witnessing the heart of a genius shatter. She had trained diligently for 2 months, while someone else had only taken a nap to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship in a dream. Jiang Lin exposed his proficiency to the perfect level and then asked Anya, shall we use this combat technique to spar? However, Anya was still staring blankly at the air before her. Why aren't you speaking? After a long silence, Anya finally replied, The training wooden sword can no longer withstand our current attacks. You should go buy a proper sword made of at least iron, as it seems we need to bring our own weapons for the upcoming midterm simulation exam. Jiang Lin nodded, noting this down mentally. A well-crafted ordinary iron sword costs around 4 to 5 coins. If mixed with some magical materials like mithril, the price could go above 10 coins. For an orphan still in school, the temple provides a welfare subsidy of 15 coins per month, which Jiang Lin had relied on to survive. If it were the old Jiang Lin, taking out such a sum from his living expenses would have been somewhat of a strain. However, now he also had a gold coin given by Anya, which was enough to buy a sword suitable for combat. Noticing Jiang Lin's silence and the hopeful look in his eyes, Anya began to realize something. Previously, she had promised him that once he could use 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash to spar with her, she would offer him the chance to learn other sword techniques. At the time, she had never anticipated that 3 days later Jiang Lin would reach the same level as her. She cleared her throat and said, by the way, regarding the new combat technique, I promised you I'll find the skill book at home and give it to you tomorrow. This combat technique is called Blade of Light, a high-level combat technique that allows for the temporary summoning of a light attribute longsword from within one's magical essence. As she spoke, Anya began to demonstrate it in front of Jiang Lin. Her long hair danced around her, and a holy light enveloped her, with the radiance coalescing like burning flames into a sword appearing firmly grasped between Anya's delicate fingers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. He was an ordinary paladin, yet his mental strength surpassed that of his peers in the mage class. However, he still placed his right fist against his chest and said with the proper knightly etiquette, "Thank you very much, Miss Anya. If Miss Anya needs any assistance outside of our training sessions, please do not hesitate to let me know. I, Jiang Lin, am always ready to face any challenge." Just from the introduction, one could tell that this was an extremely practical skill priced quite high, and the fact that the other party was willing to offer him the opportunity to learn it warranted his utmost gratitude. Moreover, being both paladins, the skills Anya learned were all arranged by her family's private tutor, allowing them to combine and complement each other, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Miss Anya is truly a beautiful and kind-hearted person. However, Anya sighed and said, "Thank you for your kind offer. Your talent is so astonishing that it leaves me somewhat at a loss for words." Pausing for a moment, she then tentatively asked, "By the way, you mentioned that your breathing technique can replace the need for rest. Is that true?" Jiang Lin nodded again, "Absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Anya was momentarily speechless, as she was still far from that level. She paused again and said, "By the way, there are rumors at school about you not going home and practicing overnight. Even yesterday, people in our class staying behind to practice has started to circulate. It is said that many decided to come after school today to catch you and investigate the truth of the rumors." Jiang Lin scratched his chin. It's not a rumor. I really did not go home yesterday. Practicing at home and at school is essentially the same. There is no difference. If they want to block me, let them come. I have nothing to fear. So you were practicing your breathing technique all night long. Exactly. Don't you feel bored or mentally exhausted? Anya asked, voicing her concern, as this was her biggest issue with staying up late. Jiang Lin looked puzzled. Why would one feel bored or exhausted? Shouldn't the joy of seeing oneself improve outweigh any fatigue? Moreover, when you think of those classmates who are resting while you are progressing, shouldn't that make you even more excited and motivated? Hearing Jiang Lin say this left Anya momentarily speechless. After all she had experienced that last night, the longer she stayed up, the harder it became, and due to the changes in her state of mind, the efficiency of her breathing technique actually decreased. Although she had made progress, it was torturous in terms of her senses. However, after contemplating for a while, she nodded and asked, "By the way, what is the name of the potion your classmates use for staying up late?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, wondering if this talented individual before him was also considering joining the ranks of the night owls. I didn't sleep last night either. Although I felt a bit tired and it got harder towards the end, overall it felt pretty good and I could see significant improvement. Pausing for a moment, she continued, I used to spend a third of my day sleeping, which felt like such a waste of time. I will ask my family's private tutor when I get home, and if it's feasible, I plan to stay up late to practice as well. Jiang Lin was surprised that Anya was already so outstanding, yet she was still so hardworking. He felt that he needed to exert even more effort. He replied, the potion is called mental stimulant. After use, it keeps your mind alert for 12 hours. As he spoke, Jiang Lin recounted the effects and side effects of the potion. Anya nodded silently. Well, that's about it for now. Your progress is rapid. I need to make the most of my time as well. I don't want to be overtaken by you too quickly. Then let's support each other. If Miss Anya needs my assistance with anything, just let me know. Yes, let's support each other. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin noticed that the atmosphere among his classmates was somewhat peculiar. The usually noisy class had quieted down considerably today, and more students were studying than before. When Jiang Lin returned to the classroom, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Hey Jiang, I heard you fainted. What happened? Were you staying up all night? Jiang Lin shook his head. No, just some unexpected circumstances. Upon hearing this, Tai Chun and the others sighed in relief. As long as it's not from staying up late, we're relieved. Then we can feel free to do so. Jiang Lin looked at Tai Chun, who was starting to show obvious dark circles under his eyes, and said with concern, Tai Chun, are you really okay? Tai Chun shook his head. I know my own body. Aside from feeling mentally tired and weary, my body can hold up. Moreover, seeing others staying up with me gives me even more motivation. Jiang Lin nodded. As long as you're aware of your limits, that's good. After that, he ignored what was going on in class and continued practicing his breathing technique. Xiaohei, listening to their conversation, felt that these people definitely had some serious issues. Jiang Lin had clearly fainted on the spot, yet their first concern was not for his health, but whether they could stay up late. Time flew by, and before long it was the end of school. Besides eating and attending swordsmanship classes, Jiang Lin spent all his time practicing the breathing technique. However, Jiang Lin felt quite disappointed that no one came to challenge him. Although many people arrived at the classroom door, they merely glanced and left, preventing him from having the chance to copy skills or improve his proficiency. After school today, the number of students from the struggling class had noticeably increased. Jiang Lin felt that if this trend continued in a month, the class would practically be full after school. Meanwhile, as rumors spread about top students practicing in the struggling class after school, many other students from different classes also came to check it out. Soon they witnessed a scene that left them astonished. Leading the charge was the top student Anya, along with other notable figures ranked high in the year, who all came to the struggling class after school and began to practice. If it were just Jiang Lin or a few students from the struggling class doing this, they might have scoffed and left. But now with the top student as an example, some eager students naturally wouldn't fall behind. After exchanging glances, some of them returned to their own classes, fetched small stools, and joined in the practice. However, most of them felt too shy to enter the classroom, so they sat outside on the ground and began to practice. Time continued to flow, and once again it was nearing sunset. Watching more and more diligent students appear, Jiang Lin gradually transitioned from surprise to a sense of accomplishment. He took out the food he had prepared earlier, quickly solved his dinner, and resumed his practice at his desk. Some of these students left directly, some chose to stay, and a few returned to the battlefield after finishing their dinner. As the moon slowly climbed above the mountain, Xiaohei looked at the strange scene before him, rendered speechless. Having experienced several all-night studies, Tai Chun and the others chose not to go home this time, bringing along a magic crystal lamp to continue studying at their desks. According to him, the school had a better atmosphere for studying. At home, he faced the temptation of a soft bed and had to resist, but at school there was no need to worry about such things. Moreover, seeing his classmates studying around him fueled the flames of his desire to learn even more, and he didn't want the fight to end easily. Thus time continued to pass in this strange atmosphere. The next day, early morning. As the first rays of dawn broke through the darkness, the sleeping city of Giant Stone awakened from its slumber. Shops in every street and alley began to open, supplying the ancient beast with the blood it needed to keep running. As one of the few primary magic academies in the city, the Radiant Magic Academy welcomed back its students. Of course, this did not include the students of the struggling class in the third year. As the first ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, diligent students could be seen either sitting upright, practicing their breathing techniques, reviewing cultural lessons by the light of magic crystal lamps, or strengthening their physical prowess in the corridors. The number of these students had decreased significantly compared to the beginning, but those who remained all had light in their eyes, having tasted the sweetness of staying up late. Losing 8 hours of sleep allowed them to accomplish so much more. During the day, various tasks and classes would consume their time, but at night they could freely arrange what they wanted to do. Their efficiency at night surpassed that of the daytime by an unknown margin, and just the thought of their own improvement while their classmates slept motivated them immensely. How had they never realized how enjoyable staying up could be? This collective experience of staying up undoubtedly planted a seed in their hearts. These students who were trying staying up for the first time looked at the rising sun and made a resolution: as long as their bodies held up, they could endure the night. They heard there were potions available, and today they would buy a few bottles to try. As students arrived at school one after another, they were taken aback by the scene before them. This group, had they not returned home all night? Were they insane? At that moment, the instigator of it all, Jiang Lin, opened his eyes. The small bowl within him had almost filled up after these days of accumulation. By tomorrow at the latest, he would reach level 4. This meant he would only be one level away from the minimum requirement for the Intermediate Magic Academy. He glanced at his classmates who had stayed up all night with him and then got up to go buy breakfast. As he stood up, Anya also got up to leave. Seeing Anya leave, everyone else followed suit. From the perspective of the others, Jiang Lin was the backbone of this group. Once he left, everyone else scattered. In an instant, Jiang Lin's image grew taller and more mysterious in their eyes. After buying breakfast, Jiang Lin walked and ate a bun as he arrived at the weapons shop. Ultimately, among the myriad weapons, he chose a regular iron sword made with 5 coins, well crafted. Although a long sword mixed with mithril would have better magical properties and thus greater power, its price was less appealing. Jiang Lin strapped the long sword to his waist and returned to school. Did you hear? Jiang Lin started staying up late to practice with the top student. Some people saw that their group didn't come home all night. Are they crazy? Won't staying up like this lead to sudden death? That's something only ordinary folks would experience, right? I don't think I've ever heard of adventurers dying from staying up late. Why are so many students from the top class following suit? They're not only better than us, but also working harder. How can we keep up? I've made up my mind to give it a try today. As stories of last night spread, more and more people in the year learned about it, filtering out a portion who had the potential for staying up late. What will they do if they get sleepy? I heard there's a potion called mental stimulant available. 5 coins per vial. That's expensive. That price is considered reasonable for potions. Damn it, why does going to school have to cost so much? Exactly. Those with wealthy backgrounds can stay up at will, while we with lesser means can only occasionally scrape together some money for the potions to stay up. Ahem, by the way, if you guys need money, you can borrow from me. I only charge a little interest, and you can pay me back once you get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. Just sign a mental contract. What a... Taking out loans to buy potions to stay up. As a massive change loomed, many found themselves on the brink, each displaying their own unique talents. Meanwhile, the Radiant Primary Magic Academy gradually began to feel different under Jiang Lin's influence. However, Jiang Lin, the instigator of all these changes, remained blissfully unaware. After returning to his seat, he began to roll for today's skills. Currently selecting skills: selected skill, low-level healing spell, proficient mastery. Memories flooded into his mind, and Jiang Lin could now easily absorb such a volume of memories. At the same time, his physical and mental strength grew. Physical value 6,500,7500, mental strength 4,300,5300. From a purely strength perspective, he was already comparable to an ordinary knight around level 7. Moreover, with abundant magical energy, Jiang Lin could squander it at will. At this rate, he would be well prepared for the upcoming midterm exam. Additionally, Jiang Lin had been contemplating a question. If every time new challengers came after him, he could level up or copy skills, wouldn't he become stronger and stronger by the day? However, those were matters for the future. For now, he needed to focus on training. The moment he settled down, Jiang Lin immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice the breathing technique, leaving those around him in awe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin expressed some surprise. The 4th place in the elite class. That is 4th in the grade, right? A magic profession ranked 4th in the grade. What does he want from me? Previously, he sent Anya to the elite class to see if anyone wanted to spar with him, but in reality, he just wanted to find melee fighters looking to refine their swordsmanship. This way, under the pressure of their levels, he could still have a fighting chance. In this manner, the other party could hone their sword skills, while he could complete tasks and earn rewards, achieving a win-win situation. Therefore, the fact that this magic profession came to spar with him was somewhat unexpected. However, there was no use in pondering this now. When the bridge is reached, the boat will naturally be straightened. He would respond with all his might when the time comes. He'll be careful. Jiang Lin nodded. After all, that person was recognized by Anya as having poor character, so he would naturally be more cautious. The swordsmanship class ended and Anya brought out the skill book for the Blade of Light that she had promised Jiang Lin. Although she didn't go home last night, she had her family member who delivered meals bring the skill book along. It was only borrowed for Jiang Lin to study, and once he was done learning, he had to return it to Anya. Generally speaking, skill books are quite expensive and cannot be sold as pirated copies through methods like photocopying. Skill books available for learning usually do not merely contain plain text records, but rather possess the sole imprint of the transcriber, requiring many magical materials. The higher the level of the skill book, the more expensive the magical materials needed, and the more energy is consumed by the transcriber. Moreover, many skills are set with a law curse preventing learners from teaching the skill to others, further limiting the potential for piracy. Although this restricts the spread of many skills leading to high prices for skill books, it also protects learners to some extent. After all, if piracy were rampant and the quality of transcribers varied greatly, it would be easy for transcription errors to occur. At best, one might practice the wrong skill and be unable to use it. At worst, it could lead to a chaotic flow of magical essence resulting in the user exploding. Thus, under the unified regulations of the human kingdom, the sale of skill books is strictly controlled. Once individuals or businesses are discovered to have pirated copies, very severe penalties are imposed. Jiang Lin took the skill book handed to him by Anya and expressed his gratitude once more. If Miss Anya needs anything, Jiang Lin will not hesitate to face any danger. Back in the classroom, Jiang Lin eagerly opened the skill book, preparing to see if he could understand it using the experience he had learned previously. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lin shut the skill book with a heavy thud and let out a long sigh. Another 10 minutes wasted. If only he had used this time for cultivation. Then he looked over at the small black cat beside him. The small black cat was alert. What are you looking at me for? Don't you dare pull any tricks again. To the astonishment of many students in the bottom-tier class today, Jiang Lin actually did not remain glued to his seat. Instead, during a break, he took his black cat and ran outside, after which he was not seen in class again. Jiang Lin skipping class went unnoticed by the teacher. After all, besides Jiang Lin, there were quite a few students in the class who skipped, and the teachers were too lazy to manage these bottom-tier students, leaving them to their own devices. It was not until 4 hours later, after being mercilessly mocked by the small black cat, that Jiang Lin dragged his weary body back to his seat. Of course, his gains were substantial. Blade of Light initiated today's class was nearing its end, and soon it would be time to leave. However, just as the last class before dismissal was about to begin, Jiang Lin's homeroom teacher Leek appeared at the back door and asked the students to call out Jiang Lin, who was meditating. Jiang Lin stood up in confusion and followed his homeroom teacher Leek outside. Upon arriving at the office, the homeroom teacher seemed a bit nervous, glancing around instinctively before asking, "Little Jiang, I heard that your recent progress has been quite remarkable." Jiang Lin was puzzled. "What's wrong, teacher? Is there an issue? You've been acting a bit strangely lately, so I came to ask." Leek cleared his throat and continued, "So has your recent progress relied on something?" Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. If he were to say his progress was due to the system's rewards, the system could be considered his extraordinary talent after all. Thus he answered calmly, "Naturally, it is due to my hard work and sweat as well as my exceptional talent." Leek stared into Jiang Lin's eyes, seemingly trying to discern any hint of guilt. Unfortunately, he did not possess the ability to read minds. He then asked, "Additionally, I heard that you have been burning the midnight oil with many students lately. Oh, what's the reason for that?" Jiang Lin was even more puzzled. "Of course it's for late-night training. There are only 67 days until the enrollment for the Intermediate Magic Academy, and our foundation is too weak. If we don't strive, how can we possibly get into the Intermediate Magic Academy?" Upon hearing this, Leek was slightly surprised. Although he was the homeroom teacher, he hadn't paid much attention to this group of bottom-tier students, so it was only now that he realized so many students in the class were working hard to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. After a brief silence, he continued to ask, "Aside from our class, it seems many students from other classes are also staying up late. What's the reason for that?" Jiang Lin answered without a second thought, "Of course, they have discovered the benefits of late-night training. Such precious time at night, how can it be wasted on sleep?" We originally spent at least a third of our day sleeping, so if you don't sleep, it's equivalent to having an extra half of the day to use every day. Moreover, during the day aside from training, there are various trivial matters, so the night is exclusively our own time, allowing us to squander and use it as we please. Additionally, as adventurers, we want drop dead from staying up late, at most, well, just feel mentally dazed. So there's really no need to worry about mental issues. If it gets too tough, we can just use some potions to invigorate ourselves. Upon hearing this, Leek fell silent once more. Ultimately, he still asked, so you don't worship any evil gods or anything, right? Jiang Lin shook his head as if it were obvious. Of course not. I am a paladin. How could I possibly worship something like an evil god? Indeed not. After all, with the small black cat, it could only be considered a cooperative and transactional relationship. There was nothing to do with belief. Leek let out a sigh of relief and then spoke to no one in particular. I have asked everything I needed to ask. You may come out now. Jiang Lin was surprised. Then two men dressed in floor-length ivory-white robes entered from the door, one middle-aged and one young, each wearing a copper and silver badge on their chests respectively. Jiang Lin immediately recognized that these two were magic professionals from the temple. By the grace of the god of arcane, this young paladin has not told a single lie during the conversation just now. The middle-aged temple official spoke first, a relieved smile appearing on his face. It seems that this young and diligent paladin does not have any ties to evil gods. Homeroom teacher Leek nodded in agreement. That's right. I said Jiang Lin is definitely not that kind of person. Seeing Jiang Lin's puzzled expression, the middle-aged man explained, let me introduce myself. I am Forrester, a staff member of the Giantstone City Temple, and this is my badge. As he spoke, he pointed to the silver badge on his chest. We received a report claiming that a student at your school might be colluding with evil gods, influencing and leading many students, so we came to investigate, ultimately identifying this paladin as a suspect. During your conversation just now, we used the truth spell to detect your mental waves for any intent to lie. After testing, this student was very frank and sincere and has preliminarily been cleared of suspicion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin finally understood the situation. However, he still felt puzzled. Who on earth would report him to the temple? Jiang Lin thought carefully and felt he shouldn't have made many enemies. He was just an honest and hardworking paladin, so how could he have provoked anyone? However, Forrester continued, but this is not over. We will ask the paladin to accompany us to the temple again, where under the detection of the 7 divine statues, we will completely clear any suspicion. Jiang Lin furrowed his brows slightly. Does this mean he would be delaying a lot of training time? The person who reported him was truly despicable. Jiang Lin frowned and Forrester keenly noticed this, asking, what's wrong? Is there something inconvenient for you, sir? Jiang Lin shook his head and said, no, I was just thinking that going back and forth to the temple will delay a lot of my training time. The person who reported me absolutely has ulterior motives. It's truly despicable. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence in the office. Homeroom teacher Leek looked at Jiang Lin, who seemed to be bewitched, and wanted to say that in his current state, if the temple did not come to check, he would suspect Jiang Lin was possessed by an evil god. At that moment, the young man beside Forrester spoke with a stern face. You didn't know to put in the effort before. What good does it do to scramble for time now? Looking at your magical essence fluctuations, you're only at level 3. It took you 3 whole years to reach this level, and with just over 60 days left, there's no way you can meet the minimum standard for the Intermediate Magic Academy. This person was named Kanan, a second-tier mage, and an intern member of the temple, as indicated by the copper badge on his chest. As a young and noble staff member of the temple, he naturally looked down on Jiang Lin, a student with little talent. After all, 3 whole years had passed, yet the other party had not managed to raise their level to 5. There was no chance in the remaining days. No matter how hard he tried, he would only become one of the many indistinguishable individuals. The other party had at most a few days left to still have some connection with the temple. Once the exams were over, he would return to the ranks of ordinary people. Forrester shot Kanan a reproachful glare, signaling him not to speak if he couldn't say anything useful. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Lin asked, may I ask your name? My name is Kanan, a second-tier mage. What's the matter? Are you still unconvinced? Jiang Lin shook his head. No, just taking note of it. As he spoke, he actually took out a somewhat worn notebook from his pocket. Jiang Lin flipped to the middle page and began to write. Kanan, a second-tier mage from the Giantstone City Temple, mocked my talent and effort, saying I definitely won't pass the Intermediate Magic Academy. As he wrote, he quietly read aloud. Everyone present was left puzzled. What is this thing? Kanan asked. This is my notebook for jotting down knowledge points. Sometimes I have a poor memory, so I need to refer back to these things often. Jiang Lin answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Kanan was immediately left speechless. What do you mean by writing me down? Do you plan to seek revenge on me later? Jiang Lin shook his head. It's just to record today's humiliation and review it at any time. Kanan shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it further, as the gap between them was destined to place them in different worlds. However, Jiang Lin was relentless. Someone who is just a few years older than me and slightly higher in level is not worth my special effort for revenge. Not long from now, with my effort and talent, I will surpass such people. Jiang Lin spoke to himself, but the provocative tone was already quite evident, and everyone present could clearly sense it. What do you mean? You look down on me. Kanan thought this paladin in front of him must have a screw loose. After all, as a low-tier individual, such thoughts should just be kept to oneself. Saying them out loud like this was completely provocative. And what benefit could he gain by provoking himself with such talent? Don't doubt it. I don't seek to be on the same level. Just bring your level down to what it was when you were my age, and you definitely won't be able to defeat me. Jiang Lin continued to provoke arrogantly. The reason he was acting this way was quite simple. When Kanan first mocked Jiang Lin, the system issued a quest. Temporary quest. What kind of cat or dog dares to provoke you? Where is the might of the Demon King? Requirement: teach the other party a harsh lesson so they know they messed with the wrong person. Reward: upgrade a specified skill to max level. Normally, Jiang Lin might have just ignored it and let it pass, but since the system had spoken, he naturally couldn't let the other party off. Moreover, the system's evaluation of the other party was just a cat or dog, not someone like Anya, who was a heavenly beauty. It was likely that when they were the same age, they wouldn't be too strong. With the homeroom teacher and other temple members watching, Jiang Lin was not afraid of the other party pulling any tricks. Hence the scene unfolded. All right, old Forrester, wait a few minutes for me. Today, let this arrogant kid see what the gap in talent looks like, Kanan declared. Upon hearing Kanan's words, the elder Forrester thought for a moment, but did not stop him. As an observer, he could see that Jiang Lin's provocation was much more evident. After all, even if he wanted to keep a notebook, he could find a secluded place to do it. Writing and reading aloud in front of the other party was clearly seeking a fight. He couldn't understand why someone like Jiang Lin as a paladin would be so fired up. Since both parties wanted to have a fight, he would just watch over them as an elder, ensuring things didn't get too out of hand. With the approval of his superior, Kanan cast a fierce glance at Jiang Lin and said, "Take us to your training arena. I want to see what you are so arrogant about." Jiang Lin nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Please wait a few minutes, I need to get something first." With that, he jogged away. In less than a minute, he returned to the office holding a necklace and an iron sword. The necklace came from Anya, a great suppressing item she had obtained from her swordsmanship teacher. The iron sword was one he had purchased that morning for the upcoming midterm exam. Now was a chance to get accustomed to its feel. Seeing the necklace in Jiang Lin's hand, Kanan recognized what it was, clearly fearing that Jiang Lin would not abide by the rules and use power beyond the prescribed level. In a moment of anger, he exclaimed, "Do you look down on me? I am a member of the temple who has sworn an oath under the statue of the Lord of Magic. I would never resort to such dirty and despicable tricks." Jiang Lin remained silent and simply inquired about Kanan's level at the age of 15. "I was at level 7 at 15, 4 levels higher than you now. You still have time to regret." Jiang Lin nodded, his expression growing serious. After all, he would face more opponents like this the day after tomorrow, and he was still unclear about the strength of opponents at this level. It was prudent to test the waters before the midterm exam. Yes, he could give it his all. Regardless, losing would not cost him his life. The homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Jiang Lin, this kid. When did he become so combative? Ultimately, the group arrived at an empty training arena in the school. Though somewhat reluctant, Kanan put on the necklace handed to him by Jiang Lin. In an instant, his aura diminished, reverting to level 7. However, even though his level and physical attributes were suppressed to level 7, his experience with various skills remained so. He still held a significant advantage over Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin raised his long sword facing Kanan as if preparing for battle. He lifted the iron sword high above his head, gathering a sacred golden light upon the blade that radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding a terrifying aura capable of tearing everything apart. Seeing this, everyone present was astonished. They hadn't expected Jiang Lin, only level 3 at 15, to unleash such a powerful skill. From the magical fluctuations, it was evident this was a high-level skill, and the twinkling stars indicated it was a high-tier combat technique known as 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a useless nobody? How could he learn such a powerful skill? It was said that this combat technique was extremely difficult to master and incredibly powerful when perfected. The more stars in the sword's aura, the higher the proficiency. Yet Jiang Lin's sword aura contained only a single star, suggesting he was likely just a beginner, so its power shouldn't be too great. The onlookers experienced as they were quickly recognized Jiang Lin's sword move, since 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash was quite well known in the market. However, it seemed Jiang Lin had no intention of holding back, opting to strike decisively. As the spectators could tell, he aimed to finish the fight quickly. After all, they believed that for Jiang Lin, a level 3 fighter, using a high-level skill was undoubtedly a significant move both in difficulty and in the energy it consumed. You can use high-level combat skills. For a level 3 adventurer, that is indeed impressive, Kanan commented. But your proficiency is too low, it cannot be applied in real combat. If this is your source of pride, then I regret to inform you that you cannot defeat me. With that, Kanan unleashed his skill. Points of light energy gathered around him, and complex magical trajectories appeared in the air, completing the condensation almost instantaneously. A high-level defensive spell, Holy Radiance Light's Blessing. As the spell was completed, a barrier made of light materialized before him. As one of the 9 major elemental types, light does not have a very pronounced counter relationship. In the face of light-based attacks, defenses with the same element have a distinct advantage. Of course, this is only true at the same proficiency level. Kanan had a higher proficiency in earth element defensive magic, but he aimed to defeat Jiang Lin in the area he was most familiar with, so he used this skill. Originally, he thought Jiang Lin would need a considerable amount of time to charge up, yet he was surprised that Jiang Lin completed the skill's condensation in an instant, a level of proficiency that clearly was not indicative of a beginner. As soon as Kanan's light shield had formed, Jiang Lin's sword aura swept in with ferocious might, reaching the shield. With a sound of clang, the shield shattered as if made of paper, and the fierce sword aura showed no signs of stopping. If Kanan had not had any protection and had taken this hit with the body of a level 7 mage, he would have been severely injured. Meanwhile, Forrest, who was watching, remained highly alert, prepared to step in and rescue Kanan at any moment. Kanan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the light sword aura approaching him. Why was this sword aura, a high-level skill, so powerful? At the same time, as a second-tier adventurer, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to quickly unleash his most proficient earth element defensive spell. High-level earth magic barrier, Eternal Guardian. Just as the sword aura reached him, with earth elements manifesting around his body, a hard shield coalesced to block the remaining strike. For a moment, Kanan felt cold sweat soaking his back. If he had been even slightly slower, Jiang Lin's strike would undoubtedly have inflicted severe wounds. Moreover, his level was restricted by the necklace around his neck, preventing him from using more power for defense. Did this kid have a grudge against him? Why did he come out swinging with a big move right from the start to put him in danger? Reflecting on Kanan's earlier insistence on fighting and requiring him to wear the level-restricting necklace, Kanan was convinced that Jiang Lin intended to harm him. He glared at Jiang Lin in anger. However, to his surprise, Jiang Lin appeared equally astonished by the damage he had caused, seemingly not realizing he could create such destruction. He muttered to himself, though his voice clearly reached the ears of those present, a level 7 mage. Is this how weak they are? Hearing this, Kanan's face darkened. But looking at Jiang Lin's serious expression, it seemed he was not joking at all. Could it be that he had simply misjudged his strength and did not intentionally want to harm him? Or was he just feigning calmness? After all, as a level 3 paladin, his stamina and magical power could not possibly sustain multiple such attacks from Jiang Lin. Kanan thought. He estimated that Jiang Lin had likely exhausted all his magical power and was merely putting on a show to intimidate him into surrendering. Jiang Lin, seeing Kanan's strained defense, was about to ask if he could continue when he noticed circles of flame runes appearing on Kanan's body. At the same time, Kanan's lips moved. Jiang Lin could not clearly hear the specific incantation, but he could tell it was undoubtedly a powerful spell. Fierce flames wrapped around Kanan's pristine robe, and as he chanted, the energy built up rapidly, forming the shape of a fire dragon in just a few seconds. High-level fire magic, Dragon's Breath. He did not lack stronger attack spells, but in an unknown situation, this was the fastest spell he could use. This is a characteristic of the mage profession: high attack, but low defense with a lengthy casting time. Like the homeroom teacher who was observing, felt a pang of worry for Jiang Lin, while also glancing at Forrest, who was on standby. If Forrest had no intention of intervening, he would need to step in to save Jiang Lin if he was in danger. Meanwhile, Forrest was alert and prepared to terminate the match at any moment. Clearly, both he and Like shared the belief that Jiang Lin was already on his last legs, and that the previous attack had been all he could muster. However, what shocked everyone present was that Jiang Lin showed no sign of defense. Instead, he raised his iron sword once more and unleashed 7-star Sacred Radiance, slash again, similar to the earlier fluctuation. Once again, a dazzling golden light shot from the blade, roaring towards the still-forming fire dragon. Realizing Jiang Lin still had the energy to use this high-level skill, Kanan's pupils constricted, and he preemptively released his still-charging high-level skill. Boom! The blazing fire dragon surged forth, colliding solidly with the sword aura, which, though dissipating by more than half, still retained some residual force. Just when Kanan felt a surge of triumph, a scene unfolded before him that he would never forget. The sword aura he had considered Jiang Lin's ultimate move seemed to replicate following the first, with a multitude of sword auras. The sword auras flew at him like they were free, and at a glance there were at least a dozen, each possessing the same power as the previous one, shimmering with brilliant light, illuminating the entire training arena with divine light. This sight sent Kanan's spirit into a tailspin. Simultaneously, the remnants of the fire dragons still charging forward were easily destroyed by a subsequent sword aura, vanishing into thin air as if brushed aside by an adult. What kind of monster is this? Kanan cursed himself for the bravado he had shown just seconds before. Why did he provoke this guy? He shouted, "I concede. I concede," while hurriedly removing the necklace from around his neck, and in a split second unleashed his most proficient defensive skill with fervor. High-level Earth Magic Barrier, Eternal Guardian. With the necklace removed, his mental power returned to a second-tier level, allowing him to mobilize a significantly increased amount of magical energy. In almost an instant, layers of earth element barriers appeared around him. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of collisions echoed as Jiang Lin's sword auras struck Kanan's shield. However, unlike before, they did not shatter it, but instead burst into brilliant light, dissipating the light elements within the sword auras into the air. The hard earth element shield trembled slightly, but as a defensive magic most proficient for a second-tier mage, Jiang Lin's sword auras did not break through. Thus this match came to a definitive end. Kanan looked at Jiang Lin with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, struggling to comprehend that such an attack could be executed by a level 3 paladin and at such a high frequency. "You are definitely not level 3. Are you hiding your level?" Kanan yelled at Jiang Lin in frustration, yet Jiang Lin merely shook his head. "No, my level is indeed 3, it's just that your perspective is too narrow, and you have yet to witness what a genius tempered by time looks like." As he spoke, Jiang Lin pulled out a little notebook he had been keeping track of grudges in. "I told you you are merely a few years older than me. It won't be long before I surpass you, so it's not worth noting." He flipped to the previous page and crossed out the small note, as if erasing Kanan's initial disdain along with it. Seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, Kanan's face flushed red. However, as a proud temple mage, he could not resort to bullying the weak and could only silently accept his defeat. What did he mean by a genius tempered by time? Could it be that he truly was a genius? Then the system completed its assessment. Easily humiliating the opponent, completing the task, reward designated skill upgraded to maximum level. This was Jiang Lin's second time receiving this reward, and this time he had more options to choose from. In addition to several skills that had not yet reached maximum level, other skills that had already reached maximum level also appeared in the skill list. Without exception, they were all marked as can break limits and were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of no-tier skills, basic swordsmanship, can break limits 0-1. The second tier consists of low-tier skills, low-level healing spell, can break limits 0-2. The third tier consists of high-tier skills, 7-star sacred radiance, / can break limits 0-8. The absence of mid-tier skills is due to the fact that Jiang Lin's learned skills only include no-tier, low-tier, and high-tier. However, this does not affect Jiang Lin's deduction that above the extraordinary level there should be another tier, and breaking into this tier requires additional opportunities for enhancement, with different levels of skills consuming varying amounts of enhancement opportunities. The most basic paladin breathing technique is categorized as a no-tier skill and can also break limits. Looking at each skill, Jiang Lin ultimately chose to spend this opportunity on the high-level skill Blade of Light that he had just learned. After all, the midterm test was the day after tomorrow. The higher his combat power, the more opponents he could defeat, and the more system rewards he could obtain. When the next opportunity to designate skill upgrades arises, he could break through paladin breathing technique. With such thoughts in his heart, Jiang Lin returned his focus to the real world. "Are we heading to the sanctuary now?" Jiang Lin inquired. Kanan, having lost to Jiang Lin, felt somewhat embarrassed and was not very eager to respond. Observing from the sidelines, Forrest stared at Jiang Lin with admiration and said, "Well, time is of the essence. Oh, let's go." At that moment, Jiang Lin asked again, "Could I trouble you two for a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Forrest asked. "If I go directly, it would waste too much time. I'm feeling a bit tired. Could you please use the float spell to take me there?" My. Clearly, the two did not grasp the meaning of Jiang Lin, the master of time management. After finishing this sentence, Jiang Lin checked his bound title of one of the 4 secret cults, Pope's Legendary, and confirming it was correct, claimed the task reward. Immediately, a surge of memories unique to advanced skills flooded Jiang Lin's mind. After holding on for a moment, his vision darkened, and he successfully fainted. "Damn!" Seeing Jiang Lin fall backward, Kanan, who had just fought with him, exclaimed and hurried to support Jiang Lin's body. He feared that he had caused some trouble for this genius holy knight. For a moment, the 3 awake individuals present were all bewildered. Was this due to overexertion? Kanan quickly checked Jiang Lin's condition. Mental shock. It should be due to overexertion. Upon hearing this, and recalling Jiang Lin's mental strength far surpassing that of a level 3 Holy Knight, the three felt this explanation was likely very close to the truth. Jiang Lin must have overdrafted his mental energy, otherwise he wouldn't have had so much magical power to sustain such an attack. But thinking of Jiang Lin's words and actions after defeating Kanan, as well as his instructions before fainting, the three's expressions darkened. How could he be so pretentious? Clearly overexerted, yet still insisting that he needed to fully rest utilizing time. Acting all calm, as if he were a young man who could just fall asleep at any moment. When he awoke again, he found himself beneath a strange dome. The high and majestic ceiling was clearly not something a typical infirmary would possess. Beneath the dome were stained glass windows like crystal through which the dim yellow sunlight poured in, illuminating the hall of the sanctuary, clearly revealing the dust in the air, filling the place with a sacred glow and a peaceful atmosphere. You are neither an isolated island nor a remnant wall. May light accompany you, taking away the heavy sighs, returning to tranquility, to wholeness, to the breath of this moment. In the distance, Jiang Lin seemed to hear someone reciting a strange spell. At the same time, small points of light surged toward his body, making him feel warm all over, soothing his tense spirit. Suddenly sitting up, Jiang Lin saw a staff member of the sanctuary standing beside him, dressed in a white priestly robe. Clearly this healing magic was cast on Jiang Lin. Memories were still merging in his mind while his body gradually adapted to the light blade, reshaping itself to release it. Thank you. Jiang Lin expressed his gratitude. It's only my duty. My colleagues mentioned you are a very talented holy knight. Are you considering working at the sanctuary in the future? The profession of a holy knight is quite prestigious within the sanctuary, akin to having an inherent buff of proper lineage. Jiang Lin smiled and replied, if given the opportunity, I certainly wish to become a member of the glorious Sanctuary Knight Order. Becoming a member of the sanctuary is similar to being a civil servant in his previous life. The job is stable, poses little danger, and is respected, making it a choice for many adventurers. Before Jiang Lin obtained the system, his goal was also to join the sanctuary. However, now with the system, Jiang Lin naturally wanted to explore his own limits. Joining the sanctuary might slow down his progress. Of course, he still needed to exchange pleasantries with this priest. Follow me, there are still some final tasks to complete. Saying this, the priest led Jiang Lin to the hall where the statue was located. There are 7 main professions for human adventurers: knights, warriors, mages, archers, priests, assassins, and summoners. Correspondingly, there are also 7 gods: the god of light, the god of war, the lord of arcane, the god of hunt, the goddess of life, the god of the dark moon, and the lord of contracts. Jiang Lin followed the priest through the towering archways inlaid with colored glass, entering the core of the sanctuary, the hall of the 7 gods. In the grand space, 7 towering statues carved from pure holy white stone stood, each exuding a sense of solemnity and awe. These are the 7 righteous gods who protect humanity. The dim yellow sunlight poured down through the massive stained glass windows in the dome, flowing across the smooth floor and the surfaces of the statues, filling the air with a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Jiang Lin, the pope of one of the 4 secret cults, stood before these 7 statues. It was impossible not to feel nervous, but recalling the effects of the title, he managed to calm down. Title: one of the 4 secret cults. Pope's legendary title effect: upon wearing one can communicate with the evil deity of this cult. When sacrificing to the evil deity, the deity must also comply with the principle of equivalent exchange and cannot harm you by any means at any time. Moreover, while wearing this title, you will gain a disguise sufficient to deceive the gods' direct scrutiny, and your identity as a cultist will not be discovered. Since the system states that it provides a disguise good enough to fool the gods, there should be no issues. The priest led Jiang Lin to the center of the hall, directly facing the 7 statues. His expression calm, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, as if holding a wisp of invisible light, and began to chant an ancient yet clear prayer. In the name of the goddess of life, Iona, I beseech the eyes of the 7 gods to descend upon the mortal realm, cleansing the filth of falsehood, shattering the shell of lies, piercing through the shadows of illusion. As the priest chanted, a soft beam of light descended upon Jiang Lin, enveloping him. The light felt almost alive, gently brushing against Jiang Lin's skin, seeping into his clothes, as if it intended to dive deep into his soul for exploration. Jiang Lin clearly felt this probing power when it was about to touch the link between him and Little Black. The effect of his title activated, isolating that layer of scrutiny. Blade of light, cleanse the shadows, holy heart shines bright, evil spirits flee, pure breath manifest here. The goddess of life favors the 7 gods, bear witness. Noble holy knight, your soul is pure and flawless, with no trace of corruption by the evil gods. The probing concluded, and evidently under the protection of the tidal effect, Jiang Lin's identity as a cult pope was not detected. The priest slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Only now did Jiang Lin finally breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the system's title was trustworthy. Jiang Lin knew he would eventually face such scrutiny. Even if he had no suspicions of believing in the evil gods, entering certain organizations or intermediate magical academies would require such verification. As Jiang Lin's tense nerves completely relaxed, he placed his right fist on his chest and performed a standard knight salute to the priest. "Thank you for the sanctuary's fairness and for your assistance." At that moment, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered something and said to the priest, "By the way, I recall that upon reaching perfect proficiency in basic swordsmanship, I could claim a mid-level combat skill exclusive to Holy Knights, the Holy Light Heavy Slash, for free right." The priest was taken aback for a moment, recollecting before saying, "Indeed, there should be such a benefit. Have you not claimed this skill yet?" Jiang Lin nodded. "That's right. Then follow me." Soon Jiang Lin claimed his first mid-level skill, Holy Light Heavy Slash. Previously, with the assistance of Lady Anya, Jiang Lin had not learned any mid-level skills, resulting in somewhat uniform attack methods. Among his peers, advanced combat skills were undoubtedly seen as ultimate moves, while for him, the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was the only strong attack skill he knew, making him rely on countless 7-star sword energies for basic attacks. However, at times such as when testing an enemy's strength or facing opponents who were not that formidable, requiring less energy-consuming skills became particularly important. The more skills Jiang Lin possessed, the richer his combat strategies could be. After claiming his skill, Jiang Lin did not linger too long, thanked the priest again, and swiftly left the sanctuary, hurrying towards the school. The sky was nearing dusk, and the evening glow painted the buildings of the giant rock city in a warm orange hue. Unfortunately, operating the breathing technique required complete focus. He couldn't practice it while doing other things. Otherwise, Jiang Lin would definitely operate the breathing technique while heading back to school. Perhaps after breaking the limits of the Holy Knight breathing technique, he could practice it anytime and anywhere. Jiang Lin speculated. Soon he returned to the Radiant Primary Magic Academy, where the last rays of the setting sun were casting upon the teaching building. He lamented that he had wasted too much time and was also curious if his classmates had voluntarily stayed during his absence today. Pushing open the classroom door, he was very satisfied with the scene before him. There were more people in the classroom than when school ended yesterday. Besides familiar faces like Tai Chun and Anya, many other students from different classes had also stayed. However, what surprised him was that someone had brought a whole box of mental stimulation potions to the classroom, selling them on a large wooden board. Since many students were studying, this business genius did not shout out, but instead sat in a conspicuous spot, writing the prices on the wooden board, allowing students in need to buy them on their own. Jiang Lin's return did not attract much attention. After all, everyone was focused on their own cultivation and studies, with only a few individuals whose attention was not fully concentrated glancing at Jiang Lin. Now, most of those who stayed after school knew that the root cause of this late-night custom was none other than the fallen genius right before them, the only second Holy Knight in the grade, Jiang Lin. It was rumored that he had been captured for interrogation as a cult member, though it was unclear if that was true. Jiang Lin ignored the gazes on him and went straight back to his seat. Little Black popped out and asked, "Hey, are you okay? I heard you were captured for interrogation." Jiang Lin nodded. "That's right, but such tricks can't trouble me." The mere scrutiny of a statue was not to be feared. Even if their true forms descended, they wouldn't discover my origins. After all, the title stated he could face the scrutiny of the righteous gods, so facing a statue should be an easy task. Of course, Little Black remained skeptical about this. Although it sensed that the link between Jiang Lin and it was protected by a mysterious force that prevented exposure, being able to face the 7 righteous gods still seemed a bit exaggerated. Jiang Lin ignored Little Black and instead interrupted Anya next to him, asking, "Anya, who is the 4th in the grade you mentioned earlier? When will he come to challenge me?" Anya was taken aback by the question. Wasn't it supposed to be a spar? When did it turn into a challenge? Evidently, after fighting against a level 7 mage and realizing how weak the opponent was, Jiang Lin began to feel a bit overconfident. Now he wanted to see if he could contend against the 4th in the grade without suppressing his level. That guy? I'm not sure. He was absent all afternoon, and even the teacher didn't know where he went. Jiang Lin found this strange, and he thought, could it be that this 4th in the grade was jealous of my talent and reported me to the sanctuary for suspicion of being a cultist? Recalling what Anya had said earlier about his poor character, it seemed quite likely. At that moment, Little Black seemed to remember something and transmitted to Jiang Lin, "By the way, I sensed the presence of other evil gods while wandering around your school this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's eyes widened. "Are you saying there are other cultists in our school?" Little Black nodded. "I sense the presence, but I'm not sure who it is." Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. This could become quite troublesome. If there really were other cultists in the school, the person reporting him might have genuinely noticed the presence of cultists, but just reported the wrong target. Little Black, can others sense these presences? Also, if someone comes to school to investigate, will they find you? Little Black pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not very familiar with your sanctuary's methods, but since you managed to withstand the scrutiny of the righteous God statue with our shared protection, we should be fine. Jiang Lin nodded in contemplation. This is really troublesome. I would waste a lot of my time. How much better it would be to use that time for cultivation. Damn cultists, ruining my future. Just as he had sat down for a little while, he stood up again. Where are you going? Anya asked with confusion as she saw Jiang Lin running out of the classroom. As the saying goes, relying on oneself is not as good as relying on others. I'm going to handle a matter and will be back soon. You all stay safe at school. Leaving behind a pile of ambiguous words, Jiang Lin jogged out of the classroom, leaving Anya staring at his retreating figure bewildered. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the classroom of the underachievers the following morning. After returning from reporting at the temple, Jiang Lin acted as if nothing had happened, resuming his daily cultivation routine. Staying up late had become a habit for many. Even without Jiang Lin, numerous students voluntarily remained in the classroom until the sun rose the next day. The student selling the spirit-enhancing potion had evidently made a tidy profit, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At the same time, watching his diligent classmates, he felt a surge of motivation. After an internal struggle, he too joined this family of nocturnal learners. After all, seeing everyone else working so hard, he would feel a guilty sense of laziness if he didn't. Jiang Lin went out to buy breakfast and also completed the daily quest that had just refreshed. Now, every early morning, his frustrating task would automatically complete thanks to the group of students who were learning with both pain and joy. Among them, some genuinely felt that staying up late brought them gains, so they followed suit. But others, seeing their peers come here after school, joined in reluctantly, pulling all-nighter after all-nighter. In truth, people can be quite peculiar. Even when they don't want to do something, seeing everyone else do it fills them with anxiety if they don't follow. Just like in his past life during school, seeing classmates studying made him panic if he didn't. When it was time to work, seeing peers find jobs made him rush to get one too. When peers bought cars and houses, not doing so made him feel left behind, so he would grit his teeth and buy them even with a loan. Thus, half a life would drift by in this half-hearted manner. Perhaps one would occasionally have a moment of clarity, but ultimately unable to resist the pressure of the environment and society, they would live a life dictated by common sense. Jiang Lin claimed his rewards, elevating his physical strength and spiritual power to a new level. Stamina 7,500, 8,500. Spiritual power 50,300, 6,300. The reason he had been able to unleash so many powerful sword strikes yesterday was precisely due to his extraordinary spiritual power and physique, far surpassing his peers. At the same time, he began to roll for today's skills. He currently had 2 skills not yet maxed out: the proficient level basic fist technique and the recently copied stone skin. Soon the system locked onto the skillless basic fist technique proficient. The next moment, a flood of memories poured into Jiang Lin's mind, rapidly enhancing his understanding and mastery of the basic fist technique, while the calluses on his hands grew thicker. Upon reaching a certain level, the old calluses fell away, revealing fresh skin. However, the newly formed skin was far tougher than before. Basic fist technique proficient, masterful. After enduring the memory influx of 2 high-tier skills, absorbing this skillless one was a breeze for Jiang Lin. He only felt a brief mental haze before fully integrating all the knowledge. As the official school time arrived, students gradually filled the classroom. Jiang Lin resumed his breathing technique. Everyone attention. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Rick walked in and surveyed the students. Seeing that a small portion of these formerly incorrigible underachievers were now earnestly studying or cultivating, he felt gratified. From yesterday's understanding, he knew this was clearly the influence of Jiang Lin's so-called late-night study sessions. He cleared his throat and began, "Tomorrow is the midterm exam. I've just received official notice. The exam will be held at the Phantom Forest Artificial Secret Realm west of the city. Assemble at school at 8 in the morning, start at 9, and it will last 48 hours. This midterm is a joint exam of 3 schools: our Radiance Primary Magic Academy, Boulder Primary Magic Academy, and Morningstar Primary Magic Academy. The rules are free team formation with a maximum of 3 members per team. Defeat magical beasts in the secret realm to earn points, and defeating other teams earns you half of their points. If defeated by another team, you lose exam eligibility and your points are fixed. Final scores are based on ranking and converted into grades. The written exam will be held 3 days after the practical exam. Review well on your own." With that, he scanned the students again. "The identity wristbands for the exam will be distributed tomorrow. The school is afraid you'll lose them. Today, find your team members. The ranking will be based on the total points of each team divided by the number of members, so choose your teammates carefully. After hearing the teacher's words, Jiang Lin began to think. Free team formation. He certainly wouldn't team up with these underachievers. They would only hold him back. Of course, if someone wanted to join with resources, that was another matter. At this moment, his deskmate Tai Chen looked at Jiang Lin. Old Jiang. Jiang Lin was alert. What? Don't think about teaming up with me. You'll hold me back. Tai Chen's face darkened. Ahem, do you still remember? You promised to use that move during the midterm. Jiang Lin was speechless. This kid was still fixated on that. If the opportunity arises, he'll use it on someone else. Don't worry though, you were the first victim. You certainly won't be the last. Hearing this, Tai Chen was greatly relieved. By the way, if we meet in the secret realm, don't come after me. Jiang Lin nodded. No problem, I'm not that heartless. In truth, even if Tai Chen hadn't asked, he wouldn't have targeted his own deskmate. After all, they were classmates. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, two familiar faces stood at the school gate. They were none other than Forrest and Kinnan, who had come to investigate after receiving the report yesterday. Having received another report last night, this time, without a specific suspect, they brought a special magical device today. In Forrest's hand was a crystal compass-like device, though, without mana infusion, it showed no special effect. Today the two did not appear on campus in their conspicuous ivory-white mage robes, as they had yesterday. Instead, they were in plain clothes. Forrest stood at the school gate, the busiest spot in the morning, and slowly channeled his mana into the compass. The magical device trembled slightly, but showed no anomaly. Nothing here. Forrest sighed. This was normal. Without concrete evidence, the magical devices available to ordinary temple staff could only detect traces of evil god aura within a 10-meter radius. During yesterday's interrogation of Jiang Lin, they had also used this device, but it detected nothing. Then the two began their slow inspection. Time passed quickly. After inspecting the path into the school, they headed straight for the teaching building, the busiest area, and began their painstaking check. After 2 class periods, the two who had initially dismissed this as a malicious report suddenly widened their eyes. In a corner of the top-floor corridor, the magical compass in their hands began to spin wildly, glowing with a crimson light. There really was a residual aura of an evil god. The two exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. But after testing around the area, they found that only this spot had the aura. It couldn't be traced, but at least it confirmed that a cultist was present in Radiant's primary magic academy. They quickly used their magical communication device to send a message to the Boulder City Temple headquarters. At the same time, they headed to the principal's office to inform them to initiate a full lockdown. The morning at Radiant's primary magic academy, usually filled with the murmur of practicing spells and the chatter of students reviewing, was now shattered by a whistle. All students assemble on the playground. Jiang Lin, who was in the classroom practicing his breathing technique, was also roused by this announcement. So the temple had detected the evil god's aura and was taking action. Jiang Lin pondered. He looked out the window and saw a large number of knights in gleaming silver armor bearing cold silver emblems on their chests pouring into the campus, sealing off all the fences of Radiant's primary magic academy to prevent anyone from escaping. Other students also noticed this. Is that the Temple Knight Order? What are they here for? Are they locking down the school? Did something major happen at school, eh? Could it be a murder? It shouldn't be. If it were a murder, they wouldn't gather us all on the playground. They'd tell us to lock the doors and stay in the classroom. Then maybe they found a cultist. I heard that places with cultists get this treatment. Never mind that, let's go first. I don't want to be mistaken for a cultist. Few students had ever seen such a scene. Murmurs, exclamations, and the sounds of running and collisions filled the air. Many teachers also looked grim. After receiving the notice, they worked hard to maintain order, calming the restless students and guiding the crowd toward the playground. These teachers had already passed the temple's preliminary screening, ruling out their suspicion as cultists. Xiaohei jumped onto Jiang Lin's shoulder. Tisk, quite the spectacle. Looks like your temple is really out to exterminate us cultists. Jiang Lin, are you sure you're fine? Xiaohei said confidently, of course. If you're not discovered, I won't be. Jiang Lin nodded. Best if that's the case. If you're detected, don't blame me for selling you out. Then Jiang Lin, with Xiaohei, followed the crowd to the playground. Who do you think the cultist is, eh? Jiang Lin asked. How would I know? I can only sense the aura of another evil god, not the specific person. Its aura was only exposed for an instant, leaving a faint trace. If you hadn't reported it in time, perhaps in a few days that trace would have dissipated. Xiaohei shrugged, then added, oh, by the way, I've broken through to level 1, entering the realm of supernatural beings. Jiang Lin nodded. Good, cherish it. This is the closest you'll ever be to me. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Xiaohei was momentarily stunned. He had wanted to show off his superiority, but Jiang Lin didn't take the bait and even managed to counterflex. Not much strength, but you sure talk a good game, Xiaohei taunted. Let me show you what a difference in talent looks like. Jiang Lin remained silent, choosing to ignore Xiaohei. On the playground, temple priests and other staff had already begun setting up a temporary divine detection array. Knights in gleaming armor guarded the perimeter and key points, ready to prevent any cultist hidden in the crowd from attacking while cutting off any escape routes. The preliminary screening of students had already begun. Priests held crystal balls emitting a soft glow, their expressions solemn as they chanted incantations guiding each student under examination. In the past week, have you come into contact with any items or rituals of unknown origin? Have you experienced any abnormal fluctuations in your mental state? Have you heard any voices not from reality? Have there been any strange occurrences around you recently? Collective all-nighters. Elaborate on that. The examination process was long and oppressive, with tension thick in the air. However, most students had clear consciences, so they watched the temple staff with curiosity. Similarly, since there were no classes, many students were quite excited, whispering with their classmates and casually discussing gossip and interesting tidbits. In truth, many students were like this, as long as these things didn't happen to them or around them, they weren't deeply affected. Yet amidst the chaos and noise, the third-year underachiever class had a special group that stood out from the rest. This was, of course, the late-night study group, led by Jiang Lin, including members like Tai Chun and Dean. They seemed to block out all the surrounding noise and restlessness, focusing on their own tasks. Jiang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly practicing the Paladin breathing technique. Tai Chun sat on the ground, a thick book titled Basics of Potion open on his lap, his fingers flipping through the rough pages, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, memorizing common exam points. Meanwhile, several members of the late-night study group approached them, wanting to get closer for a better study atmosphere. This sight made those around them grind their teeth in frustration. Moreover, the boy who had been selling spirit-revitalizing potions in the underdog class yesterday was now walking toward them. He was carrying another crate of potions, but these were not yesterday's spirit-revitalizing potions. They were a new type of potion. The wooden sign in his hand clearly stated the effects of this potion: spirit concentration potion capable of granting you sharper focus and enhancing learning efficiency, 6 coins a vial. Last night, he had observed that many students, after staying up late, began to experience mental dispersion. Thus, he consulted books, found this potion, and purchased it from a potion shop, intending to sell it tonight. However, he had not anticipated such an incident occurring during the day. Yet, considering the noisy environment of the sports field, where even more students would struggle to enter a state of study, he brought this crate of potions down as well. Evidently, his exceptional business acumen allowed him not only to reap substantial profits this time, but also to significantly boost his renown. The people around were already astonished to see a group that could study amidst the noise, but they were even more surprised that there was no one selling potions to enhance learning efficiency. Are these people insane? The temple has come to arrest cultists, and they're still studying, still cultivating. How can someone be selling potions here? Aren't potions meant for battle? Why are they using them for daily study? They stared at the members of this late-night study group as if they were monsters. At that moment, someone spoke up, but, seeing their diligence, don't you feel a stir within? What stir? Well, if you don't join them in studying or cultivating, you feel a sense of guilt. Now that you mention it, indeed. Now that the entire school was on the sports field, many who had never heard of the late-night study group encountered these study maniacs for the first time. Time passed little by little, and the inspection proceeded methodically. An hour had already gone by. Some people began hesitantly finding a clean spot to sit down, pulling out their textbooks or notes to review. Others, imitating Jiang Lin, attempted to enter a meditative state. Though the effect was minimal, they strove to calm their spirits, offering themselves some comfort to ward off a growing sense of guilt. As more people started to follow suit, the study group grew larger. Jiang Lin frowned deeply, examining the small bowl within his body. He was now at level 4, only needing one final step to break through. Yet at that moment, the system issued a quest. Upon seeing its contents, Jiang Lin was so startled that he jumped. Temporary quest: the evil god time Abyss Wakarianus has locked onto you. It has possessed the minion closest to you and will assassinate you in 30 seconds. As a great demon king who has committed countless evils, you know it is wise to assess the situation and temporarily avoid its edge. Requirement: survive the assassination. Survival reward: upgrade a designated skill to maximum level. Counterkill reward: extract part of the evil god time Abyss Wakarianus innate abilities for adaptive integration. As Jiang Lin gazed at the blood-red text from the system, a chill crawled up his spine and spread through his entire body. For a moment, Jiang Lin's mind raced with thoughts. He could not understand why this evil god named Ianus had locked onto him and sought to assassinate him. Could it be that his report about the cultist had been leaked? No, even if it had, a mere cultist should not warrant the god's personal involvement against him. He was only a level 3 paladin. There was no reason for the god to target him. He scanned the faces of the students around him, observing their expressions. Every single one was diligently studying or cultivating. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Who could be possessed by the evil god? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The system had told him to assess the situation and avoid its edge, so this was clearly not something he could handle at his current level. Though the crisis had not yet erupted, this was undoubtedly the most dangerous and closest moment to death that Jiang Lin had faced since arriving in this world. His mind rapidly churned through countermeasures as he forced himself to calm down, all while fixating on the quest prompt. The 30-second timer was ticking. 30 seconds. 29 seconds. 28 seconds. This 30-second countdown was like the tolling of a death knell, pushing Jiang Lin's nerves to their breaking point. Should he shout to attract more attention or stir up the situation? But that might alert the enemy, causing the cultist who could have been exposed to go into hiding again, leaving him in constant danger of assassination. Xiaohei, Jiang Lin called out anxiously. Can you sense any evil god aura nearby? Upon hearing this, Xiaohei, though puzzled, cautiously probed the surroundings. Damn, now that you mention it, there is. And it's exceptionally strong. Even my own followers don't have such a dense evil god aura, Xiaohei muttered in surprise. Is the evil god personally intervening? Why would it possess such a weak follower? Where is it? Who is it? I need to know urgently. Jiang Lin quickly transmitted his thoughts to Xiaohei, his tone frantic. That student over there in the blue jacket. Damn, what are you doing? Just as Jiang Lin pinpointed which student was possessed, he instantly unleashed a highly concentrated enhancement spell. Low-grade enhancement, spell ejection halo. Simultaneously as he ran, he shouted, that person is a cultist. He's about to start slaughtering innocent students. Following Xiaohei's direction, Jiang Lin looked over and found that student staring back at him. The other's gaze was like that of a predator eyeing its long-prepared prey, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. In the instant their eyes met, the system's countdown began to jump wildly. 20 seconds. 19 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. It was definitely him. Jiang Lin's memory began to churn frantically, and in an instant he identified the person before him. Matthew, a student from the elite class, the 4th ranked in the grade, who had previously challenged him. It was him. In a flash, Jiang Lin reviewed all his memories of Matthew, finding no conflict between them. So why would he want to harm him? At the same time, Jiang Lin's shout was like a stone thrown into calm waters. After a brief shock and consideration, the surrounding students erupted into a massive commotion. Just then a shout came from an unknown source. Everyone attack him quickly. Don't give him a chance to strike. He's going to kill. Exposed by Jiang Lin, Matthew, possessed by the evil god, dropped all pretense. His eyes turned completely black. Black mist rose from his body, and he slowly floated into the air. At the same time, his aura surged step by step, breaking through Tier 0 to reach Tier 1 in an instant. But it didn't stop there. As the black mist grew denser, he broke through Tier 1 to reach the peak of Tier 2 in almost no time. Having reached the peak of Tier 2, the level stopped increasing, likely due to the limitations of Matthew's body. Yet this was no ordinary Tier 2 peak. It was one controlled by an evil god who had lived for countless years. The combat power it could unleash was enough to contend even with a Tier 4 powerhouse. Damn it, why did you provoke it? Jiang Lin shouted for everyone to gang up on the enemy while running toward the densest crowd. At times like this, whoever ran slowest would be at the front. Although the enemy was targeting him, Jiang Lin knew that if he shifted the conflict onto all the students, their instinct for self-preservation would make them help him fight back. Moreover, hiding in the crowd meant the enemy would have to attack other students first. With the philosophy of death to friends rather than to oneself, Jiang Lin had not yet reached a level of self-sacrifice, so he naturally chose to shield himself with the masses. He's coming for me, Bim, just striking first. With no time to explain further, Jiang Lin ran, while turning back to unleash another low-grade enhancement spell ejection halo at the enemy. Unfortunately, although the low-grade enhancement spell at its peak mastery was fast, the enemy's experience was vast. With a mere sidestep, it dodged many of the incoming skills. These students did not realize that the cultist before them was no longer their familiar classmate Matthew, but a powerful being possessed by an evil god. Thus many indeed believed Jiang Lin and unleashed their best skills at Matthew. Seeing the commotion in the crowd, the temple quickly took action. The Silver Emblem Knights who had been stationed among the students rapidly assembled, approaching Matthew in the air while evacuating the crowded area. In the distance, the priests quickly arranged for the students to evacuate, leaving the battlefield in the center of the sports field to their colleagues. Matthew, now at his peak state, locked onto the fleeing Jiang Lin, ignoring all other students as he flew over their heads, charging straight at him. In a few breaths, the distance between them was reduced to the limit. Jiang Lin watched Matthew speeding toward him and felt utterly terrible. He casually conjured a few enhancement spells shimmering with golden light, and a sacred radiant light element longsword appeared in his hand. Height your skill, Blade of Light. At the same time, the hilt of the Blade of Light blazed with dazzling light again. The phantom of 7 stars flashed by instantly condensing into an extremely bright solitary star, its power surging with Jiang Lin's frantic infusion of mana. High tier skill 7 star Holy Radiance Slash. A razor-sharp sword aura was unleashed by Jiang Lin. With the synergy of the two high-tier skills, this sword aura was the strongest attack Jiang Lin could currently muster. The sword aura tore through the air. This time, as the two were already extremely close, the possessed Matthew had no room to dodge and collided head-on with Jiang Lin's sword aura. However, waves of black mist surged before him, and with a hair-raising, sizzling sound, Jiang Lin's most powerful attack was easily blocked. Yet the evil god was somewhat surprised to find that the other golden rays Jiang Lin had cast at it ignored its shield and directly entered its body. It seemed to be a buff skill bypassing the shield to take effect directly. But why would this kid cast a buff on it? Just as it was filled with doubt, its expression suddenly changed. It felt a violent churning in its abdomen. The follower it now possessed was a weak mage who hadn't even reached tier 1, with a very frail physical constitution. The current peak tier 2 was entirely due to the one-time power it had drawn from the ritual to elevate this body to that level. So if it did not defend against attacks with its own power, those attacks would land on the body it possessed. A miscalculation. At the same time, it glared at Jiang Lin with murderous intent, as if wanting to devour him alive. Such a novel way of using skills was something it had never seen before. This kid was even more sinister than an evil god. However, just as Matthew's abdomen was churning violently and about to erupt like a flood, strange runes began to appear. These runes did not belong to any system Jiang Lin knew, and the subsequent operation completely defied his understanding. The next moment, everything around reversed, as if rewinding. The two low-grade enhancement spell ejection halo that had entered its body flew back out, traveling along their original trajectory before stopping in midair. Was this time reversal? Jiang Lin was utterly shocked by the sight, and even Xiao He on his shoulder was visibly stunned. It transmitted to Jiang Lin. Its evil god talent should be related to time control. Where did you provoke this thing? Jiang Lin felt like crying. Damn, how should I know? I, Jiang Lin, act with integrity and have accumulated countless merits. How could I have randomly offended an enemy of this level? Although time had reversed, it was only limited to a small area and a short duration. After the two golden rays left Matthew's body, they returned to their original state and shot toward him again. But this time the enemy was prepared, and the two golden rays were completely nullified. Fortunately, Jiang Lin's low-grade enhancement spell had bought enough time for the temple to react. A large number of students were fleeing in all directions under the direction of temple staff, leaving an empty area around Jiang Lin and Matthew. A member of the Temple Knights wearing a golden badge on his chest appeared before Jiang Lin. This man was an elite member of the Temple Knights. The golden badge on his chest revealed his identity. His name was Salus, a paladin by profession at Tier 4. In this operation, he was in command. He stood in front of Jiang Lin, shielding the student behind him, and stared grimly at the cultist before him. This man was emitting waves of black mist, his aura powerful and eerie, his eyes seemingly fixed solely on the paladin behind Salus, who shared the same profession. Were these two enemies? Though the cultist level was only at the peak of Tier 2, Salus felt a prickling sensation on his back when facing him. This person was very strong. Salus made his judgment. At the same time, seeing that his subordinates had distanced the surrounding students enough to give him room to fight, he did not hesitate and summoned his mount. He lightly stomped his foot, and a formation radiating sacred light appeared. Space seemed to tear open, a door forged of light, and with a clear resonant neigh, a creature of remarkable appearance stepped out of the light door. This was a mount that only a paladin could contract, the Holy Light Unicorn. The Holy Light Unicorn is entirely snow white, its mane seemingly enveloped in sacred flames, while the unique spiral horn on its forehead harbors immense magical power. As the unicorn stepped out from the portal of light, it raised its front hooves high, and pure flames surged forth, like waves pushing back some of the thick black mist shrouding Matthew. This Holy Light Unicorn is of the same rank as Salus, both being level 4, making it a formidable existence among spiritual beasts. Furthermore, as Salus mount, the synergy between the two could definitely yield results greater than the sum of their parts. This is the most formidable characteristic of knightly professions. After contracting a mount, each knight effectively represents 2 combat units of the same level. However, for Jiang Lin, having a contracted mount is still a bit distant for the time being. He must wait until he breaks through level 1 before his body can withstand the costs of utilizing spatial contracts. Thus, this is generally the time when one would seek to find a spiritual beast for a contract. What's going on with that cultist? Salus said, mounting his horse and frowning as he looked at Matthew. Jiang Lin hurriedly reminded, he seems to be possessed by an evil god, be careful. He feared that this golden badge knight might falter due to carelessness. If even the thigh could not be dealt with, then no matter how hard he tried, he would likely have no means to turn the tide and could only wait for death. Additionally, this evil god seems to possess abilities related to time. Zhang Lin added before running to a safer distance to avoid affecting the battle. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Salas' pupils constricted. Possessed by an evil god. Is such a matter something someone of my level can engage in? However, recalling the level 3 paladin behind him, he felt a sense of relief. If even a level 3 paladin was embroiled in such matters, it made sense for someone over level 40 like him to encounter it as well. With me here, you won't harm a single student. He reached out empty-handed, and a long spear burning with holy flames appeared in his grasp. His expression was solemn, the spear aimed directly at the Matthew, surrounded by black mist. However, Matthew showed no intention of paying attention to Salas, bypassing him and charging straight at Zhang Lin. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lin's eyes widened. He was already feeling overwhelmed. Being chased without understanding why, especially by someone of a much higher status, was unbearable for anyone. In the next moment, Zhang Lin felt a tremendous force from behind as Salas lifted him like a chick, placing him on his mount sitting behind him. Before him was the hard and broad bright silver armor, and a reassuringly deep voice came from ahead, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Hearing those words of reassurance, Zhang Lin was almost moved to tears. Little Black, look at him, then look at you. You're a dignified evil god, yet all you can do is huff on my shoulder. After confirming his temporary safety, Zhang Lin couldn't help but put pressure on Little Black. Little Black looked at Zhang Lin expressionlessly, releasing its level 1 magical fluctuations, as if saying, "I'm just a level 1 Hakimi, what do you expect me to do? Do you have any grievances with him?" Salas asked. Zhang Lin was at a loss. "No, I wasn't familiar with him at all. Moreover, I have no ties with these evil gods." Zhang Lin suddenly realized, "Wait, Little Black, is this guy your enemy? Did he come looking for you?" "No way," Little Black said firmly. "If he were my enemy, I would recognize his aura. Besides, that ability to control time is very rare among evil gods. I haven't even heard of any evil god awakening such a power before." "Really?" Zhang Lin asked suspiciously. Little Black's gaze was resolute. "Absolutely." No further comments, Zhang Lin thought, as there was no way to verify such matters. If it were true, he could only count himself unfortunate for encountering such trouble. After ending the brief mental exchange with Little Black, Zhang Lin shouted ahead, "I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to kill me?" Unfortunately, the opponent was not the type to chatter before attacking. After all, such villains wouldn't survive to reach this level. It glared fiercely at Zhang Lin, then suddenly lunged toward the two. Meanwhile, a circle of condensed, almost tangible black mist appeared around Zhang Lin and Salas, and moments later, it began to rapidly contract inward. Salas' expression became serious as he shouted divine protection. A thin shield materialized, protecting the two within it. Then the holy flame spear in his hand erupted with even more brilliant light as he swept it forward, accompanied by a harsh, sizzling sound, revealing a gap in the black mist. The holy light unicorn leaped forward, carrying Zhang Lin and Salas away from the attack, while Matthew's assault descended once more. The black mist around him churned violently, transforming into several pitch-black tendrils that tore through the air, shrieking towards the vital points of Salas and the unicorn. Salas was mindful of the distance from the opponent, while the shadow of his spear danced accurately, striking each of the incoming black tendrils. The sacred flames collided with the decaying black mist, producing hissing sounds of burning and explosive energy annihilation. At the same time, the holy light unicorn let out a melodious neigh, its horn emitting vast magical power, forming shields to protect itself and the two riders. Having received information from Zhang Lin about the opponent's time control ability, Salas adopted a more cautious approach to prevent the opponent from using a similar ability, like freezing time, to immobilize him. If he were to fall, the other members of the temple present would have little chance of defeating the opponent, and thousands of students present would perish alongside him. Thus, Salas was under immense pressure. However, as an evil god, the opponent shouldn't be so blatant in a place protected by the divine. Now that the opponent's aura was exposed, it wouldn't be long before the 7 divine beings would descend to deliver divine punishment and eliminate him. Clearly, the evil god possessing Matthew was aware of this situation. Seeing that Salas' frontal defense was nearly flawless, he chose to unleash his strongest abilities, directly utilizing secret arts to begin consuming the life force of this body. Unfortunately, Matthew himself might not realize that being controlled would lead to eternal slumber. As Matthew's life burned away, the power available to the evil god increased once more. He took a step forward, and the originally clear figure suddenly blurred, leaving behind an illusory afterimage, while his true form inexplicably circled around Salas, defenses lunging straight for Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin felt a chilling aura of murderous intent envelop him in an instant. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Instinctively, he unleashed the peak of the blade of light he had just comprehended yesterday, injecting magical energy from his body into the holy light longsword as he desperately dodged to the side to evade the most direct attack. Buzz! A blade of sacred light compressed to the extreme and resembling a solid entity erupted again from the tip of Jiang Lin's sword, radiating a brilliant light like a lone star. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Matthew, possessed by the evil god, scoffed disdainfully. Such an attack, and he dared to resist. It was sheer arrogance. If it were the previous enhancement spell, he might have to expend some effort, but this attack was nothing to him. The black mist roiled, attempting to block Jiang Lin's sword energy in front of him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at that moment. The sword energy that should have collided with the black mist and dissipated in the air instead pierced straight through the mist at an incredible speed, embedding itself within Matthew's body. Matthew's pupils dilated to the extreme at this moment. This attack was not a simple sword energy. It was hundreds of lower-level enhancement spells hidden within a single sword energy. The outer sword energy was blocked by his defenses, while the enhancement spells, due to their characteristic of ignoring defenses, passed through and struck him again. The same trick had caused him to suffer twice. As the cooldown for rewinding time had not yet elapsed, he had no chance to recover this time. Moreover, this time the number of enhancement spells reached an astonishing hundreds. It was already too late to condense negative skills for resistance like before. The evil god possessing Matthew was furious, and before the enhancement spells could take effect, he unleashed his strongest attack by burning his life force. A circle upon circle of intricate and bizarre runes appeared before him, and a thick black beam shot forth violently from the center of these eerie formations. This black beam, carrying a corrosive aura, emitted violent energy as it surged toward Jiang Lin, creating an apocalyptic scene as it blasted the ground along its path. However, at this moment, several layers of defense had already risen in front of Jiang Lin. The earth surged and solid walls of earth rose up. Meanwhile, the nearby mages and priests were casting defensive spells and frantically channeling their magical energy into these walls for reinforcement. Additionally, several shields rose, also cast by the priests from a distance after completing their incantations. The black beam collided with these defenses. They held momentarily, but could not withstand its relentless assault. However, they did provide some cushioning, greatly diminishing the power of the beam. Layers of defenses rose around Jiang Lin's body, along with various protective attributes. Clearly, the distant priests had realized that this cultist was targeting the young man. Wind's blessing buffer resistance, Earth's blessing defense increase, Wood's blessing healing aura. The skills that were originally intended for Salus were redirected to Jiang Lin. Sadly, despite the numerous spells, they were ultimately too rushed to fully defend against this attack. In a stroke of bad luck, as the final layer of shield was also breached, this attack was reduced to a level Jiang Lin could endure. In his last memory, Jiang Lin felt a powerful impact, intense pain coursing through his body, followed by a dizzying sensation and the sound of "what the hell" echoing around him alongside Salus' nearby exclamation. Then Jiang Lin's world fell into darkness, and he lost consciousness entirely. Seizing the opportunity to exhaust the power of the bewildered Matthew, Salus leaped off the unicorn, removing his reflective helmet to reveal a young, handsome face. It was a face with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a steadfast gaze. His golden hair was slicked back with a small patch of stubble on his chin. Though young in appearance, he radiated a sense of solid security. At this moment, he was gravely observing the body of the collapsed Matthew on the ground. He was puzzled as to why the previously vigorous Matthew had suddenly lost control and fallen into disarray. He had already noticed that the consciousness possessing Matthew was not that of the entire evil god, but only a fragment. Otherwise, it would not have self-destructed so decisively. This indicated that the opponent was undoubtedly a veteran evil god. He was also confused as to why such an evil god would be so intent on killing a mere level 3 boy. However, this evil god was indeed terrifying. Just a portion of their consciousness once attached to this student allowed him to unleash power capable of contending with himself. The specifics would need to be investigated later. For now, as a core member of the temple staff, he needed to take charge of the overall situation. The playground was already in disarray, with temple staff maintaining order and evacuating students. A few students, seemingly friends of the young man, were about to rush over to check on him. However, the remaining Silver Badge Knights were not to be trifled with. Although they couldn't assist during the previous battle, they were more than capable of managing the situation against these students who had not yet broken through level 1, preventing any further damage. Yet a tall figure with golden eyes spoke something to the Silver Badge Knight, blocking her, causing the knight to hesitate and then look towards her superior for help. Seeing her superior nod, the Silver Badge Knight allowed the girl to pass. "Cousin," Anya called out to Salus. Upon closer inspection, one could see the resemblance between Anya and Salus, However, while Salas appeared more rugged, Anya was softer in demeanor, yet both were undeniably attractive. It could be said that Anya's family had remarkably excellent genes, producing two such outstanding paladins. The Holy Light Unicorn stood beside the unconscious Jiang Lin, its spiral horn pressed against his body, the glow of magic gently pulsating as the sacred flames burning in its mane spread along the horn to Jiang Lin. It was certainly not preparing to cremate Jiang Lin or to make barbecue, but rather using its innate ability to heal his wounds. As the holy flames burned, Jiang Lin's deep wounds were healing at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, several robed priests rushed from the crowd, gazing at this level 3 boy who had been pursued by that level 4 cultist. Seeing that he was not in life-threatening danger, the priests couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soft white light emanated from their palms, assisting Salas and the Holy Light Unicorn in healing Jiang Lin's injuries. In the distance, Jiang Lin vaguely heard a prompt from the system. Task completed. Kik, a mere evil god, dares to boast in front of this demon king. Having successfully survived the assassination attempt by the evil god Shuan Walker Innes, encountering his minions, reward designated skills upgraded to maximum level, acquire some of the innate abilities of the evil god Shuan Walker Innes for adaptive fusion, currently undergoing adaptive fusion. Acquired talent Shuan Demon I, a growth type talent killing the evil god Shuan Walker Innes will enhance the demon I to maximum level. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged again, and Jiang Lin felt as if his right eye was being scorched, causing him to scream, "Ah!" This scream echoed in the treatment area of the sanctuary, startling the priest on duty, who hurried over to check on Jiang Lin's condition, while simultaneously casting high-level healing technique. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Lin's eyelids trembled, and he slowly regained consciousness. What came into view was a strange towering dome adorned with colorful glass, with dim yellow sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, filling the air with a tranquil scent of calming incense. "You're awake?" asked Forrest, who was standing nearby. Jiang Lin looked around in confusion, realizing he was seeing two afterimages. He strained to focus his eyes and found that the afterimages were still present. "Don't worry, your body is still very weak." Seeing Jiang Lin fully awake, Forrest took out a signal to summon the nearby priest to help convey the message. "Jiang Lin is awake. You should inform Lord Salas." Seeing Jiang Lin staring blankly at him, Forrest said with a gentle smile, "Everything is fine now. That cultist has been dealt with. After investigation, we have some leads, but we still need you to provide confirmation." Jiang Lin merely nodded in a daze, then rubbed his eyes. The afterimages remained, but they were limited to the moving Forrest and the priest who had just rushed out of the treatment room. At this moment, Xiaohei was also at the bedside, pretending to be a pet cat licking its paw. It was unclear where it found the courage to come to the sanctuary treatment room as an evil god. However, Jiang Lin was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, it had not been discovered during his long coma, so it should be fine. He opened the system to check on the rewards. His gaze soon fixed on the Shuan Demon Eye. Could the afterimages he saw now be caused by this Shuan Demon Eye? Jiang Lin carefully observed the afterimages and ultimately came to a conclusion. The afterimages he saw seemed to be glimpses of these people's future actions. In other words, this talent he acquired could allow him to see brief glimpses of the future. Furthermore, according to the system's description, this skill seemed to evolve through hunting the evil god. Now Jiang Lin had one more reason to target this evil god. Jiang Lin was born to establish a heart for the world, to give life to the people. Vile evil god, just wait, the first thing I will do once I become stronger is hunt you down. At that moment, the door of the treatment room was pushed open, and Jiang Lin saw a tall young man with golden hair and golden eyes, sporting a neatly trimmed beard, appear. He wore a golden badge on his chest, indicating he was an elite member of the sanctuary at the same level as the Golden Glory Knight who had previously saved him. "Lord Salas." Forrest bowed to Salas. "No need for formalities, please sit." The hierarchy of the sanctuary was quite distinct. Salas was a golden badge, while he was a silver badge, thus he needed to obey Salas' orders. As he spoke, Salas took out a thick stack of documents and sat down at the edge of Jiang Lin's bed. "Your performance was quite impressive. Being able to remain calm in such circumstances and using skills with such proficiency shows that your talent in swordsmanship surpasses mine." Salas did not directly address the matter, but firstly engaged Jiang Lin in small talk. Jiang Lin discerned from the tone and cadence that this person was indeed the Golden Badge Knight who had saved him. "Not at all. I owe my life to Lord Salas, otherwise I would have been killed by that damned cultist long ago." From the conversation, Jiang Lin learned the name of this Golden Badge Knight, Salas. "Haha, I only have a few more years of experience than you. With your talent, it won't be long before you surpass an old man like me." "Not at all, you jest, my lord. You are still so young, yet you possess 4th-tier strength. Your future is limitless." Jiang Lin laughed, suddenly feeling that Salas's words sounded oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same trash talk he said to Kanan yesterday? Could it be that this matter was also interrogated? Jiang Lin felt a bit embarrassed, but did not show it. Instead, he sat up and faced this Golden Glory Knight, who came to visit him. At the same time, he grabbed Xiao He, who was pretending to be a pet cat, and held it like a pet cat. With others present, Xiao He could only pant helplessly, unable to erupt. We investigated the information of that cultist. Would you like to know? It seems you have no prior connection. Jiang Lin nodded. Of course, I am all ears. Salas flipped through the thick documents and cleared his throat. The student is named Matthew Hoffman, a mage who has consistently ranked 4th at the Holy Light Junior Magic Academy, residing at 17 Oak Street, East District, Giantstone City. There were no unusual records in the school archives. His academic performance was excellent, but in the interpersonal relationships evaluation column, the homeroom teacher noted personality is rather reclusive with a strong competitive spirit. We investigated his residence, but there was no answer when we knocked. After forcibly opening the door, we ultimately discovered the altar idols, ritual items, etc. of the cult he believed in his basement. His parents, being traveling merchants, were often away, so their prolonged absence would not raise suspicions among neighbors. At this point, Salas paused for a moment before continuing. However, when we discovered it, his parents had been dead in the basement for some time. It is presumed that Matthew Hoffman used them as sacrifices to his evil god. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Goodness, this kid worships an evil god and commits patricide and matricide, utterly devoid of conscience. According to reports, he disappeared from school yesterday afternoon, which is likely when he came into contact with the evil god, and it was during this process that the evil god possessed him. Our forensic team also produced a similar report confirming that he was indeed possessed by the evil god not long ago. However, we did not find any enmity between him and you, so we need to confirm the information with you. As he spoke, Salas exuded an imposing aura, scrutinizing Jiang Lin, who lay in bed. Can you confirm that you have no grievances with him? Jiang Lin felt helpless. Indeed not. I remember he seemed to want to challenge me yesterday, but ultimately, due to my long absence from class, when I returned to the classroom, I was suspected of being a cultist and taken away for interrogation, missing the opportunity to spar with him. If there was any grievance, it might be that he was jealous of my hard work and talent, as well as my outstanding appearance and abilities. Seeing Jiang Lin's gaze unwavering, straightforward, and candid, Salas nodded and glanced at Jiang Lin's handsome face. I'm quite confident. He paused and continued. However, since you have no grievances with him and he has intentionally targeted you, there are 2 possibilities. First, he has an extremely dark psyche, harboring resentment against any outstanding individuals. After being possessed by the evil god, he completely lost his rationality, and all that remains in his mind is anger towards you. Thus, he wholeheartedly wishes to kill you. Second, the evil god of their cult wishes to target you. Jiang Lin listened thoughtfully. When he heard the first possibility, he found it rather reasonable. After all, it was normal for a scoundrel who could kill his own parents to have a somewhat extreme personality. Recently, he had gained a reputation in his grade and was getting close to the school beauty level Anya. It was entirely possible that this had sparked jealousy in him. However, upon hearing the second possibility, he could barely contain himself. Wait, why would the evil god of their cult want to target me? Salas shrugged. We are not clear about that either, which is why we are here to ask if you have had any grievances with this evil god. He paused and added, by the way, the evil god leading this cult has not been recorded previously. It is a newly discovered cult. However, the first time it appeared, it boldly possessed a cultist in such a high-profile manner, which is quite unusual. You need to understand that many newly emerged evil gods gradually develop their power. It is extremely rare for an evil god to expose themselves, with so few cultists almost non-existent. Moreover, different evil god factions do not interfere with each other. Recently, we just eradicated a newly emerged cult hideout in Giantstone City, so logically there shouldn't be any new evil gods targeting here in a short period. Thus, the actions of this evil god are quite abnormal. Jiang Lin listened thoughtfully, recalling the owner of the cult that they had eradicated, which should be his own cult's evil god Xiao He. Currently, Xiao He, being held in Jiang Lin's hand, felt quite unhappy. Moreover, being held by Jiang Lin made it feel even more displeased. Jiang Lin shook his head. I had no chance to contact these cults, nor do I understand what evil gods are. I feel the first possibility is more likely. However, at this moment, Salas added, the Lord of the Sanctuary has also gotten involved. She has packaged the situation here and sent it to her superiors. Soon people from the headquarters may come over to investigate, so be prepared at all times. Jiang Lin nodded in response, no problem. At this point, Salas added mysteriously, well, that's the official explanation for this incident, and the final report should align with the first hypothesis. However, here I have some personal speculations. Would you like to hear them? Jiang Lin was surprised. I would love to hear them. Salas cleared his throat and said, "This evil god's abilities are related to time control. Do you think it might have predicted that you in the future could pose a threat to it, thus sending its minions to hunt you down now? Originally, if there had been no accidents, it could have easily killed you by possessing that student given the security measures of your school. However, due to your report, the sanctuary sent out missions to investigate cultists, which led to me and extraordinary combat personnel entering your school, ultimately causing its plan to fail." Jiang Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. "By the way, weren't you reported as a cultist before? The person who reported you was this Matthew Hoffman. Didn't you say he wanted to spar with you? I suspect he intended to frame you with items related to the evil god, or to have you tainted with the aura of the evil god, leading to your judgment by the sanctuary. However, your skipping class exceeded his plans, which is why you were not wronged. At the time he reported you, he likely had not yet been possessed by the evil god." After stating his speculations, Salas paused to allow Jiang Lin some time to think. Seeing Jiang Lin stunned by his speculations, Salas sighed. "It's truly ironic for a cultist to report others as cultists, haha." Jiang Lin looked at the sighing Salas, wanting to say, "Actually, this paladin standing before you is also a cultist, and as a cultist, he has also reported other cultists." Of course, such words were only thoughts. They could not be spoken. However, after hearing what Salas said, he found his speculation quite reasonable. After all, with this talent, the Shiwan demon, if he had the strength and opportunity to hunt this evil god named Shiwan Walker Innes, he would undoubtedly pursue it. Perhaps he could indeed pose a threat to it. Although he was still struggling to adapt to the existence of this demon, the ability to see the future was already quite extraordinary. With this ability, he could almost remain undefeated in battles of the same level and could even have a fighting chance against those of higher levels. If it could grow, perhaps he could even develop a power similar to that evil god's ability to rewind time. At that time, he could first use strengthening technique Jet Aura, wait for it to take effect, and then use time rewind to roll the opponent back to when the Jet Aura just took effect. Who could still distinguish between oneself and Satan? However, this also raised another question. If the other party did not provoke him, he should not have enmity with them. If the other party did not provoke him, then his future self should also not care about a nonsensical evil god, right? Jiang Lin shook his head, deciding not to think about it further. These temporal matters were far too complex, and one could easily fall into a cycle similar to the grandfather paradox. In any case, if he had the capability, he would definitely seek out the other party in the future. However, he wondered what had triggered the other party's actions this time. After this near-death experience, his previously invincible air among his peers had slightly diminished. He was still too weak. Even a random evil god on the street could come over and kick him. No, he had to become stronger, that was the way. However, if it could predict that he would pose a threat to it in the future, why could it not foresee that today's assassination plan would fail? Jiang Lin found a flaw in this reasoning. Salas nodded. Indeed, that is the part where this hypothesis fails to hold water. After all, with such a miraculous ability to predict the future, you are still this weak. If the other party could foresee that you might threaten it, why not choose a perfect opportunity to assassinate you? Instead, it chose to take such risks and ultimately failed. So this is ultimately just my personal speculation, and you need not take it to heart. The sanctuary will continue to investigate the specific reasons. Although there were flaws, Jiang Lin felt that what Salas said was quite reasonable. What if the other party's predictions were not very accurate or had limitations leading to a small amount of information being locked in? In that case, this hypothesis would make complete sense. Moreover, the action of striking when one is weak appears quite reasonable. Jiang Lin believed that with the system by his side, his rate of improvement would be astonishing, and he would soon bid farewell to this period of being powerless. Then he asked a question that nearly dropped the jaws of everyone present. How many levels would one need to reach to hunt an evil god? The treatment room was enveloped in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Salas glanced at the level 3 paladin before him, somewhat perplexed as to why the other would confidently believe he could hunt down an evil god instead of causing damage to his own cult. However, Salas spoke candidly. I am also uncertain about this matter. After all, it is beyond the level I can comprehend. Then I must strive to become stronger to reach a level where I can know. Jiang Lin, after inspecting his body and finding no issues, turned to the two by the bed and asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Has the midterm exam started?" Seeing Jiang Lin was concerned about such matters, the two were somewhat at a loss for words. Moreover, considering the context, had he already set hunting the evil god as his goal? You have been unconscious for 6 hours. Your school's midterm exam has not been postponed, as there were no injuries and issues with the rental fees for the artificial secret realm. A somewhat authoritative and cold voice came from the doorway as a woman in her 40s appeared. She was dressed in an ivory white robe of the sanctuary, but unlike the ordinary robes of forest, her robe's edges were adorned with clusters of intricate patterns in gold thread, exuding elegance and nobility. Her long silver-gray hair was tied back, her expression solemn, and the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes contributed to an overall demeanor of dignity and authority. Upon seeing her, the two who were originally seated immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Excellency, the Lord of the Sanctuary." Jiang Lin was astonished within. Was this the Lord of the Sanctuary of Giant Stone City? Likewise, he emulated the two and slightly bowed, greeting the lady. "I have met you, Your Excellency." The Lord of the Sanctuary showed no significant reaction, merely nodding slightly with a friendly yet dignified smile. "No need for formalities, please sit down. I happened to pass by and came to see this talented young man." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Lin, and merely being looked at by her made Jiang Lin feel an immense pressure. Is this the pressure of a strong individual? Or is it due to her high level and life tier, naturally overwhelming someone of his low level and life tier? He lifted his head to appraise her, and his right eye suddenly throbbed with pain. Subsequently, the eye of time began to perceive the shadowy figure of the Lord becoming increasingly blurred. Jiang Lin was shocked. The ability he had just obtained was actually ineffective against her. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite logical. After all, Salas, as a Knight of the Golden Emblem, possessed a level 4 standard, while as the Lord managing a city sanctuary, she must possess at least level 6 strength. I cannot claim to be a genius. I am merely an ordinary student who has coincidentally encountered such an event. Jiang Lin quickly averted his gaze, no longer daring to look directly at her, fearing the continued pain in his right eye. The Lord smiled faintly, evidently holding a different opinion regarding Jiang Lin's statement. "I believe Salas' speculation is likely correct, as you are indeed a paladin with considerable potential. Regarding these cults, you can be regarded as a thorn in their side. Do not belittle yourself." Approaching Jiang Lin's bedside, she spoke. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Cecilia Huashing, the Lord of the Sanctuary of Giant Stone City. It seems you have some thoughts about hunting the evil god." Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a bit awkward. After all, it was clear from her words that she had been eavesdropping on their conversation for quite some time, at least starting before Salas had mentioned his speculation. Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Your Excellency, please do not laugh at me. Aiming high is commendable," she encouraged. "I have heard that the 7 true gods periodically select talented individuals from their people to become their apostles. Becoming this so-called divine envoy might just present an opportunity to confront the evil god." Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. He did not expect her to share such information with a mere level 3 student. After all, it seemed even Salas, being a level 4 paladin, was unaware of such matters. However, Cecilia added, "Of course, this is merely a rumor. I am uncertain about the existence of these so-called divine envoys. It is just that having lived long enough, one hears many tales over time." Her words revealed a sense of experience and the passage of time. Jiang Lin was unsure how to respond, choosing to remain silent. He was not clear about her character. If he were to recklessly flatter her at this moment, saying she looked very young, it would be somewhat inconsistent with the image of a 15-year-old student. Thus, he decided to observe Salas and the others' reactions first. Although she appeared to be in her 40s, her actual age was likely much greater. After all, the higher the level of an adventurer, the longer their lifespan. She looked to be in her 40s, but her real age might be double or even several times that. Jiang Lin did not understand much about the internal structure of the sanctuary, but logically speaking, individuals capable of reaching such a status in the extraordinary world were certainly not simple. At this moment, Salas asked, "Your Excellency, how credible do you think this rumor is?" Cecilia pondered for a moment before replying. "This world is vast, far knowledge is forever only a fraction of this grand world. I believe there is a 60% probability that this matter truly exists, and your speculation regarding it has a 40% chance of being close to the truth." At this point, she turned and smiled at Jiang Lin. "So, young paladin, you must strive to reach your goal. Perhaps one day you might actually succeed in slaying a god." Jiang Lin nodded vigorously, feeling slightly sweaty in the palm, holding Little Black. The pressure from the Lord was overwhelming. Even though she conversed with him peacefully, her words still carried an air of kindness that made him extremely tense. Could this be the terror of high-level, strong individuals? Jiang Lin swallowed hard, continuing to listen to the Lord speak. "By the way, I heard that a student named Matthew suddenly lost control at the last moment. Do you have any insight on this matter?" The Lord Cecilia looked at Jiang Lin. He was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward, and organized his words. "It was merely a trick. I used a low-level enhancement spell, altering its effect to enhance intestinal peristalsis, and then applied it to him, using a positive buff skill that could disregard most defenses." Jiang Lin spoke calmly, but the 3 present fell into a slight silence, casting him odd glances that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The scene descended into an eerie silence. After a long while, this strange silence was finally broken. Lord Cecilia rubbed her forehead, somewhat uncertain as to how to respond. Half puzzled, and half-admiring looking at the handsome paladin before her, and encouragingly said, "You indeed possess great talent. I hope you can apply your gifts in the right place. However, since you are in the paladin profession, you likely do not require my concerns. I believe you will be able to grow. You have already developed the low-level version of the enhancement spell to this level. I believe mastering a higher-level enhancement spell should be no problem for you." She turned to Salus saying, "Salus, could you please lend this young paladin the books on the medium and high-level enhancement spells from the sanctuary's library?" Salus nodded obediently yes. Jiang Lin hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Cecilia raised her hand, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy. The enhancement spells have been refined by many predecessors, and now the training sequence from low to high will allow you to master them deeply. Moreover, it is said that once you thoroughly master each stage of the enhancement spell and reach a certain level of proficiency, the low, medium, and high-level enhancement spells can merge into the complete version of the enhancement spell, far surpassing the effectiveness of any of the individual skills. However, such individuals are rare." She looked into Jiang Lin's eyes. "So do you have confidence in fulfilling this condition?" Jiang Lin felt a bit anxious under her gaze. How could he dare to say no? "I will do my best." Was the Lord testing him? Or was she setting a trial for him? Cecilia smiled slightly, exchanged a few more pleasantries with those present, and then left the sanctuary's treatment room. After seeing her completely exit the treatment room, Jiang Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. The pressure she exerted on him was overwhelming. It was his first encounter with a strong individual of such caliber. After Cecilia left the treatment room, fell into silence once again. They did not dare to discuss the Lord. After all, she might still be able to hear their conversations outside. At that moment, Salus called out to Forest, "Forest, is there something you need, my lord? Go help Jiang Lin retrieve the skill books for the medium and high-level enhancement spells." "Yes." As a worker of the Golden Emblem, Salus giving orders to Forest, a Silver Emblem worker, was perfectly normal. However, Forest found it strange why Salus would instruct him this way, considering the sanctuary's library was not far away. After a moment of silence, he discerned Salus' deeper intention. He wanted to have a private conversation with Jiang Lin. Thus, Forest obediently left. In the treatment room, only Jiang Lin and Salus remained. "By the way, my cousin has a very high regard for you." Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled. Who was Salus' cousin? Seeing Jiang Lin's confusion, Salus reminded him, "My name is Salus, and my surname is Caslot." Jiang Lin was taken aback looking at this golden-eyed paladin, feeling that he bore a somewhat familiar resemblance. "That's right. Anya's surname seems to be Caslot, doesn't it? In this world, people usually refer to others by their first names, and only in formal occasions do they use surnames." Thus, Jiang Lin had gotten used to calling Anya by her first name and had somewhat forgotten what her surname was. As for Jiang Lin, he had been an orphan since he could remember, with no recollection of his parents. Others also did not know his surname, so he only had a single name and no surname. This situation is not uncommon. Most orphans in this world are like this, having only a single name and no surname. "Could it be that Miss Anya is your cousin?" Jiang Lin confirmed. "Indeed, my cousin mentioned you and spoke of your astonishing swordsmanship talent. That skill of yours, the Blade of Light, she seems to have just taught you yesterday, right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a bit nervous. After all, his speed of progressing with the Blade of Light was indeed too rapid. Today, when facing Matthew, the situation was so urgent that he could only push the usage of the skill to its highest proficiency. Moreover, he had not hidden his use of 7-star Holy Light / Anya could easily tell that his proficiency was definitely beyond perfect. Others might not have realized it, thinking Jiang Lin had been practicing for a long time, but Anya, as the provider of the skill, would surely understand Jiang Lin's background. Jiang Lin had only mastered this newly acquired sword skill in just a day, reaching a level of excellence, which could be considered quite abnormal. "Your ability to master swordsmanship to this level in such a short time made me somewhat suspicious." Jiang Lin's heart raced, but he still forced himself to control his muscles, keeping his heartbeat at a normal level. "Oh, what are your suspicions?" he asked nonchalantly. "I am wondering, Jiang Lin, do you perhaps have the potential to become a sword saint? Or do you possess innate talents related to the sword?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's anxious heart finally calmed down. However, the next words from Salus left Jiang Lin quite astonished. "If it is as I suspect, and you possess the qualifications of a sword saint, the Caslot family would gladly welcome your joining." "Wait, what do you mean by joining your family?" Jiang Lin was a bit taken aback. Salus smiled slightly, saying, "Of course it means literally. If you are willing to marry into our family, the Caslot family would be willing to invest resources in you. Your current level is indeed progressing slowly, but with sufficient resources this would be entirely unproblematic. We could hire professional teachers and pour in a significant amount of resources to help you break through from level 0 to level 1. Once you surpass level 1, your paladin breathing technique will no longer be essential. With your talent, you can quickly rise by adopting any breathing technique related to the sword. From what I understand, our Giant Stone City Caslot family has a fragmented book on the breathing technique of the sword that could be made available for your use for quite a long time. Moreover, if you can demonstrate even greater talent later on, the Caslot family can leverage its resources to connect you with the current sword saint and introduce you as his disciple. This story is not a brainless leveling tale, but it doesn't suppress combat power either. Everyone who has read this far knows that this tale does not suppress combat power, as the protagonist's strength has been rapidly increasing. The rate of leveling up is also normal. After all, it has only been the first week, and after the midterm exams, without any special events, the protagonist's daily training will be appropriate in detail, such as directly showing what level he reaches after a month. Currently, there are only 30 chapters, everyone should not rush. If you look at some top-ranking books on other platforms taking no money to cultivate as an example, they haven't even established a foundation after more than 200 chapters, yet it's still a good book. It can only be said that different stories have different paces. Do not assume that a slow leveling pace means suppressing combat power. At least within level 0, the protagonist's growth can maintain an increase of 1 level per week, meaning by next month he could reach level 9 and then face the assessment to advance a tier. Hearing Saras' words, Zhang Lin was somewhat dumbfounded. Was he really worth so much? Upon hearing these conditions, the previous Zhang Lin would have found it impossible not to be moved. After all, he could marry a wife and gain numerous benefits. He would definitely not refuse. Lin Piaoling lamented his entire life, only regretting not having encountered a wise ruler. If the Caslot family does not abandon him, Lin is willing to become a son-in-law. However, now Zhang Lin had the confidence given to him by the system, and he also knew that he did not possess a talent for swordsmanship, but rather had astonishing talents in various aspects, so naturally, he would not consider becoming a son-in-law. If I were to become a son-in-law of the Caslot family, who would I marry? Zhang Lin curiously inquired. Saras continued with a gentle smile. Naturally, the first choice would not be my cousin Anya. After all, she is the daughter of the city lord. So you will most likely marry another woman from the family, of course, who will be of a similar age to you. However, if you demonstrate sufficient talent, and if you and my cousin have a strong enough emotional foundation, I believe the city lord would not refuse. Saras' proposal for Zhang Lin to become a son-in-law was quite generous, especially for someone without a system. After all, to outsiders, a guy with exceptional swordsmanship talent lacking the ability to level up was ultimately seen as useless. Saras, considering his sister's enthusiastic praise of Zhang Lin's talent, was also willing to discuss this gamble with the family, betting on whether Zhang Lin could reach the first tier and unleash tremendous potential thereafter. So what impact will this have on me after becoming a son-in-law? Saras noticed Zhang Lin's interest and explained, if you become a son-in-law, you will need to sign a contract with our family. This contract is quite complex with many terms that I am not very clear about. But generally, once you become a son-in-law, you will be a member of the Caslot family. We will be able to provide you with what you need. However, if our family requires your assistance, you will also need to contribute to the family. Zhang Lin listened to Saras' explanation, nodding thoughtfully. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not aspire to this, and I believe I can reach sufficient heights on my own. Saras looked at Zhang Lin's confident expression, also recalling his goal of hunting the evil god. Although he did not have much faith in Zhang Lin's ambition, he did not press the issue. That is quite a pity, but regardless, the Caslot family will always be your friend. Although Saras was merely an elite member of the family and could not represent the families, while such verbal goodwill still needed to be conveyed. At that moment, it seemed that their conversation had come to an end as the door to the treatment room was pushed open once again, and Forrest entered holding 2 somewhat worn skill books. Zhang Lin thanked him as he took the books, feeling a surge of excitement as he touched the cover. 2 skills, 1 increase in usage, the goodwill of many staff members from the temple, and crucially, a potential treasure like the Time Abyss Demon Eye. Aside from almost dying, there were no major issues. Zhang Lin couldn't figure out whether this evil god was here to harm him or to provide him warmth. It seemed that Little Black was the same. Not only did it bring him the reward for completing the task, but it also bestowed a legendary title. Moreover, Little Black itself was a learning machine capable of unlimited loans, pointing out exactly where he needed help. In this light, it appeared that these evil gods were indeed his fortunate stars. By the way, what tier of powerhouse is the Temple Master? Zhang Lin curiously asked. For a city of the scale of Giant Stone City, the minimum requirement for the Temple Master is Tier 6, while the Temple Master is a Tier 7 powerhouse. If her tier rises again and her qualifications are sufficient, she can go to manage other larger cities. Of course, she can also choose to stay here, but unless she has deep feelings for a city, most Temple Masters who advance will go to other cities. Saras explained. To think she is a Tier 7 powerhouse. Zhang Lin had no idea how long it would take him to reach that level. If he could cling to her thigh, it would definitely ensure his safety for a considerable time. After exchanging a few more words with the two present, they eventually left. However, before leaving, Saras told Zhonglin, "Your injuries are quite serious. You should skip the midterm exam and take a few days to rest." However, Zhonglin shook his head. "These injuries are nothing. I want to face more opponents of the same tier to hone my abilities." Zhonglin certainly would not miss this opportunity. After all, as long as others initiated contact with him, he could basically trigger temporary quests to gain skill usage increases. Having fought against an evil god with tier 4 combat power and survived facing other students of the same tier would be as easy as playing with children. One could only say that although his arrogance had been slightly diminished after being praised by a tier 4 powerhouse, and a tier 7 powerhouse, Zhonglin had become a bit high-spirited again. "Then before you leave, let the priest check you first." Seeing Zhonglin so determined, Saras no longer persuaded him, but reminded him and handed him a wristband. "This is an identification wristband for your exam. It contains your identity information and should be used during the exam. My cousin asked your teacher for it, and then had someone pass it to me. She said that since you woke up, you would likely want to participate in the midterm exam. Alright, she also said that if possible, she could team up with you." Zhonglin took the wristband, somewhat surprised and touched. Classmate Xiaoya is truly a good person. He must help her win this time. After the two left, Zhonglin pondered over the two skill books in his hands. He still had 3 skills to learn: the 2 mid-tier and high-tier magic spells in his hands, and the mid-tier martial arts stored in the school. He opened the system panel, taking advantage of his time in the temple's treatment room, where any situation could be treated by the temple's priest, and used the last opportunity to specify a skill upgrade. As for the skill, he had long decided on the most basic and important Paladin breathing technique. Paladin breathing technique, breakthrough limit 01, breakthrough limit 11. In the next moment, a massive amount of memories surged in, and Zhonglin once again found himself in the space where he practiced the Paladin breathing technique. However, unlike the last time when he only grasped it at a proficient level, this time, he had mastered the skill to a transcendent level. When Zhonglin first arrived, he was somewhat confused, not knowing what else he could practice after reaching the highest level of proficiency. However, muscle memory compelled him to sit cross-legged again and start operating the Paladin breathing technique. Yet this time, countless years seemed to pass. Days and months ran like mad above him, and Zhonglin repetitively practiced the breathing technique he was intimately familiar with. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years had passed. Zhonglin opened his weary eyes. He had transformed from a youth into a middle-aged man. He did not know how to progress further, nor did he understand what this so-called limit breakthrough truly meant. But given the situation, he could only continue mechanically and numbly to operate this breathing technique once again. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. Zhonglin sat in place, and due to a prolonged lack of progress, his heart felt like a candle burning with a flame, having consumed the wick entirely, leaving only a final flicker struggling to survive. However, as time continued to pass in the long and torturous years, this final flicker of flame could not escape the fate of being extinguished, ultimately fading away, plunging his heart into an endless darkness. At this moment, Zhonglin had become a hollow person, mechanically operating the Paladin breathing technique, repetitively repeating what he had done countless times. He felt that his direction might have been wrong from the start. Perhaps breaking through the Paladin breathing technique to its limits was not about repetitive practice. But now he had completely burned out, unable to produce any other thoughts, and he even began to wish for the end to come quickly, to no longer endure such torment. However, this thought of his was undoubtedly naive. Based on previous experiences, if he could not upgrade this skill to its maximum level in this life, the system would reset time and bring him back to his youth to continue deducing this skill. Time slowly passed, and Zhonglin soon became an old man with a flickering candle, passing away without any surprises. Time reset, memories returned, and Zhonglin returned to his youth once again, numbly operating this skill. At this moment, his heart was already hollow, as if he had given up thinking, given up on ideals, devoting all his body and mind to the Paladin breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed. Perhaps it was due to the numerous trials, or perhaps Zhonglin had an unexpected moment of insight. During one operation of the Paladin breathing technique, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhonglin's heart. Yet this fleeting light vanished instantly, and he failed to capture it. Thus, Zhonglin operated the breathing technique once more, and this time a glimmer of light actually flashed in his heart again. Although he still failed to capture it, it undoubtedly gave him hope. As long as time is sufficient and the attempts are enough, he will eventually capture this light. This reignited the flame that had long since extinguished within Zhonglin, slowly beginning to burn again like ashes rekindled. Time passed little by little. Although Zhonglin might be somewhat clumsy and his talent somewhat lacking, through countless attempts, he finally grasped that glimmer of light. In the next moment, as if his entire body had been baptized by holy light, warmth, peace, and tranquility enveloped him. Jiang Lin felt as if he were a child held in his mother's embrace, healed by the warmest harbor in the world. This was the power of the light element. Jiang Lin felt that at this moment, he could seemingly hear the whispers of the light elements in the air. At this time, the second incarnation of Jiang Lin had also become an old man with a flickering candle. Gain talent, heart of a child, pseudo heart of a child, pseudo. Although you do not possess an innately pure heart that is accepted by the light elements, your persistent effort has finally moved them, allowing the light elements to accept your existence. You are their child, and they are like your mother. They will provide you with help and healing. Although they may not do well, they unconditionally stand behind you. You have comprehended the essence of the Paladin breathing technique, breaking through its limits. Paladin breathing technique, transcendent break limit. In the next moment, Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and as countless memories flooded into his mind, the talent called Heart of a Child Pseudo was imprinted in his body. Although a significant amount of concepts regarding time had been erased due to system compression, such a vast amount of memories still caused Jiang Lin's brain to crash, rendering him unconscious. Little Black looked at the boy who had fallen asleep, somewhat bewildered, waving its paw in front of him. Wait, weren't you just full of confidence? Why did you fall asleep now? Meow, meow, meow. When he drowsily awoke again, it was already midnight. His body felt warm and his spirit was not as painfully sharp as when he had just received the shock. Jiang Lin was now keenly aware of the light elements in the air, clearly sensing their movements 100 times stronger than before. At this moment, the light elements in the air were slowly entering Jiang Lin's body, nourishing his spirit and alleviating his mental tension. Is this the ability of the heart of a child pseudo? Jiang Lin pondered. However, since it was already midnight, the light elements in the air had diminished significantly, so the overall healing was pitifully small, almost negligible. But at least it could be considered healing, and it could provide continuous assistance, especially when Jiang Lin was unconscious, but no one noticed it could slowly heal him. Thank you. Jiang Lin conveyed this thought. This was his exclusive communication channel with the light elements. After finishing the transmission, he himself was taken aback. Could this be the effect of the heart of a child pseudo? However, the sparse light elements in the air seemed very happy after receiving Jiang Lin's response, but they were not alive and had no consciousness, merely displaying slight fluctuations before naturally gravitating towards the life form they felt close to. Jiang Lin secretly shook his head, continuing to observe the changes within himself. The skill displayed reaching a realm called break limit, and he wondered if there was a higher level above this break limit. Additionally, he had acquired a talent called Heart of a Child Pseudo, which made Jiang Lin ponder. Was this talent gained because he broke through the limits, or did he gain this talent which allowed the skill to break through its limits? Curious, he thought he could look up some reference materials to see if there were any records about people with a true heart of a child. However, Jiang Lin thought again and felt it would be a waste of time. He might as well spend that time practicing the breathing technique a few more times. He would discuss the next skill for breaking limits later, observing a few more times and summarizing the patterns. Sensing the slow flow of demonic essence within him, Jiang Lin stood up, somewhat disbelievingly, bouncing on the bed a couple of times. He found that the flow of demonic essence was exceptionally stable and firm, showing no signs of chaos. Jiang Lin looked inward with some excitement, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. Little Black watched Jiang Lin with a hint of fear, his expression reminiscent of a certain round-faced elder. This kid is acting crazy again, bouncing and laughing. Did he just resurrect after fainting? Little Black recalled the novels he had found in the bag of a late-night study group member. After dying unexpectedly 20 years later, Jiang Lin returns to his younger self with a treasure, determined to take revenge on his enemies and defeat everyone who looked down on him. No, what am I thinking? Little Black felt as if he had been contaminated by the world of these novels. Ignoring Little Black, who was deep in thought beside him, Jiang Lin sensed the efficiency of the automatic operation of the Holy Night breathing technique after its limit breaking. Although it was only 50% of its original efficiency, it was still remarkable, as it could operate continuously. At the same time, Jiang Lin discovered that if he divided a bit of his focus to guide it while aligning with the breathing rhythm of the technique, he could elevate its passive efficiency to a full 100%. However, in this state, Jiang Lin couldn't engage in overly complex activities such as learning new knowledge or using skills he wasn't proficient in, but he could manage basic tasks like traveling, eating, and exercising. Seeing such results, Jiang Lin finally revealed a satisfied smile. 2 lifetimes not in vain. Originally, Jiang Lin was just a step away from level 4, but the incident with the evil god had delayed his advancement. After ensuring there were no other issues, Jiang Lin sat cross-legged again to begin operating the breathing technique. Moments later, he stopped the technique and stood up once more. Just as Little Black was filled with confusion, he saw Jiang Lin pick him up and then turned to find the on-duty priest asking him to check his body before leaving with Little Black. "Kid, where are you going?" Jiang Lin replied without looking back. "I'm going to cultivate at the temple. I'm afraid I might miss the gathering time in the morning, so I'm heading straight to the Illusion Forest secret realm in the west of the city to wait for them to arrive." If it weren't for the identity bracelet given by Salas, Jiang Lin would have needed to wait at the school for tomorrow's gathering, and only after receiving the bracelet would he join the main group. But now he didn't have to. He could travel to the Illusion Forest under the cover of night. The night was as dark as ink with sparse starlight dotting the sky. Jiang Lin walked along the quiet streets of the giant stone city. The alleys were empty, occasionally interrupted by the echoing sound of patrolling guards' boots striking the stone path, like the slowly beating heart of this city. As he moved westward, the lights grew sparser, the closed doors of workshops casting long shadows under the moonlight, and only a few magic crystal street lamps emitted a faint yellow glow. Jiang Lin walked while adjusting his breathing, trying to get accustomed to this method of using the breathing technique. Holy Night breathing technique operated autonomously, the thin demonic essence in the air, flowing like a gentle stream, eventually condensing into a drop of liquid that dripped into the small bowl within Jiang Lin's body, causing the water level to rise slightly. My. Little Black finally noticed something unusual. How can you use the breathing technique while walking? Hearing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. But his expression remained unchanged. When the proficiency of the breathing technique reaches a certain level, you can convert the active operation into a passive one. Don't you know that? Oh, right, with your talent, you probably haven't encountered this level of knowledge, have you? Hearing such familiar words, Little Black almost felt his nose crinkle with anger. Little Black felt frustrated. It silently pondered, did spending too much time with a fool influence me? How could I have such absurd thoughts? Little Black really wanted to crack open Jiang Lin's head to see if there were any treasures hidden inside. After all, in the novels he had read, protagonists who resurrected often had some treasures in their heads that allowed them to become strong quickly. Shaking his head, Little Black reflected on himself. Was it because he had been with a fool for too long that he was also affected? To have such ridiculous thoughts. Little Black felt it was inappropriate. The problem must lie with Jiang Lin. Blame that fool Jiang Lin. Yes, that's it, meow. Seeing Little Black fall silent, Jiang Lin felt quite satisfied and continued on his way, casually employing the perfected breath concealment technique to conceal the fluctuations of the absorbed demonic essence. He had a vague memory of this artificial secret realm, and since he had memorized the entire map of Giant Stone City before finding it was quite easy. Then he stopped in front of a distorted space enveloped by a magical barrier. A staff member on night duty saw Jiang Lin looking at the barrier, thinking he was an adventurer here for hunting, and shouted to him, "This place is temporarily closed. Come back in a few days. Several schools will be coming here for exams, and we'll need to rent it for a few days." Jiang Lin, noticing that someone was on duty, called out to the person, "Sir, is this the artificial secret realm Illusion Forest?" The night shift worker replied, "Correct, this is it. By the way, who are you calling, sir? Am I that old?" Jiang Lin thought he had misjudged and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, big brother. It's quite dark and I couldn't see clearly. I'm a student here for an exam tomorrow. I came early because I was afraid of being late." "You're a student? Cough, cough, I must have seen wrong. But wait, why did you come here so early if you're afraid of being late for tomorrow? The sun hasn't set for long, has it?" Due to the darkness, the night shift worker didn't clearly see Jiang Lin's appearance and thought he was a working adventurer, never expecting him to be a student, especially not one arriving at this hour. It isn't even midnight yet. What are you doing here so early?" The night shift worker wondered while Jiang Lin walked towards his duty room. "Anyway, I can practice anywhere. Staying at school isn't as good as coming here directly," Jiang Lin explained. The night shift worker looked at Jiang Lin approaching him, feeling wary. "Practicing anywhere? Don't you take breaks?" As he spoke, the night shift worker had quietly gripped his security whistle, ready to call over patrolling soldiers at any moment. In the middle of the night, an odd teenager appearing out of nowhere would make anyone nervous. Yet Jiang Lin seemed completely unaware of how alarming he was to this uncle, continuing to talk to himself. "Rest. Don't you know that once the proficiency of the breathing technique reaches a certain level, there's no need for rest?" The uncle looked puzzled and skeptical, but Jiang Lin continued, "By the way, only those with enough talent can reach such a level in a beginner magic academy, so it's only natural that you haven't heard of it. After all, very few people can reach this level," Jiang Lin said nonchalantly. Now that the Holy Night breathing technique had broken through its limit and turned passive, Jiang Lin felt elated, able to chat with anyone, even a dog. Moreover, with the buff of passive cultivation, Jiang Lin felt no guilt for not cultivating for the time being. The uncle looked at Jiang Lin suspiciously, as if to say, "Could you be a genius?" "Ahem, let me introduce myself. I'm the top student of the Holy Light Beginner Magic Academy." Jiang Lin cleared his throat and said, "While being last in the rankings is still being first." Hearing this, the uncle looked at Jiang Lin in shock. The Holy Light Magic Academy is among the strongest in Giant Stone City, and the guy in front of him is actually the top student of the academy. He never expected the other party to possess such strength. The uncle was just an ordinary person who, although he had once studied at a beginner magic academy, he had no talent and could only reach level 4 before being unable to progress, ultimately failing to enter an intermediate magic academy. So the uncle chose to become a security guard, avoiding unnecessary detours for the next 30 years. Now Jiang Lin had activated the perfected breath concealment technique, so the uncle's level couldn't sense Jiang Lin's true strength, thinking that the other party was simply much stronger than him, which is why he couldn't perceive it. If the other party wanted to harm him, they wouldn't waste so many words, and after all, the other party was just a barely grown child. What malicious thoughts could he have? Thinking this, the uncle relaxed his grip on the security whistle, his tone becoming much gentler. He guards the secret realm entrance daily and has interacted with many adventurers, knowing that students with exceptional talent have limitless potential. He did not doubt the authenticity of Jiang Lin's words, after all, arriving a day early at the secret realm entrance due to fear of being late aligned perfectly with his stereotype of these talented students. Geniuses who are different from ordinary people always have some quirks which ordinary folks can't understand. So you're a high achiever from the Holy Light Academy. I'm the night guard here. You can call me Uncle Luo, he said to Jiang Lin. Normally, he wouldn't bother talking to anyone else. He would rather read his novel, but since the other party was the top student of the Holy Light Magic Academy, he feared that neglecting him might lead to retaliation. Hey Uncle Luo, could you tell me about this secret realm? Jiang Lin got straight to the point. In fact, all the previous pretentiousness was just a side note. Jiang Lin mainly wanted to gather information about the examination site. This world is not like his previous life, where he had mobile phones and computers to quickly acquire information. Instead, he can only rely on word of mouth or books to learn. Now that he happened to encounter a staff member of the secret realm and he wasn't in a hurry, he decided to ask. Hearing Jiang Lin's question, Uncle Luo seemed puzzled but patiently answered. This illusion forest secret realm is an artificial one modeled after the real illusion forest several hundred miles west of the city. The strength of the magical beasts inside is significantly lower than that of the actual illusion forest, and the areas are clearly defined. There won't be first-level beasts appearing in the zero-level areas or second-level beasts appearing in the first-level areas. Therefore, the safety is relatively high, suitable for novice adventurers to practice and familiarize themselves with real combat scenarios. Usually, many freshly graduated professional adventurers or newly formed adventuring teams come here to practice and hone their skills. Just now I thought you were one of them. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully, but he heard Uncle Luo continue. However, it's the first time that an examination for students like you is being held here. Well, I heard it's modeled after practices from other major cities. I heard that some magic academies in those big cities can even use a secret realm exclusively for their school. It's truly extravagant. These wealthy people are just... Jiang Lin played the part of a certain personality type, indeed. Uncle Luo observed Jiang Lin's expression as he scorned the wealthy. Yes, the other party's family should be relatively well off. If they were poor with the personality Jiang Lin had shown earlier, they would have condemned the wealthy alongside him instead of just saying, indeed, so dismissively. Thus, Uncle Luo believed even more in the label of genius attached to Jiang Lin. Considering the aura surrounding Jiang Lin, Uncle Luo decided to share more, lowering his voice. Additionally, since this is the first time the Illusion Forest Artificial Secret Realm is being used for school exams, there have been many mages coming to debug the formations inside these days. I heard from other staff members that they temporarily relocated all the high-level magical beasts, clearing out the entire secret realm, and there's a mechanism for gradual elimination, which seems to gradually shrink the safe areas so that students can encounter each other for competitive battles. Uncle Luo shared all the information he knew, and Jiang Lin silently nodded. Thank you for the information, Uncle Luo. Hey, Uncle Luo, do you have a map of this secret realm? After considering for a moment, weighing Jiang Lin's status, Uncle Luo took out a map from the drawer of the security room. This is a map that marks the danger zones and different magical beast habitats. Our security room only has one copy, so please take a look and return it afterward. It's not for loaning out. There are many basic maps, but this one was created by summarizing the experiences of adventurers who have entered the secret realm. Usually, they can copy a basic map and sell it to adventurers entering for exploration, earning a decent side income. Jiang Lin thanked Uncle Luo, then took the map and began memorizing it. After more than 10 minutes, he returned the map and then sat cross-legged, fully concentrating on the holy night breathing technique. Uncle Luo wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. As he watched Jiang Lin sitting cross-legged in the dim light, he felt as if the other party was faintly glowing. Is this what genius looks like? Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. The sky began to lighten, dispelling the chill of the night, and casting a pale golden halo over the distorted barrier at the entrance of the Illusion Forest secret realm. Jiang Lin sat motionless all night, maintaining a stable and unique rhythm in his breathing. As he watched the night grow thicker, the dawn gradually approach, and the sun slowly rise. Uncle Luo was genuinely astonished by this still, unmoving boy. Even while sleeping, one would feel uncomfortable not moving for so long, yet Jiang Lin remained as if nothing was amiss, which was truly astonishing. Now Uncle Luo finally understood the depth of the phrase, "I can practice anywhere." No wonder he's the top student. If only he had been this diligent back then. As the crowd grew denser, more and more people filled the streets of Giant Stone City, and the colossal structure began its heavy operation once more. Soon the first batch of students arrived. They were all young and naive faces, making Uncle Luo reminisce about his own youthful days. However, they were not students of the Holy Light Beginner Magic Academy, but belonged to the Giant Stone Magic Academy, with an estimated 300 to 400 students who gathered at a designated spot under the guidance of their respective teachers, waiting for the exam to officially commence. At this moment, these students were discussing the news they heard after school yesterday. "Hey, did you hear about what happened at the Holy Light Magic Academy yesterday?" "I heard. It said that a cultist jealous of a student went insane and summoned an evil god upon himself. He crazily chased after him." "That's right. It said that even the Golden Knights of the Holy Temple were no match for him. They couldn't even stop him. Yeah, it's terrifying. Hey, do you know something even scarier?" "What is it?" "The student who was envied actually survived the pursuit of the evil god, and he's in our grade. So we'll encounter him during the exam." "Yes, but it said that he's seriously injured and in the hospital. I hope he doesn't show up for the exam." "Let's hope so. Even if he does, I wouldn't want to meet him. I can't imagine what kind of ruthless person he is." At this moment, some noticed Jiang Lin meditating by the roadside. Someone expressed genuine confusion. "What's up with that eyesore over there?" This statement immediately caught the attention of many students. A strikingly handsome young man was seen sitting cross-legged in front of the security courtyard, practicing breathing techniques with an air of solitude in stark contrast to the noisy students chatting nearby at the Giant Stone Magic Academy. "He looks to be about our age. He must also be here for the exam. But he's not from our school. Oh, I wonder which school he's from. Is he really using this time to cultivate? Not putting in effort usually, and now he's in a rush. Yet pretending to practice there, how could he possibly focus in such a noisy environment? I bet he's just pretending to meditate, secretly eavesdropping on our discussion, fantasizing about being admired by others." The students voiced their opinions dismissively and returned to discussing the Radiant Magic Academy. "Hey, do you know who that person being hunted is?" "What's his name?" "My cousin studies at the Radiant Magic Academy. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Jiang Lin. Then I must be cautious of that Jiang Lin person in the secret realm later. Exactly, surviving such an assassination, he must not be someone we can provoke." The students were chattering away. However, one figure had her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Lin. She was a beautiful girl, though not as breathtaking as Anya. She still belonged to the school beauty category. She had a pair of emerald green eyes and wore exquisite earrings. The classmates around her seemed to hold her in high regard, their gazes reflecting a hint of reverence. This was the top student of the Giant Stone Magic Academy, Lena Greenwood, a level 9 priest. Although her profession was that of a priest, those who knew her did not look down upon her because of it. Rather, they seemed to regard her with a touch of fear. Her own demeanor exuded a coldness that pushed others away. At this moment, she was staring intently at Jiang Lin, seemingly deep in thought. "What's wrong, Sister Lena? What are you looking at?" Just then another girl appeared, her clear eyes and equally delicate features contrasting Lena's chill. Unlike Lena's aloofness, this girl appeared much more vivacious. She skipped over and hugged Lena. Her name was Eve, a level 9 summoner, the second-ranked student at the Giant Stone Magic Academy, and also a close friend of Lena. For this midterm exam, the two were teamed up as partners. "That person seems a bit peculiar." Lena pointed at Jiang Lin not far away. "Huh, what's peculiar about him?" Eve blinked her big eyes, looking towards Jiang Lin. "He's just a conspicuous figure. My family has already gathered information about the other two schools, and none of their top 10 has anyone like him. It's not worth our attention," Eve said with a sense of pride, suggesting that her family had some influence as they helped their child investigate competitors from other schools. Lena shook her head. "I'm not talking about his strength, it just seems that the light element is particularly close to him," she remarked. As a priest, she had conducted extensive research into light magic, making her quite sensitive to the light element. She furrowed her brow and pondered, as if trying to recall something from the relevant text she had read. "I remember there's a type of constitution that resembles this situation, but I can't recall it for now." "Oh, come on, don't worry. With the two of us teamed up, securing victory in the competition should be a piece of cake, right?" Eve said confidently. "Well, I don't have much experience fighting alongside others," Lena replied, shifting her gaze and no longer concerning herself with Jiang Lin while responding to Eve. It was somewhat strange for her to say this given that her role as a priest typically emphasized support roles, but one would expect a priest of her level to be very adept at teamwork. At that moment, the other two junior magic academies also arrived. Besides the familiar Radiant Junior Magic Academy, there was also the Morningstar Junior Magic Academy. Although the two schools arrived around the same time, it was evident that the Radiant Magic Academy was the focal point of everyone's concern. After all, the thousands of students present had witnessed the incident firsthand. The school or the temple could not hide it. They could only verbally order not to spread rumors until the situation was clearly investigated, but inevitably some would leak the information. The orders could only temporarily alleviate the spread of false news. However, the temple did not genuinely wish to suppress the news. The incident that occurred in the morning was followed by a newspaper report in the afternoon about the fourth-tier knight of the temple killing a cultist. This morning's news had even made headlines in many other cities. As for the explanation and motives, they were the first set of information Jiang Lin received from Sarath yesterday. The three school principals led their teams, exchanging pleasantries upon meeting. "Oh, Director Vales, I hear your school hasn't been very peaceful lately." The speaker was a middle-aged man with silver hair meticulously styled, who was Horn, the principal of the Starlight Magic Academy, appearing quite amicable. "Your school experienced such an event and still came to participate in this joint examination. Your spirit is truly commendable," added Ms. Pova, the principal of the Giant Stone Magic Academy. She wore a deep blue robe, her slightly gray hair pinned up, looking dignified and serious, speaking in a manner much more formal than Director Horn. Director Vales shook his head. This joint examination is a rare opportunity. It's the first time our Giant Stone City is hosting a secret realm assessment on its own. Our school has the chance to participate, so we must seize this opportunity," he said, representing the Radiant Magic Academy, having been present when the incident occurred yesterday. Recalling the helplessness he felt when facing the student possessed by the evil god, he sighed. It's just that the student who was attacked, though his life isn't in danger, he has sustained serious injuries and will likely be unable to participate in this assessment. I've heard he usually works very hard and places significant importance on this assessment. It's such a pity that he missed this excellent opportunity. Horn chuckled. "Oh, Director Vales, I heard that student is at the bottom of your school. In truth, his participation wouldn't make much of an impact, probably wouldn't last a day before being eliminated. Perhaps it's a blessing in disguise." As a high-ranking official from another school, Horn naturally understood more details about this incident. However, upon hearing this, Director Vales remained silent. He had been present yesterday and witnessed the skills Jiang Lin displayed. Perhaps other students couldn't see it. After all, those skills were easily thwarted by Matthew. But as a level 3 adventurer, he could certainly sense the terrifying might and energy emanating from Jiang Lin's sword techniques. "Director Vales, it seems your students are getting a bit restless." At this moment, Ms. Pova from the Giant Stone Magic Academy spoke up. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of students gathered near the security booth. On the other side, someone exclaimed, "Hey, Jiang Lin is here. Wait, wasn't he killed by that cultist yesterday?" "Killed? No way. He was just seriously injured. Didn't you see all those priests at the scene? It would be hard for him to die. But he's also quite unlucky he was targeted by that cultist. I didn't expect him to be cultivating in such a place, but it oddly seems reasonable, very fitting of their late-night circles characteristics." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Jiang Lin remained unmoved. Old Luo, who had finished his night shift, observed the scene with some confusion. What were these students whispering about? Wasn't he just practicing? What was there to see? He glanced again at Jiang Lin, who sat still on the ground. This kid, even with his classmates here, didn't think to get up and rejoin them. No wonder he came here to practice. He must be so absorbed in his training at home that he forgot about school. He walked over to Jiang Lin, intending to remind him to get up before leaving, but unexpectedly the aura around Jiang Lin suddenly changed. From Jiang Lin's perspective, as the last drop of liquid coalesced, the little bowl within him finally filled up. Level 34 health 85009000, mental power 6, 3006, 400. In this moment, Jiang Lin's aura could no longer be concealed, breaking through the concealment of breath concealment technique, releasing the magical fluctuations belonging to a level 4. Going from level 1 to level 3 took him 3 years. Yet from level 3 to level 4, he only needed 1 week. The level increase signifies that his life tier has entered a new stage with various foundational attributes slightly enhanced. Moreover, if he completes today's daily tasks, his health can reach a level of 10000. This would already be the minimum standard for an ordinary level 10 melee profession. Level up detected. Host's current mental power level can handle the increased nerve reflex speed effect. Would you like to accept this reward? Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and then chose yes. It was relatively safe outside now, so he decided to wait until later to claim it, fearing he wouldn't have enough time to adapt. Meanwhile, old Luo, sensing the magical fluctuations radiating from Jiang Lin, was taken aback. "Huh, This top student, how is he at my level? He had just reached out to pat Jiang Lin on the shoulder, but paused and withdrew his hand, asking the students around him, "Hey classmates, which school are you from?" The student being asked looked puzzled and replied, "Uncle, we are from the Radiant Junior Magic Academy." "Is that student sitting there from your school?" "Yes, why?" The student became alert. Who is your school's top student?" "It's Miss Anya, she's over there," he said, pointing in a certain direction. Among the noisy crowd, there was a group of unique individuals forming a small circle. They sat in a circle, some reciting spells, others practicing, seemingly trying to seize every second to improve their strength. Old Luo stared at this scene, slightly dazed. It seemed that training anytime and anywhere wasn't just a quirk of that kid. Do you know this kid's ranking?" Old Luo asked in a lower voice, fearing Jiang Lin might have been the former top student. The student pondered for a moment before answering. He seemed to be at the very bottom of the class. "Oh, I heard he was the only level 2 in the entire school before. But now who knows? It's been so long since the last monthly exam." Old Luo's face darkened upon hearing this. How dare he claim to be the best while being the bottom? What a waste of his expression. Had he known, he wouldn't have bothered with him. He glanced at Jiang Lin and found that he had opened his eyes, though he seemed lost in thought, staring at the scene before him. This wasn't Jiang Lin's fault. After the system enhanced his nerve reflex speed, the whole world appeared to him in 0.5x speed, significantly increasing his mental energy consumption. Simultaneously, his time abyss magic eye saw all the students before him as two overlapping images. Previously, there were only 2 or 3 people, but with so many people, now his vision began to blur, especially just after the enhancement of his nerve reflex speed. Helpless, he could only close his right eye, temporarily ignoring the effects of the time abyss magic eye, and focused on adapting to his current nerve reflex speed. At this moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man approached, wearing a kind smile. He asked, "Jiang Lin, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting at the temple for a few more days?" This person was Director Vales of the Radiant Magic Academy. Jiang Lin recognized the principal of his school and explained, "Teacher, I have healed completely and can fight. I want to engage with more opponents to enhance my combat abilities." Upon hearing this, Vales looked into Jiang Lin's sincere eyes and felt an inexplicable sense that Jiang Lin's words were heartfelt, clearly influenced by the effect of childlike heart fake. He appreciatively patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. "Oh, little Jiang, you're so diligent. I believe you will achieve excellent results." Jiang Lin nodded and replied calmly, "Yes, I will secure first place and showcase our school's strength." Upon hearing this, Vales was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Lin to be so confident. However, recalling the sword energy he displayed yesterday, even if he had only used it a couple of times, he could see a lot from it. Thinking of this, he took out a ring from his bag and showed it to Jiang Lin, saying, "This space ring has a storage capacity of 20 cubic meters. The school intends to use it as a reward for our top student. If you place in the top 10, I will personally gift you a matching ring." Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised, but he felt that Vales was underestimating him. "So if I take first place, will I get 1 ring or 2? If you come in first, besides the school's reward, I will also personally gift you a high-level skill book." Seeing Jiang Lin's serious expression as he pondered, it seemed he was genuinely calculating how much he could earn. Weirs smiled and said, "Haha, confidence is a good thing. Besides the school's rewards, there are also rewards from the Holy Temple for this joint examination. However, you'll have to wait for the temple master to announce it, and the requirements are different. You must rank high among the 3 schools to qualify." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately fell into deep thought. "All right, you all prepare while I'll take my leave first." After that, Director Weirs waved his hand and left. The crowd dared not breathe as they saw the grade director approaching. Students at this stage are still quite fearful of teachers, and Director Weirs is known for his strict demeanor, which is why everyone was hesitant to approach him earlier. Many looked at Jiang Lin with admiration, respecting him for speaking so boldly to the school leaders and even daring to make such requests. Old Luo also looked at Jiang Lin with a curious gaze, as he never expected Jiang Lin to know the school leaders. In his eyes, the leaders of the Magic Academy were significant figures. After all, their social status was far superior to that of a small security guard like him. Thinking of this, Old Luo forgave Jiang Lin a bit for the deception he had pulled earlier. "Hey brother Luo, off work now?" Seeing Weirs leave, Jiang Lin patted Old Luo's shoulder and said, "Yes, haha, that's right, I'm off work." Old Luo chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, Old Luo, where can I find something to eat nearby? I haven't had a meal yet." Jiang Lin rubbed his empty stomach. It had been nearly a day since he last ate, and he was indeed quite hungry. "There's a noodle shop over there. The food is quite good." Old Luo sighed inwardly. After weighing it in his mind for a while, he still chose not to expose Jiang Lin's lie. At his age, one could boldly speak such grand words without batting an eye, and even connect with school leaders. He must have some special qualities. Moreover, the current situation was quite clear. He definitely knew that Jiang Lin understood the truth of the matter, yet could converse with him without a change in expression, which suggested a certain audacity. Even if he couldn't go far down the path of an adventurer, he would surely succeed in other aspects. Old Luo reflected on his life, lamenting that he had always been too timid and mediocre. "Let's go, I'll treat you to breakfast." Old Luo thought for a moment before speaking. The trials of life had not made him stronger, but had merely smoothed his edges, teaching him to assess circumstances and weigh pros and cons, which is the life of many ordinary people. "All right then, thank you, Brother Luo." Jiang Lin accepted without hesitation, smiling. Upon hearing their conversation, a nearby student became unsettled. "Wait, I call him uncle, and Jiang Lin calls him brother. Doesn't that make me look inferior to Jiang Lin?" The noodle shop indeed has a good taste. The noodles drizzled with sesame oil are chewy, and the steam from the soup dissipates the chill of the night. Jiang Lin chatted with Old Luo while eating, and after finishing, he waved goodbye to Old Luo. Throughout the process, Jiang Lin was slowly adapting to the newly acquired speed of his neural reflexes. This time, the enhancement of his neural reflex speed did not directly double his action speed. Instead, it allowed him to fully control his body's muscles, displaying the maximum agility his body could exert. His action speed indeed increased significantly, but it wasn't a linear improvement. Many enhancements are not linear processes. The difficulty increases as one progresses, gradually escalating to an exponential level. There are still many good people in this world. Jiang Lin patted his full stomach and sighed. Bad people like Matthew are ultimately a minority. On the way back to his team, Jiang Lin passed by 2 other schools and heard them discussing yesterday's incident. He even faintly heard his name, causing a shiver in his heart. How does everyone know about this? Jiang Lin slowed his pace, eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon he felt relieved. Well, after all, with so many students from the Radiant Magic Academy watching, and such an incident occurring, the newspapers would definitely report on it. It seems I need to read the newspapers more often in the future. Returning to the area of his school, some students who hadn't seen Jiang Lin before were quite surprised. However, Jiang Lin ignored them and walked directly toward the area where Anya and the others were. He glanced and noticed that there were quite a few more people than before. He wondered if he had contributed to the increase in their numbers after battling the evil god. Jiang Lin spotted Tai Chun, who had surprisingly begun practicing breathing techniques. However, seeing the fluctuations of magical energy around him, it was clear that he couldn't concentrate in such a noisy environment. So he patted Tai Chun on the shoulder and asked, "Oi kid, did anything happen after I left yesterday?" Tai Chun opened his eyes, surprised to see his deskmate safe and sound, and joyfully exclaimed, "Old Jiang, I knew you were fine." "Well, they all said you died, but I didn't believe it." Tai Chun made an exaggerated expression, though it was evident he knew Jiang Lin was all right. Jiang Lin felt a moment of darkness before realizing that he had indeed heard people discussing topics like Jiang Lin is dead when he arrived. Who was spreading such false information? "How come you started practicing breathing techniques?" Jiang Lin asked. Tai Chun smiled slightly, revealing a smug expression. "I've completely made up for all the cultural lessons I missed. I'm confident I can pass this cultural exam." Jiang Lin responded, "Oh great. So after I left yesterday, did the teacher or school announce any new rules or precautions?" Back to the main topic, Jiang Lin resumed. Tai Chun rubbed his chin in thought for a moment before revealing a wise expression. "I think they mentioned something, but I was busy going over problems yesterday and didn't catch it. You might want to ask someone else." Jiang Lin was speechless, casting Tai Chun aside and scanning the surroundings. People were either practicing or studying. Finally, he pulled over a classmate who wasn't part of the late-night study group and asked, "Hey, what about yesterday?" However, the student immediately replied, "Don't ask me. I skipped class to go play yesterday. I didn't even go to school." Jiang Lin was speechless and recalled that this person was indeed a notorious truant. What a pair of dragon and phoenix among talents. Just then, Anya, the leader of the late-night study group, opened her eyes. Hearing some noisy commotion that seemed to involve Jiang Lin's voice, she stopped her breathing technique. "You really came." Anya looked at Jiang Lin with her golden eyes, her gaze somewhat complicated. His swordsmanship talent was simply astonishing, deeply affecting her past confidence. "Well, since you've highly recommended me in front of your cousin and considered so much for me, I will naturally come to lead you to victory." Jiang Lin replied confidently, casually raising the identity bracelet on his hand to show his gratitude. Anya looked at Jiang Lin and felt that he seemed somewhat different. As a highly talented paladin, Anya was very sensitive to light elements, and due to her pure heart, she was also highly attuned to them. Thus, she could sense the faint fluctuations of light elements around Jiang Lin. It seemed that the light elements were more familiar to him than to me. Anya was shocked to discover this fact. "No, why is that? He wasn't like this before, was he? Could it be that he had gained enlightenment after being beaten by the evil god?" Anya was momentarily stunned, then apologetically said, I previously promised you that I would lend you sword techniques that match my level, but your progress is too fast. I only have 2 skills that I can take from my family. She remembered her promise and had no intention of letting it go unresolved. However, even though she was the daughter of the city lord, she did not have the authority to freely use some family assets. With her trustworthy character, she would normally fulfill this promise at least for the remaining 60 days. Originally, she estimated that Jiang Lin would comprehend at most 2 advanced skills. After all, she herself would need at least 2 to 3 months to reach that level, but she never expected Jiang Lin to surpass her in just one day. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a surge of emotion. The rich girl truly has a kind heart. He began to suspect whether she wanted to adopt a servant. Rich girl, feel free to ask for anything, otherwise I won't feel secure holding on to these skills. Miss Anya, if there's anything you need my help with in the future, just let me know. Jiang Lin patted his chest and said. Anya smiled, clearly not taking this matter to heart. By the way, Miss Anya, after I left yesterday, did the school announce anything? Anya thought for a moment, stroking her chin, and sincerely said, I think they mentioned a few things, but I was practicing so I didn't hear them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. Yesterday they talked about the usage of the bracelet and also announced the point system. They also mentioned that today, when it starts, staff from the temple would come to discuss some unpublished rules regarding this joint examination, and both the school and the temple will reward students ranked high in points. At this moment, a girl with shoulder-length hair couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Lin turned to look at her. Anya introduced, this is my friend Dai Mi, a level 9 archer and my teammate. You are Jiang Lin, right? If it weren't for Anya's strong recommendation thinking you could compete with her, I absolutely wouldn't agree to team up with a level 4 guy like you. Daimi was quite straightforward, showing no intention to curry favor. I hope you don't hold back our team. Jiang Lin looked at the short-haired girl and nodded. How about we split up then? Okay, you and Sister Anya handle offense and defense, and I'll take care of reconnaissance and long range. Wait, what did you say? Daimi's eyes widened in shock as if she had misheard. You plan to act alone. Are you out of your mind? Although Daimi's words were harsh, she was actually quite kind-hearted, at least better than some who pretended to be nice while being duplicitous. Jiang Lin expressed his thoughts. Look, since both the school and the temple are offering rewards for the top few ranks, if we are one team, we can only earn 1 reward at best. But if we split up, I can take the first place reward, and you can take the second place one. Calculating it this way, we can altogether gain 2 rewards. Daimi listened to Jiang Lin and found his reasoning sound, yet something felt off. Wait, are you really so confident you can take first place? Jiang Lin waved his hand. Cough, cough, modesty is key. After a pause, he continued, if you're not convinced, we can fight it out. In fact, Jiang Lin had seen the systems provided temporary quest, but unfortunately, it was clearly too late to battle against her now. Daimi found Jiang Lin a bit unreasonable. She looked at Anya, hoping she would speak up for her. However, Anya asked, do you have confidence in fighting alone? Jiang Lin nodded. I'm about 80 sure. With nearly 1,000 students present, Jiang Lin could fight against any of them and earn chances for skill enhancement. So as long as he was in battle, he would grow stronger each time. Jiang Lin wanted to see if he could push his best skill 7-star Holy Radiant Slash to its limit and discover how terrifying its power could become after breaking through. As a few people chatted, the time was nearing the start of the joint examination. At this point, the students were required to line up and stand still, prohibited from making noise. Soon a familiar voice came into Jiang Lin's view. It was none other than Cecilia, Huashing, the head of the Holy Temple of Giant Stone City. However, Cecilia today was somewhat different from yesterday, as she lacked the gentleness seen during their private meeting and instead radiated an undeniable authority. Although she didn't show any special expressions or deliberately emit her own pressure, just standing there instilled fear in the students present, preventing them from making a sound. Such an aura can only be possessed by a select few who have long been in positions of leadership. Of course, there is also an aspect of the higher life forms suppressing the lower ones. Cecilia scanned the students with her gaze landing on Jiang Lin for a moment before glancing away without lingering on him. She began to speak, not using amplification magic. Her voice was not loud, but clearly reached the ears of everyone present, students and teachers of Giant Stone Primary Magic Academy, Radiant Primary Magic Academy, and Morning Star Primary Magic Academy. Hello. I am Cecilia, Huashing, the head of the Holy Temple of Giant Stone City. Today marks the first simulation test for the qualification of junior adventurers held by our Giant Stone City. This test will take place in the artificial secret realm of Phantom Forest, designed to simulate a real outdoor environment, hone your practical abilities, and accumulate experience for the final assessment. The examination rules are as follows. She spoke each word clearly, and the nearly 1,000 students in the square were silent, only her voice echoed. Defeating magical beasts will earn points based on their level and rarity. The specific scoring rules refer to the examination rule sheet. Defeating other teams will allow you to obtain half of their current total points. Those who are defeated will have their bracelet record fixed points, and will lose the qualification to continue earning points being teleported out of the secret realm. Note that when faced with life-threatening situations, if the supervising teacher cannot provide timely rescue, you may crush the bracelet to teleport out of the secret realm. She generally spoke in a manner similar to what class director like had mentioned before, but it was more detailed and formal. Jiang Lin listened attentively, finally arriving at the content that interested him the most. This joint examination is taken very seriously by the temple and the management of Giant Stone City, seen as an attempt for the educational aspect of Giant Stone City to advance towards more developed cities. Thus, ranking rewards are set up to encourage everyone to actively participate. The team ranked first will receive 3 pieces of fine-level magical equipment and 30 points of library borrowing credits from the temple. The team ranked second will receive 2 pieces of fine-level magical equipment and 20 points of library borrowing credits from the temple. The third-ranked team will receive 1 piece of fine-level magical equipment and 10 points of library borrowing credits from the temple. Teams ranked 4th to 10th will receive different skill books based on their rankings. Rewards will be distributed in the form of teams. Specific allocations will be decided internally by the team. This ranking is based on the team's total score, while the examination results are based on the average score. After finishing her explanation of the rewards, she glanced at the excited students below and continued. This assessment will adopt the contraction zone rule. Once the assessment begins, you will be randomly transported to various locations within the secret realm to hunt magical beasts. Subsequently, the safe area of the secret realm will gradually shrink, and you must reach the designated area within the specified time. If you exceed the time limit, the bracelet on your wrist will teleport you out of the secret realm, resulting in disqualification and fixed points. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened slightly, as many were just now learning of this rule. Consequently, battles between teams became inevitable, and their intensity would drastically increase. Only mentioning this now perhaps to prevent students from forming improper teams in advance. In no time, whispers began to fill the previously silent square. However, a single glance from Cecilia silenced the crowd once more as they dared not speak again. One could only say that the aura of the Lord was overwhelmingly intimidating. Soon the remaining rules and formalities were concluded, and the assessment officially began. Teaming up was done through binding their identity bracelets. Jiang Lin chose not to team up with Anya, so as the protective barrier of the secret realm descended, he was transported into the realm. As his vision twisted and spun, Jiang Lin felt his feet touch the ground. Xiaohei, not being a candidate, remained outside. Before him lay a dense forest shimmering with faint luminescence, where the air was thick with the scent of moist earth and plants. Silence surrounded him, only broken by the distant calls of unknown creatures. Jiang Lin glanced at his bracelet, which displayed the following characters: points 0, ranking unavailable, cumulative eliminations 0. With so many fewer people around, he finally dared to open his right eye. However, the plants in front of him swayed, chaotically producing double images that made Jiang Lin feel a bit dizzy. Alas, he needed to get used to this talent before he could use it normally. Jiang Lin sighed. He had already tried. The Shuan demon eye could not be manually turned off and remained in an open state. However, the silver lining was that since it was a talent rather than a skill, it did not consume his magical energy, though it did cause sharp pain in his right eye when facing formidable opponents like the Lord. There was a slight benefit, which was that after Jiang Lin became accustomed to the demon eye, he could sense impending danger at all times. Enduring the dizziness caused by viewing the swaying plants through the demon eye, he began to determine his position. These luminescent plants should be near the luminescent swamp, or if there were water bodies nearby, there would be extraordinary crocodile-type magical beasts at the elite level. Killing extraordinary level magical beasts would yield points corresponding to their level. For instance, a level 1 extraordinary magical beast would grant 1 point. Killing elite level magical beasts, however, would yield points 5 times their level. A level 1 elite magical beast would grant 5 points. Jiang Lin recalled the map he had borrowed from old Luo and planned to find a nearby water body to practice by hunting a few crocodiles. Unlike humans who can enhance their strength through acquired effort or comprehension, magical beasts heavily rely on the bloodline of their ancestors, known as racial levels. Adventurers categorize all magical beasts into 6 racial levels: extraordinary, elite, commander, king, and overlord. A high racial level magical beast defeating a lower racial level magical beast is akin to a father beating his son in similar circumstances. Moreover, a higher racial level magical beast can easily defeat a lower level one. For instance, a level 1 overlord cub, as long as it is not freshly born and incapable of movement, can easily suppress a level 20 extraordinary magical beast. Similar to some low-level geniuses among humans who can defeat higher-level opponents. Of course, the number of Overlord-level beings is exceedingly rare. At least at Jiang Lin's current level, he had no chance of encountering such beings. Moreover, these magical beasts can also evolve from lower racial levels to higher ones through acquired training, thus altering the bloodline of their descendants. For instance, the black cat possessed by Xiao He did not originally belong to the category of extraordinary beings with a racial level not even reaching extraordinary, but through acquired breathing techniques, it evolved from an ordinary creature to an extraordinary one. However, in the case of Xiao He, who has an owner as Jiang Lin considers himself, it is generally not referred to as a magical beast, but rather as a spirit beast or spirit pet. Just as Jiang Lin was walking and searching for his bearings, he suddenly received a notification that a system task had been completed. Initially puzzled, he then spotted a line of ant corpses lined up beneath his feet and understood the truth. He then used the sole of his shoe to grind against the ground, completing another task as well. Stamina 900, 01000, mental power 6, 4007, 400, petrified skin, proficient transcendence memories surged in his mind as Jiang Lin observed his skin change from its normal color to a faint gray, which then merged into his body, enhancing its toughness and completing the transformation of his petrified skin from perfection to transcendence. Jiang Lin pinched his now tough skin, a glimmer of golden light appearing at his fingertips as he effortlessly conjured a small blade of light. He pressed the golden light against his skin to test its toughness. Not bad, it can withstand most ordinary blades and swords. With his terrifying 100 points of stamina providing immense physical strength, as long as the difference in power wasn't too great, Jiang Lin could directly withstand sword strikes through muscle control. Now that his last skill had also reached transcendence, Jiang Lin had achieved the feat of maxing out all his skills. All that remained was to break through the limits. However, now within the secret realm, breaking through the limits might cause him to faint, so he needed to be prepared. Jiang Lin found it somewhat strange that as his transcendental skills increased, the rewards for random skill enhancements seemed to apply solely to skills that had not reached their maximum level. Could it be that only the reward for designated skill enhancement could be used to break limits, while random skill enhancement was only for improving skills that weren't maxed out? Jiang Lin stroked his chin, contemplating. He recalled the system rewards from past tasks. It seemed that those challenging tasks mostly granted designated skill enhancements, while simpler tasks offered random skill enhancements or random skill copies. From this perspective, the three rewards were likely not of the same level. However, in terms of effect, the reward for random skill copy seemed entirely dependent on luck. Sometimes it could even yield better results than designated skill enhancement. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts for now and looked down at the ants. At this moment, they were marching in an orderly line, following the pheromones left by their companions, oblivious to the massive creature above them, simply bypassing the corpses of their comrades to carry food back to the anthill. Jiang Lin noticed that there were quite a number of these ants, at least more than those in Giant Stone City. Thus, he followed the direction these ants were heading and found their anthill. This was a relatively large anthill, only possible in an untouched forest environment like the Phantom Forest, allowing the ants to develop to such a scale. Jiang Lin glanced at the system. Phase task massacre requirement, cumulative slaughter of 100 beings, reward Demon King seed, and a special title. Ants contribute to the path of Emperor Jiang Lin's ascension. A holy light longsword appeared in Jiang Lin's hand as he thrust it into the anthill, unleashing a light elemental attack that would instantly kill these ants. Jiang Lin watched as the task requirements steadily increased, reaching the threshold in no time. Phase task massacre completed. With a casual flick, you have slaughtered 100 beings. You are a demon steeped in a sea of blood, whose mere presence brings wails and devastation, yet you remain unfazed. You are a born Demon King. Massacre is your sacrificial right to ascend the throne, rewards Demon King seed. And a special title. Phase task completed. System autonomy, increased random skill enhancement, or copying rewards can be exchanged for designated skill enhancement at a ratio of 2:1. The system has actually been upgraded. As expected, my previous conjectures were correct. These two rewards indeed differ. Then Jiang Lin looked at the system's rewards. Demon King seed acquired, granting eligibility for the Demon King trial. Demon King trial. What is that? Jiang Lin felt puzzled in his heart as he claimed the Demon King seed. In the next moment, this so-called Demon King seed appeared within his body. Jiang Lin first felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by his heart suddenly beating violently. His body temperature surged, turning the world before him blood red. His senses became extraordinarily acute. Even the slightest breeze brushing against his face felt painfully abrasive. However, this state lasted only a moment before disappearing. Jiang Lin looked inward again, observing what appeared to be strange runes on his original heart. Aside from that, Jiang Lin did not notice any other changes. Thus, he turned his attention to the system's title rewards. Special title acquired Crimson Slaughterer level epic description. The Crimson Slaughterer, bearing the souls of countless dead, treads the path of the Demon King through a sea of blood. All beings' bones become the crown's base, and their wails are your coronation hymn. But Slaughterer, do not forget when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Wearing effects 1. Blood Demon Summon. Active effect upon use will summon a blood demon from the blood realm to assist in battle. The blood demon lasts for 5 minutes, and will return to the blood realm after that with its strength linked to the user's power. This active effect can be used once per day. 2. Kill Sin Disguise. Active effect upon use will enter a disguised state able to mimic a slain target with the requirement that the size difference between the disguised target and the user cannot be too great. This active effect has no usage limit. 3. Blood's Intimidation. Passive effect upon wearing this title will automatically trigger. Unconditionally releases Blood Intimidation to surrounding targets, lowering their combat will, and can be manually turned off. This title seems quite powerful. Its level is epic, which should be 1 tier lower than legendary. However, it appears more practical than the previous title of Pope of one of the 4 secret cults. Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before donning this title and hiding it. The moment Zhang Lin equipped the title, the passive effect of Blood's Intimidation triggered, automatically emanating a terrifying murderous aura from him. At this moment, he resembled a demon lord descending with a vast sea of blood and endless bones behind him, walking upon the countless bones, making all who dared to meet his gaze tremble in fear. The Holy Light longsword in Zhang Lin's hand also absorbed strands of blood energy, intertwining with the Holy Light, as though it were the sword of a heavenly angel who had committed untold slaughters. Zhang Lin withdrew the Holy Light longsword only to find that many of the ants he hadn't killed earlier were now dead from being terrified to death by his Blood's Intimidation. He then turned off Blood's Intimidation, and everything returned to normal. Not bad. I've gained a life-saving trump card. As for the other 2 skills, he would try them later. Additionally, the completion of the phase task allowed the system to enter the next stage. Phase task: Path of the Demon King. By utilizing the Demon King seed, complete the Demon King trial. Detecting that the host's current power is vastly disproportionate to this task's difficulty, it is not recommended to proceed with the challenge. Reward: gain the status of a Demon King and qualification to enter the Abyss of Sin. More unfamiliar terms. Zhang Lin stroked his chin. Whatever, I will check later what these Blood Demon, Blood Realm, and Abyss of Sin are when I get out. Or perhaps I could ask Xiao He, who knows everything. Zhang Lin glanced at his bracelet and noticed that while he was killing ants, quite a few teams had already formed. 0 ranking 79 cumulative eliminations 0. The ranking number was continuously rising. It seemed that more and more teams had begun hunting magical beasts. Zhang Lin no longer delayed and began searching for other teams and magical beasts. The luminescent swamp, a vast habitat of extraordinary creatures. Dozens of shallow waterstone crocodiles with only their eyes visible silently awaited the appearance of prey. The leader of their group, a second-tier elite shallow waterstone crocodile, had mysteriously disappeared some time ago, leaving only these first-tier extraordinary shallow waterstone crocodiles to lead. Suddenly, a shadow seemed to flash overhead, followed by a deluge of sword energy, raining down, each blade of energy precisely targeting a shadow in the water. One of the faster-reacting shallow waterstone crocodiles attempted to dodge, only to be shocked to discover that those sword energies seemed to know its trajectory, with other sword energies already blocking its escape route. The sword energies rushed in at tremendous speed, carrying an overwhelming force, effortlessly slicing their bodies in half, as if they were cutting through tofu. Killed a Transcendent level creature of rank 6, gained 6 points. Killed a Transcendent level creature of rank 5, gained 5 points. Killed a Transcendent level creature of rank 9, gained 9 points. Zhang Lin swiftly maneuvered among the towering branches. The 7-star Sacred Radiance, having reached its pinnacle, descended with his movements, striking accurately at the shallow waterstone crocodiles beneath the surface. Due to Zhang Lin's terrifying mana pool, he never worried about consumption. Such high-tier skills were undoubtedly ultimate moves for ordinary Tier 0 beings. Yet Zhang Lin used them as if they were basic attacks. Moreover, with the passive activation of his breathing technique, his expended mental energy was rapidly replenished. If his attack frequency wasn't too high, his mana consumption would be slower than his recovery rate. The only pity was that Zhang Lin had no storage space now, otherwise he could have taken spoils from their corpses to earn some extra income. Meanwhile, as Zhang Lin observed more scenery and reference points, he roughly determined his location within the Phantom Forest. Based on the map memorized in his mind and the marked biomes, he planned his route. Those few calls of Brother Luo were worth it. This map was truly useful. Although other students had likely obtained this map through various means, Zhang Lin, lacking social resources, had to use such methods to bridge the gap with them. Zhang Lin glanced at his wristband. Points 91 rank, 1 total defeats 15. Was it this easy to take first place? Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Were the other teams this weak? However, he dared not be careless and continued to weave through the woods, casually firing sword energy at any small creatures he spotted to collect points. Thanks to the Time Abyss Demon Eye, he could clearly predict the evasion trajectories of these small animals and follow up with a second blast of sword energy. Thus, Jiang Lin could usually finish battles within 2 sword energy strikes. He stood on a branch, hands on his hips, and checked his points again. Points 103 rank, 1 total defeats 18. Jiang Lin couldn't help but frown. Was this secret realm trial too easy? It was a pity he couldn't see the points and rankings of other examinees who otherwise had known roughly how many points he needed to secure his position. On the other side, countless ordinary students teleported into this unfamiliar environment. Though the landing spots weren't dangerous, they were all extremely nervous, gripping their weapons tightly until their fingertips turned white. For many, this was their first experience of team cooperation in the wild, and their understanding of various aspects was a blank slate. Most hadn't prepared maps in advance, or if they had, they lacked maps marked with biomes. Thus, they wandered aimlessly through the secret realm like headless flies, hoping to stumble upon magical beasts by luck. Some fortunate enough to encounter 1 or 2 weaker beasts would join forces and unleash a flurry of skills, beating them to death, happily earning points and gaining practical experience for better performance in subsequent battles. Those less fortunate directly encountered an invincible beast, met with bitter defeat, and used their wristbands to teleport away. Others, due to poor coordination, allowed beasts they could have defeated to turn the tables. For instance, these teams below Warrior will use a taunt skill to draw its aggro. When it chases me, Healer block it with a wall behind me, and Ranger wear it down from range. Then, Warrior, damn it. Healer, why did you block me behind the wall? Ranger, you almost shot me. Damn, why did you drop a slowing ice ball at my feet? There were also scenes like this Assassin Priest. I was sneaking in stealth and you buffed me. My skill got interrupted and I was discovered. Priest, sorry bro, I'm too nervous and slipped. Assassin, damn it. Frontliner, what are you doing? Why are you running faster than the priest? Warrior, damn, it's so huge I'm scared. Assassin, holy cow. Retreat, whoever's slowest is the frontliner. Priest, don't abandon me bro. Such incidents were common. Many students facing such battles for the first time struggled to adjust their mindset and body to optimal condition. Of course, there were also outstanding teams with tacit cooperation, swift actions, and systematic sweeps of beasts in various areas. For example, the top 2 beauties of Boulder Magic Academy. In the woods, a somewhat bulky shadow darted through the bushes. Upon closer look, it was Eve and Lena riding a ferocious dust wild boar. The boar, large enough to carry both girls, emanated a strong aura of magical essence, clearly not an ordinary creature. This was Eve's summoned beast. Above them, a pitch-black crow followed their direction of travel, also Eve's summon. It was scouting for magical beasts from high above. Spotting movement in the distant forest, it cawed to relay information to Eve. Upon receiving the message, Eve directly turned the boar's head and charged toward the commotion. Lena, sitting behind the boar and tightly holding Eve's slender waist, cast an enhancement spell upon sighting the beast. Enhancement spell Heart Palpitation. As Lena's spell landed, the rank 9 Boulder Forest ape stared wide-eyed, as its heart seemed about to burst from its chest, throbbing violently several times before exploding, causing it to die, with blood gushing from its mouth. This sight made both the boar on the ground and the crow in the sky tremble, slightly fearing that these 2 mistresses might in a bad mood dispose of them. The points on their wristbands also changed. Points 59 rank, 3 total defeats 8. This priest, named Lena, like Jiang Lin, was also a poison healer. Moreover, due to her specialization in this field, her poison healing skills were entirely superior to Jiang Lin's. However, Eve, sitting in front, pouted discontentedly at her points. Who are the top 2? How are they scoring so fast? Lena, looking at her wristband, sighed. Maybe their teleport points are near herd-dwelling beasts. No rush, we still have time. We might meet them after the circle shrinks. Eve nodded. Yeah. After the circle shrinks, with our teamwork, we can crush other combinations. As long as I keep you safe from being singled out with your skills, there's basically no one at this level who can stop you. And as a 2-person team, when the final exam ranking is calculated, we just divide by 2, so our current rank is basically final. Unlike some 3-person teams that need to divide by 3 for the final score. On the other side of the forest, the golden-haired Anya radiated dazzling light. She was locked in a fierce battle, surrounded by a wolf pack, at least 20 to 30 of them slowly encircling her with predatory glares. As Anya cleaved a rank 7 wind shadow wolf with her sword, her golden eyes blazed with burning flame, devoid of any fear. This was the battle she craved. Real steel and blood. Combat. Thrilling. Beside her, Demi was unleashing her full power, repeatedly drawing and releasing her bowstring, firing powerful arrows from within the safe zone. Anya created targeting wolves attempting to flank from other directions. Their wristbands were rapidly changing. Points 98 rank, 2 total defeats 12. The top student of Dawnstar Magic Academy was a towering warrior named Frederick, currently running through the forest with his mage companion Eli. Damn it, why can't we find any beasts? Frederick grimaced as he looked at his map, which clearly marked biomes at various locations. We've been walking for so long, and there should be plenty of phantom deer here. Why haven't we seen a single one? He glanced at his wristband. Points 0 rank, 378 total defeats 0. His mage companion Eli was equally puzzled, taking the map. While running, this should be the right area. How can there be no creatures? Old Faye, is your map faulty? Damn, was the guy who sold me this map a scammer? It must be. You got scammed, Old Faye. They continued running, cursing the map seller. Suddenly, Eli stopped, staring at the scene ahead in confusion. Hey, Old Faye, according to our direction, there should be a lake ahead, right? Why is it a cliff? Damn, did he mark the wrong biomes and give us a fake map? That's too shady. No, Old Faye. It seems the opposite direction of our planned route is a cliff below, which is the outermost fluorescent swamp. Huh. Frederick Sharp, as ever, quickly sensed something was off. He leaned in to look at the map. If we're in this area now, according to this map, there should be many shadow claw wolf eagles nearby. Those are quite troublesome to deal with. As he spoke, a massive shadow swooped down from the sky. A huge shadow claw wolf eagle. Damn, the map is fine. We got the direction wrong. The shadow rapidly approached, enveloping them, about to crash into them and send them tumbling off the cliff to their doom. But a flash of crimson light appeared, and a blazing flame rose from below, slicing smoothly through the center of the shadow claw wolf eagle's body. Then blood sprayed as the creature split evenly in two, its momentum carrying it off the cliff. Frederick now held 2 battle axes, but he had only extended one, swinging a single-handed strike, paying no heed to the bisected beast, and complained to his companion, "Damn it, how did you read the map? How could you not even notice we were going the wrong way?" Eli showed no surprise at his strike, raising a single hand to conjure a thin water element shield that covered them both, blocking the spattered blood from the bisected creature. "You've got nerve." Who stared at the map for so long and didn't notice? Who agreed on the initial direction with me? As they argued, another shadow claw wolf eagle swooped in. This time, Eli casually pulled a massive staff from his spatial ring, pointed it forward, and a high-pressure water pillar pierced the airborne shadow, leaving a huge hole in its body. "Can't even read a map. What use are you?" Frederick retorted angrily. "Damn, you didn't figure it out either. What kind of useless trash are you? Split up. Fine, split up." Unlike the confrontational atmosphere at Dawnstar Academy, the second-ranked team of Radiance College enjoyed a serene time. The silver-haired, rakishly handsome Zach led his team against a herd of wild boars, averaging ranks 5 or 6. Wielding a pitch-black short sword, he moved like a specter among the beasts, slaying them before they could react. "Wow, Zach, you're amazing." His team consisted of a young priestess named Ellie and a defense-focused warrior. The warrior brother raised his shield, ready to block any incoming attacks, while Ellie cast various buffs on Zach, enabling him to wreak havoc among the beasts. In the blink of an eye, Zach eliminated the entire boar herd and scathed not even a scratch on his clothes. Hearing Ellie's praise, Zach feigned aloofness with no expression, saying calmly, "Just basic moves. These boars are too weak. Let's hurry and find the next beast group." Clearly, Zach was getting a bit carried away by the compliment. As a 15-year-old youth, he naturally enjoyed showing off in front of pretty girls. And since the young priestess was usually on good terms with him, he wanted to use this joint exam to leave a deep impression on her. He then took the lead, advancing along the pre-planned route on the map. However, Zach's showboating annoyed the shield warrior responsible for Ellie, but he couldn't express it, thinking he'd just be a tool since he didn't like the priestess anyway. Yet when Zach was ahead and not looking back, the priestess deliberately approached the shield warrior, tugged his hand, and said, "Come on, don't just stand there." The sensation of her soft, slender hand, the scent of her hair drifting past the shield warrior first froze, then felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. In the following journey, the shield warrior's eyes were fixed on the girl's flowing hair, the faint fragrance lingering in his nose as he repeatedly savored the touch of her palm. So, a girl's hand is that soft. He then resolved to protect the young priestess in the coming battles. Even if he got eliminated and lost his exam qualification, he would protect her, leaving a brave and fearless impression in her heart. Many boys of this age have such psychology. If a girl gets a bit close and makes some intimate gestures, they can't help but start imagining things, fantasizing that she might be interested, and then try to show off in front of her. Boys with rich relationship experience might quickly see through her tactics and avoid falling into her ambiguous trap, but someone like this shield warrior easily falls into her snare. The fleeting intimate moment went unnoticed by Zach ahead, who was still focused on displaying his formidable strength. Thus, both young lads were easily hooked by Ellie. It wasn't that Zach and the shield warrior were foolish, the priestess Ellie was simply on a much higher level. Poor Zach and shield warrior manipulated at her fingertips. As time gradually passed, Jiang Lin weaved through the forest, the numbers on his wristband continuously climbing. Score 214. Ranking 1. Total defeated 43. With another swing of his sword, Jiang Lin cleaved a shallow water stone crocodile in two, leaving no trace of his passage. Jiang Lin found it strange how after so long he had yet to see a single person. Before him stood a steep cliff, and beyond it lay yet another expanse of forest. The number of magical beasts in the area would be slightly less than in the fluorescent swamp, but the area above was significantly larger. Having already swept through a large portion of the fluorescent swamp, returning there for further cleansing might yield diminishing returns. Moreover, to reach the central area, he would need to climb this sheer cliff. Thus, without hesitation, Jiang Lin prepared to head to other regions of the secret realm. However, nearby lurked a magical beast known as the Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle, which might disrupt him during his ascent. As he approached the cliff's edge, Jiang Lin was taken aback. Hey, why are there so many corpses of Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles here? Below the cliff, 3 or 4 bodies lay scattered, smashed to pieces. Moreover, they seemed to have suffered extremely brutal deaths, dismembered and pierced through, leaving a gruesome sight. Jiang Lin squinted as he looked up the cliff, only to see 2 figures hunting these Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles. Wow! Finally, people! Jiang Lin felt a wave of joy in his heart, realizing he had been targeted and pushed to such a remote location. The 2 above likely lacked a map and had stumbled their way here. Judging by the number of corpses on the ground, they had just arrived not long ago. A normal person wouldn't head toward the fluorescent swamp without a map. After all, the examination rules included a shrink circle mechanism, and the fluorescent swamp was on the edge of the map, clearly a region that would be restricted later. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin immediately began to climb toward the summit. Defeating the team would only grant him half their points. The more Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles they defeated, the more he would lose. These despicable competitors dared to steal his points. Jiang Lin thought angrily, concealing his aura as he swiftly climbed along the rock face. Soon a Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle noticed him and attempted to dive toward the cliff. However, Jiang Lin merely raised his hand slightly, and a golden sword chi burst forth from his palm, accurately striking the trajectory of the Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle. The sword chi pierced through its head, bringing it down instantly. This was a combination of techniques he developed: the Light Blade and the 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash. The 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash requires a sword as a medium for release, while the Light Blade possesses the sword attribute in any state. Thus, Jiang Lin only needed to gather a wisp of golden light from the Light Blade in his palm to release a miniaturized version of the 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash. This greatly reduced his consumption, and the commotion created was significantly less, preventing nearby creatures from being alarmed. Now he was also much more familiar with the control of the Time Abyss magic, knowing it could glimpse a second into the future. However, these glimpses were not necessarily fixed. For instance, when Jiang Lin previously hunted a particularly agile magical beast, he saw multiple afterimages, not just one. Clearly, the opponent could adapt based on his subsequent movements, while Jiang Lin could only seal off all escape routes by increasing the number of sword chi. Jiang Lin estimated that if he faced an opponent with even quicker movements and reflexes far surpassing his own, the afterimages would be so many that he could not distinguish them. Regardless of his reactions, the opponent would preemptively alter their actions to counter him. After all, the future was not absolute, it could change due to one's actions. The ability to glimpse a fragment of time was already incredibly formidable. In contrast to Jiang Lin's calm and steady ascent, the 2 at the cliff's edge were in the midst of a heated argument. Alai raised his wand and fired a magic cannon shot at a Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle in the sky. "What kind of useless trash are you? Look at how few magical beasts you've killed." Frederick swung his battle axe, taking down a Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle that had charged at them without being dealt with. "I am the useless one. Do you even see what you're killing? These birds have been flying in the sky. How could your father hit them? If you're that bad, practice more. Come on, tell your father how I'm supposed to hit them. Should I just fly up and attack? If you're not capable, don't blame the uneven ground. All right, let's see who kills more magical beasts in the end. You only kill some birds and can boast about it. Sure, whoever kills less in the end calls the other father." Clearly, although these 2 had previously claimed to separate, their actual actions showed no intention of doing so, instead working together quite harmoniously. One provided firepower output, while the other ensured the other's safety, though their banter never ceased. Thus, their scores steadily rose, and their overall rankings gradually improved, showcasing their status as the top 2 in their school. At that moment, Alai caught a glimpse of a shadow climbing up the cliff, and upon closer inspection saw someone making their way up. Alai paid little attention and casually fired a magic cannon shot at the cliffside, hoping to make the person fall and thus withdraw from the exam. However, to his surprise, the person seemed to anticipate his actions, skillfully changing positions on the rock face and narrowly dodging his attack. Alai was somewhat astonished, and called Frederick's attention to the cliff below. The person he had attacked was now climbing even faster, sticking close to the cliff and leaping up several meters. Previously, Zhang Lin had been climbing slowly, worried that making too much noise would alert the opponents and cause them to strike at him from above. However, he never expected to be spotted anyway, and now he was being attacked. It could only be said that while the concealment technique could suppress one's aura, it couldn't achieve invisibility. If spotted, one would still be detected. At the same time, Zhang Lin received a message from the system: temporary task. You see the Demon King, and don't kneel and worship. You dare to attack first. Where did such audacity come from? Requirement: defeat the 2 individuals to showcase your strength. Reward: designated skill level up to max level 2. Zhang Lin looked at the task given by the system, feeling elated, and increased his speed once more. Now that he understood the difference between designated skill upgrades and random skill upgrades, he could also infer the opponent's strength from the task's rewards. These 2 before him likely possessed some strength, so Zhang Lin focused his mind, not daring to be careless. Again, several magical attacks came, this time aimed not at the rock face where Zhang Lin was, but directly targeting his body. However, to LA's astonishment, Zhang Lin managed to evade each attack skillfully while rapidly closing the distance to them. His expression slightly grave, he gripped his wand tighter, switching from a one-handed to a two-handed grip. With both hands gripping the middle of the wand, he forcefully pointed it downwards, causing an illusory magic circle to spread from the base of the wand, inscribing the ground beneath him. Intermediate Earth Element Magic Earthquake. The cliff beneath their feet began to shake violently. Once the spell was complete, the 2 quickly moved while the large chunks of earth below them cracked and began to collapse. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lin cursed inwardly. He really wanted to learn a skill that would allow him to fly. This way, he wouldn't be so passive. He moved swiftly across the crumbling cliff, his agile movements and coordinated posture rivaling that of a professional rock climber from his past life. Although Zhang Lin had not specifically trained in such climbing techniques, his extraordinarily rapid neural reflexes and mastery of his powerful physical strength allowed him to do so effortlessly. At the same time, he wouldn't allow himself to be beaten. While climbing, he freed a hand and aimed at the 2 above, sending 4 or 5 rays of holy light, sword chi, flying toward them. The 2, realizing that their opponent had the energy to counterattack, dared not be careless. After a brief assessment, they found all their escape routes sealed. The opponent had an exceptionally high level of combat experience. This thought flashed through both their minds. Subsequently, Frederick positioned himself in front of Ali while Ali once again waved his wand, casting a mid-level defensive spell. Boom. The powerful strike slammed into the shield formed by the defensive magic. To LA's shock, his defense only managed to block the first ray of sword chi before shattering, and the chi continued to fly forward. Following closely behind were 3 or 4 additional rays of the same holy light, sword chi. Fortunately, Frederick was still in front. Raising his dual axes, the searing flames flickered upon them as he unleashed his most proficient combat technique. With a mighty shout, he swung his flaming axe against the incoming sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The magical energy ripples resonated, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Frederick was knocked back a few steps, but he successfully blocked Zhang Lin's holy light, sword chi. The opponent likely has some strength. Frederick murmured to his companion, feeling the immense force transmitted through the axe handle. However, this level of attack should be the opponent's trump card. He won't be able to sustain it for long. He analyzed calmly. According to logic, this was indeed the case, but it was clear that Zhang Lin did not conform to logic. In the next moment, 4 or 5 more rays of holy light, sword chi, shot toward them. The angles of the strikes were cutting, sealing off all their escape routes. Seeing yet another wave of sword chi approaching, Frederick felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. It was as if all his actions had been seen through. Even the angles from which he could jump to evade were calculated by the opponent. However, this meant that the opponent's consumption would be even greater, and he only needed to wait for Zhang Lin's stamina to be exhausted. So he swung his axe once more toward the sword chi before him. At this moment, Ali was chanting a high-level defensive spell which he was less familiar with and required a brief incantation to use. Boom. The holy light sword chi once again collided with the burning axe. However, to Frederick's astonishment, after he shattered the holy light sword chi, a golden light surged toward him. It couldn't be shattered. What is this? A sense of alarm surged within Frederick, but at this moment it was too late for him to change his position. In the next instant, the low-level enhancement technique, Jet Ring, entered his body. This skill, unique to Zhang Lin, shone for the first time on the grand stage of the midterm exam. What the hell? Frederick's expression changed drastically as he was struck by the Jet Ring. A wave of uncontrollable impulse surged within his abdomen. At this moment, he didn't even dare to exert force again, fearing that even a slight effort would jeopardize his escape route. What kind of initial skill is this? How could there be such a twisted skill? Frederick was baffled while behind him Ally, after a brief delay, successfully raised a magical barrier. He didn't let his guard down, continuing to chant, preparing to release another similar barrier. He didn't have time to ask his teammate what had happened, because Jiang Lin, after 2 rounds of holy light sword chi, finally climbed up the cliff. A figure suddenly leaped from the cliff's edge, landing heavily. Bathed in sacred and holy light, Jiang Lin grasped the air, and a holy light longsword appeared in his hand, as if bringing the descent of holy light into the world. This scene was supposed to be one of redemption and sanctity, but to Frederick's eyes it appeared so evil, chaotic, and twisted. What is happening? He roared inwardly while Jiang Lin's relentless sword chi came rushing toward him once again. Fortunately, this time his mage teammate had enough time to prepare, and magical barriers were continuously rising. Unfortunately, each magical barrier could barely defend against a single holy light sword chi, so after each defense a new barrier needed to be erected. In no time the scene fell into a stalemate. However, Frederick had begun to falter. Ever since he was struck down, every single sword chi that fell had concealed an ability that ignored defenses. As the sword chi rained down, the skill that ignored defenses continuously penetrated his body, launching a fierce assault on his lower regions. His oblivious mage teammate noticed that there seemed to be no major issues with Frederick's body. He simply collapsed after being struck by that unknown skill, and didn't pay much attention, assuming it was a special control-type skill. Thus Ally directly used Frederick as a human shield, hiding his body behind him, preparing to engage in a battle of attrition based on mana consumption. In his view, the opponent was now in a full assault state, and would surely not hold out for long. However, what was destined to come would eventually arrive. Though Frederick was a very strong man at this moment, he had expended all his strength and could no longer control himself, ultimately having his escape route breached. Simultaneously, 2 screams echoed. The opposite side has a beginner. Damn it, what are you doing? A gentle breeze drifted through the woods, rustling the treetops like a mother's tender hand caressing her child's cheek. Sunlight pierced the canopy, filtering through fragmented gaps to scatter shimmering motes across the damp earth, each one trembling softly in time with the wind's rhythm. Today's breeze was unusually restless, yet it seemed to weep. I'm ruined, absolutely ruined. Didn't you realize I'd been holding back for ages? Why didn't you keep your distance? Why didn't you warn me sooner? Could I even speak? Did I ever get the chance? The moment I move too sharply, everything spills out. I don't care. I demand you stay far away from me. This wretched, lamentable exchange belonged, of course, to 2 unfortunate souls tormented by Jiang Lin. Frederick clutched his abdomen, ravaged by Jiang Lin, and finally released his burden, breathing deeply as calm returned. Kneeling halfway on the mossy ground, he steeled himself with resolve, then flames erupted across his body. Before Jiang Lin's stunned gaze, his lower garments were consumed entirely. Rising to his feet, he glared at Jiang Lin with feral ferocity, as if yearning to tear him limb from limb. I'd rather die here today than let you, a mere novice, walk away unscathed. Jiang Lin watched astounded as his opponent chose such an extreme method to persist in battle, then instantly conceived the most devastating mental assault possible. He glanced downward, then struggled to suppress a burst of laughter, swiftly regaining composure as though nothing had happened. In truth, he felt a grudging respect. Despite his condition, the man still stood, unbroken in will, and pressed forward into combat. When Frederick caught that fleeting half-suppressed smirk, and especially the downward glance, he nearly lost all restraint. He, the undisputed top student of Dawnstar Academy, had never endured such humiliation. As he activated his ability, his entire being shifted, entering another state entirely. Talent Frenzy. His vocation was unmistakably that of a berserker, a warrior subclass. With Frenzy engaged, his speed, strength, and agility surged dramatically. Already exceptional among 9th-tier melee fighters, his raw power now rivaled that of 1st-tier warriors, utterly overwhelming Jiang Lin's physical might. Through Jiang Lin's Chronos Abyss, the opponent's figure multiplied from 2 or 3 afterimages into dozens, rendering his movements utterly unpredictable. How had he grown so powerful so suddenly? Jiang Lin was astonished, never imagining that 2 strangers encountered by chance along a forest path could possess such extraordinary prowess. Should he resort to that technique? His mind flickered to the newly acquired title Crimson Slaughterer, but the thought vanished as swiftly as it arose. No, it was inappropriate. This was merely a routine examination. Deploying such a technique would defy all reason. His swordsmanship could plausibly be attributed to innate talent, but this technique clearly belonged to no righteous path. Exposing it would invite impossible explanations. In that flash of insight, Jiang Lin noticed the number of afterimages dwindling as his opponent drew nearer. The shorter the distance between them, the less room his opponent had to evade or react. Yet Jiang Lin's margin for error shrank accordingly. Retreating step by step, he unleashed radiant golden sword beams ahead of him, blazing with sacred light. Though Frederick's strength dwarfed his own, Jianglin's mastery over techniques far surpassed his opponents. Now stripped bare, Frederick feared Jianglin's radiant emission halo no longer, the naked fear no clothed. Still wary of hidden traps concealed within those golden beams, he evaded them outright when possible, and only resorted to cleaving them apart with his battle axe when evasion failed. Yet Jianglin's true target was not Frederick, but Ilya, crouching behind him preparing to cast spells. Seeing the golden sword beams streak toward him, blocking every escape route, Ilya cursed under his breath and hastily erected layered magical barriers once more. This time, however, the barriers effortlessly repelled Jianglin's sword beams. Not a single one shattered. Has he exhausted his mana? Ilya wondered, then noticed the golden light that had earlier entered Frederick's body, now piercing through his own barriers and flooding into him. In that instant, he understood Frederick's agony. What in the blazes is this novice's technique? More sword beams descended, each concealing a reinforced enhancement spell aimed squarely at his lower body, until at last his defenses crumbled completely. Enough. Even if I perish here today, I'll never yield to you, a mere novice. As second-year prodigy of Dawnstar Junior Magic Academy, he had never suffered such indignity. Elemental currents surged violently, ripping apart his lower garments, just as Frederick's had been. Now bare, he charged Jianglin without shame. For a moment, the scene defied description, grotesque, surreal, and deeply unsettling. Jianglin wielded his sacred light longsword, unleashing dazzling holy radiance, while the other two lunged forward like deranged, frenzied revenants. To any outsider, it would appear as though a noble paladin waged righteous judgment upon two unhinged, depraved youths. Ilya abandoned defense entirely, unleashing wave after wave of his most practiced offensive spells, raining destruction upon Jianglin from afar. Yet Jianglin, aided by his Chronos Abyss, astonishing reflexes and unmatched speed, swung his sacred light longsword until it smoked, holding both adversaries at bay in a tense, fluid stalemate. While fierce battles raged within the secret realm outside its boundaries, reigned serene tranquility. After completing the opening ceremony, the Hall Master departed to attend to other official duties, leaving the venue under the supervision of 3 grade directors and senior officials from the Holy Temple. Logically, the presence of the Hall Master should have warranted attendance by the principals of all 3 academies. However, yesterday's incident at Radiant Magic Academy led to its principal's immediate investigation and re-education, while the heads of other institutions were likewise summoned for mandatory educational sessions, preventing their attendance. Thus, the solemn occasion fell solely upon the shoulders of the 3 beleaguered grade directors. They now sat in a nearby conference room, where floating projections displayed real-time scenes from within the secret realm, transmitted via monitoring devices embedded in students' wristbands or instructors' gear. Besides the 3 directors, 3 representatives from the Holy Temple occupied the chamber, including the familiar gold badge knight Sarlaz. The other 2 were a stern-faced gold badge warrior roughly Sarlaz's age, and an elderly priest whose kindly, benevolent countenance contrasted sharply with his companion's severity. Master Sarlaz, the grim warrior, began, your sister's prowess is truly extraordinary. Fighting alongside this young lady, they effortlessly hold their own against an entire pack of Galewind shadow wolves. At these words, Sarlaz turned his gaze toward the projection, where Anya's figure danced across the screen. There she stood, golden hair bound high in a ponytail, swinging her great sword through the wolf pack with flawless grace, each beast severed cleanly at the waist. Her flowing locks captured the perfect synthesis of power and elegance. Yet upon seeing her, he frowned slightly. Where has Jianglin gone? Jianglin. The warrior blinked, puzzled. Sarlaz shook his head lightly. Never mind. Let's observe further. So the 2 had ultimately chosen not to form a team after all. Oh, and Chris, your younger brother is also competing this year, isn't he? I heard he ranks first at Dawnstar Magic Academy. Ah, yes, he is indeed. At the mention of his brother, Chris bared his teeth faintly and pointed toward a projection. There, see for yourself. That fool and his teammate can't even read a map. They've run in the wrong direction and haven't encountered a single monster. Sarlaz followed Chris's finger, and upon spotting the 2 figures sprinting wildly through the forest, clutching a map upside down, he strained desperately to maintain facial composure. Go ahead, laugh. That fool is beyond redemption. Chris sighed softly. Despite his fearsome appearance, his demeanor remained gentle and courteous, even speaking with formal deference. Sarlaz cleared his throat, masking his near burst of mirth. Rest assured, I've undergone rigorous training. I rarely laugh. The 3 grade directors exchanged glances, then joined the others in observing several standout students across the projections. Horn, grade director of Dawnstar Magic Academy, watched his 2 most promising pupils flounder, and instinctively covered his brow with one hand. Might I inquire, Whose academy does this exemplary paladin belong to? Madame Bova, who had remained silent until now, asked gently. All eyes turned to the screen she indicated, revealing a clear-featured youth darting through the forest, slashing radiant sacred sword beams along his path. Aha! He's one of our students, Director Wells chuckled. He's always kept a low profile, yet today he's truly made his mark. Heh, Head Director Wells, what fortune you have. Both top contenders hail from your academy, whereas ours. Director Wine feigned envy, trailing off with a sigh. But have you noticed something? Their current trajectories suggest they may soon converge, Sarlaz observed. Indeed, their paths were destined to intersect. Director Wells, while your paladin displays remarkable skill, confronting two opponents alone may prove overwhelming. Wine now wore a faint knowing smile. Oh well, let fate decide. Internally, Director Wells sighed, believing Zhang Lin had overestimated his capabilities. Had he teamed up with Anya, victory would have been all but certain. Time flowed steadily, until the two parties finally converged. Attention refocused instantly, the relevant projection enlarged for closer scrutiny. This paladin possesses impressive battlefield experience. Truly your academy's instruction bears fruit. A swift reaction, but alas, he's met the realm's other elite pair far too early. His sword beams carry formidable force. Surely the famed 7-star Sacred Luminance slash. Still, such output cannot be sustained indefinitely. Wait, why has Frederick fallen? A turning point emerged. The Dawnstar duo, who'd held dominance moments before, now faltered, even outnumbering their foe. Silence settled heavily over the entire chamber. Yet Director Wells, who'd remained quiet until now, broke the hush with a cheerful chuckle. Heh, our Radiant Academy places immense emphasis on Zhang Lin's development. His combat discipline has always been exemplary. But as the next clash unfolded on screen, Wells fell abruptly silent, staring dumbfounded at the image of the berserker. What on earth had happened? What arcane technique had Zhang Lin employed? Only Sarlaz, the gold badge knight, understood the truth. Yet he'd been rigorously trained, and rarely exposed such revelations. Then came the moment that left every observer momentarily speechless, eyes wide, breath arrested. Frederick, seemingly resigned to ruin, charged Zhang Lin bare-legged. His trousers incinerated, his frenzy blazing, his very posture a grotesque, surreal violation of decorum in that hushed, solemn chamber. Soon after, the mage followed suit, abandoning dignity entirely as he hurled spells with reckless abandon. Yet even beneath such onslaught, Zhang Lin remained unruffled, effortless, unstrained, his sacred sword beams multiplying as if no energy had been expended at all. After prolonged exchanges of technique and counter-technique, he seized a critical opening born of his foe's fury and struck first at the unguarded Ilya. A barrage of sword beams sent him collapsing, incapacitated. The chamber fell utterly silent, so quiet a pin drop would echo like thunder. Then, facing the berserker's relentless assault, Zhang Lin slipped a golden armor-piercing technique into his torrent of sacred sword beams, causing Frederick's sprinting form to freeze mid-stride, limbs unbalanced before crashing violently to the ground. Sarlaz deduced its nature instantly. It matched Zhang Lin's infamous, toxic blessing, reinforcing only one leg. He'd seen similar applications before. This variant at least was relatively conventional. Countermeasures were straightforward: apply a debuff to oneself, reinforce the opposite leg, or adapt through sheer muscular control. Among masters, the third method prevailed. Such practitioners possessed preternatural awareness of their own musculature, adapting almost instantly to forced imbalances. But for students not yet reaching first-tier proficiency, such adaptation remained impossibly demanding. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lin closed the gap, pressing the tip of his sacred light longsword firmly against Frederick's throat. Victory was decided. Yet the chamber remained eerily still. Everyone gazed silently at the projection, united in shared wordless awe and discomfort. Especially Chrysis, Frederick's elder brother, whose expression darkened ominously as he stared at his bare-bottomed sibling. The black lines etching his face deepened far beyond those drawn when he first discovered his brother couldn't read a map. Under the weight of multiple stares, Director Wells minimized the enlarged projection and cleared his throat. Ahem. Actually, we at Radiant Magic Academy contributed little to his development. Everything you see is entirely self-taught. Truly. Within the secret realm, just before being teleported away, Frederick cast a glance at Zhang Lin. His eyes held the dead stillness and calm of one who had weathered the vicissitudes of life. He had now become somewhat detached and resigned. The other's methods were too bizarre and incomprehensible. His defeat was understandable. In fact, he secretly hoped that this fledgling would achieve an even better result. He hoped Zhang Lin would astonish everyone, seize first place, and become the ultimate dark horse who overpowered all rivals. That way his own performance wouldn't seem too disgraceful. "Can you tell me your name?" he asked. Facing his question, Zhang Lin blurted out instinctively, "Wei Mean." Then, as their identity bracelets detected that they had been defeated by Jiang Lin, they were instantly teleported out of the secret realm. Jiang Lin looked at the 27 extra points in his bracelet, feeling less than thrilled. How had it taken him so long to deal with two such mediocre opponents? He still needed to train. Jiang Lin claimed the 2 rewards of designated skill upgrade from the system planning to find a secluded corner and first sleep for a few hours. Once he grew stronger, he would find the top students from the other 2 schools and snatch their points. Clearly, he had no idea that he had already eliminated one of his 2 biggest competitors. The teaching quality and resources of the 3 schools were roughly similar in Boulder City. Thus, the gap among the top students wasn't that large. Although in pure physical constitution Jiang Lin was far inferior to the elites of the 9th level, his skill management, strategic thinking, and the combat information provided by Abyssal Eye of Time allowed him to easily overcome his opponents. Jiang Lin checked the safe zone and the next circle shrinkage time displayed on his bracelet. The next shrink was in 6 hours. There was still time to break through his skills. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting. Following his memory, Jiang Lin ran deep into the forest. He then found a spot almost devoid of any life, dug a hole, and buried himself, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed for breathing. Activating concealment art to its peak, he began selecting the skill to transcend. The choice was made basic swordsmanship transcendent. Before starting the transcendence, Jiang Lin first cast a low-level enhancement art normal version on his own mind, testing if it could bolster his mental resilience against the shock. Then Jiang Lin began allocating the points. The next second, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. He found himself on a vast boulder, an old wooden sword in hand. In his memories, the last time he had elevated this skill to the transcendent level, he had been in this very space. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin resumed his practice, familiar beyond measure. These were the most fundamental aspects of all swordsmanship, which Jiang Lin felt he had already fully assimilated and mastered. As with the previous transcendence, Jiang Lin had no clue how to break through basic swordsmanship. Yet unwilling to waste time, he raised his sword and began practicing over and over again. But this time was different. Drawing from his first transcendence experience, he began by silently sensing the changes in his body, hoping to detect the same points of light that had appeared in the darkness before. However, to his likely disappointment, no points of light emerged. Perhaps he hadn't practiced long enough. Jiang Lin mused. Thus, while feeling and perceiving his Buddhist transformations, he repeated the practice of this most fundamental skill for all swordsmanship over and over. Time slipped away. Jiang Lin had reached a plateau in basic swordsmanship. These were already etched into his muscles, and no amount of further practice would yield any effect. Before long, Jiang Lin once again became a frail, aged man. Finally, he stopped his movements. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he stared blankly at the old wooden sword that had accompanied him through countless ages. After years of erosion, the already fragile wooden sword was worn and battered. It had retained its form only because Jiang Lin had wrapped it in magical essence to maintain its state. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Lin's mind. What is a sword? Could the decayed wood in his hand be considered a sword? Was it called a sword because it possessed the shape of one, or did his own perception, believing it to be a sword, confer upon this piece of rotten wood the title of sword? For a moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Jiang Lin seemed to have finally touched a threshold, but the feeling was fleeting, vanishing quickly. In the past, Jiang Lin had never pondered this question. In his long-held understanding, any weapon of this shape used for attack was a sword, seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water. But after so many years still failing to transcend basic swordsmanship, he began to doubt whether his direction had been wrong from the start. Perhaps his understanding of the sword was insufficient. What needed honing was not the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. He began to question his former self, feeling that the sword in his hand was merely a piece of decayed wood, not the essence of the sword itself. Seeing mountains not as mountains, seeing water not as water. The next moment, he shattered the rotten wood in his hand, imagining a sword in his grasp, sketching the form of the sword in his heart. Time flew by. The first life ended. Carrying the experience and memories of that life, Jiang Lin quickly set aside the sword in his hand and continued his practice. Gradually, the weight in Jiang Lin's hand grew heavier. The sword of his heart, once only existing in imagination, seemed to be taking shape. Yet he felt he was still a hair's breadth from a breakthrough. Countless more years passed, and the sword of his heart never truly materialized. Imagination remained just imagination. So Jiang Lin once again looked at the wooden sword that had lain at his feet throughout this life. Picking up the wooden sword, he swung it again. This time, a wondrous feeling surged into Jiang Lin's heart, as if with a single thought the sword of his heart could merge with the wooden sword before him. A sword, after all, is a tangible object, a weapon with a specific shape, not something defined solely by perception. Whether or not he recognized it as a sword could not change its inherent nature. seeing mountains still as mountains, seeing water still as water. What he needed to do now was to merge the sword of his heart with the sword in his hand, thereby unleashing the full power of the blade in his grasp. Sword intent successfully comprehended basic swordsmanship, transcendent breakthrough, swordsmanship talent slightly enhanced. The concept of time became blurred, but a torrent of memories still flooded Jiang Lin's mind. This time, however, Jiang Lin spent far less time in that space than before. It took just over one lifetime to comprehend basic swordsmanship to the breakthrough level. With the system's upgrade, Jiang Lin's demeanor began to change. To the gentle and kind aura of a holy knight was added a sharpness and edge. The memories assaulted his mind, but having endured so many such shocks, Jiang Lin had finally developed enough resistance to stay conscious. Dazedly, he quickly cast a few more low-level enhancement arts on his own mind. Unfortunately, the enhancement art had no effect on his mental state. It only made him more thick-headed. Fortunately, although low-level enhancement art was useless, Jiang Lin relied on his resistance to the deluge of memories to withstand the first wave of impact without immediately losing consciousness. Moreover, the passively circulating Holy Night breathing technique played a crucial role in this process, quickly soothing his spirit and relaxing his tense nerves. The light elements in the air also surged into his body, alleviating his discomfort. Soon Jiang Lin had adjusted his state. He had successfully broken through, and without passing out. Jiang Lin was immensely pleased. Was this what he had comprehended? The so-called sword intent. Jiang Lin sat up, ready to unleash Blade of Light, to test if the power of all his sword techniques had increased. Whooshed! The holy light longsword appeared. Jiang Lin looked inward at his body, found the sword of his heart that he had honed for countless years, and then attempted to merge that inner sword with the holy light sword in his hand. The holy light sword, which had been dancing in Jiang Lin's hand, suddenly dimmed slightly, but in return it became more solid and sharper than before. Sensing the change in the holy light sword before and after, Jiang Lin had a rough idea. If the sword of the heart was simply referred to as the sword intent mentioned by the system, then adding sword intent to the original sword techniques could boost their power by about 30%. However, this enhancement seemed to be tied to the strength of his sword intent. Unfortunately, sword intent did not appear to be a skill. Jiang Lin checked. Among the remaining designated skill upgrade, there was no trace of sword intent. Since he couldn't use designated skill upgrade to strengthen it, he would have to slowly hone his sword intent on his own. As for the remaining upgrade opportunity, he would use it later. Using it now would definitely cause him to faint. He glanced at his bracelet. After all this delay, his ranking had dropped. Points 248, rank 3, total defeats 45. It seemed the two behind him were quite close. He wondered which two of the three schools they were from. If one of those teams was Anya's, then the top three would all be from Radiant Academy. He figured that if Dean Wells knew, he would be grinning from ear to ear. As Jiang Lin pondered, he continued weaving through the forest, searching for the biomes he remembered. However, reality was quite the opposite of his imagination. At that moment in the meeting room, Dean Wells felt immense pressure. The fierce-looking golden emblem warrior across from him had a face as dark as water, while Dean Wayne from the neighboring friendly school wore a subtle expression. If Jiang Lin had defeated the two from Dawnstar Magic Academy through fair and square means, everyone might have felt admiration. But the series of tactics Jiang Lin had displayed were too bizarre and indescribable. The gruesome scene still lingered in their minds. "They'll go check on my brother," the Golden Emblem warrior said, standing up. "Ahem, I'll accompany you," Salas quickly added, fearing the man might impulsively charge into the secret realm to beat up Jiang Lin. Though he knew the man's character would never allow such an act, still he wanted to see the two kids who had been victimized by Jiang Lin. At the exit of the secret realm, quite a few rookie teams had already been eliminated. If anyone was injured, the temple's priests and the school medics could promptly treat them. Except for a few students who felt they hadn't performed well, most of those who had come out knew their own limits. Thus, the atmosphere wasn't too gloomy. A flash of white light at the exit signaled another team's elimination. Just as others were gloating, ready to see who had been eliminated, they were shocked to witness two eyesore figures. Holy crap, what happened? How did they lose their pants? Did they go through some defeat cutscene? Upon recognizing the pair, the crowd was even more stunned and baffled, especially the students from Dawnstar Magic Academy. Weren't these the top dogs of their school? How could they, with their combined strength, end up without pants? Damn it. This way you mean I'm not done with him. Frederick gritted his teeth, looking at his teammate. Yet to his surprise, the guy showed no strong emotion and calmly looked at him. "Call me Daddy." Frederick asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with you?" The other reminded him, "What we said earlier. Whoever kills fewer in the secret realm calls the other Dad. Your dad here killed more than you, right?" Frederick retorted, "Come on, we ran into an accident. That doesn't count. Hey, are you backing out?" Frederick didn't want to argue further. Fine, you're my dad. Come on, say it. Dad." Hearing Frederick finally say it, Elijah broke into a satisfied smile, which then froze on his face. You're in the mood to be claiming dads here, huh? The fierce-looking Saris grabbed his brother's head. Hey bro, what are you doing here? Bro, that's between us, it's got nothing to do with you. Still in the mood to mess around? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Put your pants on. Amidst the commotion, the name Wei Yimin also reached the ears of the students present, leaving a terrifying impression in their hearts. In the secret realm, Jiang Lin tirelessly roamed the woods, hunting down every magical beast in sight. Soon he arrived at a lakeside where beasts occasionally came to drink and rest. Many other teams were also hunting beasts here. Suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky, blocking the path of a team running through the forest. He stood before them like the sun, the holy light longsword in his hand, blazing with dazzling radiance. Stop. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave a toll. Brother Jiang. However, to Jiang Lin's surprise, instead of attacking him, the opponent shouted at him with excitement. Jiang Lin looked closely and recognized one of them as a classmate from his school who seemed to be part of the all-nighter group. Knowing he was no match for Jiang Lin, the other had no intention of fighting. Don't talk nonsense on the battlefield, we are enemies. Jiang Lin declared with righteous fervor. Then let us be eliminated by you, it's better than falling to those three from other schools behind. Jiang Lin stared at the system for a long while, but there was no response. Damn it. The opponent had no intention of attacking me, so the task couldn't be triggered. But it seemed there were people from other schools. You go first. They'll hold them off. The opponent, moved by Jiang Lin's willingness to help, was deeply touched. Damn it, don't underestimate us. Everyone charge. There are 4 of us. Well, fight to the bitter end. Then Jiang Lin saw the 3 pursuers behind. The aura of those 3 was noticeably more formidable than that of his schoolmates. However, to Jiang Lin, this was a piece of cake. Soon he saw a notification from the system. Temporary task reward random skill upgrade to max level 3, then to the astonishment of the crowd, 4 or 5 dazzling holy light sword auras shot toward the 3 students from other schools who barely resisted before being defeated. Moreover, something hidden within the holy light sword auras caused the 3 to immediately stop running and resisting, falling to their knees, clutching their stomachs. Oh, damn, what kind of despicable skill is this, eh? I'm unclean. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin, bathed in holy light, calmly withdrew his hand. Problem solved, no need to thank me. Then he turned to the 3 and said, remember my name. Radiant Magic Academy 4th in grade Matthew Hoffman. With a flash of white light, the 3, having lost their will to fight, were quickly teleported away. At the secret realm's exit, 3 more sorrowful figures appeared. Matthew, he'll never forgive you. The other students guarding the entrance, seeing the pitiful state of the 3, especially the filth on them, felt a shiver of disgust. Literally everything had been beaten out of them. Similarly, the name Matthew was etched into their minds. Disappointed that his points hadn't increased much, Jiang Lin waved at the few and turned to leave, leaving the 3 staring blankly at the spot where the group had knelt. What kind of skill was that? Is Jiang Lin really a paladin? Why does he seem so vile and corrupt? Brother Jiang, we'll follow you. The remaining 3 were excited, feeling they had found a powerful ally. Jiang Lin turned back, pondered for a moment, and said, whether you can keep up is your concern. I want look after you. Also, don't disturb me. Yes. Hearing Jiang Lin's permission, the 3 were thrilled. They had given up hope of earning higher points and just wanted to stay in the secret realm as long as possible to gain practical experience. Time passed quickly. More and more teams were eliminated, leaving only the elite teams with real combat capabilities. The 3 following Jiang Lin watched in awe as he dominated the forest. The all-nighter group members said to the others, see, this is the benefit of staying up all night. This stirred the hearts of the other 2. They would definitely try it after the exam. Jiang Lin was like a dazzling sun illuminating their path ahead. Along the way, Jiang Lin continuously hunted magical beasts and eliminated several teams from other schools. When he encountered classmates from his own school, though he intended to fight them, many chose to join his team directly. Thus the team behind him grew larger, numbering dozens. Then the first circle contraction began. However, to Jiang Lin's surprise, after all this time, his ranking had only risen by 1. Points: 762 rank, 2 total eliminations, 132 random skill upgrades, 7. Who was in first place? Where did they get so many points? Never mind, they'd meet eventually. He just needed to keep earning his own points. He continued, leading his army, sweeping through the secret realm. Seeing his massive force, students from other academies fled at the mere sight, while those from his own school eagerly joined. Now Jiang Lin somewhat regretted bringing the first 3. Without them, he might have earned more system rewards. Meanwhile, Anya's team had also grown from 2 to dozens naturally, including members from her own school encountered in the secret realm. Seeing the top 10 of their grade, they eagerly approached to ask about forming a temporary team to fight other schools. After frowning and receiving assurances that they wouldn't compete for her points, Anya reluctantly agreed. Similarly, Dawnstar Magic Academy and Boulder Magic Academy began forming their own coalitions, all 3 silently engaging in illegal team-ups to sweep through the secret realm and eliminate isolated teams. As time passed, and the safe zone shrank, Anya's team first encountered Dawnstar Magic Academy's team midway. Though Dawnstar lacked their first and second-ranked students, they still had other strong members leading the charge. Moreover, they had a clear advantage. Their numbers were at least double those of Anya's team. Seeing the smaller team, Dawnstar's eyes gleamed with greed. Anya and her team tensed up, facing a formidable enemy. The leader of Dawnstar wanted to taunt before the battle, but Anya had no such intention. Several holy light sword auras similar to Jiang Lin's shot toward them. Though less powerful and solid, they still forced the Dawnstar members to hastily raise defensive skills. Along with the holy light sword auras came arrows with strange trajectories and powerful magical bombardments. Brothers charge. Seeing Anya's team attacking directly, Dawnstar's members steeled themselves and unleashed their best skills. Anya's eyes shone with brilliance as she charged forward alone, clad in a holy light shield, wielding her long sword to hold off 3 of the enemy's frontliners. These 3 frontliners were all in Dawnstar's top 10, one of them being their leader. The holy light shield rippled violently under their assault, but remained unbroken. Her golden hair flying, her sword transformed into streaks of light as she fought 3 opponents without losing ground. Meanwhile, her teammates' support arrived, layering her with buffs. These were not Jiang Lin's harmful buffs, but genuine enhancements boosting Anya's combat power. With her physique already surpassing the average level 9, she began to overpower the 3 priests. Where are our buffs? The Dawnstar leader felt immense pressure, finding it hard to believe that a level 9 could fight 3 without losing. Soon their backline priests started casting various buffs on them. For a time, the front lines were locked in a stalemate. The remaining frontliners charged ahead, blocking skills to create a safe fighting environment for their teammates. By now, only those who could properly use their skills remained, so there were no cases of friendly fire. However, despite Anya's fierce combat prowess, the numerical disadvantage soon led to casualties. The thunderous sounds of battle spread in all directions. Jiang Lin's team and Boulder Magic Academy's team both heard the commotion and rushed over. Brother, which side is the good one? Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar figure appeared among Dawnstar's ranks, asking a backline priest, "Who are you?" The priest was startled. Someone had crept up behind him unnoticed. He initially thought it was an enemy assassin, but seeing the Dawnstar uniform, he relaxed. "I'm a stray priest. Are we fighting this team?" "Yes. Brother, come help." "No problem." Then the priest saw the newcomer conjure familiar low-level enhancement runes before him. "Hey brother, your skill proficiency is impressive." Of course. The low-level enhancement then drifted toward other backliners who were unleashing their full firepower. However, instead of becoming stronger, they all suddenly grimaced, stopped their actions, and began clutching their stomachs, convulsing on the spot. What was happening? The priest stared in shock at Jiang Lin, who then tore off the ill-fitting Dawnstar uniform, revealing a different one beneath. He shouted, "Victory belongs to Boulder Magic Academy." Instantly, all attention shifted to him, even catching Anya's team's notice. Seeing that Jiang Lin had somehow stolen a Boulder Magic Academy uniform and put it on, everyone's eyes twitched. As the aggro shifted and the system began issuing temporary tasks, a pleased smile curled at the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth. Then he began reaping them like chickens and dogs. With most of the backline already dealt with, he wasn't focused on. Relying on his master-level stone skin, he swung a holy light longsword, wildly cutting through enemies as if they were nothing. Boom, boom, boom. Countless condensed sword auras carrying a dreadful howl precisely blasted among the weak mages and priests. "Oh, defense. Quickly defend. Where did this base thief come from? Where are the mages and archers? Why are they all on the ground? Boulder Magic Academy, you sneaky bastards." This sudden turn of events threw Dawnstar's formation into chaos. White light flashed as at least 7 or 8 students were judged as severely injured and eliminated, teleported out of the secret realm. Anya's team seized the opportunity to eliminate opponents. However, Jiang Lin, with envious eyes, shouted, "Stop. Let me eliminate them all." But his voice was drowned out by the chaotic battlefield, only enraging the nearby Dawnstar students. "Damn it. This is too much. Would rather give the points to the other side than let that Boulder bastard have them." "Exactly." Jiang Lin cursed under his breath while accelerating his harvesting. The opponents, showing backbone, chose to voluntarily surrender, letting their wristbands teleport them away rather than giving Jiang Lin the kill. However, the wristband's judgment was reasonable, while most of those teleported near Jiang Lin had their kills credited to him, adding to his points. But the system's judgment was stricter. Since Jiang Lin hadn't even touched many of them, those task progress remained incomplete. For those who fled after being attacked by Jiang Lin, the system still gave a judgment of fleeing in terror from the great demon king, allowing him to claim the rewards. At that moment, seeing that Jiang Lin was fully exposed, the other Radiant Magic Academy students surged forward from behind with a roar. Seeing the massive force behind Jiang Lin, the Dawnstar students' eyes widened in fury. Those who had hesitated chose to flee the scene to avoid a beating. In just a few breaths, the remaining main force of Dawnstar Academy was entirely eliminated, essentially ending their exam journey. At the Secret Realm's exit, white light flashed continuously as large numbers of Dawnstar students were teleported out. This scene drew the attention of the waiting students. The newly teleported Dawnstar students immediately began cursing. It's all that damned Boulder Magic Academy students' fault. Despicable Boulder Academy, using such underhanded tactics. Hey, why are you still on your knees? The restroom. Help me to the restroom. That bastard used some kind of skill. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Radiant Magic Academy had mostly regrouped, totaling over 30 people, the largest faction still in the Secret Realm. Jiang Lin checked his points after the battle. Points 996, rank 1, total eliminations 147, so many points. Not bad, a great haul. The system rewards were also plentiful. Random skill upgrades 11 combined with previous accumulations. His total rewards were designated skill upgrade 1, random skill upgrades 21. However, there were no new skills to upgrade, and breaking limits wasn't suitable at this time. I didn't expect to run into you all. After the two teams met, they began chatting. Just then, rustling sounds came from the nearby woods. Dozens of magical beasts burst from the trees, followed by several spells. It was the Boulder Magic Academy team, drawn by the noise. Leading them were Lena and Eve, hiding behind the frontliners, unleashing one skill after another toward Jiang Lin and his group. The battle between the two teams was about to erupt. This was essentially the final showdown of this examination. Anya and her companions had already exhausted some of their energy from the earlier skirmish. However, the students following Jiang Lin had been leisurely strolling and were quite energetic. As a result, those in the front row pushed ahead, ready to face the enemy's first wave of assault. The speed of magic is always faster than that of summoned beasts. Lena unleashed a Holy Light auxiliary skill that directly struck one of the front row students. Unable to defend. What's going on? The person was first taken aback, then his shield fell, and he clutched his neck, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, I can't keep up. This was also true for the subsequent skills. My heart. It's going to jump out. Why is my right hand not obeying me? Oh, my feet. These spells were inescapable, despite activating their defensive skills, they could not defend against the attacks. Soon, one by one, students transformed into white light and were teleported away. Jiang Lin's vigilance surged upon witnessing this scene. There was actually a poison healer on the opposing side. He slightly tilted his head, using the Time Abyss Magic Eye to anticipate and evade the opponent's skill. However, it was actually manageable since these skills were all linear attacks and couldn't curve, allowing him to predict them effectively. It was just that his teammates were struggling a bit. Seeing them transform into white light and be teleported away, Jiang Lin felt a bit overwhelmed. If his side had too few people, he would be unable to face the barrage of skills from dozens of opponents alone. Does anyone here know curse-type magic or can clear all statuses? Jiang Lin shouted to the crowd behind him. There's a poison healer on the opposite side. His skills can only be negated by negative buffs or purified with cleansing skills. If you have any defensive skills that can negate all statuses, please use them quickly. While dodging the incoming skills, Jiang Lin pondered over strategies. He was a bit hesitant to use enhancement technique Jet Halo. What if the opponent learned it from him? After all, he had sensed some inspiration from the way the opposing team used enhancement techniques and healing techniques. If he used his enhancement technique, the opponent would definitely understand it. Although seeing this poison healer made him feel a kinship akin to a meeting of like-minded souls like Bo, Ya meeting Zichi, this was a battlefield, not a place for idle chatter. At that moment, the first wave of summoned beasts was already in front of Jiang Lin and the others. A wild boar charged towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin threw a punch. His strength was comparable to that of the wild boar beast. However, due to the exquisite physical control from basic fist technique, he was able to exert far greater strength than the boar, knocking it out cold and flipping it onto the ground. He then lifted the unconscious second senior brother in his hand, while the subsequent poison healer's spell landed on the wild boar. Ha ha ha. The originally unconscious wild boar was provoked and startled awake, starting to struggle, but Jiang Lin punched it again, putting it back into a deep sleep. It worked. Jiang Lin felt overjoyed. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't exposed Jet Halo, otherwise if the opponent learned it, his summoned beast shield would become useless and annoying. However, before Jiang Lin could celebrate for long, an arrow whistled through the air, aiming to finish off the wild boar in his hands. But with Jiang Lin's reflexes, how could he let the opponent achieve their goal? He slightly tilted his body and narrowly dodged the whistling arrow. The death of a summoner's summoned creature does not mean real death. it simply returns to the summoner's space, repairing its body through magical energy. Thus, the opponent would choose to return the wild boar beast to the summoning space. The number of summons is influenced by the summoner's level magical energy and talent varying from person to person. Then Zhang Lin held the wild boar in front of him with one hand, while raising his holy light sword with the other, unleashing waves of holy sword chi. Now he was hesitant to rush directly into the enemy's crowd. After all, with so many in the enemy's back row, even with the predictions from Time Abyss Magic Eye and his quick reflexes, it would be impossible to dodge the overwhelming attacks. Moreover, his only defensive skill, Hardened Skin, was merely a low-tier skill. Even if he was highly skilled, it would be difficult to withstand a barrage of attacks alone. Seeing Zhang Lin's method was effective, others began to follow suit. However, many of them awkwardly realized they seemed to be struggling against these summoned creatures. This was not their fault. After all, Ive was a level 9 summoner, and her summoned creatures were essentially at her level, while many of Zhang Lin's teammates had not reached level 9, yet lacking the basic physical attributes and mastery of skills compared to Zhang Lin. When they hunted magical beasts earlier, they needed team cooperation to succeed. Now in this chaotic situation with skills flying everywhere, they naturally found it even harder to cope. However, Zhang Lin's side soon welcomed a turning point. A spell emanating a sinister aura floated from their rear, striking several kneeling front row students. Subsequently, they discovered that the annoying positive buffs on their bodies had vanished. While they felt somewhat weak, at least they could continue fighting. Someone actually knows curse-type skills. We can win. The front row students were greatly encouraged. Meanwhile, in the back row, the priest girl, Ellie, who had just cast the curse skill, stuck out her tongue at her surprised companions and said, I studied a bit about curse-type magic before. Seeing her curse had taken effect, she gathered her strength and continued to cast, placing curses on her teammates. Meanwhile, the leading figures on the opposing side, Lena and Ive, were somewhat astonished at this situation. How could they react so quickly? Moreover, there was a priest on the opposite side who could use curse-type skills. Due to limited study time, neither priests nor mages in the Junior Magic Academy generally study curse-type magic at the early stages. After all, in most assessment formats, this type of magic often has no practical application, and it would be better to learn a few ordinary attack or defensive spells in that time. Typically, students only begin to learn this kind of magic after entering the Intermediate Magic Academy, where the assessment formats are more diverse and emphasize comprehensive combat abilities. Thus, in such a situation, Lena's poison healer was often difficult to crack. The paladin wielding the holy light sword on the opposite side was a solution, but for now he was the only one who had thought of it and successfully implemented it. Hey Sister Lena, isn't that paladin the one who was training there this morning? I've suddenly spoke up. Seems like it. I underestimated him back then. Lena nodded. Amidst the various skills flying from the opposing side, the shining golden sword chi was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, each strand of sword chi was as powerful as a height-tier spell, even stronger than many height-tier spells, leaving the support of priests and front-row defenders in dire straits. Some had even begun to be knocked out of the battle. Although they wanted to focus fire on the opponent, their priest was also shielding him, while their poison healer was completely blocked by the wild boar in his hands. After a moment of thought, she conjured an enhancement technique, Heart Expansion, and directed it at the wild boar in Zhang Lin's hands. Thus, our poor wild boar brother, after a series of grunts, had its heart explode with blood spilling from its mouth. Zhang Lin stared at the wild boar in shock and hurriedly cast his low-level healing technique to keep it alive. Originally, the wild boar was on the verge of dying after its heart explosion, ready to return to the summoning space. But after Zhang Lin's healing, it barely held onto a breath, making it quite the torment. However, seeing this scene, Zhang Lin gained some new insights. So this is how enhancement techniques can be used. The battlefield had turned into a war of attrition between the two sides' skills. Anya's team members took a brief rest before rejoining the fight. They filled the vacancies left by those eliminated earlier. Since it was an assessment, neither side would go all out. Zhang Lin was still unsure about how much control was needed to use enhancement technique to increase heartbeats, making it inappropriate to use this skill he had just learned to annoy the opponent. After resisting the opponent for so long, Zhang Lin finally found the source of these poison healer skills, a female priest with emerald green eyes. Zhang Lin assessed the battlefield situation, feeling that based on the current conditions, the odds of victory for his team versus the opponents could only be said to be 50-50. While his mana was terrifying and gradually recovering, if the duration of consumption was long enough, it would eventually run out. So he needed to find a way to expand his advantage and break the deadlock. Ultimately, Zhang Lin glanced at his teammates who were working hard and decided to let go of the burning art. In the next wave of attacks, dozens of sword chi flew toward the opponent. After the previous hasty responses, the opposing mages and priests finally had some experience in handling the situation. These sword chi were far stronger than ordinary high-tier attack skills requiring at least 1.5 high-tier defensive skills to counter. However, this time the sword chi was different from before. After their skilled defenses, some even emitted golden light that ignored defenses. What is this? The opponent learned poison healing. They were first greatly shocked, then their expressions froze, all donning masks of agony. The subsequent sword chi were blocked in front of the shields, but the hidden low-level enhancement technique, Jet Halo, broke through the defenses and struck them. After another round of attacks, despite their strong endurance, they could not escape their grim fate. Ah! Who is that paladin on the opposite side? What kind of skill is this? I can't take it anymore, help me, I'm not clean. Soon the opposing side was filled with cries of despair. Meanwhile, Lena, hiding in the back, was relatively safe as someone was blocking in front. However, she was somewhat entranced by the enhancement techniques hidden within Jiang Lin's holy sword chi. Enhancement techniques can achieve such an effect. In that moment, she felt a kinship with a like-minded soul. But this was a battlefield, so she quickly found a front row teammate who was suffering and checked their condition, quickly understanding the principle of this technique. Soon she conjured an identical technique, and having mastered the entire enhancement technique, her understanding of it was deeper, so the effect she produced was even more ferocious than Jiang Lin's. While Jiang Lin's Jet Halo required multiple hits to achieve its effect, she only needed one. Thus, Jiang Lin's teammates began to suffer. Haha, Brother Jiang is amazing. He made the opposing side fall so easily. Brother Jiang, you are so strong, how did you do it? What the hell is this skill from the opponent? Oh, my stomach. Soon those who hadn't been afflicted by the curse effect among Jiang Lin's front row fell one after another. Meanwhile, dozens of enhancement spells surged toward the one and only priest girl who could use curse-type magic. The little girl had never seen such a scene. As she watched her teammates fall one after another, she felt a chill run down her spine. While the previous poison healer skills were merely physical torment, now it was pure mental torture. What was more important, her score ranking or her clean image? It was just an assessment, no big deal. So she chose to flee in fear of battle. Soon the scene descended into unimaginable chaos and grotesqueness. The entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into the domain of Jiang Lin and the opposing poison healer. These two rising stars were causing one opponent after another to clutch their stomachs and fall. However, the fallen students lacked the courage exhibited by Frederick and Eilena, who fought valiantly, and they had no determination to fight while undressed. Thus, even though many had not completely lost their combat abilities, they still chose to turn into white light and flee this hell on earth. I'm done. I'm out. I had a new life. Mom, I feel like I've come to hell. Even some began to reminisce about the past. Quickly, the number of people on the battlefield rapidly decreased. With the front row falling and the back row leaving, the leader of the opposing side, the poison healer, was finally revealed. Lena looked at the paladin who stood firm holding a wild boar, and the calm expression she usually wore finally showed a hint of disturbance. Was she going to lose? She had already attacked the opponent with all her might. But with so many fewer teammates on her side, they couldn't block the opponent's movements. The opponent, relying on their powerful reflexes, was always able to anticipate her attacks and dodge them. After another round of combat, all the opponents on the opposing side were basically dealt with, leaving only the last two still standing. I've looked on in anguish at the Wild Boar King being tormented by Jiang Lin, killing without massacring. You keep casting healing spells on it, keeping it barely alive. Is this not pure torture? Can such a guy even awaken the paladin profession? I've recalled the times she had run with this battle partner under the sunset. Sister Lena, the usually lively, I've now spoke with a hint of tears. Why don't we concede first place to him? I don't want to leave the secret realm in that manner. Ultimately, after a long silence, Lena agreed with Ive's view. I'd rather kneel and die than stand and suffer. Then two beams of white light flickered as they chose to voluntarily forfeit the match. With their departure, the wild boar in Jiang Lin's hands finally turned into white light and vanished. We are the champions. Despite having used a large number of skills and having nearly depleted his mana, Jiang Lin turned around to cheer with his teammates. However, as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. Where are my teammates? He saw that the area once filled with people now only had him remaining. Score 2048, rank 1, eliminated 167, temporary task, reward random skill upgrade 13, designated skill upgrade 2. At this moment, a voice also reached his ears. Only one team of students remains, points are fixed, and the assessment ends early. A flash of white light passed, and Jiang Lin was teleported away from the secret realm. The exit of the secret realm was now in chaos. One after another, white lights lit up and a series of wailing figures were teleported out. It's born. It's born. That priest from the Giant Stone Magic Academy really has been born. That paladin from the Radiant Magic Academy is truly born. Toilet. I need a toilet. Wah, I'm not clean anymore, wah. The students who had come out early and were waiting by the door were all stunned by this scene, especially when they saw many people either clutching their stomachs or awkwardly pulling at their pants. At first they were puzzled, but after noticing some details they understood the situation. What happened inside? Fortunately, I came out early. Mom, is this hell? They were greatly shocked. Holding her nose, Dami found Anya, who had also been teleported out in a flash of white light. She looked at Anya with a questioning gaze as if asking her if she had been persecuted. Anya replied expressionlessly, I just like to fight, am not foolish. I can discern what is more important, dignity or assessment. She glanced at the points on her wristband. Points 980 ranking 3 total defeated 212. She had originally been in first place, but unfortunately she was overtaken by that poisonous priest and Jiang Lin. Especially in the last wave, most of the people from her side and the opponents were those two eliminated newcomers, so the efficiency of gaining points was significantly higher than hers. But it was still acceptable. After all, this was a joint examination of 3 schools, and her school occupied 2 of the top 3 positions. She wondered how the first-place team from the Morningstar Magic Academy had fared. She glanced at the group of wailing classmates around her, her expression dark. She had clearly seen the situation on the battlefield. It was Jiang Lin who led the charge, steering the entire competition into an indescribable direction. No wonder this guy has such great talent, his level has risen so slowly. How did this guy awaken the paladin profession? Frederick and Eli, who had been eliminated early and were already dressed, looked at the crowd with a sense of superiority pointing at them. Not one of them has dropped their pants. Such a lack of fighting spirit is too cowardly. Exactly. These newcomers really disappoint me. Sigh, if only a few of them had the fighting spirit we do, it wouldn't be such a miserable defeat. Evidently both of them realized this was Jiang Lin's doing. However, they were still somewhat surprised that Jiang Lin could use that trick to cause so many people to suffer. At this time, the remaining 3 individuals in the secret realm were also teleported out one after another. Jiang Lin looked around at the desolate scene and felt a bit embarrassed. Then he saw that the poisonous priest from the Giant Stone Magic Academy and her summoner friend were right beside him. Damn it, they actually managed to escape in the end. However, sensing that someone was gazing intensely at him and thinking that these people must have a lot of resentment toward him, he directly clutched his stomach and lay down. Ah, it's born. Why are there so many births from the Giant Stone Magic Academy? As he shouted, he began tearing off the uniform of the Giant Stone Magic Academy, leaving Lena and Eve dumbfounded. Clearly his actions blended directly into the environment, drawing less attention to himself. The other 2 were in trouble as they were among the few standing combatants present and were also one of the instigators of all this. Lena was immediately targeted by countless malicious gazes. Fortunately, although the crowd's hatred had shifted to her, their quality remained relatively high and no one threw mud at them. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic and indescribable. Soon the scene was finally restored by the arriving staff, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually calmed down. However, today's scene was deeply etched into the memories of everyone present, leaving a significant mark in the educational circle of Giant Stone City. In countless years to come, students would curiously ask their teachers why there was an additional rule in their city's multi-school joint examination that prohibited releasing enhancement spells on opponents. As the competition ended early and was not during the usual award ceremony, the original arrangements were disrupted. Many medical staff checked the students' injuries and provided treatment before sending them home or back to school with plans to arrange everything again the next day. Seeing that he was no longer too conspicuous, Jiang Lin stopped clutching his stomach and returned to his normal state. At this moment, a female priest with green eyes approached Jiang Lin. Hello, Paladin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lena, the first place from the Giant Stone Magic Academy. Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that this was the poisonous priest he had seen across from him, and he felt a sense of kinship with her. It's an honor to meet you, esteemed Miss Priest. I am Jiang Lin. Lena looked at Jiang Lin with admiration, sharing a glance with him, and everything was understood without words. Your insights have inspired me greatly, Jiang Lin. Not at all, Miss Lena has provided me with many insights as well. Still, your thoughts are more innovative, Jiang Lin. Haha, I welcome Miss Lena to visit the Radiant Magic Academy for exchange and learning whenever you have time. The 2 were engaged in mutual flattery when the 2 from the Morningstar Magic Academy also approached. Paladin, you don't seem to have a strange name like Wei Mean, right? Frederick asked in a half-joking tone. Who are you? Jiang Lin replied, somewhat puzzled before recalling. These 2 were from the team that only scored a little over 50 points, but they were somewhat tricky and had given him quite a bit of trouble. Ahem, my nickname is Wei Mean. Jiang Lin did not expect the 2 would still find him after coming out. Frederick's expression darkened as he realized Jiang Lin barely remembered him. Let me introduce myself. I am Frederick the First from the Morningstar Magic Academy, and this is Eli the Second. Oh, so you're in the top 10 of your grade. No wonder it was so hard to defeat you. Jiang Lin nodded. I am Jiang Lin the First from the Radiant Magic Academy. Were you also eliminated by him? Lena asked, somewhat surprised. She recognized the top few from other schools, but this Jiang Lin was her first time hearing about. He might have been lingering outside the top 10 before, but this special mechanism of the joint examination allowed him more opportunities to shine. Given the performance of the opposing team, it was likely that he would take first place in the overall score among the three schools unless he was part of a three-man team. Lena and the others regarded Jiang Lin as a peer-level opponent, as Jiang Lin had been passively using his breathing technique to conceal his level fluctuations. Lena asked, "Could you introduce us to your teammate Jiang Lin?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "I don't have teammates." Upon hearing this, Lena was even more shocked. So he fought against two opponents alone and defeated the top two from the Morningstar Academy. At this moment, some students who were starting to leave also noticed them. "Hey, isn't that the person who was cultivating at the entrance this morning? Wow, he's the one who was born. I heard his name is Jiang Lin. Isn't he the one being hunted during the evil god incident? I see, if I were an evil god, I'd be targeting him to kill as well. If it's this birth, then it's not surprising." The students were arranged to leave while the temple and school prepared to hold a meeting to discuss the subsequent arrangements. Moonlight streamed through the window into the office where Cecilia, the head of the temple, was handling official business. At this time, the office door was knocked open and 3 members of the Golden Badge Temple responsible for supervising the exam walked in. "Temple Master, this is the key video recording of the exam scene." Sarath, with a strange expression, handed a crystal to his Temple Master. The Temple Master directly opened the recording to view it. Time passed second by second, and the footage soon arrived at the scene of the 3 armies battling. The Temple Master's brow furrowed slightly. Originally, the temple did not want to see illegal team formations among the candidates, but they were relatively united by academy affiliations, which could be acceptable. Then the recording and the crystal began to develop in an indescribable direction until Jiang Lin was teleported away. The temple master closed the crystal, closed her eyes, and let out a long breath, seemingly trying to calm her emotions. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said flatly, "Let's cancel tomorrow's award ceremony. I don't want to see the top candidates from this assessment for now. The rewards will be directly given to the individuals themselves. It seems that the examination rules from other cities cannot be directly copied over and need improvement. Tomorrow, have the grade directors and principals from the 3 schools come over for a meeting. By the way, you 3 and those from the temple responsible for refining the rules also need to be present." "Understood." The 3 Golden Badge members nodded in compliance and then left the temple master's office obediently. On the other side, the scores from the assessment were announced and the disbanded crowd began to swarm forward. "Brother Jiang is amazing. First place among the 3 schools." "Exactly. Brother Jiang used their own methods against them. He is not at all the despicable person those outsiders claim." "Exactly. Our Jiang Lin is a paladin. How could he possibly use despicable methods?" "Boss, can I still join the Night Owl team now?" "What are you talking about? Our Night Owl team welcomes everyone's joining at any time." Although Jiang Lin wanted everyone to calm down, unfortunately, they were too enthusiastic. "Let's be low-key, everyone calm down. Let's go back to school first. Signing now can wait. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Don't crowd, don't crowd." "Who just slapped me in the face? If you have the guts, don't run." "What the heck, who are you? Who the hell kicked me?" Although some people verbally praised Jiang Lin, they were still furious about his birth act. Pretending to be a friendly ally, they snuck in and slapped Jiang Lin in the face before running away, which was also a tribute to Jiang Lin's act of wearing the uniforms of other schools. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Lin finally shook off the small black sheep from the crowd and returned to school with his true subordinates, the Night Owl team. Now, with Jiang Lin the leader taking first place, the size of the Night Owl team had more than doubled. Originally, everyone had a skeptical attitude towards staying up late, but now that the leader of staying up late had become the top of the 3 schools, and those around him who stayed up late seemed to have performed slightly better than themselves, everyone wanted to try staying up late. Back at school, Jiang Lin looked at the back of the class, which was now completely filled with people feeling quite pleased. Little Black had disappeared somewhere. Jiang Lin had searched around earlier without finding him and decided not to bother. Little Black was a good cat, it would find its way back. Ahem. Jiang Lin coughed heavily, bringing the originally noisy class to silence. "I owe my achievements today to my persistent efforts, so everyone should seize the time to work hard." Today passed, and there are only 64 days left until the final assessment. After saying this, Jiang Lin sat cross-legged and began to prepare to allocate the gains from this competition. Hearing Jiang Lin's speech and seeing him still practicing diligently, everyone felt a shiver in their hearts. If even the first place is working so hard, how can they rest? Thus, those who felt unprepared began to prepare for the cultural exam in a few days. Those who felt their levels were too low began practicing breathing techniques. Those who felt their physical fitness was too poor went to the hallway or gym to train their bodies. those who felt their mental strength was too weak began honing their mental prowess, and those who felt their skill proficiency was inadequate made plans to go to the training grounds to practice their skills. As such, the atmosphere of the Radiant Junior Magic Academy at night was even more intense than during the day. Random skill improvement, 34 designated skill improvement, 3 Zhang Lin looked at his harvest this time and felt quite good. He assessed his mental state and felt he could still endure another impact of a non-tier skill. So, basic fist technique, transcendent breaking limits. You have comprehended the intent of the fist technique talent, has received some enhancement. A flood of memories surged into his mind. Zhang Lin's eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth, cold sweat breaking out on his back. In the end, he successfully absorbed this massive amount of memories without fainting. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin began to restore his mental state and fully operate the breathing technique to reach the breaking limits. Once the breathing technique reached the breaking limits, he absorbed magical essence to enhance his life level more quickly. He estimated that he wouldn't need a week to raise his level from 4 to 5. If this speed could be maintained, he would reach level 9 next month. By then, he would probably have around 400 health points, which should match the basic physical quality of level 14, making him practically unmatched at Tier 0. After breaking through to Tier 1, he could use not just the original profession's breathing techniques, but also various functional breathing techniques. For example, techniques that enhance physical quality, enhance defense, enhance agility, and enhance mental strength. Adventurers no longer relied solely on level increases and regular body training to enhance their physical qualities. The accumulation of various attributes would be much faster, which is why the gaps between each level would also be significantly larger. As Zhang Lin understood, within Tier 1, the minimum requirement for melee professions between each level was 100 health points. As for the records about Tier 2, Zhang Lin was unclear. How Matthew, possessed by the evil god, managed to fight against Surath after surpassing level 20 Zhang Lin was also uncertain. However, this assessment also made him feel that he still mastered too few skills. His means of attack were basically limited to 7 stars Holy Radiant Slash and low-level enhancement spell, while his defensive means were just a replicated hardened skin. Thus, learning more skills was also his pressing task, and he needed to utilize the opportunities to enhance these skills. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes and began to breathe. The next day, after a night of breathing exercises, Zhang Lin's spirit was restored to its peak. Many of the students trying to stay up late for the first time around him looked lethargic as they got up to leave. They weren't going home to catch up on sleep, but were preparing to buy mental stimulant potion. The seniors in the Night Owl team had shared their experiences over the past few days with them. If you're tired, drink mental stimulant potion. If you can't concentrate, drink mental focus potion. Whatever the problem, popping a pill will do. Zhang Lin also began a new round of skill points allocation, raising the last non-tier skill to its breaking limits. Breath concealment technique, transcendent breaking limits. After activating the skill, your presence will significantly decrease, making it harder to draw others' attention. Stealth type skill talent received some enhancement. A flood of memories surged forth, and Zhang Lin gritted his teeth to endure. His resistance to these memories was increasing day by day. After a brief rest, he would be ready to focus on enhancing his low-tier skills. He stepped out for a simple breakfast, only to encounter a swarm of ants in front of the breakfast stall. Immediate alchemy was required. Although he had consistently run into these ants before, Zhang Lin had never specifically sought out their nest, aiming instead for sustainable daily growth. Moreover, no matter how large the ant nest in Giant Stone City was, it could never develop to house 100,000 ants. Only nests in the wild, free from human interference, could grow to such a scale. Stamina 100, 001. 1000 mental power, 74008, 400 random skill upgrade, 3435 returning to school. The original schedule had no classes today, so most teachers were still on vacation. Many students who had been eliminated from the beginning were even unaware that the assessment had concluded. Thus, there were naturally no classes today. However, this did not affect the Night Owl group of students who remained steadfast in the school potion, in one hand exercises, in the other, each focused on their own tasks. Zhang Lin began studying the 2 skills given to him by the Hall Master. Just as he sat down and opened the skill book, Tai Chen leaned in closer. Upon seeing the densely packed complex characters and a slew of unfamiliar magical symbols, Tai Chen asked Zhang Lin, "Old Zhang, can you understand any of this?" With a slight smile, Zhang Lin replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I can master it with just one reading." He then closed the 2 advanced versions of reinforcement art, leaving Tai Chen with a profound impression. Magic was too complex. He would wait for Xiaohei to return for its explanation. Zhang Lin had yet to touch on many foundational aspects of intermediate magic, and diving straight into learning left him utterly confused. Therefore, he flipped to the intermediate combat skill, Holy Light Slash. Swordsmanship seemed simpler. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his swordsmanship talent, Jiang Lin grasped this intermediate skill fully after just 3 readings faster than when he had self-studied lower-tier skills. He then dashed to the training ground to practice. 5 hours later, after thoroughly circulating his internal meridians, Jiang Lin successfully unleashed this intermediate skill for the first time. He raised a steel sword high and brought it down with considerable force, the sword's edge crashing into the ground while radiating a divine light. The lack of a target allowed the light element to carve a distinctly visible pit in the earth. The training ground was inscribed with a self-repairing magic circle, so as long as there wasn't excessive damage, everything would be fine. Holy light / unfamiliar familiar. Jiang Lin was quite satisfied. He had learned this skill entirely on his own. He then consumed 1 instance of random skill improvement. Since only 1 skill could be upgraded, the random option was effectively designated Holy light / familiar mastered. Memories flooded into his brain. This time Jiang Lin only felt a slight daze before he fully absorbed this knowledge. Jiang Lin sensed the volume of this memory. It had significantly decreased compared to before. The system's memories contained more instances of sudden enlightenment during cultivation, indicating a clear enhancement in his swordsmanship talent. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin practiced with the Night Owl group until the afternoon. At this moment, the classroom door swung open. A familiar figure strode in, Grade Director Vales. His expression was extraordinarily complex, filled with admiration for Jiang Lin, tangled emotions he couldn't articulate, and the feeling of having survived scrutiny from several prominent figures during the meeting. Fortunately, the chaos in the last meeting had a Giant Stone Academy's priest as the mastermind, allowing another grade director to share the burden, otherwise the meeting's focus would have undoubtedly centered on him. In truth, he had not been directly targeted in the meeting. It was just that being around the hall master created immense pressure, especially since the other party had mentioned students from his school, which made Director Vales feel quite stressed. He stepped forward and handed Jiang Lin a spatial ring, saying, "This spatial ring is a reward from the school. It has 20 cubic meters of storage space and contains a skill book. This is my personal reward for you." Additionally, there are 3 magical equipment pieces inside which were reportedly set aside beforehand. If you have no use for them, feel free to sell them. The sanctuary offers a recycling service. There's also a card inside that contains borrowing points for the sanctuary library. You can use this card to borrow skills from the library there. If I remember correctly, high-tier skills cost 10 points, intermediate skills cost 5 points, and low-tier skills cost 1 point. Jiang Lin thanked his grade director. Subsequently, Director Vales placed a hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder and said, "Jiang Lin, do you have some free time now? Let's step outside and chat." After completing his main task, Director Vales decided to have a heartfelt talk with Jiang Lin and understand the situation of these students. Jiang Lin nodded and followed him outside the classroom. However, the corridor outside the struggling class, which should have been empty, was now filled with many students exercising. Thus, Vales took Jiang Lin to a teacher's office. Jiang Lin was filled with curiosity, wanting to know what Director Vales wanted to discuss with him. Did he want to consult him about the usage guide for Jet Aura? "Oh dear, being a teacher isn't easy. I just want to do my job well." However, to his surprise, the other party began to vent his frustrations. A lot has happened these past few days, and the pressure is quite overwhelming for the teachers. Jiang Lin observed his grade director, contemplating what exactly he was trying to convey. Seeing him hesitate, Jiang Lin encouraged, "Teacher, feeling pressure is normal. Being comfortable is reserved for the dead. We should strive hard while we're young, endure hardships, and bear pressure. When we grow old." Vale's contemplative mood was interrupted. "What, you think we can enjoy life when we grow old?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "When we're old, well, just be accustomed to it." Hearing this, Director Vales was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiang Lin's unique perspective. He cleared his throat, deciding not to beat around the bush any longer, and said directly, "Ahem, let's not discuss that. Jiang Lin recently this week has seen incidents involving the evil god, joint examination accidents, and a collective all-nighter. Especially with everything erupting in just a few days, the pressure is enormous on my side. And you at the center of these events have been quite a significant factor. So could I ask you after this to refrain from causing any more upheaval? If you have any requests or grievances, do feel free to bring them up. I'll do my best to meet your needs." Jiang Lin, hearing this, replied with confusion, "But teacher, I'm also a victim of the evil god incident, and the joint examination was pretty standard, wasn't it? As for the all-nighter, that's just a result of everyone loving to learn." Director Vales nodded in understanding. "I know that you didn't mean to. However, the joint exam incident had indeed had quite an adverse effect. The first joint examination in Giant Stone City ended unexpectedly, and those records look quite unsightly in the annual report, especially since it involved students from 2 schools. Ending in such a manner, the pressure from above is considerable." Clearing his throat, Director Vales continued, "However, such matters should be borne by us adults. What I mainly wish to ask you is if you could ease the current trend of all-nighters in the school. I heard that students from other grades have already started pulling all-nighters. Their parents have come to the school claiming that our glorious Magic Academy has education issues. Jiang Lin, perplexed, questioned, isn't all-nighters a good thing? Everyone is doing it voluntarily. I'm not forcing anyone. Originally, everyone needed at least 8 hours of sleep daily, but by sacrificing sleep, they gain an extra half of their time each day, which can be used to enhance themselves more efficiently. Isn't that a positive outcome? Director Vales forced a smile. That's true, but this doesn't align with conventional beliefs. Many parents think their children have become involved in secret cults. Combining this with the earlier evil god incident, many students' parents are requesting transfers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, it indeed seems to have a rather negative impact. I hope you can understand the teacher's plight, and please try to persuade your classmates. If you can, at least don't draw too much attention. By the way, with your current level, the struggling class is definitely not suitable for you anymore. You should attend the top class starting tomorrow. Jiang Lin showed a reluctant expression. Teacher, you must understand that if someone like me who has been pulling all-nighters suddenly tells everyone not to, it could have the opposite effect. They would think I'm just bluffing, and as a result, they would work even harder to stay up late. Hearing this, Director Vale sighed. I have a high-tier skill for melee professions at home that I plan to keep for my nephew to learn later, since it's just sitting idle now. Jiang Lin perked up. Teacher, I actually have a way to alleviate the pressure on our school. As the sun dipped in the west, it was soon time for school to end. Jiang Lin appeared at the entrance of Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. During the busy school dismissal, security was lax, allowing Jiang Lin to blend in. After asking around, he found the top class of the third year at Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. There were not many people in the classroom, as most third-year students had not come to class today due to the joint examination. However, a few familiar faces were present: Frederick and Elijah, the top 2 students in their grade. Although they had been eliminated early in the assessment and had no rewards to collect, they still arrived at school during their break to continue their cultivation and studies. As dismissal time approached, the two were preparing to go home when they noticed Jiang Lin walking in through the door. Jiang Lin, what are you doing here? Jiang Lin smiled slightly and pulled up a stool to sit down. Do you want to know why I'm so strong? The two exchanged glances and without hesitation simultaneously said, because you're a newcomer. Jiang Lin's expression darkened, but he chose not to hold a grudge. No, it's because I work hard enough. The two wore expressions of confusion and disbelief, as they were both third-year students still attending the Junior Magic Academy, and no one had advanced early. Everyone's talent was unlikely to differ greatly. In this cohort, those who ranked well were typically diligent. Not only that, but I've also created an atmosphere of diligent study at glorious Junior Magic Academy. Would you like to experience it? Upon hearing this, the two looked even more puzzled. If you want to know, just follow me. I believe you'll find it enlightening. The two exchanged glances again and decided to follow along to see for themselves. After all, he was a paladin, and no matter how much of a newcomer he was, he wouldn't simply abduct or sacrifice them to an evil god. Wait, this direction isn't towards glorious Junior Magic Academy, is it? Frederick asked, puzzled, after they had walked a short distance from the school gate. We're just picking up a few more people. Half an hour later, Jiang Lin brought 4 people to his school. Jiang Lin, what do you mean by bringing us 4 here at this time? Shouldn't the students from your school have finished by now? It wouldn't make sense to showcase the learning atmosphere at this hour. Lena furrowed her brow, her emerald eyes filled with confusion. However, Jiang Lin merely smiled and led the 4 upstairs. You'll understand once we arrive. Soon the 4 were met with a shocking sight. The corridor, which should have been empty, was now packed with students loudly reading texts, practicing magic spells, exercising, and meditating, all engaged in their activities without disturbing each other. As Jiang Lin led them into a classroom, they saw many students still diligently studying, some tackling exercises and others cultivating. Even though it was already dismissal time, no one chose to leave. Seeing this, the 4 were momentarily stunned, and Jiang Lin then said, our school doesn't have rigid requirements, and I've never initiated any mobilization activities. The reason so many stayed to cultivate is purely due to their own diligence. How long will they stay? When will they go home? Elijah voiced the collective curiosity of the 4. Hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled mysteriously. Go home. He sat cross-legged and adjusted his posture for breathing techniques. You'll find out if you stay and watch. The benches in the classroom are all taken. Feel free to grab some from the adjacent classroom. Don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. With that, Jiang Lin began his breathing exercises, leaving the 4 staring at each other in confusion. The 4 were filled with uncertainty as they looked around at the serious students studying and wondered if this atmosphere was truly conducive to their education, though they couldn't help but feel it was nice. Were they actually going to sleep at school and not go home? Fine. Anyway, going home also means cultivating. At worst, we'll stay and see how long they keep this up. Frederick was the first to speak up. The other 3 nodded in agreement, accepting his viewpoint, until the moon gradually climbed over the mountains. Looking at the group of students around them, none seemed inclined to leave, and Zhang Lin remained perfectly still in his spot, making the four feel increasingly restless. Why aren't they leaving? Are they really going to spend the night at school? What are they holding? It looks like potions, right? They aren't fighting. Why are they drinking potions? What's the deal with that person selling potions in the classroom? Mental stimulation potion and focus potion. Are they using drugs to study? What on earth is going on at Glorious Magic Academy? Finally, they could no longer sit still. Zhang Lin, that riddle teller, refused to give them the answer, so they directly pulled a classmate over to ask, "Classmate, when do you usually go home?" The classmate, hearing such a question, looked utterly bewildered. "Go home? Since you're all here, do you still need to go home?" The four exchanged glances. Could it be that these people actually slept right at the school? Then where do you sleep at the school, eh? Hearing this, the person stared at them as if they were fools. Sleep? Are you kidding? Did you come to school just to sleep? If you want to sleep, go home. The four were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the students of this Radiant Elementary Magic Academy didn't sleep at night? Connecting this to the spirit revitalizing potion and focus potion sold in the classrooms, the four felt they had an inkling of the answer. Just then Zhang Lin opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face as he looked at the four. "That's right, none of us here sleep. After all, for us adventurers, not sleeping might bring drowsiness, but it poses no mortal danger. So theoretically, as long as we can withstand the sleepiness and maintain our concentration, we can stay awake indefinitely. We used to sleep 8 hours a day on average, which consumed too much time. If we don't sleep, we effectively gain half a day more than those who do. We use this time to improve ourselves, allowing us to outperform others in the same amount of time." Seeing the four remain silent, Zhang Lin continued, "After all, the spots in the Intermediate Magic Academy are fixed. If you don't take it, someone else will. If you don't work hard, someone else will. Do you understand what I mean?" Lena took a deep breath, clearly stirred. "But Lord Zhang Lin, why are you telling us this?" Zhang Lin smiled faintly. "You've all seen our academy. There is no night here. I have made the sun never set within these grounds. But after this joint examination, I found the students from your academy too weak. So I've decided to let the sun's radiance shine upon your academy as well. Without worthy opponents, we cannot be spurred to keep forging ahead. I am helping you, and in doing so, helping ourselves." As Zhang Lin spoke, he seemed to emanate a convincing aura, making it hard to refute him. Perhaps it was a trait of his Paladin class, but he always appeared to radiate light, as if he were the sun that never fell at night. "I am enlightened." Lena nodded. She looked at the other three and saw a flicker of intent in their eyes. "I'll go home first to inform my family. I'll go and be right back. No one's at home for me, so I won't go back." Subsequently, as if they had made a firm resolution, the four began to cultivate alongside Zhang Lin, each reflecting on the exam and making targeted improvements. In truth, Zhang Lin's logic was simple. If only his school stayed up late, parents would complain. But if all schools stayed up late together, the parents would have nothing to say. Not satisfied? Then move to another city. If you want to stay up, others will. This night laid the most critical foundation for Boulder City's reputation as a city of education for centuries to come. As for the Radiant Magic Academy, the pioneer and deepest cultivator of the all-nighter culture, it would become a legend for the next 100 years. The sun of Boulder City shall never set. After handling the trivial matter, Director Wells had assigned Zhang Lin felt his mental state had recovered enough, so he began to distribute the system's rewards. Starting with the low-tier skills. Low-tier Enhancement Art Breakthrough Limit 02, Zhang Lin converted 2 random skill upgrades into 1 designated skill upgrade. Adding the one he had left over, that made exactly 2. He applied the first designated skill upgrade, and there was no reaction, only the number changed from 02 to 12, easing Zhang Lin's tense nerves. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and applied the second skill point. A flood of memories surged in. This was Zhang Lin's first attempt at breaking the limits of a magic spell. He still had no clue, so he began to practice as usual. But his previous practice had already made Zhang Lin thoroughly familiar with all the uses of the low-tier enhancement art. Enhancing different body parts, controlling the intensity of the enhancement, the speed of constructing the spell formula. He had reached the limits of his ability, which were also the limits of the low-tier enhancement art itself. Thus, despite his repeated practice, he made no progress at all. This gave him a severe headache. But having experienced multiple breakthroughs before, Zhang Lin knew that sheer hard work did not always guarantee a limit break. So he began to try other methods of breaking through the limits. First, he would sort out the principles of this magic formula. Although Zhang Lin could proficiently use the low-tier enhancement art, he was not very clear on the principles of the mana circuits that constituted it. Even though low-tier enhancement art was only a low-tier spell, the mana circuits it contained numbered in the hundreds each, with different functions and variations involving a vast amount of complex calculations between the various pathways. Previously, Zhang Lin had simply memorized these mana circuits by rote, and then practiced using them until he achieved mastery. To use a simple analogy, it's like differentiation formulas. Many people know the common formulas and can use them proficiently, but not everyone understands or remembers the derivation of each formula. Zhang Lin was in the same situation now, able to use the magic formula skillfully, but unable to fully comprehend it and deconstruct its essence. Zhang Lin's understanding of magic was far shallower than his understanding of combat techniques. In the past 3 years, he had only learned 2 spells: low-tier enhancement art and low-tier healing art. Although part of the reason was that they had spent a long time learning basic knowledge, it had to be admitted that Zhang Lin was indeed mediocre in terms of magical talent. However, this didn't affect Zhang Lin inside the system space. After all, he had all the time in the world. Deriving the principles of magic formulas was not easy, especially for a melee combatant like Zhang Lin. Time passed quickly. For mana circuits whose functions were unclear, Zhang Lin had to disassemble them bit by bit, conducting trials and experiments until he fully understood the role of that part of the circuit. Decades passed, and Zhang Lin finally thoroughly understood the function and principles of every circuit within the low-tier enhancement art. Next came the calculations between these circuits and their combined effects. Although this step was also difficult, it didn't require much time. In less than a year, Zhang Lin had completely figured out the structural principles of this magic formula. After fully understanding the formula's structure, Zhang Lin also identified areas within it that could be adjusted. To maintain the spell's stability and facilitate its use and dissemination, spells like low-tier enhancement art included some redundant mana circuits for fixing, making it easier for beginners to grasp. However, these circuits didn't actually affect the spell's effect when activated. Now Zhang Lin could eliminate these circuits, allowing him to construct the formula faster. Furthermore, he could specifically strengthen the mana output of certain circuits to achieve targeted enhancements. Low-tier enhancement art mastery limit break. Low-tier magic knowledge accumulation increased. In less than one lifetime, Zhang Lin had elevated the low-tier enhancement art to the level of a limit break. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up. It was that easy to break the limit. Could it be that I'm actually a magic prodigy? But it seemed the requirements for breaking through the limits of magic were different from those for combat techniques. At least for Tier 0 combat techniques, breaking the limit required possessing the corresponding will and success would enhance the relevant talent. For magic, however, breaking the limit required a sufficient understanding of the fundamental magic. This was also different from breathing techniques. Breathing techniques seemed to require a specific talent as a prerequisite to reach the limit-breaking level. For example, Paladin breathing technique required the talent Heart of a Child as a prerequisite for its limit break. Whether this was true for all breathing techniques would require more samples for comparison. Putting these thoughts aside for now, Zhang Lin took out the 2 skill books the dean had given him. The complex and profound magic runes, symbols, and explanations once again met his eyes. I can barely understand a bit now. Although low-tier and mid-tier magic differ, they ultimately belong to the same system. But I'll still wait for Xiaohe to come back and teach me. Zhang Lin turned his head to glance at the windowsill, where Xiaohe usually lounged, but it was empty. He still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Zhang Lin pondered, but it seemed unlikely. Forget it, if he's not back by tomorrow morning, you'll go look for him. Afterwards, Zhang Lin began to circulate his breathing technique. 2 days had passed since he broke through to level 4. With the breathing technique running constantly and his active use of it accelerating mana accumulation, he estimated he could break through again in about 3 days. The next day, the rising sun illuminated the radiant Elementary Magic Academy. The 4 who had tried staying up all night for the first time were mentally fatigued, but psychologically exhilarated. So this is how much time the night can give us. They had been wasting it all on sleep before. However, some among them were hesitant. Since they knew this was a good thing, did they have to share it with others? Not everyone was a selfless saint. What if others surpassed them by staying up late? But Zhang Lin seemed to have anticipated this. In the light of the morning sun, he smiled slightly. Whether others stay up late or not is no longer a matter of probability, but an inevitable outcome. Even if I hadn't called you here, this trend of staying up late would have slowly drifted into your academy. So instead of letting others lead the way, it's better for you to become the pioneers in your own school. Seeing the contemplative expressions on the 4's faces, Zhang Lin continued, moreover, atmosphere is incredibly important. Look at our academy's environment. Just standing here, don't you feel an irresistible urge to cultivate and study? The 4 nodded in profound agreement. During the night, when some of them felt like giving up and going home to sleep, seeing that no one else around them had left, they would be plagued by the guilt of, if I leave, I'll fall behind others. And as the top student, can my perseverance truly be inferior to that of ordinary students? So the choice is yours. I believe you already know what to do. Besides, if you don't even have the confidence to maintain your top positions, are you worthy of your talent? Hearing this, the 4 fell into deep thought. After convincing them, Zhang Lin stood up, dusted himself off, and went out to buy breakfast, also planning to look for where that rascal Xiaohe had gone. I'll head back to school first. I'm going to buy some of those potions. They'll talk to my family again and tell them I won't be home for a few days. The four also got up and went their separate ways. Walking along the road, Jiang Lin, the time management master, began to inspect the rewards from the joint examination. Inside the spatial ring lay 3 magical equipment pieces: a long spear, a longbow, and a shield. Seeing these 3 items, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. He couldn't use a single one of them. He even wondered if the Holy Temple had just taken out some unwanted junk from the warehouse as rewards. The grades of magical equipment could generally be classified as follows: common, fine, excellent, superior, rare, legendary, epic, mythical. Whether there were grades beyond that, Jiang Lin didn't know. Common grade magical equipment usually cost less than 10 silver coins. Fine grade could cost around 1 gold coin, and excellent grade could cost over 10 gold coins. So compared to other rewards, magical equipment wasn't considered particularly valuable in this set of prizes. However, since Jiang Lin's primary weapon was still the Blade of Light, it didn't matter much. If the opportunity arose, he could also learn to use the spear and longbow to diversify his combat methods. Besides that, there was the high-tier skill the grade director had given him, the high-tier light magic Holy Ring of Healing. It seemed to be a support healing spell. Jiang Lin felt a bit regretful. What he really wanted right now were some defensive combat techniques. It seemed he would have to borrow some from the Holy Temple library. He wondered what high-tier combat technique that old Wells had at home. Skillfully crushing a few ants. Stamina 11000, 12000, Spirit Power 8490, 400, Random Skill Upgrade 3233. Jiang Lin began searching for Xiao He in places where he might appear. Xiao He, Xiao He. Jiang Lin didn't shout aloud, but released a mental pulse used for communicating with him. If he was nearby, he would hear it and respond. Soon as he passed a dark alley, Jiang Lin received a response. Kid, your Lady Lilith is here. Jiang Lin turned to see Xiao He dart out from some shadowy corner. Seeing that he was safe, Jiang Lin relaxed. Why didn't you come back? Your Pope is already first in the 3-school exam. However, Xiao He replied with a serious expression, be careful. A group of cultists has infiltrated near this city. I followed their trail to find them, but I was almost captured and used as a ritual sacrifice. I barely escaped and cleansed the aura on me. I don't dare to go out alone as a cat now. Don't you like reporting things? Take me to report those evil cultists quick. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Xiao He a dark god himself? Why was he so eager to help the Holy Temple rack up merits? However, since it concerns the secret cult, Jiang Lin did not dare to let his guard down. After inquiring some details from Xiao He, he picked up Xiao He and headed to the temple to report. Jiang Lin had been frequenting the temple these past few days, and some of the staff on duty were starting to recognize him. Just as he was about to explain his purpose to the staff, a robust figure appeared. Mr. Jiang Lin, what brings you to the temple? Jiang Lin looked up and saw a fierce-looking burly man standing in front of him with a golden badge on his chest signifying his status as an elite member of the temple. At that moment, a nearby staff member took the initiative to greet the burly man, Lord Clyses. Clyses, do I know him? Jiang Lin quickly racked his brain for a long time, but could not find an answer. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Jiang Lin asked, unable to recall. My name is Clyses Lawrence. I am the brother of Frederick, who was defeated by you. Frederick actually has a brother at least of the 4th rank. Jiang Lin felt an inexplicable pressure. Would he seek revenge on me? Haha, Mr. Jiang Lin, there's no need to be nervous. My brother's lack of skill is his own issue. I was just passing by for work and came over to get to know you, this young genius. Seemingly sensing Jiang Lin's subtle psychology, Clyses spoke directly. Jiang Lin did not expect this fierce-looking powerhouse to be so humble and polite, much better than that guy Frederick. After these 2 days of brief interactions, although Jiang Lin could not determine Frederick's character, he could confirm that the other party's personal qualities along with his mage partner indeed left much to be desired. I see it's an honor to meet you. I encountered some unusually behaving individuals on Jialai Street in the west of the city, and I suspect they might be cultists, so I came to report. Clyses was somewhat surprised to hear Jiang Lin's words. New cultists have come so soon. The previous evil god incident has not been fully investigated yet. Moreover, it is said that it was this kid who reported it last time, right? I understand. Saying this, he turned to another staff member and said, Mr. Iniazio, I will take over this matter, so there's no need to go through other processes. I will go through the fastest procedure which will make it quicker to handle. The staff member was clearly taken aback that Clyses remembered his name, stammering, No problem, Lord Clyses. Mr. Jiang Lin, do you have time this morning? Would you mind spending about an hour taking us to the place where you noticed the possible signs of cultists? Before Jiang Lin could respond, Xiao He in his arms eagerly transmitted to him, You have time. You have time. Take them there. I will guide you. Thus Jiang Lin nodded. While attending this morning's class is not a big deal. The subsequent process became quite simple. Following Xiao Hei's guidance, Jiang Lin quickly led Clyses to the stronghold of the cultists. After the instruments detected the presence of an evil god, it was the familiar scene of sealing off the area and clearing the internal conditions of the building. Unlike at school where they needed to find the hidden cultists one by one this time, it was directly at the cultist's lair in a dark basement where the array needed for the ritual was drawn and the items required for the ritual were displayed. Thus, the temple knights or warriors rushed in demolishing the hideout and controlling all the personnel they could, preparing to interrogate further to uncover more accomplices. During all this, Jiang Lin simply held Xiao Hei and watched from the side without needing to step in to help. Xiao Hei watched the scene, not knowing whether to be gleeful or to feel happy at seeing the cat catchers being punished, and just stood there laughing foolishly. Jiang Lin felt inexplicably that Xiao Hei seemed to have changed since he met him, though he wasn't quite sure in what aspect. Perhaps he has become more cheerful and sunny. Just look how happily he is smiling now. After all, as the saying goes, one becomes like those they associate with. Having such a sunny and cheerful master makes it hard not to lean towards the light. At this moment, Jiang Lin remembered his title. By the way, Xiao Hei, do you know what the Realm of Blood is? Realm of Blood? What is that? I've never heard of it. Xiao Hei replied after pondering for a moment. What about Blood Demon? Have you heard of that? What Blood Demon? There are so many demons in this vast world, and the newspapers even say there are succubi in Giant Stone City at midnight. I don't know what blood demon you're talking about. Xiao Hei answered without even thinking this time. Jiang Lin looked at Xiao Hei with a black line on his face. Is this guy really an evil god? How can he not know anything? What about the Demon King trial? You haven't not heard of this, right? Xiao Hei replied while watching the temple people attack the cultists. Oh, I know about this. In your world, the demon race needs to undergo this so-called Demon King trial to qualify to become a Demon King. I plan to participate in one if I get the chance later. It has nothing to do with you humans, so why do you care about it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled. Humans can't participate. What does the system mean? Doesn't it want me to be human anymore? Are you sure humans can't participate? Xiao Hei replied matter-of-factly. Of course, this trial can be participated in by anyone who is not purely human in bloodline. However, if you are of purely human blood, you will be excluded. Jiang Lin glanced at the system's Demon King trial qualification and chose to believe the system. There must be a corresponding solution. Then at what level do demon races generally challenge this so-called Demon King trial? He was curious when he would be able to challenge it. Well, I don't know about that. But those who participate in such trials are at least at the Overlord level, right? I estimate I will evolve to Overlord at level 40. By then, if you are still alive, Lord Lilith will take you to see the world. Xiao Hei, as a high-ranking evil god, is not very clear about the specifics of this process. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. So if I am to confront other demon races, my opponents are likely at the Overlord level. Overlord level creatures possess strong combat capabilities even against higher levels. Jiang Lin believed that compared to Overlord level creatures of the same level, he still had some shortcomings. His foundation was not yet sufficient. No wonder the system said the task difficulty is high and does not allow me to challenge it. What about the Abyss of Slaughter? Do you know what that place is? As Jiang Lin spoke, he saw Xiao Hei in his arms, visibly stunned. Abyss of Slaughter. How do you know about this thing? Seeing Xiao Hei's reaction seemed a bit off, Jiang Lin hurriedly asked, It's too complicated to explain. Do you just consider it a divine revelation from the God of Light telling me to go there? So what exactly is it? Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Xiao Hei was half shocked and half suspicious. What qualifies you to receive a divine revelation from the God of Light? The Abyss of Slaughter is not a good place. Even we evil gods dare not venture there. Jiang Lin was somewhat shocked. The system wants me to go to a place even evil gods avoid. What does it mean? Can you elaborate? However, Xiao Hei shook his head. I am not very clear about the specifics. I only know that the Abyss of Slaughter is a very terrifying and dangerous space. This is a memory inscribed in my body since my birth. Hearing this, Jiang Lin curiously asked, Hey Xiao Hei, how are you evil gods born? However, this question was left unanswered. Little brat, don't worry about that, you can't get to that level. Seeing Xiao Hei ignore him, Jiang Lin could only continue watching the temple's fighting personnel besiege the cult hideout. After returning to the temple, Jiang Lin was rewarded for his reporting, and the temple staff let him choose between borrowing points and gold coins in the library. Jiang Lin didn't hesitate much and chose borrowing points. Borrowing points cannot be purchased with money. They can only be obtained through some special channels. If it weren't for the anonymous report being valid, one would generally receive 5 borrowing points equivalent to a mid-level skill. And last time, the temple master personally asked Jiang Lin to take 2 skills back to study, which was equivalent to acquiring an additional high-level skill, so they did not mention borrowing points to Jiang Lin. As a result, the balance in Jiang Lin's borrowing card increased from 30 to 35 points. After finishing these trivial matters, Jiang Lin returned to school to continue his daily studies. The following days were quite calm. The secret cult Zhang Lin reported did not seem to have any intentions of retaliating, and it was relatively easy for the temple to handle. Meanwhile, the all-nighter culture at the other two schools was steadily developing and gradually forming a scale. As for the Radiant Junior Magic Academy, although Director Weirs was overwhelmed with complaints from parents and several visits from the temple to check on matters, the students' enthusiasm for staying up late was only growing, with more and more students remaining at school overnight. Especially after the midterm cultural exam was completed and the comprehensive exam rankings were released. Zhang Lin, the leader of the all-nighters, unexpectedly became the top of his grade, while other members of the all-nighter group also showed rapid improvement. For instance, Zhang Lin's former deskmate, Tai Chen, surprisingly passed all the cultural exams. On the day the results were released, he ran to find the previous girl, wanting to get closer to her. However, he discovered that the girl had soon gotten together with someone else after rejecting him last time, and he instantly burst into tears, running to the top class to find Zhang Lin to cry. After Zhang Lin comforted him, he cried even louder. Later, he made up his mind to not care about worldly matters and just sought to become stronger. As for the progress of other all-nighter group members, everyone noticed it. In fact, if they hadn't seen these improvements, it would have been fine, but after seeing them, they felt that if they did not stay up late, they would fall behind, thus experiencing a sense of urgency watching others work hard. As a result, many who originally did not want to stay up late also started to do so. After all, if you don't stay up, there are many who will. If you don't strive, there are others who will strive. This even led to a period where the price of energizing potion in the city's potion shops slightly increased. However, the price increase was soon adjusted back to its original price by an invisible hand, and due to gradually increasing production, some potion shops began to prepare for a price war by lowering prices. If you don't lower prices, there are shopkeepers willing to lower prices. Zhang Lin's progress was also quite evident. After bringing Xiao He back, he began attending classes in the top class. The class content now included the basic knowledge of advanced magic. However, Zhang Lin could not understand it, so he directly sought Xiao He to learn skills. As a result, he owed more than 10 souls, and in the next 2 days, Zhang Lin successfully learned the advanced versions of 2 enhancement techniques and used random skill enhancement to elevate them to an extraordinary level. After spending some time, he successfully figured out a method to fuse 3 levels of enhancement techniques together, significantly increasing their power. Additionally, when the CD for the memory infusion was ready, Zhang Lin also upgraded 2 low-level skills to their limits. Petrified Skin can break limits 0-2, limit broken increases base defense, enhances the effect of the Petrified Skin skill defense skill talent, increased low-level healing technique, can break limits 0-2, limit broken increases accumulation of low-level magic knowledge. Furthermore, he also received the daily tasks for these 2 days: stamina 120-001, 4000 mental strength 9, 4001 1400 random skill enhancement 32, 25. 61 days left until the graduation assessment. Zhang Lin sat cross-legged in the classroom of the top class. Around him were his friendly and kind top class classmates. Since Zhang Lin transferred to their class, these top class students felt a significant amount of pressure. Zhang Lin seemed to be tireless, sitting in his seat every day, practicing the breathing technique without fail, which completely dissuaded some students who originally wanted to go home. If the first place is still striving, what right do I have to rest? Thus, from the day Zhang Lin arrived, no one in the top class of the Radiant Junior Magic Academy has gone home. Director Weirs had come to find Zhang Lin once, but Zhang Lin stated that he would let the bullets fly for a while. Although Director Weirs did not understand what let the bullets fly meant, he felt that Zhang Lin seemed confident and would be able to solve the school's late-night problem. Thus, Director Weirs decided to wait and see. Until today, he heard rumors from the 2 neighboring friendly schools that there were students staying up late to practice. According to a few friends in leadership positions from friendly schools, it seemed that the first place from his school had passed this trend along. Upon hearing the news, Director Weirs was silent for a while, looking up at the sky in his office, contemplating life. Then he appeared before Zhang Lin with a promise of high-level skills. Zhang Lin, the situation is developing as expected. The pressure here at school can indeed be resolved, and you have made an indelible contribution. Director Weirs walked up to Zhang Lin earnestly. However, Zhang Lin did not pay attention to his arrival, as he was currently at a critical juncture. As the last drop of liquid condensed and fell, Zhang Lin's small bowl inside was once again filled. The quality of the magic elements within his body changed, and Zhang Lin's life level rose once more. Level 45 stamina 140-001, 4500 mental strength 114-001, 1500 level once again broke through. Who would dare to imagine that this is a panel value that only a level 5 paladin could possess? If the current Zhang Lin were put into the midterm assessment. Feeling the rapidly released and then calmed magical fluctuations from Zhang Lin, Director Weirs raised his eyebrows. The other party's physical fitness and mental strength levels exhibited before did not resemble that of a normal level 4 Paladin. It was almost like an elite or commander-level humanoid magical beast. However, he couldn't ask too many questions as he had heard that Jiang Lin had been settling down for a long time and was now ready to stop hiding his strength. The truth of the news was unclear, but it was evident that Jiang Lin might not want to elaborate too much on his rapid advancements. Moreover, he had passed the scrutiny of the righteous deity and was a paladin, so he couldn't have joined any secret cult. Not bad you've leveled up again. That's quite impressive speed. It had only been 5 days since the last time he leveled up. While this speed was exaggerated, it was still within acceptable limits. Geniuses like this were not unheard of in Stone City 1 or 2, could emerge every decade or so. However, such talents were destined not to stay in a small place like Stone City for too long. Many of them had barely completed their first year before advancing to level 10. After passing the divine assessment and breaking through level limits, they would go to intermediate or advanced magic academies to further their studies and learn various spells and combat knowledge. Thus, their connections with people like him would not be too deep. However, while they had exceptional talent, their efforts were far behind Jiang Lin's. Being able to stay awake for over 10 days and even motivate others to join him in sleepless nights must make Jiang Lin the first since the establishment of Stone City. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and with an air of nonchalance said, "It's just my daily routine. After all, the promotion speed of geniuses is always a bit different." As he spoke, Jiang Lin noticed the slightly worn skill book in Director Veer's hand. Then he cleared his throat and changed his tone, saying, "Ahem, Director Veers, has the pressure eased a bit recently?" Director Veers glanced at Jiang Lin and replied curtly, "The pressure hasn't lessened, but I've received news from 2 other academies, and I believe it won't be long before it eases up." Jiang Lin nodded. "Congratulations, Director Veers. I remember you mentioned before. Here, make sure to return it once you learn it." Saying this, Director Veers handed the high-level skill book to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin glanced at the skill name. Iron Wall Barrier was actually a defensive battle skill. While it didn't appear to be the light attribute shield he was familiar with, he could completely learn it. The previous skill book, Holy Healing Ring, Jiang Lin had checked and found it to be a fairly common high-level skill with a relatively simple production method and a price that was considered cheap among high-level skills, allowing Director Veers to generously give it to him. However, this skill was clearly not in the same category. A few hundred gold coins was not a small sum, so it could only be loaned to him for viewing. As for the promise to give him a space ring personally if he ranked in the top 10, Jiang Lin felt that the other party should be able to access the school's inventory and find a way to present it to him. "Ha, thank you, Director Veers." Jiang Lin smiled as he accepted the skill, then politely asked, "It's about time. I'm about to go have dinner. Would you like to join me? They'll treat you." To his surprise, Director Veers readily agreed. "Sure, let's chat about your future studies while we're at it." 10 minutes later, looking at the plain broth in front of him, Veers fell silent for a moment. "Is this what you usually eat?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "I usually don't eat out. I generally eat dry rations in the classroom." Veers continued to be silent. "Forget it, this meal is on me. Boss, bring a few more dishes. This one. And this one." Jiang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the 4 dishes and a soup in front of him. "It's almost time for dinner, brothers." Veers looked at the top student in his grade and felt a strange sense of emotion. He thought of his well-fed nephew and planned to scold him the next time he saw him. "Little Jiang, they'll cover your meals for the next few days. Order whatever you want, and just let me reimburse you as long as it's not too outrageous." As a grade director at a magic academy, it was no problem for Veers to sponsor his students' meals. Seeing Veers' loyalty, Jiang Lin was even moved. "Thank you, Director Veers. By the way, do you have any thoughts about the principal position?" Upon hearing this, Veers almost spat out the soup he had just sipped. "Ahem, let's not talk about that. I'm very satisfied with my current position." After calming down, he brought up the main topic. "Little Jiang, do you have any plans for your future studies?" Jiang Lin stroked his chin, "Participate in the Junior Adventurer Assessment, and then based on my results take the entrance exam for the Intermediate Magic Academy. If possible, I'd prefer to go to the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy. If that doesn't work, I can settle for a local Intermediate Magic Academy in Stone City." Veers nodded. According to common sense, that should indeed be the case. However, with your current promotion speed, it won't be long before you reach level 9, right? Jiang Lin nodded. "Exactly, reaching level 10 next month is no problem. But do you know that if you break through to level 10, you won't be able to participate in the Junior Adventurer Assessment?" Jiang Lin was clearly taken aback by this. He genuinely did not know. There was no way to inform him of such things in this world, as there were no mobile phones and information exchange methods were scarce. The circles he had been exposed to before would not have anyone to tell him about these matters. It was similar to not reminding a student who couldn't get into high school that there are alternative paths to prestigious universities besides just scores. So if you break through to level 10 at the Junior Magic Academy, how would you enter the Intermediate Magic Academy? Jiang Lin asked out of curiosity. That's what I wanted to tell you. You can participate in special admissions for various intermediate or advanced magic academies. Each academy has different assessment methods and criteria. Some schools with lower requirements will accept you as long as you reach level 10, but others will require appropriate assessments. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. Of course, you can also choose to suppress your level and wait until after the exams to break through, just like the top students in most schools do now. For instance, students like Anya and Zach could have broken through to level 10, but either for safety or following family arrangements, they slowed their training speed after reaching level 9 and instead focused more on improving their skills, physical fitness, and mental strength. Recently, perhaps stimulated by you, they have started to level up again, likely preparing to break through right after the assessment. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and curiously asked, "Have any students in our grade broken through to level 10 in advance?" Veers nodded, of course, but even they didn't become the top student in the grade after breaking through to level 10, and soon participated in special admissions to leave the school, so only the top class students and their friends from other classes know about it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into silence. Would you choose to suppress your level? If you break through early, the opponents you'll face will likely be other, even stronger competitors, and you might not be able to enter schools that you could normally get into because your foundation isn't stable. Veers asked. However, Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm already the top student. Even if I break through to level 10, I'll still be the top student and a stronger one at that. Why would I avoid their brilliance? After receiving Jiang Lin's answer, Veers no longer persuaded him. Eat more, you've got to grow. How can you survive on just dry rations? However, Jiang Lin curiously asked, why can't you participate in the Junior Adventurer Assessment after breaking through to level 10? Veers replied, because a level 1 adventurer who has broken through to level 1 completely overwhelms those who haven't, making comparison impossible. If we don't separate them, there's no way to compare. Once you reach level 10, you can take on the breakthrough mission. After breaking the shackles and completing the transformation of your life level, even if you haven't reached level 11, you are already considered a level 1 adventurer. Thus, you will be able to use more powerful breathing methods, and the speed of improvement in physical fitness and mental strength will be countless times higher than before. Jiang Lin then asked curiously, why not separate students who break through to level 10 for another assessment? Veers took a sip of soup. There are many reasons and considerations. The main one is that the temple actually hopes you can settle down a bit more and solidify your foundation rather than just leveling up and improving physical fitness and mental strength. Otherwise, you might become a waste with only numbers, but no combat power, making it difficult to go far on future paths. So those who break through early either want to take shortcuts or are exceptionally talented geniuses. Jiang Lin nodded. I see, then I must be the latter. Veers glanced at Jiang Lin, but said nothing, silently continuing to eat. Jiang Lin followed suit and ate as well. After dinner, Jiang Lin looked at the remaining 25 random skill enhancements and lamented that what seemed like a lot of rewards was actually quite quickly used up. It seemed he needed to find a way to spar with someone. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lin decided to go to the temple library to see if there were any skills to exchange for, while also returning the intermediate and advanced enhancement skill books. Upon arriving at the temple, most staff had already left for the day, with only a few still on duty. After explaining his intentions, Jiang Lin was taken to a room. Non-special personnel are not allowed to enter the library, so you can look at the skill books you want to borrow here. Here are the names of the skill books you can borrow. A staff member came over and handed Jiang Lin a small booklet. Jiang Lin thanked him and began to browse through it. After flipping through the entire booklet, his gaze fell on several advanced skills. Super Speed, Thinking, Light Speed Charge, Holy Shield, Holy Chain, Arrow of Aurora, all looked quite impressive. They corresponded to skills in perception, displacement, defense, control, and ranged aspects. Jiang Lin showed a conflicted expression. He was still too poor. For defense, the skill that Director Veers had given him could still work for now. For ranged attacks, he could barely use his sword energy, and his 35 borrowing points could only be spent on the other 3 aspects. Jiang Lin thought to himself. Then he stood up, planning to come back later to exchange. He would first learn the Iron Wall barrier that Director Veers gave him, check its effects, and then decide whether to learn the Holy Shield. Back in the classroom, Jiang Lin happily completed the transaction with Little Black and began to learn the high-level skill Iron Wall barrier. Soon several hours passed, and Jiang Lin successfully learned his first defensive high-level skill. Then he directly upgraded it to the maximum level. Iron Wall barrier unmastered, mastered. He felt a complex magical circuit appear within him with a thought, and then a faint magical barrier formed, a spherical shield centered around him. A holy light long sword appeared in his hand, and Jiang Lin tested it. His weapon and attacks passed through without obstruction, while attacks from others could not penetrate. Jiang Lin found a classmate from the overnight group practicing skills in the training ground. Come hit me. Originally, that classmate was somewhat annoyed at being disturbed, but upon seeing it was Jiang Lin, his eyes lit up. Really? Jiang Lin was puzzled as to why this guy looked a bit excited. Subsequently, the classmate threw several skills at Jiang Lin. The skills struck the shield, causing it to ripple slightly, but the fluctuations quickly disappeared and the shield remained intact. Jiang Lin quickly channeled magic to repair the shield. Seeing that his strongest attack couldn't break through the defense, the classmate left in disappointment. It was probably at the normal level of a high-level defensive skill. His proficiency was high, so the speed of release and repair would be a bit faster than those students he had encountered before. Overall, it was still average. However, if he also added a holy shield, he should be able to alternate between two shields with one shield covering while the other was broken. Jiang Lin thought to himself and decided to leave one slot for the holy shield. If he had to choose, he would replace the control skill Holy Chain. The borrowing points at the temple library besides these special activities could also be obtained by destroying cult strongholds, hunting cult members, or capturing cult members. If he could find a gathering point for cult members and ensure his safety, he could try to hunt some cult members. Finding cult members was left to Little Black, as it had a keen perception of evil gods. Now Jiang Lin wanted to find the training method for basic archery to add a ranged attack method. While the Holy Light Sword energy could attack over 100 meters, its flying speed, distance, and trajectory were hardly considered excellent for ranged attacks. Anyway, as long as he could get started, he wouldn't need to spend more time on subsequent skill improvements. Basic archery as a non-tiered skill had related books available for study in the school library, and they could be borrowed for free. First, he would raise his level along with these skills and values a bit, then go out to hunt cult members. P.S. The next chapter will be at level 10. Soon Giant Stone City welcomed the same peaceful days as before. There are 60 days left until the final assessment. In the morning, Jiang Lin borrowed the book Basic Archery from the library and successfully entered the basics after a period of practice. Subsequently, he consumed 3 points of random skill upgrade to elevate it from the basics to a breakthrough. Basic Archery Beginner Breakthrough successfully comprehended the essence of archery. Archery talent has received a slight boost. Then Jiang Lin also learned Holy Healing Ring. This is a high-level healing magic capable of releasing a persistent healing aura on a designated target, providing a decent amount of healing, which might be useful in certain specific scenarios. Again, he consumed 1 point of random skill upgrade, raising it to an extraordinary level. With the remaining skill points, Jiang Lin decided to upgrade a mid-level skill to test the waters and see if he could handle the memory requirements for breaking through. After consuming 8 points of random skill upgrade, mid-level enhancement spell breakthrough limit 04, breakthrough accumulation of mid-level magic knowledge increased. A flood of memories surged in. Mid-level magic breaks through in the same way as low-level magic, mastering the relevant basic spells completely. However, mid-level magic contains at least thousands of magical circuits, 10 times that of low-level magic. Thus, researching it is much slower than low-level magic. His brain spun violently, and Jiang Lin fainted in his seat. When he woke up again, several hours had passed. No one noticed him. Only faint elemental light soothed his spirit. Letting out a breath, Jiang Lin continued his cultivation. The following time was filled with tireless cultivation day after day. Jiang Lin also began to attempt breaking through his first high-level skill. After consuming 16 points of random skill upgrade, 7 stars Holy Radiance / breakthrough limit 08, breakthrough the 7 stars Holy Radiance / has adapted and changed. This high-level combat skills breakthrough method is similar to that of magic, requiring a complete understanding of its operational logic and the ability to make certain modifications. In this way, the consumption during use is greatly reduced, and he can specifically enhance certain aspects of power. However, the required memory volume also increases significantly. Fortunately, Jiang Lin's previous enhancement of his swordsmanship talent allowed him to complete a task that would normally take many lifetimes in just 5. Yet this immense volume of memory still caused him to faint for a long time. He even saw the somewhat familiar ceiling of the school infirmary again. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. There are 35 days left until the final assessment. Jiang Lin had spent nearly 25 days sitting in his seat without sleep. He didn't attend classes, nor did he sleep. His only activity was perhaps going out for breakfast in the morning, along with picking up some provisions for lunch and dinner. Although Director Wells invited him to dinner, he had grown used to his provisions and felt that going out to eat was a waste of time, so he had no mood to go out. He temporarily set aside the skill matter planning to upgrade his level first to understand his shortcomings better before acquiring the corresponding skills. A hint of sunset appeared on the horizon as the blood-red sun cast its afterglow into the elite class of the Radiant Magic Academy, sprinkling it onto Jiang Lin. With his eyes closed, he felt the magical essence slowly flowing towards him. Jiang Lin was calm as water, gazing at the last drop of magical essence liquid falling into the small bowl within his body, raising the level 9 liquid surface to its peak. In the next moment, the aura around him began to change rapidly. He broke through to level 10. Below is the result of his efforts these days. Level 510 Stamina, 13500, 41000 Mental Power, 11500, 37000 Random Skill Upgrade, 2516. He had just enough skill points to upgrade a high-level skill to a breakthrough. Now his body contained explosive power, his mental strength was unprecedentedly strong, and his foundational attributes in all aspects had also received significant boosts. With his level increased, Jiang Lin felt as if he had a suppressive force over those lower-level classmates, almost stemming from his bloodline. However, this feeling was now very faint. If he did not make an effort to perceive it, he might not even notice it, and in ordinary battles, it was practically useless. But as the gap gradually widened, this suppression, due to level, would become more apparent. Perhaps just like how beasts have racial levels, as humans level up, they too would evolve from ordinary humans to those of higher bloodlines. No wonder he felt so much psychological pressure when facing the Hall Master. After leveling up, Jiang Lin found that releasing the same skills with equivalent mental power or stamina resulted in slightly greater power than before. This might relate to the improved quality of the magical essence within him. Once he reached level 10, Jiang Lin felt as if a layer of shackles was binding him. It seemed that he needed to undertake a breakthrough task to shatter this layer of shackles. This so-called breakthrough task required him to venture to a place known as the Divine Gift Land. Jiang Lin was not very clear about the situation of this so-called Divine Gift Land, so he planned to ask his teacher later. You've broken through to level 10. His new deskmate, Ellie, widened her eyes as she looked at Jiang Lin. With delicate features, smooth long hair, and sparkling innocent eyes, she was the little priestess Ellie. When Jiang Lin switched classes, there was an empty seat next to her, so he was arranged to sit beside her. Of course, Jiang Lin replied. So amazing. I haven't seen you training for days. Can your physical fitness really keep up? After spending so many days together, Ellie and Jiang Lin were no longer strangers, so they chatted quite naturally. As she spoke, she deliberately pinched Jiang Lin's biceps, seemingly wanting to test his physical strength. The cool little hand brought a soft touch, and as she leaned in closer, Jiang Lin caught a whiff of her hair's fragrance. If it were Iron Dust who came over, he might have turned red and his heart raced, being scolded by her. But Jiang Lin glanced at her sideways, thinking, of course I can keep up, you're not a genius, it's normal for you not to understand. This little girl often liked to touch him casually, frequently getting close and pretending to unintentionally make some ambiguous gestures. He had seen enough of such tactics in his past life, and he had much richer experience than her, so naturally he felt no stirrings. What she did held less weight in his heart than a single gold coin from Miss Anya. Clang. However, a voice came from the classroom door. It was Zack, who had just returned from dinner accompanied by a tall shield warrior. The shield warrior was still holding his unfinished dinner, eating as he walked, hoping to save a bit of time for cultivation. But upon seeing this scene, he froze in place, forgetting to chew the chicken leg in his mouth, and the dinner tray fell to the ground, making the earlier noise. Seeing her two pet fish encounter this scene, Ellie felt immense pressure. It was absolutely taboo for her fish to see her being ambiguous with others. If they were seen, she would definitely lose a considerable amount of favorability and might even lose one fish from her pond. It's just like secretly liking a girl and maintaining an ambiguous relationship, thinking she might be interested in you too, but one day you find her holding hands with someone else, and it would surely shatter your mindset. Jiang Lin saw the two at the door and knew they were the fish raised in this little girl's pond, and he was curious to see how Ellie would resolve this crisis. She withdrew her hand from Jiang Lin's arm, waved to the two at the door as if nothing had happened. Look, Jiang Lin has broken through to level 10 so quickly, and he hasn't trained at all these days. He reached the required physical strength for the breakthrough purely based on his previous accumulation. Truly impressive. In just a short sentence, she shifted the focus of the two to Jiang Lin's breakthrough to level 10 and explained their previous ambiguous leaning as checking Jiang Lin's physical fitness. Although this was indeed the case, explaining it so seriously was a world apart from casually bringing it up. The shield warrior felt he might have been overthinking it and felt a bit embarrassed about his earlier blunder. He awkwardly added, I just slipped. This dinner tray is really an issue. All these chicken legs went to waste. Zack, on the other hand, remained silent. Jiang Lin looked at this scene and chuckled without speaking. Truly a young, innocent, and beautiful campus romance. However, this had nothing to do with him, a person with 2 lifetimes of experience. He had experienced the feelings of young love, the passionate or shy feelings of his 20s, yet they all ended in regret. Now in his 30s, he had merely been through arranged matchmaking with no feelings. So now he had no thoughts regarding such matters. He even felt that he had lost the ability to like someone. Being young is truly good. By the way, when exactly did I cross over? Jiang Lin frowned in recollection. His last memories end on a day when he dragged his exhausted body home after working overtime, glanced at the mortgage that would take over 20 years to pay off, had a meal of pre-prepared takeout, and fell asleep on the sofa while watching videos until midnight, only to wake up and find himself in this world. He wondered if his browser history would be discovered. After his recollection ended, the shield warrior had already walked up to Jiang Lin. Curious about the extent of Jiang Lin's physical fitness, he asked, "Jiang Gu, can I test your strength?" As he spoke, he made a motion to arm wrestle. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, of course. He then also assumed an arm wrestling position. The commotion drew the attention of many people. As their hands came together, Jiang Lin said, "You go ahead and exert your strength first." In the next moment, an aura spread out, creating a wave around the two. "Damn, who is it? My draft paper got blown away." A voice from a classmate could be faintly heard. However, the two engaged in arm wrestling directly ignored that voice. Jiang Lin's opponent, Fei Yangyang No. 2 was fully exerting himself, his face flushed as he tried his utmost to wrench Jiang Lin's arm down. Yet faced with the fierce onslaught of Fei Yangyang No. 2, Jiang Lin remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected even by the opponent's full strength. Then Jiang Lin began to exert force as well. In the desperate gaze of Fei Yangyang No. 2, his wrist was slowly pushed down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Jiang Lin's hand. What made him despair was that even in this state, Jiang Lin was still so calm, showing no signs of taking it seriously. Now Jiang Lin felt like a humanoid overlord-level dragon, crushing him under immense power with no room for resistance. Ultimately, the back of his hand touched the table, and Fei Yangyang No. 2 dejectedly let go. "Don't be discouraged. Not being able to catch up to me is normal. This is already the closest you've been to me. Cherish this moment and sprint with all your might, trying to narrow the distance a bit more." How did you do that?" the other questioned in confusion. Jiang Lin shook his head. "Persistent effort and my astonishing talent. It's normal for you not to understand since you're not a genius." Fei Yangyang No. 2 stared blankly. Zack, who was watching, remained silent, quietly reflecting on the scene he had just seen. Given Fei Yangyang's reaction upon entering, did he also like Ellie? He began to recall his past moments with Ellie, the ambiguous yet fluctuating distance. Did she seem to do this with many boys? Was he being played by Ellie? In an instant, Zack's mind wandered, as if he had gained insights into life, beginning his own growth. "Are you planning to take the special assessment?" At this moment, Anya walked over from her seat. To be honest, Jiang Lin's speed of cultivation had reached a level where she could barely comprehend. Even if she pushed herself to the limit, it would still take her over a month to rise from level 9 to level 10. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had surged ahead from level 3 in a manner that seemed like he was cheating. He had advanced from level 3 to level 10 at a rate of 1 level per week. Was he just honing his physical fitness in those past 3 years? But that shouldn't be the case. Honing physical fitness shouldn't impede his leveling up, right? Jiang Lin had always given vague answers about these matters, though no one knew what he was truly thinking. "Yes, since I've decided to stand out, I won't let these artificially imposed rules restrict my pace of development." Jiang Lin replied, his words filled with dominance and confidence. Anya gazed into Jiang Lin's eyes, remaining silent for a moment. Then she asked, "Which magic academy are you planning to go to for the special assessment?" She wanted to know which academy Jiang Lin intended to wreak havoc upon. Jiang Lin thought for a moment. "Since I am in the 3rd year, advanced magic academies no longer accept students of our grade, so I can only choose a mid-level magic academy. Among the mid-level magic academies, our Qinghe County only has the Holy Radiance Mid-Level Magic Academy in Qinghe City, which is the best academy." I checked, but special assessment rules don't seem very difficult. As long as I have a certain level of combat ability, I believe I can pass with ease. Upon hearing this, Anya nodded, and then said, "Since you have made your choice, I wish you good luck. With your strength, getting into the Holy Radiance Magic Academy should be no problem." After a pause, she continued, "I mentioned you to my father. He wants to meet you. Do you have time recently to visit our Kasrit family?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. The city lord actually wished to meet him. Naturally, I would be delighted. Given the character of Anya and Salis, the Kasrit family could hardly be a scheming clan, otherwise they could not have produced 2 righteous, kind-hearted, and talented paladins. Moreover, the city lord had a fairly good reputation in Boulder City, deeply beloved by the people, and compared to the lords of other cities, he was practically a model of virtue. Of course, Jiang Lin's knowledge of other city lords came mainly from the local storybooks. Thus, he felt that forging a connection with such an eminent figure would likely bring no harm. At the very least, he would not be imprisoned or forced into an oppressive contract. "All right, I'll return home and speak with my father to arrange a time convenient for both of you." Jiang Lin nodded. "I should be free most of the time and can come at any moment. I will convey that to my father. By the way, you've broken through, haven't you?" Jiang Lin was initially puzzled as to why Anya brought this up, but then he saw the blazing fire in her eyes. It spelled only 2 words: battle. "Come on, let's fight." 10 minutes later, after yielding to Anya for that duration, Jiang Lin ceased restraining his strength and struck her Holy Light shield heavily with his golden longsword. Holy Light heavy strike. Instantly, a tremendous force transmitted, and the ground beneath Anya's feet sank directly. With the spread of a powerful energy shockwave, her shield was shattered by Jianglin. The holy light longsword continued downward. Anya tried to parry with her own, but she could not withstand it, and within 0.5 seconds, her blade shattered completely. Then the holy light longsword halted, and the outcome was decided. There was no help for it. The power gap between them was too vast. Anya, still at rank 0, was no match for Jianglin. Earlier, Jianglin had deliberately suppressed his strength and refrained from using technique to overwhelm her, allowing Anya to exchange more moves. After all, since the wealthy lady was so spirited, he naturally wanted to let her enjoy herself. True to expectations, though defeated, Anya's expression remained exhilarated. What a thrilling battle. I've learned much. Not at all. Having finally reached level 10, Jianglin decided to prepare a fine meal to reward himself. He picked up Xiaohei from the classroom windowsill. You finally decided to eat some proper human food, Xiaohei teased. Come, your Lady Lilith will take you to a nice eatery near home. Though Jianglin had subsisted on dry rations these days, Xiaohei had fared quite well. Many classmates, seeing that Xiaohei was adorable and very intelligent, set aside their prejudice against black cats and took him along for meals, unwilling to let him suffer with Jianglin. Jianglin walked through the teaching building corridor, which was packed with students, some reciting texts, others practicing magic incantations, and still others exercising, a scene utterly unlike a normal school after classes. In fact, the study atmosphere was even more intense than before school ended. Jianglin knew that even late into the night, the number of people here would not diminish much. Currently, the third-year students at Radiant Primary Magic Academy had essentially entered a state of all-night study. There was no choice. With everyone around them staying up, they would fall far behind if they did not. Seeing their former playmates so far ahead naturally made it hard for many to sit still. Given the decent quality of students at Radiant Primary Magic Academy, most chose to stay except for a few truly hopeless cases. Jianglin heard that the classmate who previously sold potions had found several cheaper alternatives to Spirit Revitalizing Potion, allowing everyone to switch to other potions after 5 consecutive days of use, thus avoiding the cooldown of resistance and side effects. This trend of staying up all night had also begun to spread to the other 2 grades. Many students complained bitterly but felt helpless. Even at the 2 sister schools, at least half of the third-year students had joined the all-night army. Upon learning of the situation at the 3 schools, the magic potion shops in Boulder City began researching and mass-producing a greater variety of potions to help students stay awake and focused. This also boosted the economic development of Boulder City's potion industry. Following Xiaohei's guidance, Jianglin finally stopped in front of a grilled fish restaurant. Ah, you've brought this black cat again. It's quite popular. Jianglin was utterly surprised that the owner of this grilled fish place already knew Xiaohei. Haha, it was my classmates before. I'm its owner. Ouch, why are you biting me? Shaking off Xiaohei, Jianglin ordered several signature grilled fish dishes and then sat down to wait. He did not simply sit idly. At the greasy table and chairs, Jianglin adjusted his posture to a position suitable for breathing technique and began accumulating magical essence again. After reaching level 10, the small bowl inside him had transformed into a small basin, requiring far more magical essence to accumulate than before. However, the opening to the basin from level 10 to level 11 was sealed. As he gathered magical essence into the small basin, a system notification suddenly appeared. Detected that life level upgrade is blocked, triggering quest. Blood trial, I requirement: travel to the Blood Realm Trial Ground, defeat the rank 0 peak Blood Fiend. This quest is quite difficult. Please consider carefully. Reward: pass the blood trial to remove the current stage's life shackles. Achieve independent rank free from divine constraints. Note: to initiate this quest, you may use the system for teleportation. If you break the life shackles on your own, you will lose the teleportation qualification. Seeing this quest, Jianglin was visibly startled. What did this mean? Could he deviate from the path prescribed by the temple? Independent rank, free from divine constraints. Did it mean that if he normally accepted a quest and broke through, his future would be restricted? In an instant, Jianglin's thoughts raced. Xiaohei, if I don't pray to the gods for a quest, can I still break through? At this, Xiaohei was somewhat puzzled. Why are you asking that? You don't mean to become my follower, do you? What do you mean? Can you help me break the shackles? Jianglin grew even more confused. Of course. Did you think other cultists also have to pray to the orthodox gods for quests to advance? Jianglin was startled. He had never considered this before. Then what's the difference between having a dark god help break the shackles versus an orthodox god? Xiaohei flicked his tail. There's certainly a difference. Whichever god helps you break through, your future growth direction will lean more toward that deity. For example, if your class is Paladin and you ask the god of Holy Light, which corresponds to the Knight class, to help you break through, his mark will be left within you. In your future, growth knight specialties will develop faster. Like after your first breakthrough, your talent for riding mounts will greatly improve. And what if a dark god helps with the breakthrough? It's the same. For instance, my abilities. Never mind, let's skip that. Take the Lord of Pain's ability. It's related to pain. Humans enhanced by it would become more twisted in mind, delighting in tormenting others, and their attacks would carry effects that cause more pain. Is there a way to bypass the gods entirely? Well, there is a way, but it's not something you can access. If you want a breakthrough, you'd better obediently seek a breakthrough quest from the god of holy light. What are the drawbacks of praying to the gods? Drawbacks? Xiaohe pondered and said, the drawback is that once you let them open the path of advancement, you can only walk the path belonging to that deity. Unless you convert to a dark god or another deity, you have to follow that path to the end. After a pause, Xiaohe flicked his tail and added, of course, among humans, those who can walk this path to its end are almost negligible, so don't worry about it. Thus, you need not fret about being unable to progress once you reach the end. Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent, digesting the information and beginning to ponder. After a long while, he heaved a heavy sigh and spoke again. Alas, Xiaohe, with your talent, you naturally don't need to worry about the road having an end. But a genius like me is different. Reaching the end of the path is only a matter of time for me, so I must plan ahead. Xiaohe cast a scornful glance at Jiang Lin. Stop with the nonsense. Eat. The steaming, fragrant grilled fish was served sizzling hot oil, stimulating Jiang Lin's taste buds. As he ate, he also looked at the newly released quest from the system. Blood Realm Trial Ground. Challenge a rank 0 peak Blood Fiend. What exactly was this Blood Fiend? His title seemed to allow summoning this thing. He would test it later in a secluded spot. Jiang Lin thought to himself while making plans. The system said this quest was quite difficult and advised careful consideration. Even with his overpowered stats, would fighting this rank 0 peak Blood Fiend be very hard? Xiaohe, can you still sense any cultists in Boulder City? Jiang Lin asked. Xiaohe thought for a moment and replied, not sure. Generally, only a few cults set up dens within the city. Most cultists perform rituals outside the city. How strong are these cultists usually? Xiaohe looked at Jiang Lin suspiciously. Why are you asking? You don't plan to take them on alone, do you? Jiang Lin nodded. Exactly. Do you think I can beat them? Xiaohe sneered. You. Forget it. Except for a few very small outposts, most have at least rank 2 or rank 3 cultists stationed. At this, Jiang Lin felt somewhat disappointed. Can you find these outposts outside the city? I'd like to report more cults to the temple. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe perked up. That I can do, but you'll have to take me outside the city to find them. Jiang Lin thought for a moment. No problem. Jiang Lin also wanted to test the first effect of his Scarlet Slayer title outside the city. Blood Fiend Summon. Active effect. After use, summon a Blood Fiend from the Blood Realm to assist in battle. The Blood Fiend exists for 5 minutes, after which it returns to the Blood Realm. The Blood Fiend's strength is tied to the user's power. This active effect can be used once per day. Leaving the city was not difficult, just a simple registration. However, he had to return before midnight as the city gates would close and no entry would be allowed. So after finishing the grilled fish, Jiang Lin took Xiaohe out of the city gate. Is there any around here? Jiang Lin asked, holding Xiaohe. Xiaohe rolled his eyes. How could there be? If their aura leaked in a place like this, the magical devices carried by these soldiers would detect them. Walk a bit farther and then look. Thus, Jiang Lin continued carrying Xiaohe toward uninhabited areas. The forest near the city gate had been cleared, leaving mostly open ground. On the main road, several merchant caravans were waiting, and the soldiers at the gate were inspecting the foremost caravan for contraband. Jiang Lin observed these merchants. Besides regular goods, there seemed to be slaves for sale. They were confined in narrow cages with shackles on their hands, feet, and necks. Most were humans who had signed indentured contracts, but there were also a few beast-eared beastmen. Boulder City was located relatively centrally within the Kingdom of Santas, far from the territories of beastmen or demons, so the sight of beastmen being sold was rare. However, some bordering magical beast forests might occasionally spawn magical beasts. After walking a stretch along the main road, Jiang Lin slipped into a small grove. Where are you heading? Xiaohe asked, puzzled. I want to test a new skill. After confirming that no one was within several hundred meters, Jiang Lin activated his Scarlet Slayer title. Blood Fiend Summon. The next moment, a terrifying and unsettling aura emanated from Jiang Lin. His originally pitch-black eyes turned blood red, and wisps of blood energy seeped from his body, wrapping around his hair and skin. At this moment, Jiang Lin resembled an unparalleled demon who had returned from a sea of blood, having slain countless enemies. Simultaneously, the shadow beneath his feet turned crimson, as if it were a passage to another world from which an even more fearsome aura emanated. The next moment, a blood-red figure burst forth from the crimson shadow like a creature breaking free from its cage, and a demonic-looking being resembling legends appeared beside Jiang Lin. It had a pair of scarlet ferocious leathery wings, a withered and hunched frame, long arms ending in sharp claws, and it flapped its wings, hovering beside Jiang Lin, its body gently bobbing with each flap. Its scarlet eyes held no trace of reason, only a thirst for slaughter. Jiang Lin received a system notification. Blood Fiend summoned. Scarlet Winged Claw, please designate a target. If no target is designated or all targets are eliminated, the Scarlet Winged Claw will lose its target and enter a berserk state after 10 seconds, attacking all life forms within 100 meters indiscriminately, including the summoner. 10, 9, 8. Upon receiving these messages, Jiang Lin's eyes widened in shock. He sensed that the blood fiend he had summoned was gradually growing frenzied. The slight restraint it had was fading, and an extremely dangerous, murderous intent seemed to be locking onto him. Could it actually attack me? Jiang Lin cursed inwardly. The prickling sensation grew increasingly intense. Wasting no time, he tossed Xiaohei aside. Run. Jiang Lin focused all his attention on the blood fiend beside him. Meow, what kind of creature is this? Is this your summon? Xiaohei's fur bristled. It could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the blood fiend and instinctively wanted to flee. Now that it was chasing Jiang Lin at full speed, it had reached level 5, but its combat prowess was pitifully low due to an unstable foundation. It's too complicated to explain. It's my summon, but since it has no target to attack, it set its sights on me. As he spoke, Jiang Lin had already prepared for battle. A shield materialized almost instantly, and a golden sword gleaming with sacred light appeared in his hand. With his Crimson Slayer title activated, strands of blood chi naturally emanated from his body. Now this blood chi spread along his arms, coiling around the holy light sword, staining the sacred blade with a touch of savagery and malice. He could end the summoning early, but for now he decided to test the blood fiend's strength. 2, 1. The next moment, the blood fiend known as the Crimson Winged Claw appeared with multiple afterimages in Jiang Lin's eyes. The Abyssal Eye effect activated. Boom. Sharp claws clashed with Jiang Lin's blood-confused holy sword. The immense collision sent a shockwave rippling through the forest, causing the surrounding trees to sway and tremble. Jiang Lin's pupils constricted. The opponent's strength surpassed his own. The blood-key holy sword vibrated as Jiang Lin stumbled backward, while the Crimson Winged Claw roared and lunged at him, as if intent on tearing every living thing before it into shreds. Swish, swish, swish. 6 or 7 bloodlight sword beams flew from Jiang Lin's blade, sealing off the Crimson Winged Claw's escape routes. Yet the Crimson Winged Claw showed no fear. It directly swatted at Jiang Lin's sword beams, shattering them with a single claw strike. Witnessing this, Jiang Lin's pupils dilated in shock, and he nearly ended the summoning to send this cursed creature away. But Jiang Lin's bloodlight sword beams were no ordinary attacks. They would surely be followed by an enhancement spell that stuck like a shadow. Enhancement spell, left-right brain combat technique. With Jiang Lin's ultimate enhancement spell, one that had transcended 2 limits and reached the level of mastery, one of the Crimson Winged Claw's originally symmetrical fleshy wings suddenly became grotesquely large. Flapping unevenly, it lost balance and spun on the spot. A perfect opportunity. The next moment, Jiang Lin's bloodlight sword beams rained down like a torrent on the temporarily immobilized Crimson Winged Claw. Boom, boom, boom. The sword beam struck the Crimson Winged Claw, successfully breaching its defenses, causing bursts of bloodlight to erupt from its body. However, to Jiang Lin's astonishment, the wounds he inflicted healed rapidly within moments. Roar. Injured, the Crimson Winged Claw let out a furious roar. Its intelligence seemed low. Enraged, it flapped its wings even more frantically, lunging at Jiang Lin, only to spin faster on the spot. It had formidable combat power, but lacked brains, with no countermeasures against such tactics. Just as Jiang Lin was thinking this, the Crimson Winged Claw seemed to finally notice the problem with its wing. To Jiang Lin's shock, it tore off its own swollen, enhanced wing. After tearing off the wing, it opened its fang-filled maw and devoured the wing. The next moment, the bleeding wound instantly regenerated a brand new wing. Jiang Lin's eyes widened. He was at a loss for words. This creature was far too bizarre. With immense physical strength, extreme aggression, and incredible regenerative abilities, even regrowing a lost wing instantly, it lunged at Jiang Lin once more. Jiang Lin raised his bloodlight holy sword again and engaged it in combat. He wanted to test if it had any other abilities. In a pure contest of strength, Jiang Lin found himself somewhat outmatched. Moreover, it seemed ravenous for flesh, constantly trying to tear a piece of meat from Jiang Lin. Having gauged its strength, Jiang Lin was about to end the summoning when Xiaohei shouted, "Kid, run this way. I've detected the presence of another evil god over here." Hearing this, Jiang Lin perked up. He cast a few more left-right brain combat techniques on the Crimson Winged Claw, sending it spinning in place, then grabbed Xiaohei and bolted. "Kid, what is that thing?" Xiaohei asked, still shaken. "It's the blood fiend I told you about," Jiang Lin replied while running. You, a paladin, summoned something like this. The blood fiend clearly wasn't anything good. Other paladins summoned light unicorns, sacred dragons, or nature spirits. Why was his so twisted? Don't ask so many questions, kid. Jiang Lin threw back the words Xiao He often used to brush him off. He glanced back and saw that, having learned from before, the crimson-winged claw quickly tore off one of its wings and stuffed it into its mouth again. At the same time, as if realizing Jiang Lin kept using this trick against it, it decided to abandon wing movement after regrowing the wing. Instead, it dropped to all fours and crawled frantically on the ground. This sight was even more horrifying. When it flew in the air, one could see its entire form and at least have a sense of it. But now it was a grotesque monster darting through the dark forest like the protagonist of a horror film. However, its body structure was clearly not suited for crawling, so its speed was significantly slower than before. Seeing this, Jiang Lin deliberately slowed down, making it think it could catch him without using its wings. Xiao He, how much longer? Jiang Lin asked. Xiao He shook its head, not sure. Does your summon have a time limit? Jiang Lin nodded breathlessly. While running, it can only exist for 5 minutes. Xiao He said regretfully, that's a shame. We probably won't make it. Soon 3 minutes passed. Following Xiao He's guidance, Jiang Lin ran deeper into the remote parts of the forest. I think I found it. Ahead was a slope with an elevation difference looking utterly ordinary. But as Jiang Lin crossed it and gazed intently, he spotted something unusual. Among a pile of rocks on the slope, there seemed to be a cave entrance covered by stones with faint flickers of firelight visible inside. At the same time, Jiang Lin noticed a person standing guard outside. Who are you? The man demanded upon being discovered. However, the only response was a pair of bloodshot, curved eyes. Jiang Lin asked Xiao He in his arms, is this guy a cultist? Xiao He nodded directly yes. Soon the crimson-winged claw caught up. It was about to pounce on the stationary Jiang Lin, but for some reason its hatred shifted to the other human nearby. Upon learning that the man was a cultist, Jiang Lin redirected the crimson-winged claw's target to him. After chasing Jiang Lin for so long, the crimson-winged claw finally had a clear target. One that wasn't the jerk constantly strengthening its wings. It unleashed all its pent-up resentment and killing intent on the cultist. What the hell is this thing? The cultist panicked. What was this creature? Had never seen or even heard of such a being. Was it a demon from hell? Had the gods punished him for his sins? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly snapped out of an enemy attack. He shouted to alert his companions in the cave. When he looked again, the bloodshotted figure had vanished, leaving only the terrifying creature with its gaping maw. He hurriedly raised the shield at hand to block the crimson-winged claw. The shield had no special effects, just an ordinary one, as his meager wealth couldn't afford any graded equipment. Then crack. The shield offered almost no resistance, torn apart by the crimson-winged claw, which lunged at the cultist. Aya! Claws shot out again, but this time they tore through the cultist's chest. His class was warrior at just over tier 1, but his skill count and proficiency were pitiful. His only defensive skill was the common stone skin, which he could activate instantly, but it was useless against the sudden assault of the crimson-winged claw. He let out a blood-curdling scream, echoing loudly through the silent night forest, startling a flock of birds from the treetops. The crimson-winged claw didn't pause, sinking its fangs into his neck. He struggled desperately, but it was futile. He perished in despair. Finally, tasting the blood of another creature, the crimson-winged claw grew exhilarated, tearing into the flesh with gusto. Nearby, Jiang Lin had found a secluded thicket to hide in, activating his concealment art at full power. With his concealment art having broken its limits, it was difficult for anyone fewer than 3 or 4 tiers above him to detect Jiang Lin's presence. Especially now, with his presence diminished, even if someone accidentally saw him, they would subconsciously overlook him. Then Jiang Lin watched in shock as, after consuming the flesh of another being, the crimson-winged claw's body visibly swelled, its blood chi growing denser, as if its strength had increased slightly. Could it grow stronger in battle? Soon another cultist emerged from the cave, only to see the crimson-winged claw devouring his companion. Faced with such a grotesque monster, the new cultist didn't hesitate. Showing no desire to avenge his comrade, he turned and retreated into the cave, sealing the entrance with the massive stone, hoping to mask the scent of those inside. But it was too late. Jiang Lin had already transferred the crimson-winged claw's hatred to them. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson-winged claw rammed the boulder like a frenzied beast hunting its prey. Observing the boulder's tremors and the cracks that quickly appeared, Jiang Lin deduced that the crimson-winged claw's power had clearly increased. Soon the boulder shattered, and the crimson-winged claw charged inside. As Jiang Lin summoned, he could share its vision. Inside the cave stood 7 cultists of some unknown sect, now on high alert, as the crimson-winged claw burst in. Beside them was a drawn ritual array, at the center of which lay 4 lifeless bodies. Clearly these were people they had kidnapped or lured from somewhere for sacrifice. The next moment, several skills flew toward the Crimson Winged Claw, but it dodged them nimbly. Among the 7-2 were Tier 2 cultists while the rest were mostly Tier 1, a relatively small cult outpost. These cultists were typically dropouts from basic or intermediate magic academies, so their skills lagged far behind their peers in higher education. Zhang Lin's base stats were around the average for level 14. With his various skills, his true combat power hovered between levels 15 and 17. The Crimson Winged Claw's combat power was similar to Zhang Lin's, so it was at roughly the same level. After devouring the first cultist, it grew even more ferocious, flapping its fleshy wings as it lunged at the others. Another corrosive spell flew toward the Crimson Winged Claw. It tried to dodge, but the spell had a tracking effect, striking it directly. Roar! The Crimson Winged Claw howled in pain, its body covered in festering marks. A melee fighter shielded charged forward and delivered a heavy blow. But the melee fighter's attack failed to breach its defenses. Instead, the Crimson Winged Claw seized the opportunity, swiping at his raised shield. Crack! The shield shattered, and the terrified melee fighter was pinned down, a chunk of flesh torn from his body and devoured. Aya! He screamed in terror, but the Crimson Winged Claw, annoyed by the noise, bit into his neck, silencing him. Then, ignoring the other 6, it feasted voraciously, its festering wounds rapidly healing. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining 6 felt their scalps crawl. Fearing they might be the next target, they grabbed their weapons and struck at the unknown monster. For a moment, a flurry of skills lit up the cave. The Crimson Winged Claw was even pierced and torn several times, but its astonishing regenerative power restored it each time. Seeing their attacks were futile, the 6 grew afraid. They had only come to offer a daily sacrifice, hoping to earn a bit of the evil god's favor, never expecting to attract such a creature. Some among them began to think of escape, but the Crimson Winged Claw wouldn't give them that chance. After weathering the assault, it lunged at the next cultist. And this time it was even stronger. Aya! Blood-curdling screams tore through the night, the sickening crunch of bones echoing off the cave walls. Cloying darkness enveloped the area. That night became the death knell for these souls. After slaying another cultist, Zhang Lin directed the Crimson Claw Wing's target toward the 2 second-rank cultists. The Crimson Claw Wing's regenerative ability was so astonishing that even these 2 second-rank experts found it difficult to handle. Though they could inflict severe wounds upon the Crimson Claw Wing, they were incapable of delivering a one-hit kill. Moreover, neither of these 2 second-rank cultists was a melee-class profession. Their physical constitution was utterly outmatched by the Crimson Claw Wing. Thus, once the Crimson Claw Wing closed in, they were virtually doomed. 2 magical shields materialized before the pair, and the Crimson Claw Wing lunged forward, assaulting the barriers with its razor-sharp claws in a frenzy. However, a second-rank mage's shield was naturally beyond the current Crimson Claw Wing's capacity to breach. After several attacks, it failed to shatter the defenses, while its own body bore several wounds inflicted by the opponent's spells. Damnable fiend, go to hell! One of the second-rank cultists snarled venomously. Now that the Crimson Claw Wing lacked the support of flesh and blood, its recovery speed had diminished. With a few more moments of combined assault, the 2 could utterly annihilate it. Just then, from the pitch-black cave entrance, several blood-red sword beams shot forth, hurtling straight toward the 2 second-rank cultists within. At the sight of the familiar blood-red sword beams, the Crimson Claw Wing instinctively let out a roar. It had been tormented by this very thing into developing psychological trauma. Yet this time the blood-red sword beams bypassed it, colliding with the shields before dispersing, revealing several enhancement spells gleaming with intricate, profound golden light. Enhancement spell Cardiac Expansion. Enhancement spell Pulmonary Contraction. Enhancement spell Ejection Aura. A variety of enhancement spells with different effects were concealed within the blood-red sword beams, leaving the pair no time to react as they nearly instantly merged into their bodies. Simultaneously, a halo shimmering with holy light enveloped the Crimson Claw Wing, the healing magic, holy circle of restoration, mending its recent injuries. Cough. Their hearts pounded wildly, nearly on the verge of explosion, while their lungs contracted with abnormal intensity, almost surpassing the limits of their physical endurance. The 2 coughed up blood and hastily mobilized the magical energy within to stabilize their bodies. Yet despite their disarray, the 2 did not perish directly from Zhang Lin's enhancement spells. Witnessing this through the Crimson Claw Wing's eyes, Zhang Lin silently cursed. These second-rank professionals were truly different, so difficult to kill. Soon, however, their expressions began to shift, for their sphincters were now facing an extraordinarily severe trial. A violent churning surged within their lower abdomens, launching a fierce assault on their nether regions. When Zhang Lin saw from outside the cave that the Crimson Claw Wing couldn't breach the defenses of the 2 second-rank experts, he realized he had underestimated their strength. So after hurling a few more blood-red sword beams into the cave, he fully activated the concealment art and sprinted away into the distance. He would leave the situation inside to the Crimson Claw Wing. For now, he had to flee. Jiang Lin's figure darted swiftly through the pitch-black forest, while Xiao He extended its claws to clutch his clothing tightly, its body swaying violently with the howling night wind. From the cave behind, explosions roars, and the Crimson Claw Wing's screeches interwove, composing a strange symphony upon the thick nocturnal canvas. As he ran, Jiang Lin checked on the Crimson Claw Wing situation through a faint mental link. With his interference, the Crimson Claw Wing was no longer suppressed by concentrated fire. After multiple assaults, it finally breached the defenses of the two second-rank experts. It pounced upon one of the second-rank experts, pinning him to the ground and sinking its fangs into his neck. Ah! A harrowing scream rang out again. Boom! Another magical blast struck the Crimson Claw Wing, tearing a gaping hole in its body. Yet the creature acted as if unscathed. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of flesh, the wound healed completely. It took a few more bites before lunging at the remaining second-rank expert. Seeing the tide turn inside the cave, Jiang Lin's face lit up with joy. He dragged Xiao He and dashed back toward the cave entrance. Damn cultists! How dare they harm my summon? What the hell are you up to? Xiao He clung tightly to Jiang Lin's clothes, nearly dizzy from being swung around. I'm here to uphold justice and eradicate these vile cultists. Soon Jiang Lin reached the cave mouth again, and several blood-red sword beams flew in once more. At the sight of the deadly blood-red sword beams, the remaining second-rank expert felt even greater terror than facing the Crimson Claw Wing. What the hell was this thing? Which bastard created this? With a lingering warmth in his trousers, this second-rank expert's mindset had undergone a subtle shift. He even began to think that perhaps death would be preferable, sparing him from further physical and mental torment. The creature before him was too bizarre, indestructible, and exceptionally savage. Already 4 of his comrades had fallen to its claws. Yet he also realized that the blood-red sword beams carried enhancement spells, so he casually unleashed a corruption skill to intercept them. However, with Jiang Lin's interference, he couldn't fully focus on the blood-red creature. Crack! As his second shield shattered, he was completely exposed to the Crimson Claw Wing's attack range. A piercing scream echoed, and what followed was predictable. Just as the Crimson Claw Wing prepared to pounce on the remaining first-rank cultists, its remaining 2-minute time limit expired. A blood-red passage suddenly appeared in the shadow beneath its feet, as if connecting to another world. It let out an unwilling roar, only to have a surge of blood energy from the passage seize its hind legs and drag it into that crimson realm. And Jiang Lin, who had been sharing its vision all along, caught a glimpse in the moment. The mental link severed countless pairs of mad, ferocious blood-red eyes and tens of thousands of figures similar to this Crimson Claw Wing, imprisoned within a space called the Blood Realm. Was this the true appearance of the Blood Realm? Were those creatures all blood demons? For a moment, Jiang Lin felt that the system's task for him seemed indeed quite formidable. Recalling that a single Crimson Claw Wing possessed such combat prowess, he dared not imagine what a hellish scene it would be if all these beings were unleashed. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining survivors inside breathed heavily, as if granted a reprieve. Finally, safe. Don't let your guard down. There's another creature outside. One of them warned the other 2. They had all clearly seen those blood-red sword beams. Then the familiar blood-red sword beams flew in from the cave entrance, once more this time, targeting the remaining 3. A figure radiating blood-red light appeared at the entrance like a demon crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Its mere presence multiplied the trio's psychological pressure, and one of them even felt his legs go weak under the terrifying aura. This was the 3rd effect of Crimson Slaughterer, Blood Awe. The 3 tried to fend off the incoming blood-red sword beams while staring at the figure. In the darkness, they saw a pair of eerie blood-red eyes shimmering with a crimson glow fixed upon them. They managed to activate shield-type skills, but these shattered almost instantly upon contact with the terrifying sword beams. The sword beams struck their bodies, raising clouds of blood mist, and the enhancement spells hidden within landed on them. Thump, thump, thump. Their hearts pounded violently, but lacking the regulatory ability of the 2 second-rank experts, their hearts burst within seconds. Random Skill Enhancement 6. Designated Skill Enhancement 2. The kills by the Crimson Claw Wing were credited to him. Slaughter Disguise recorded killed creatures. At the same time as Jiang Lin personally slew the 3 first-rank cultists, his heart began to pound fiercely. The Demon King seed, which had been etched into his heart and remained unchanged, finally reacted. His vision turned blood-red, his hearing, touch, and reflexes were elevated to another level almost instantly. He became more sensitive to any moving objects, yet his mind remained remarkably calm, entering a peculiar state. This feeling, like entering a flow state. Moreover, the blood energy from the 3 slain cultists was slowly dissipating. Jiang Lin felt he could control this drifting blood energy, absorb it, and merge it into his own aura. He clenched his right hand, and the blood energy surged toward him, fusing with the blood aura enveloping his body. Yet upon closer perception, only a small portion of the blood energy integrated, strengthening his own aura, while most drifted over and continued to dissipate. Jiang Lin frowned, feeling that the dissipating blood energy was somewhat wasteful. Then he recalled the scene of the crimson claw wing devouring flesh to heal its wounds. So he condensed a blood-red short sword and pricked a tiny hole in his fingertip. In the next instant, the hole healed at a visible rate, vanishing almost immediately. Then Jiang Lin made a longer cut. This time the change was more pronounced. The blood energy surged directly toward his wound, mending it at a visible pace. Jiang Lin drew a conclusion. It seemed that due to the influence of the Demon King seed, after killing someone, he could enter a special flow state, tentatively called combat flow. This state allowed him to focus more in battle, sharpen his senses, and absorb the blood energy of slain enemies to heal his wounds. He was unsure if this state had side effects, and aside from dyeing his holy light red and slightly boosting skill power, he didn't know if the increased blood energy had other uses. But why hadn't the Demon King seed shown such effects before? Jiang Lin pondered. Since obtaining the seed, this was his first time killing a human, but certainly not his first time taking a life. Was it because it required killing a human to activate, or because the Crimson Slaughterer was active? Jiang Lin stroked his chin in thought. He'd find some small animals to kill once he got out. Then the state faded, lasting about 2 minutes, and all unabsorbed blood energy dissipated completely. It seemed he needed to maintain consecutive kills to sustain this state. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin began to observe the altar. At the center of the altar lay 4 corpses, 2 adults and 2 children, apparently a family of 4 kidnapped by these beasts and sacrificed to their evil god. Seeing innocent people persecuted like this, Jiang Lin, as a modern person with a sound moral compass and values, felt deeply unsettled. Without these beasts, perhaps this would have been a happy family of 4. However, dealing with the scene became a problem. Due to the Crimson Claw Wing's brutal attack methods, the site was splattered with blood, and the scattered, mangled bodies were too horrifying to behold. He couldn't summon the Sanctum. If they had any ability to trace the incident, he'd have a hard time explaining himself. So he might as well destroy the place and leave the problem for those who discovered it later. Jiang Lin looked at Xiao He. Do you have any way to handle this? Xiao He shook its head. I have the level, but lack the corresponding combat power. Want me to teach you a low-tier fireball spell to burn this place? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. That's right. Xiao He was a dark god. It must know many such spells. How had he overlooked this treasure trove before? He'd have to squeeze it dry from now on. Subsequently, Xiao He began explaining. However, the more Jiang Lin listened, the more confused he became. What the hell was this? Was this part of the basic low-tier magic he had learned? After 3 or 4 hours under Xiao He's Hansen guidance, Jiang Lin finally constructed a magical formula entirely outside his cognitive system. The next moment, a fireball appeared, but it emitted no scorching heat. Instead, it hissed with black flames, quite eerie. Low-tier fireball spell uninitiated initiated. Jiang Lin stared at the fireball in his hand, feeling something was off. Are you sure this is a low-tier fireball spell? Jiang Lin asked doubtfully. Xiao He replied without a hint of shame. What else could it be? It's just our dark god's low-tier fireball spell. The magical circuits that compose it belong to the knowledge system of dark god magic. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's face darkened. But since he got it for free, he'd make do with it for now, just never use it in front of others. If anyone discovered he used the dark god's magic system, he wouldn't be able to explain it even with 100 mouths. Then his dear gold knight, Sir Salus, might have to sever ties with him for the greater good. He dumped a random skill enhancement onto it. Dark Low-tier fireball spell initiated transcendent. His mind slightly dazed, Jiang Lin used the eerie black flames to burn the mutilated corpses. Soon scorching heat filled the entire cave. Jiang Lin also tossed the mangled body at the entrance inside. The fire blazed fiercely, reducing them all to ashes. After thoroughly scattering them, Jiang Lin, to Xiao He's astonishment, imitated a priest and chanted a soul-passing incantation. What shocked Xiao He even more was that Jiang Lin recited the correct soul-passing incantation. By the holy light, by the night's vessel, lost souls, return to your resting place. Why the hell did this kid learn something like that? Was he planning to run a funeral business? May the other shore be painless, may the next life be sinless, untouched by evil, witnessed by the gods. As Jiang Lin finished his recitation, it seemed as though the souls of the dead were truly liberated. How do you know this stuff? Xiao He asked, puzzled. Jiang Lin replied matter-of-factly. To prevent vengeful spirits from forming, I naturally have to complete the full service of scattering ashes and conducting the soul-passing rite. Otherwise, if too much resentment accumulates and they turn into evil ghosts haunting me, what then? Upon hearing this, Xiao He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind, as long as you're happy, he muttered. At that moment, Zhang Lin asked, Xiao He, when humans offer sacrifices to you dark gods, what do they usually obtain in return? Xiao He glanced at Zhang Lin with a smirk. What have you come to your senses and decided to sacrifice to me? Zhang Lin shook his head. No, I only wish to understand the sanctuary persecutes the cultists so ruthlessly it amounts to extermination, yet cults still spring up like mushrooms. Why is that? Do they stoop to any means to gain even a sliver of power? Hearing Zhang Lin's thoughtful question, Xiao He began to answer with proper seriousness. Our dark gods vary in nature. Accordingly, the offerings they demand differ. Some gods crave souls, some hunger for flesh, and others delight in savoring emotions such as pain. Different dark gods bestow different boons. Some grant unique skills, some strengthen the body, others fortify the soul. Thus, many cultists desperate for powers they could not otherwise attain offer sacrifices to different gods. The four great cults of your world are famous. Though called the Four Greats, their memberships often overlap. Followers of Cult A can go to Cult B to perform offerings. I observe that the introductory history textbooks in your kingdom's junior magic academies do not mention the histories of these cults, so you likely know little about them. In fact, in some neighboring nations, the four great cults are adopted as state religions. In those lands, the cults occupy a position akin to the sanctuary's role in your kingdom. So the sanctuary alone could never wipe them out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin widened his eyes. He had truly been unaware of such matters. Then why have I never heard of these nations? And if the cultists are so brutal, do the people of those countries not resist? Xiao He snorted. Resist? What use is resistance? In such a system, the common folk only strive to climb upward. Once they reach a height where they benefit from the order, they will fiercely defend it. Those who attempt to rebel are typically the weak. The weak only become prey to the strong. Even if someone claws their way up to a high position and harbors rebellious thoughts, they will find no true comrades, and there will always be someone stronger above them. Zhang Lin was taken aback. Indeed, he had unconsciously brought experiences from his past life into this world. In a realm suffused with extraordinary power, ordinary people often are fated to be prey for the strong. You must also understand that many who appear human and speak and act normally lack the capacity for independent thought. Suppose someone has tried desperately yet failed to enter a mid-level magic academy. If he learns of a distant nation where by sacrificing a little of another's life, he can become stronger without limit, what choice do you think he will make? If only one or two such people exist, it's one thing. But the reality is that many are such fools. Then your kingdom will constantly face horrific incidents, not to mention periodic invasions from demons, beastfolk, and cultist nations. It becomes a nightmare to manage. Therefore, many human kingdoms choose an information blockade rather than reason with your populace about these matters. They prefer to strike quickly and suppress the truth, so most of the lower classes remain unaware. Zhang Lin nodded thoughtfully. Even so, information leaks. Surely tidings would still reach the common folk. Isn't that precisely why you don't know? Xiao He retorted. Unlike you, I had no elders to teach me. I'm an orphan. Complete suppression is impossible, but you can minimize exposure. One fewer person who knows is one fewer potential danger. It's merely a matter of erasing a few passages from textbooks. Your kingdom isn't attempting an absolute blackout. The fewer who know, the smaller the risk. It's a pragmatic, if cruel, policy. Zhang Lin fell silent, lost in thought. After a long while, his expression hardened as if he had made a decision. Xiao He, he called softly. Xiao He laughed and replied, Your great father is Lilisai. Zhang Lin continued on with sudden fervor. If heaven has decreed that I be born into this world, then it intends me to save those tormented by the cults. Let us go and destroy every cult, Xiao He. Xiao He replied exasperatedly. I told you, your great father is Lilisai. Time had already passed midnight. The city gates were closed and Zhang Lin could not enter. He could only wait quietly until sunrise. Unbothered, Zhang Lin sat beneath the gate with Xiao He and began to accumulate magical essence into the small basin within his body. He had tested in the woods just now only when he activated blood deterrence and then killed would the combat flow effect manifest. Killing tiny creatures like ants proved useless. The prey must possess a certain size and combat capacity. Sitting outside the wall, Zhang Lin frowned. This small basin now held far more than his little bowl had before, by rough estimate about 20 times as much. Even with his current cultivation pace using the breathing method, it would take perhaps 100 days to reach level 11. No wonder cultivators first break level caps to learn higher breathing techniques, and then continue their practice. With nothing better to do, Zhang Lin settled down and continued his training there. The next day the sun rose, bathing Giant Stone City in warm, gentle light. When the gates opened, Zhang Lin joined the others waiting outside to be inspected and then entered the city. After buying breakfast and squashing a few ants along the way, Zhang Lin headed toward the sanctuary. Stamina 410-004-2000. Mental power 370-003-8000. Random skill increase 2122. After learning the received skills, he would allocate them toward breaking his limit. Hello, I'd like to borrow some skills, Jiang Lin said at the front desk. Very well, please register. The attendant produced a small ledger. After filling out the information, Jiang Lin returned to the room he had used before. He browsed the options and finally chose the 3 skills: Shield of Sanctity, Lightspeed Charge, and Hyperspeed Thinking. Borrowing points 355. Having claimed 3 skill tomes and prepared to head to school, a staff member approached him. Excuse me, mister. Jiang Lin, the presider requests your presence. Jiang Lin was taken aback. The presider wanted to see him. He replied, very well. Please show me the way. Sorry to trouble you, the attendant apologized as he led Jiang Lin toward the presider's office. Soon they stopped before a dark wood door engraved with star motifs. The staff knocked and a dignified voice, Presider Cecilia, called, come in. The door opened, and there seated behind the desk was Lady Cecilia herself. As Jiang Lin glanced at her, a sudden pain seared his right eye. Presider, he greeted respectfully and bowed. He had heard that Lady Cecilia was displeased about the entrance examinations. He worried whether she might blame him. Today she wore the same arrangement as before: silver gray hair neatly pinned at the nape, an ivory robe embroidered with gold motifs, authoritative and solemn. She held a quill, and a thick stack of files lay before her which she appeared to be reviewing. Noticing Jiang Lin, she set the pen down. Jiang Lin, you rose 6 levels in such a short time. Jiang Lin laughed it off. Haha, it's all thanks to the sanctuary and the school's nurture. The presider did not dwell on the matter. Over the years she had encountered many prodigies, few however go on to truly distant heights. The reason I called you is that there has been progress regarding the Dark God incident from before. Jiang Lin recalled that Lasses had told him the presider had reported the matter to her superiors. After all, a Dark God manifesting personally is exceedingly rare, and this one belonged to a time affinity God not recorded before. The entity that tried to assassinate you is not a first-time offender. Other branches of the sanctuary have records of its attacks. Previously its luck was better, it often succeeded because Golden Emblem Knights were not always present. The sanctuary could only find altars linked to it after the fact. This time it failed, which allowed us to connect this altar to those earlier incidents. Jiang Lin was shocked to learn this. It turned out he was not the only target. Earlier victims had not survived, leaving no testimony, hence the sanctuary had not realized a Dark God had acted directly. Has the sanctuary discovered why it targeted you? Do you share anything in common with the other victims? Cecilia shook her head. That is the strangest part, there is no common thread. Some of the earlier victims were plain folk with mediocre talent. It does not seem to selectively hunt prodigies. So the sanctuary suspects its power might be tied to amplifying inner desires and obsessions, and that possession is a favored method. By offering certain things to it, one can gain the chance of being possessed. But its appearances here are so few and so mysterious. Records only show its altars. A no living cultist can enlighten us further. Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into contemplative silence, his face clouded with confusion. If that were true, then his enmity with that fellow macho was not some undying vendetta. They hardly intersected. Why then, after being possessed, would that person want to kill him? I differ in opinion. I lean toward the prophetic hypothesis Lasses mentioned. Perhaps the god killed others merely to mislead and confuse. Jiang Lin nodded. He wanted to tell the presider that she had seen his imperial potential at a glance, but instead said, yes, I will strive to make your view a reality. Implicitly, he meant to grow stronger and hunt down that Dark God. That is all I wish to say. Be cautious. Since you have reached level 10, you should go claim your breakthrough task. Jiang Lin felt as if the inevitable had come. Upon reaching level 10, someone would indeed summon him to accept a breakthrough quest, which must be registered with the sanctuary. This is one way the sanctuary weeds out cultists. If someone ascends without claiming the authorized quest, they are suspected of cult affiliation. They'll claim it later, Jiang Lin said, feeling somewhat troubled. Based on the system's trial of Blood Eye and Xiao Hei's descriptions, if he followed the divine breakthrough route, his own rank might not become independent and might remain constrained by the deity. Having used the system for so long, Jiang Lin trusted it. With so many deities and demons above, who could predict what awaited at the end of that road? If he could break his life shackles by completing system tasks, that would be ideal. Yet if he used Trial of Blood Eye to break through, he could not register with the sanctuary. Conversely, breaking through by the sanctuary's method would prevent him from teleporting to the Blood Realm to finish the system's tasks. Thus he was trapped between two paths. When you first accept a breakthrough quest, the deity will brand a teleportation mark within you. That mark can send you to the God-given place to complete the task at any time. So the sooner you accept, the better. That teleport can even serve as a life-saving skill in some circumstances, the presider advised. Presider, if I use that teleport to leave, where will I return afterwards? Jiang Lin asked. You will return to your original point, she replied. What if the surrounding area is sealed by spatial barriers? Will the teleport still work? The presider looked him in the eye as if probing his thoughts. Of course, this is a teleport granted directly by a deity that can function in nearly any location. Jiang Lin examined the Trial of Blood Eye entry and pondered. At its bottom a note read, Note: to activate this task you may use the system to teleport directly. If you break your life shackles independently, you will forfeit teleportation eligibility. The system implied that even if he did not use its method to break through, he could still finish the task. Only he would lose the privilege to teleport to the Blood Realm trial grounds. If that is. After initiating Trial of Blood Eye, he could enter the Blood Realm, challenge the so-called zero-tier peak blood demon, and midway use the deity's mark to leave for the divine trial. If he completed the deity's assessment and was then returned to the Blood Realm, he could resume the unfinished task and claim the reward, an independent rank not bound by a god's constraints. In that way, he could both complete the Trial of Blood Eye and avoid being blacklisted by the Sanctuary. Even if upon entering the Blood Realm, he could no longer use the mark and the Sanctuary branded him a cultist, he could always run away. Xiaohe had said there were nations that made cults their state religion. After completing the task, he would have some time to prepare, he could flee there, and as cult patriarch command respect and power. That said, why hadn't Xiaohe already grown his own power in those nations? Did he dislike it? Jiang Lin wondered as the thought trailed off. Jiang Lin's mind raced as he pondered these plans when the Hall Master directly asked, Why are you asking these questions? He was somewhat curious about what thoughts could lead someone to use the reinforcement technique to enhance the intestines. I worry that I am a thorn in the side of the cultists. They might send someone to assassinate me. However, hearing the Hall Master say this puts my mind at ease. Jiang Lin casually found an excuse. Upon hearing this, the Hall Master nodded. Yes, just be cautious and don't be too ostentatious. If you encounter cultists, seek the Holy Hall. Our Holy Hall will always be your strong backing. You can also trust our Holy Hall staff. They are checked daily to ensure they are not affiliated with the cult, so you need not worry about traitors among the staff. Jiang Lin remained noncommittal. After all, a cult pope was standing right in front of the Hall Master, and he had not been discovered. Surely there were other cultists who had found ways to blend into the Holy Hall like him. No problem, I am also determined to eradicate all cultists in the world. With that, Jiang Lin respectfully bid farewell to the Hall Master and exited the office. The Hall Master's oppressive aura was still too strong. He had unconsciously soaked his back in cold sweat during their conversation. After contemplating for a moment, knowing he would have to face it sooner or later, Jiang Lin explained his intentions to the staff and followed them directly to the Hall of the Seven Divine Statues. The morning sun poured its light through the towering glass dome, illuminating the 7 giant statues carved from pure white stone. A sacred and solemn atmosphere filled the air. Young Paladin, please kneel here. The God of Holy Light will guide you. The priest spoke, guiding Jiang Lin to the correct position. Open your heart and accept its guidance. The gateway to the land of divine grace will open for you. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, thinking that life and death are fated, and closed his eyes, completely releasing his mind. He could hear the priests chanting, and in the next moment, a warm and vast power surged into his body. It felt as if warm hands were brushing over him, and Jiang Lin felt a warmth throughout his body. The seed of the demon king hidden in his heart remained undiscovered. After circulating through his body, this power seemed to find no anomalies, ultimately branding a complex, glowing mark within him. May the holy light guide your path, young Paladin. When you are ready to face the challenge, you may activate the mark and break through. After completing the chant, the priest smiled gently at Jiang Lin. At the same time, an understanding blossomed within Jiang Lin. Enter the land of divine grace. Defeat 7 alien beings with your team within 7 days. Jiang Lin felt the changes within him and the information that appeared in his mind, and he asked the priest beside him, Excuse me, is this breakthrough assessment the same for everyone? The priest smiled and nodded. That's right, the assessment from level 0 to level 1 is relatively simple. The divine will automatically match you with other adventurers of nearby professions who are preparing to break through. Once the 7 professions are gathered, you will be sent to the land of divine grace. Jiang Lin then asked, Is it dangerous in the land of divine grace? What happens if one dies there? The priest maintained his gentle smile. Thanks to the blessings of the 7 divine beings, if you die in the land of divine grace, it does not mean you truly die. You will simply exit the land of divine grace and enter a 3-month cooldown period during which you cannot break through. Jiang Lin nodded. I see, thank you for your guidance. After a pause, he asked again, After completing the breakthrough, do I need to register again at the Holy Hall? The priest nodded. That's right, after your breakthrough, a mark of success will remain in your body, and you can register at the Holy Hall then. We will record it in your identity profile. Jiang Lin understood in his heart. If he could not teleport to the land of divine grace within the blood realm, he would complete the blood trial and immediately pack up to start wandering. If something unexpected happened that led to his distrust, the same logic applies. Conversely, if everything goes normally, he would complete the information registration. At that moment, the priest standing beside him frowned slightly. It seems the statue has some reaction. After bestowing the mark upon Jiang Lin, the statue did not revert to its original form, but began to faintly glow. After closing his eyes to sense for a moment, the priest asked Jiang Lin with curiosity, "Did you kill a cultist yourself?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's mind raced as he began to think quickly. Although he had no issue with killing cultists, the fact that he had not reported it to the Holy Hall after doing so seemed a bit suspicious. After all, logically speaking, any normal student who killed a cultist outside would come to the Holy Hall to provide information about that cultist, and not remain silent like he had for so long. Why do you say that? Jiang Lin first asked to clarify the other party's understanding of the situation. When you kill someone standing under the statue of the divine can sense the aura of the souls that died at your hands. If those souls carry the aura of an evil god, the statue will react. Jiang Lin was astonished. So it turns out the soul-passing curse didn't work. It hadn't even removed the soul aura from himself. However, now was not the time to dwell on this. Jiang Lin decided to shift the topic. Hey, I remember the Holy Hall has a regulation that after killing cultists, one can earn a certain amount of borrowing points, right? Seeing Jiang Lin did not deny it, but rather showed interest in the topic, the priest had already formed a judgment in his heart. Thus he replied, "That's right, take out your borrowing points card, place it in the palm of your hand, and the statue will automatically calculate your points." This statue is quite intelligent, it even has a recharge feature. Jiang Lin couldn't help but scoff internally. The priest continued to explain to Jiang Lin, first-tier cultists count as 1 borrowing point, second-tier cultists 5 points, third-tier cultists 20 points, fourth-tier 50 points, and generally, you don't need to calculate borrowing points beyond that. And what about zero-tier cultists? Jiang Lin asked curiously. For zero-tier cultists. The priest glanced at Jiang Lin. If you have evidence, you can come to the Holy Hall to receive a small amount of silver coins. Jiang Lin fell silent. Were they really not considering zero-tier cultists as human? So why did you kill the cultist? At that moment, the priest also asked the key question. Jiang Lin cleared his throat and lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "This is inconvenient to disclose. You know, I just came out of the Hall Master's office. This kind of matter can only be understood by those who understand, and those who don't can't be directly told. What I mean is just understand it as it is." After saying a lot, the priest was left somewhat perplexed. However, since this was the Hall Master's intention, he felt it inappropriate to ask further. He then indicated that Jiang Lin could complete the point recording by himself, as it did not require his assistance. Jiang Lin took out the points card from his spatial ring and, according to the priest's guidance, completed the input of points. Borrowing points 521. The 4 people killed by the blood demon actually counted towards his tally. It should be because they belonged to his summoned creature, so any kills during the summoning would be recorded under his name. Afterward, Jiang Lin, carrying his newly acquired points, prepared to borrow 2 high-tier skill books, but was told, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang Lin, your borrowing limit has been reached. Please return the 3 skill books you have before borrowing others." Since skill books are quite precious, each person has a limited number of borrowings at a time. Jiang Lin understood this and left the Holy Hall with Xiaohe. Returning to the classroom, he saw the students who had stayed up late were now replenishing their energy for the next day, many starting to take stimulants. Among them, Jiang Lin noticed the shield warrior was injecting some liquid into himself with a syringe. So he approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Noticing he was being watched, the second version of Fei Yang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Hee, this is a new product from the potion shop. It can stimulate muscle activity, increasing my training efficiency." For some reason, upon hearing this, Jiang Lin felt that the other person was on a path to making his head sharper. "As long as you know what you're doing." Jiang Lin did not persuade further. He returned to his seat and opened the newly acquired shield of holy protection. "Are you going to learn a new high-tier skill again?" Ai Li leaned over. Jiang Lin focused intently on the contents of the skill book. "Naturally. How long does it usually take you to learn a high-tier skill?" Ai Li blinked her pure big eyes. Jiang Lin, while flipping through the skill book, extended 5 fingers toward Ai Li. 5 days. Ai Li looked puzzled. Even she could grasp a high-tier skill in 6 or 7 days. This speed seemed a bit slow for someone of Jiang Lin's caliber. Jiang Lin shook his head and continued flipping through the skill book. 5 hours. Ai Li was somewhat shocked. If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. However, to her surprise, Jiang Lin shook his head again and turned to the next page of the skill book, saying 4. Just as Ai Li wondered what Jiang Lin was up to, she saw him continue 3. Upon hearing this, Ai Li was puzzled. As the countdown ended, Zhang Lin closed the skill book and placed it by Xiaohei's feet. I've already learned it, now it just remains to practice. With that, Zhang Lin ignored the still shocked AI Li and closed his eyes to meditate while also trading with Xiaohei. He couldn't understand. He only grasped the basic logic of the 7-star Holy Radiance Slash. Much of the foundational knowledge for other high-tier skills he had yet to learn. Before long, Zhang Lin reached a consensus with Xiaohei, who began explaining the Shield of Holy Protection to him. After a morning, Zhang Lin successfully established the magical circuit for this high-tier defensive skill at his seat. In the next moment, a shield glowing with holy light emerged from Zhang Lin's body. Shield of Holy Protection, not mastered. After the last experience, Zhang Lin knew that general defensive skills did not have high requirements for the environment. He could practice just by sitting at his seat. Unlike skills like 7-star Holy Radiance Slash Blade of Light and Holy Light Heavy Slash, which required large movements and had to be practiced outside. This type of skill only required him to construct the magical circuit within his body. Then he consumed one random skill boost. Shield of Holy Protection mastered transcended. Zhang Lin then handed the Supersonic Thought skill book to Xiaohei. Before long, Xiaohei continued to explain to Zhang Lin. Another afternoon passed. Supersonic Thought, not mastered transcended. Zhang Lin intended to reserve the breakthrough skill for Shield of Holy Protection, since the effects would be better for him when using a light-based defensive skill, making it more cost-effective. However, after the breakthrough, he would surely be overwhelmed by a large volume of memories resulting in unconsciousness. There was no rush to break through yet. Zhang Lin, do you have time tonight? My father wants to discuss something with you. Anya approached and asked Zhang Lin. Naturally, Zhang Lin agreed. Of course I have time, let's go. With that, he picked up Xiaohei and left his seat. The Lord's Mansion is located in the central area of Giant Stone City. Unlike the grandeur and solemnity of the Holy Hall, the Lord's Mansion exudes a sense of accumulated authority and historical weight. The tall stone walls and the gate are adorned with the crest of the Kasrat family, a fierce lion glaring, and a holy sword forming a pattern. However, there were no security guards or anything of the sort, because with a lord like a 7th-tier powerhouse akin to the Hall Master present, anyone with common sense would not dare to cause trouble at the Lord's Mansion. The interior of the Lord's Mansion is not lavish, but exudes a sense of refinement and strength. The walls are adorned with portraits of outstanding members of the family throughout the generations, all featuring golden eyes and golden hair. Eventually, Anya brought Zhang Lin into a spacious study. In front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window stood a large desk, behind which sat a figure. Father, this is Zhang Lin, my classmate. Anya introduced. Lord of the city. Zhang Lin bowed respectfully. He did not dare to call him uncle, yet as he was unsure of the character of this lord. He also took a glance at the Lord of Giant Stone City. As expected, his right eye began to ache. Indeed, he was a powerhouse. Zhang Lin inexplicably felt that just by relying on his time abyss magical eye, he could judge the strength of those whose auras he could not sense. Haha, welcome Zhang Lin. Don't be nervous, come and sit down. I am Dean Kasrat, the Lord of Giant Stone City. Saying this, the Lord gestured towards the chair in front of him, clearly prepared for Zhang Lin. He did not appear old, seemingly around 40 based on appearance, but such levels of power cannot be judged by looks. If they wished, they could maintain a youthful appearance of their 20s, but a more mature appearance would lend them more authority. He also had golden hair and eyes. The resemblance to Anya was about 50%, but his features were more resolute with lines carved like those of a knife. Thank you, Lord of the City. Zhang Lin sat down in the chair across from the desk, while Anya walked over to a nearby sofa. Faced with this person, Zhang Lin inexplicably felt as if he were confronting a mountain. Unlike the Hall Master's sternness, this lord was more composed and substantial, his gaze calm, as if he could see through a person's heart. Unconsciously, Zhang Lin straightened his back. No need to stand on ceremony. The lord placed down the documents, his hands clasped on the table, and looked at Zhang Lin gently. I have heard Anya and Salis mention you numerous times. You ranked first in the preliminary exam of the Giant Stone City Junior Magic Academy, rapidly advancing from level 3 to level 10, and even single-handedly influenced the entire academy, impacting the educational atmosphere of Giant Stone City, a young genius. Lord of the City, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune. Zhang Lin humbly replied. In the presence of such a figure, he dared not boast about being a genius. Fortune, is it not diligence? The Lord of the City smiled, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Lin felt embarrassed. You jest, Lord. Not lingering on that topic, the Lord continued. Actually, the reason I called you here is concerning a matter I previously mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, the entire study fell into a profound silence. Anya, sitting on the sofa, was visibly taken aback by his words, her usually calm, golden eyes widening in surprise. She turned her head to look at her father in shock. Is this truly how our family recruits geniuses? Zhang Lin, on the other hand, wore a strange expression. These two words, when spoken in different contexts and by different individuals, carry varying effects. The last time Salas mentioned it, it was merely a casual reference between the two. Now, however, the city lord directly summoned Jiang Lin, treating this matter with utmost seriousness. The key point was that Anya was still present. The city lord's statement easily led one to believe that he intended for Jiang Lin to marry Anya. However, Jiang Lin had a clear understanding of his own position. The city lord would never propose that Anya be the one he would marry. Given his current display of strength, there was no need for the city lord to offer his beloved daughter to him. Moreover, even if he exhibited exceptional talent with the city lord's power and the current stability of the Kasrat family, there was no need to take the risk of sacrificing the city lord's daughter for an uncertain future. What does the city lord mean by this? Jiang Lin asked, maintaining a respectful demeanor. He saw the city lord observing his expression before continuing. You are indeed a talented paladin, but your background is somewhat lacking, which may constrain your future development and could even affect your potential to go further. However, the Kasrat family can offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to marry into our family, you will become one of us. Do not underestimate me as just a mere city lord of Giant Stone City. Our family holds significant influence throughout the kingdom. The family headquarters in the royal capital is one of the strongest among the esteemed families. Although the system in the temple allows many commoner adventurers to rise in this ancient kingdom, there are still numerous matters that require status and background to access. Jiang Lin found it somewhat hard to critique the mere city lord of Giant Stone City, but he listened intently to the other party's words. I can understand what the city lord is saying, but could you please elaborate on the specifics of the marriage arrangement? Upon hearing this, Dane realized that there was room for negotiation in today's matter. He made no noticeable movements. A teacup was pushed in front of Jiang Lin, while the teapot beside the desk floated up, pouring a steaming cup of tea for him. Try this tea sent by the Colster family. It said that this type of tea can only grow in their family's territory, and in Qinghe County their family holds the most power. Jiang Lin accepted it. Thank you, city lord. He began to ponder the meaning behind the city lord's words. Does he wish to showcase their family's extensive connections? He took a light sip. A refreshing taste melted in his mouth, swiftly invigorating his spirit and sharpening his focus. His eyes lit up. This is excellent tea. If it could be sold, countless Nidal students would rush to buy this kind of tea. The city lord smiled. This tea has the effect of refreshing the mind and keeping one alert for long periods without any side effects. Anya has always had this tea when staying up late. If you like it, you can take a few cans with you when you leave. Jiang Lin thanked the city lord once more. He felt that this city lord was rather easy to converse with, showing no airs before someone like him who was a low-level novice with no background. Well, then it's time to discuss the marriage arrangement. Jiang Lin sat up straight. Last time Salas must have mentioned to you that if you marry into the family, it can only be to a collateral branch. This is indeed unavoidable. After all, many times the direct heirs of our family need to engage in political marriages with other families. For geniuses like you who have no background, the family stipulates that you can only marry into the collateral branch. The city lord paused before continuing. Of course, if you demonstrate even more astonishing talent and potential in the future, marrying into the direct line would also be completely acceptable. The city lord did not mention Anya, yet the implication was clear. Jiang Lin nodded, indicating his understanding. What benefits would marrying into the family bring me, and what limitations would there be? The city lord produced a long scroll of parchment and continued. This document contains detailed explanations. It outlines our family's requirements and conditions for all marrying members. Jiang Lin took the parchment and saw a lengthy array of text and various stipulations. In summary, after marrying into the Kasrat family, your surname would need to change to Kasrat. For someone like you who is still underage and in a growth phase, there is no rush to select a marriage partner. The family can provide you with a basic sponsorship of 30 gold coins each month. Additionally, the family will provide you with breathing techniques corresponding to each stage, as well as a qualification to learn one high-level skill or below each month. Salas had previously mentioned that our Kasrat family in Giant Stone City has a low-level sword breathing technique that you can use at the first level. If you perform excellently afterward, we can leverage our family connections to help you reach out to several sword saints of the kingdom, allowing you to study under them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin temporarily set aside the lengthy terms in his hand and continued to ask, what else is there besides these benefits? It can't be just this much, right? Seeing that Jiang Lin seemed unsatisfied with these benefits, the city lord continued, the hidden benefits of becoming a member of the Kasrat family can be set aside for now. In addition to these basic benefits, there are also some advanced ones, but like the contact with the sword saints, you would need to demonstrate sufficient talent to qualify. For instance, your sponsorship could increase to between 100 to 100 gold coins per month, and the limit on the number of skill books you can learn from the family library each month could go from 1 to unlimited. There will also be opportunities to enter rare secret realms and qualifications to enter certain high-level magic academies as long as you demonstrate the corresponding talent. Our family can provide those for you. If you want to know the specific talent assessment standards, you can refer to the detailed contract on the parchment in your hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. The city lord also allowed Jiang Lin time to think. After sipping another mouthful of tea, Jiang Lin asked, "So what is the cost? It can't just be changing my surname, right?" The city lord smiled slightly. "Of course not. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the family's investment in you is naturally expecting a return. After graduating from a high-level magic academy, or upon reaching the age of 25, you will need to work for the family for at least 10 to 50 years. The specific duration will depend on the family's investment in you, and the exact position and duties will be assigned by the family at that time. Moreover, when your spouse reaches a suitable marriageable age, you must bear at least 2 offspring for the family. If you do not wish to raise them, the family will take care of their upbringing. Additionally, if the family faces emergencies that threaten its survival, you must return to the family no matter where you are and help the family through the crisis." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin ceased speaking. The benefits were indeed tempting, but the conditions were excessively harsh. The last 2 points were actually acceptable. After all, if he married into the family, having children was quite normal, and it was reasonable for a supportive family to help in times of crisis. However, working for 10 to 50 years was something Jiang Lin found hard to accept. After all, the Kasrat family was a family of considerable power, and such a contract was quite normal. Many people would strive to join, but find no opportunity. Jiang Lin asked, "I can accept the last 2 points, but what about the work duration?" Upon hearing this, the city lord chuckled. "You are still young. Considering Anya's age, you should be around 15. 10 years may seem long to you at this moment. But as you grow older and experience more, you'll realize that 10 years passes quickly, almost in the blink of an eye." Jiang Lin fell silent. He could indeed relate to this feeling, especially as time seemed to fly faster the older one got. Often it felt like the year had just begun, only to discover it had already ended. "City Lord, is there really no other way to repay this?" Upon hearing this, the city lord sighed regretfully. Being part of such a colossal family, there are certain rules established hundreds of years ago that, despite being the head of a branch family, I cannot change." Jiang Lin put down his teacup and rolled up the parchment again, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your consideration, city lord. However, I am still young and need to focus on my studies. I will not consider marriage for now." Hearing this, the city lord understood that this conversation had ended in failure, but was not annoyed, maintaining a gentle smile. "That is quite regrettable. If Jiang Lin is interested in this later, you can come back to discuss it further." Jiang Lin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your concern, city lord. Anya, please go get a box of tea from the Colster family for Jiang Lin. Be careful on your way back to school." Anya stood up from the sofa. "All right, father." Upon hearing that the city lord intended to gift him tea, Jiang Lin hurriedly declined politely. "Oh, city lord, you really don't need to go through such trouble. Such fine tea should remain in your hands to be put to good use." Seeing Jiang Lin refuse, the city lord was somewhat surprised, but quickly realized there might be more to Jiang Lin's words. Haha, good tea should be enjoyed by those who appreciate it to truly reflect its value. During his previous life, Jiang Lin had gone from receiving red envelopes during the new year to giving them, and this back-and-forth etiquette came naturally to him. Eventually, under the city lord's insistent kindness, he reluctantly accepted the offer. He would never behave this way with peers or equals, but when faced with a powerful elder like the city lord, he instinctively reverted to the perspective from his past life. He certainly could not accept gifts directly from elders. As for when the Temple Lord Cecilia had given him 2 skill books, he did not decline purely out of concern that the Temple Lord might truly believe his polite rejection and not give them. In summary, what the city lord offered was inconsequential. Even if it were taken back, it would not matter. However, what the Temple Lord provided was far too generous. On the way back to school, Anya and Jiang Lin walked side by side. Seemingly remembering something, Anya suddenly turned to Jiang Lin and asked, "Did my cousin ask you about marrying into our family before?" Finally free from the city lord's powerful aura, Jiang Lin responded with a relaxed expression, "Yo, what about it?" Anya looked at Jiang Lin seriously, saying, "I previously didn't know that our family's way of recruiting outside geniuses involved marriage, so I mentioned you multiple times to my family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled. After all, for families like yours, only by truly becoming an internal member can one be genuinely trusted. Anya nodded. "Yes, I'm glad you understand." Jiang Lin glanced at the recognized school beauty of his grade. Her expression was somewhat complex, seemingly embarrassed by what her father had mentioned regarding marriage. One could understand this, recalling how Anya had previously said she mentioned him to her father, and that her father wished to meet him, and now upon their actual meeting, the first thing her father brought up was marriage. It was easy to imagine a rich young lady secretly harboring feelings for someone too shy to confess directly, only to return home and tell her father about it, leading him to domineeringly suggest that the person marry into their family. Just the thought of Jiang Lin possibly thinking this way made Anya feel like her toes were digging into the ground, wanting to burrow into a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Lin joked, "Haha, when your father first mentioned this, it easily gave the impression that he wanted me to marry into your family." Upon hearing this, Anya's expression instantly tightened, her heart feeling peculiar as her toes in her shoes began to dig into the ground, and she slightly turned her face away. Then Jiang Lin keenly noticed that Anya's originally fair earlobes seemed to have developed a hint of redness. Is she shy? Anya's mood was far from pleasant. She was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl at an age when one should start to experience the stirrings of romance. However, her thoughts were primarily focused on combat and self-improvement, leaving little room for any feelings of affection. It was simply out of pity for a genius and a desire to contribute to her family that she brought this gifted individual home. Little did she expect that it would lead to such a commotion. Originally, she intended to keep her thoughts to herself, but Jiang Lin unexpectedly voiced them directly. At such a moment, if it had been a girl like the priestess Ellie, she might have playfully countered, asking Jiang Lin if he would be willing to become part of her family, thereby shifting the dynamics of their relationship. But Anya was certainly not of that temperament. Thus, she felt an inexplicable embarrassment, even harboring a desire to punch Jiang Lin for his audacity. However, upon further reflection, she realized she probably wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Lin, so she abandoned that thought. In the end, she could only mechanically respond, "Yes, it indeed lends itself to misunderstandings. Yet I truly had no idea that the family would use such methods to win over geniuses." She reiterated her previous statement. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, ruffling her smooth golden hair and revealing a finely chiseled face that was taut with tension. It seemed she was trying to mask her disarray with her usual aloof demeanor. Jiang Lin found it amusing. "Hey, Miss Anya, why are your ears turning red?" Upon hearing this, Anya's already tense expression became even more strained. "It's the wind," she replied stubbornly. "Then why is your face also red?" Jiang Lin continued to press on, oblivious to the consequences. In truth, Anya's ears were merely tinged with a blush that would soon fade. Her rosy cheeks were entirely the fabricated result of Jiang Lin's teasing. Whoosh. Calm down. Calm down. Miss Anya, quickly put away your light sword." A brilliant sword radiating divine light suddenly appeared in Anya's hand. Jiang Lin cleared his throat, taken aback by Anya's exaggerated reaction. Although Anya was a beauty of school flower status with many admirers, her overwhelming strength and single-minded pursuit of self-improvement meant that very few dared to pursue her. The few boys who had the audacity to pursue her mostly left with their tails between their legs after getting beaten up. How could they hope to date someone stronger than themselves? Thus, Anya's experience and resilience appeared somewhat juvenile in the presence of individuals like Jiang Lin and Ellie. Ahem, what are your plans for after this? "I'm preparing to head to Qinghe City in a few days to participate in the special assessment of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. I originally planned to head to Qinghe City for the assessment once I broke through to level 10. After all, if someone like me can't pass the test, then no one else stands a chance." Seeing that Jiang Lin had shifted the conversation, Anya finally sheathed her light sword. "I should just continue normally, participate in the graduation assessment, and obtain my foundational results before applying for the school assessment at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. By the way, I remember that to participate in the special assessment, one needs a recommendation letter from the school." "Yes, that's correct. Director Weir said he would take me to see the principal for one. Actually, it's not strictly necessary to have a school recommendation letter, though anyone of status can suffice. I can ask my father to help you with one. With a recommendation letter from the city lord, you wouldn't face as much discrimination." Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Is there really discrimination against outsiders in Qinghe City? Not exactly. It's just that those without a background are often looked down upon, which is a common issue in many developed regions. Giant Stone City is relatively small, with no prominent noble families. The largest family is our Kasrat family. Because of my father's strict upbringing, we don't have many wayward sons, so this trend isn't very noticeable. However, there are many noble families in Qinghe City, so they tend to look down on people without backgrounds like you. Then I will have to trouble you, Miss Anya, and the lord of the city. It's not that I'm afraid of discrimination. After all, with my own hard work and talent, I can quickly silence those who look down on me and leave them behind." Nonetheless, he was wary of the people behind those noble families. After all, not everyone was as kind-hearted as the city lord. It was hard to say if they would try to trip him up behind his back. If I have a letter from the city lord, it at least proves I have backing, and that backing is a 7th-tier powerhouse. In that case, those people would have to think twice before making a move against me. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, planning to ask Salus later if he could also request a recommendation letter from the palace lord. That way, in the eyes of others, he would have at least 2 7th-tier powerhouses backing him. With both of Giant Stone City's top powerhouses supporting him, wouldn't he be able to walk boldly in Qinghe City? The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. The wealthy young lady truly was his lucky star. Under the dim glow of the magic crystal street lamps, Jiang Lin and Anya walked side by side, casting two long shadows in the light. The sound of footsteps echoed on the empty street. Anya, lost in thought, suddenly asked Jiang Lin, "Earlier, when my father asked you if you were willing to become part of our family, you seemed somewhat agreeable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was momentarily stunned, then quickly began to ponder. Should he tease Anya a little more? At such a moment, saying something like, "I had already guessed it was a branch family," or "it doesn't matter to whom I marry into," might convey the message, "I don't like you, so stop overthinking it," making him appear nonchalant. However, Jiang Lin was not someone like Xiao Chuanan, who at 15 or 16 would shy away from admitting his feelings, so he wouldn't hastily disassociate himself. Sometimes a bit of appropriate ambiguity could quickly narrow the gap between two people. Although Jiang Lin had no romantic intentions, he did not reject the idea of getting a little closer to a beautiful girl like Anya. Thus Jiang Lin sighed and said, sometimes this sort of thing is unavoidable. After all, Miss Anya knows that I lack a noble background and resources to support me, making it quite difficult to go far. Therefore, while the idea of marrying into a branch family may be a bit hard to voice, it is still worth considering. Moreover, the city lord initially did not clarify that someone of my caliber could only marry into a branch family, which easily leads to misunderstandings. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a few glances at Anya. Upon hearing this, Anya's face, which had relaxed, tightened up once more. "Hey, why are your ears red again?" Whoosh. Calm down. Calm down. Upon returning to school, the previously dark teaching building was now brightly lit. Almost all the third-year students, along with a majority of second- and first-year students, were staying up late every night, not returning home to sleep. Jiang Lin bid farewell to Anya, letting her return to the classroom first while he headed to the back of the class to see his former classmates. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy not visiting Tai Chun after reaching level 10. Besides, it had been a long time since Tai Chun last visited him. Upon entering the back of the class, he found that the setup of the class had not changed much since he left, except for the seat next to Tai Chun being vacant. Jiang Lin's aura was no longer suppressed. The fluctuations of level 10 surged forth. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled around confidently, resembling a lion surveying its territory. "Hey, little Tai, you've already reached level 5. Tai Chun opened his weary eyes from his seated position, sporting a pair of enormous dark circles. He appeared somewhat dazed and stared at Jiang Lin for a while before asking, "Who are you?" Jiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck, has he become stupid from staying up late? He quickly slapped Tai Chun a few times. Tai Chun suddenly smacked, looked bewildered, then gradually regained his awareness. "What the heck, Jiang Lin, why are you hitting me? Let's take a break. It seems like you've been staying up late to the point of becoming foolish." Tai Chun scratched his head. "I've been alternating between several potions, so I feel fine, right?" Jiang Lin frowned as he took out some tea leaves he had just acquired and offered them to Tai Chun. After taking a sip of the steaming tea, a refreshing sensation surged to the top of his head. Tai Chun exclaimed, "Wow, Jiang Go, this tea has power. Where did you get it?" "The Colster family gave it to the city lord, and then he passed it on to me." Jiang Lin feigned nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Tai Chun's eyes widened. "You actually know the city lord? Jiang Gu, you're really impressive now." "Of course." Jiang Lin smiled slightly, then pulled out a jar of tea leaves. "Here, I'll give you half. I'll keep the rest just in case I might need it later." "You used to call me Jiang Gu. What do you call me now?" "Dad." He didn't need it for himself, but his former good classmate Tai Chun could certainly make use of it, so he naturally shared. His loyalty was embodied in just one word: righteousness. After showing off in front of Tai Chun for a while and informing him that he would be leaving Giant Stone City in a day or two, Jiang Lin departed from the back of the class and returned to the top class. Jiang Lin took out Xiao He and placed the last book on light speed charge in front of it. Unable to recall how many souls he had owed, Jiang Lin once again completed a transaction with Xiao He. Afterward, Xiao He began to explain the skill to Jiang Lin. Once he had a basic understanding, Jiang Lin took Xiao He to the school's training ground to practice this skill. The training ground at night was always bustling with a group of students either practicing skills or engaging in sparring, so the school even installed a bright magic crystal lamp to illuminate the entire area. Jiang Lin heard that the school was preparing to have some teachers work night shifts to supervise these night owl students and ensure their safety. In response, countless teachers complained. Jiang Lin could even sense that some teachers attending classes recently were starting to exude resentment. However, this wasn't directed at him. Rather, it was due to a mix of mocking the school's leadership for exploiting their labor during class. Of course, there were also some teachers who were quite satisfied with the situation, frequently stating in class, "You are the most diligent and hard-working batch I've ever taught." Jiang Lin felt they might be celebrating too early. After all, future students would undoubtedly be even more competitive. Just the other day, Director Weirs had come to speak with him. He mentioned that the school planned to have the upcoming batches stay up late to compare their final assessment results with previous years. If their results were significantly better than before, they might consider making late-night study a compulsory requirement. At that time, the school would charge a uniform fee for the potions used for staying up late and would purchase and distribute them accordingly. Director Weirs asked Jiang Lin for any suggestions regarding the school's future development. After some thought, Jiang Lin strongly recommended rules such as evening self-study, collective dormitories, mandatory room tidiness, orderly morning exercises, and maintaining a distance of no more than a fist's width between students during exercises. Director Weirs indicated that although he did not understand, he would take note of them and try them out in the upcoming batches. Time flew by quickly, and soon dawn arrived. Under Xiao Hei's guidance, Jiang Lin successfully grasped Light Speed Charge. Light Speed Charge mastered, he observed intricate magical circuits forming around his legs. With a sudden stomp on the ground, his figure surged forward at an astonishing speed for several dozen meters. This speed was at least 4 or 5 times faster than his usual movement. Though it may not seem far, this distance was more than sufficient in many battles and could even change the tide of conflict. Although the skill was named Light Speed Charge, the actual speed was of course not light speed. He then spent a point on random skill improvement. Light Speed Charge mastered subtle. Jiang Lin tested it again. After reaching the subtle level, the maximum distance of Light Speed Charge extended to about 20 meters, and he could clearly control the distance. Additionally, what was previously a single charge could now be executed up to 3 times in succession. Although there was a bit of recovery time in between, it proved quite useful in certain pursuit scenarios. Finally, the release time had also shortened, almost capable of instantaneous activation, like muscle memory. Jiang Lin then arrived at the school infirmary. Looking at the phrase "can break limits 08" behind Holy Shield, he felt a slight trepidation. Afterward, he bit his teeth and took a deep breath, mentally repeating, "Life and death, our fated wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven," and exchanged 12 random skill improvement points along with 2 designated skill improvement points all at once. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged forth. As expected, Jiang Lin's vision turned dark and he fainted instantly. Holy Shield subtle breaking limits. Holy Shield receives adaptive modifications. Defense-related skill talent, slightly improved. Light attribute affinity, slightly increased. Random skill improvement 19-7 designated skill improvement 2-0. After an unknown period of unconsciousness, Jiang Lin felt a wave of comfort. Opening his eyes, he found himself staring at a familiar ceiling. It was the interior of the infirmary. A voice he recognized was also nearby. Moonlight's silver thread weaving a net of tranquility enveloping the tumultuous noise, calming the tremors of thought. It was none other than the priestess Anna from the infirmary. Jiang Lin opened his eyes to find Anna looking somewhat fatigued. "You're awake." However, the familiar tone lacked the warmth from their previous encounter. "Miss Anna, you look somewhat tired. Has something happened?" Jiang Lin sat up, rubbing his slightly swollen head as he asked. Anna shot Jiang Lin a sideways glance. "Don't get me started. You're already the 43rd student this week to come to the infirmary because of staying up late." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. Not everyone was suited for staying up late, and when the number of students doing so increased, it inevitably led to issues like incorrect medication and mistakes with drugs. Thus, many students frequently fainted as a result. I now see a student left at the infirmary door almost every day waiting for me to come and treat them. Do you have any idea how terrifying that is? At first, I thought I was being threatened that someone had killed someone and left the body at my office door. Not only that, but the school leadership has been discussing whether to set up a night shift in the infirmary to treat fainted students at all times. Moreover, my workload has increased so much recently, yet my salary hasn't budged at all. Jiang Lin, who do you think started this trend of staying up late? Hearing Mrs. Anna's words and sensing the resentment radiating from her comparable to that of a top-tier cursed spirit, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, more unsettling than witnessing his own Holy Shield break limits. What a terrifying worker. Jiang Lin swallowed hard, fearing that Mrs. Anna might put him back to sleep midway through her treatment, and hurriedly stated his position. The school authorities are truly despicable. Those so-called principals and directors do absolutely nothing but command us students and workers around. Jiang Lin decisively chose to betray Director Weirs. Mrs. Anna chuckled ambiguously. "Since you're awake, you should hurry back now." However, she began to complain to Jiang Lin. "Do you know? I feel like my magical power is being drained every day. The school doesn't seem to have any intention of recruiting new priests. I'm just a second-tier priest who usually enjoys slacking off. The school nurse's office was supposed to be quite a relaxing job. Before, I only needed to treat the wounds of students injured during sparring, and I could happily end my day. But now I have to learn about the harm caused by improper mixing of various potions, how to recover quickly from mental exhaustion, and how to correctly combine various psychotropic drugs to guide students who misuse them. Why am I facing such issues? I signed a 20-year contract with the school for job stability, and breaking it would incur a hefty penalty. On my painful and despairing future, Zhang Lin felt that if Mrs. Aina continued speaking, she might pull out a fruit knife and stab him spontaneously. I'll take my leave now, Mrs. Aina. If I get the chance, I'll relay the issue of the medical office's insufficient staff to the principal. He then left under Mrs. Aina's mournful gaze. The sun had already risen, marking the arrival of a new day. Zhang Lin skillfully completed his tasks for the day, bought some fruit, and headed towards the temple. Life value 420,004,3000, magic value 380,003,9000, random skill upgrade 78. He returned the 3 skill books he borrowed yesterday and borrowed 2 new skill books, Holy Judgment Chains and Arrow of Aurora, borrowing points to 11. However, the staff at the temple looked a bit surprised as he walked out. Didn't you just borrow these yesterday? Why are you returning them today? Zhang Lin smiled slightly in response. Of course, I've learned them all already. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, looking at the confident and flamboyant smile of the young man before him, and after realizing it was utterly shocked. You borrowed them yesterday and learned them all today. 3 advanced skills. Zhang Lin then ignored the staff's astonished expression and inquired about the whereabouts of Knight Salas. After some twists and turns, he finally arrived at Salas' office. Brother Salas. Zhang Lin greeted enthusiastically. Salas was surprised to see Zhang Lin. Upon sensing that Zhang Lin's aura had already reached level 10, he was even more astonished. Wasn't it just a few days since they last met? Could this guy really level up that quickly? Zhang Lin, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Zhang Lin scratched his head and replied, Oh, I just wanted to see you, Brother Salas. By the way, I bought some fruit on the way and brought you some. Salas, both in terms of strength and age, was considered an elder to Zhang Lin, and their relationship was not as close as Zhang Lin's with other classmates, so he thought of bringing some fruit when visiting. However, Salas began to feel puzzled. Why was Zhang Lin bringing him fruit? It seemed quite suspicious. Sure enough, after exchanging some pleasantries, Zhang Lin got to the point. Brother, I recently broke through to level 10, so I'm planning to go to Clearwater City to participate in the special assessment of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. Isn't a recommendation letter required to participate in the special assessment? I heard that Clearwater City looks down on poor students like me who have no background, so I thought maybe I could ask the temple master for a recommendation letter to at least make them feel like I have someone backing me, so they wouldn't dare to act lightly. After all, you know, as righteous holy knights like us, it's easy to offend influential nobles when we go elsewhere. My life, Zhang Lin, is like walking on thin ice. I won't easily provoke trouble, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Salas finally understood the purpose of Zhang Lin's visit. He realized that Zhang Lin wasn't close enough to the temple master to approach directly for this matter, so he sought help from him. Salas was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Zhang Lin, who usually presented himself as rather rough, had so many intricate thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Sure, no problem. Write a draft of the recommendation letter here. It'll take you to find the temple master with the draft later. Zhang Lin hurriedly thanked him. Thank you so much, brother. 10 minutes later, Salas led Zhang Lin to the temple master's room. Temple master. They both bowed respectfully. Cecilia, the temple master of the giant stone city, was currently reviewing various documents. Upon seeing Salas enter with someone, she asked, What brings you here? Salas then explained Zhang Lin's request. However, after listening, Cecilia remarked, With so many primary and intermediate magic academies in Giant Stone City, each year, there are a large number of students from every academy and every grade who need to go through a special assessment to leave. Many of these students taking the special assessment come from underprivileged families. If I set this precedent, won't they all come to me for a signature when they go to the big city? Cecilia did not deliberately release pressure as she spoke, yet Zhang Lin still felt enormous pressure with cold sweat trickling down his back. After swallowing hard, Zhang Lin still bore the immense pressure and mustered up the courage to say, Temple Master, this is different. After all, not everyone can achieve first place in the joint examination of the top 3 primary magic academies in Giant Stone City. Not everyone can influence those around them to work tirelessly and expand that influence to the top 3 primary magic academies in Giant Stone City. Currently, over half of the third-year students down to the first-year students are using my study methods. And not everyone can drive the entire potion industry in Giant Stone City to develop directly through influencing the learning atmosphere. Moreover, not everyone can level up 6 times within a month. Zhang Lin spoke calmly, eliciting a faint smile from the previously expressionless temple master. Very well, I can tell that you are indeed exceptional. She organized the documents in her hand. But besides these, do you have any other reasons that could convince me to write you a recommendation letter? Seeing that the temple master was not unwilling to write him a recommendation letter, but simply needed enough reasons, Jiang Lin cleared his throat and continued, Ahem, temple master, I remember you once said that the temple would be a strong support for me, and I have always kept this in my heart, and I have always believed so. When faced with the possession of an evil god, I did not retreat. When confronted with potential cultists, I did not evade, because I knew that the temple would protect us, allowing me to continue fighting against these evil cultists. Therefore, I also hope that when I go to Clearwater City to continue battling against potential cultists, I face the enemy's blade, not a knife from a teammate behind me. The implication was that he wanted the temple master's recommendation letter to serve as a deterrent. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Cecilia finally nodded in satisfaction. Well said, I will write this recommendation letter for you. After a pause, she added, I will also write you a recommendation letter for the Sacred Radiance Temple in Clearwater City, and after you break through to the first tier, you can take on a temporary job to supplement your living expenses. Jiang Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you so much, Temple Master. The next moment, he saw 2 feather quills floating beside the Temple Master, swiftly writing on a blank sheet of paper. 2 minutes later, 2 exquisitely packaged envelopes bearing the unique special mark of the Sacred Radiance Temple in Giant Stone City were completed. Cecilia lightly tapped her finger on the 2 recommendation letters. 2 magical sigils Jiang Lin had never seen before appeared sealed onto the recommendation letters. This was the Temple Master's anti-counterfeiting mark. Jiang Lin took the 2 recommendation letters, thanked the Temple Master once again, and solemnly stored them in his spatial ring. Jiang Lin was in a very good mood. Because with this, he had transformed from a young man from a rural town into a young prodigy of the temple, standing behind him at least a 7th-tier powerhouse. If he could also successfully obtain a recommendation letter from the Lord of the City, then his background in Clearwater City would essentially be secured. Humming a cheerful tune, Jiang Lin left the temple, returned to school, and continued to request a recommendation letter from Director Weirsi. Although the principal's recommendation letter seemed insufficient before those 2 individuals, it was still worth asking for. More recommendation letters meant more prestige. Soon Jiang Lin had another intact recommendation letter in hand. He asked Anya, and she said she would ask her father about it when she returned home tonight. Jiang Lin then mentioned that he would go with her tonight. However, he started to contemplate whether he should bring some fruit to visit her father. After all, the last time he had been summoned by the other party, but this time he was the one asking for a favor. After some contemplation, Jiang Lin ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, in this world, it's not customary to show up empty-handed. The status of the city lord was far higher, and he had to think twice before doing anything. If the other party was willing to write him a recommendation letter, it would be out of love for his daughter or appreciation for a talented junior. Bringing some fruit might instead seem a bit odd. Thus, under the guidance of Xiaohei, Jiang Lin continued to study the remaining 2 skills. Time flew by, and before he knew it, day turned to night. After a day of study, Jiang Lin successfully mastered both skills. Holy Judgment Chains not mastered. Mastered Arrow of Aurora not mastered. Mastered Random Skill Upgrade 86. Holy Judgment Chains is a light-based control skill. Its effect is to extend light chains from a fixed position to control the enemy. It is not a combat skill, but a high-tier magic. As for Arrow of Aurora, it is a ranged consumption-type skill belonging to the Archer system. Its effect is to condense an arrow made of light elements which can be fired if one has a bow. The user can set an explosion time to cause the light elements to explode within the enemy after hitting. Of course, it can also be held in hand and thrown. However, doing so will cause the arrow's flight speed to depend on the user's throwing strength, making it far less effective than shooting with a bow. Fortunately, Jiang Lin had a high-quality longbow. High-quality equipment is completely sufficient for a 1st-tier adventurer. Even early 2nd-tier adventurers can keep up with the intensity. Jiang Lin's archery skill had also reached a limit-breaking level. Jiang Lin tested it, and under normal conditions he could hit targets within a distance of 500 meters accurately. For instance, he could strike a coin thrown into the air within 500 meters. As for the range of 500 to 1,000 meters, due to the wind speed and direction being unclear, he could only hit targets approximately. However, he could not hit a target the size of a coin. Beyond 1,000 meters, he would really have to leave it to chance. These were under normal natural conditions. If there was a storm, it would be another story. After all, most arrows have a physical form, and physical objects are affected by wind resistance and other effects. Of course, Jiang Lin had also heard about certain wind-type arrow skills that can ignore the effects of wind in the environment and complete their shots. He would have to learn that when he gets the chance. And at this moment, it was also the time Jiang Lin and Anya had agreed upon. So they headed to the city lord's mansion in the city center together, just like yesterday. After a day of calm, Anya had settled her mind and no longer felt embarrassed about yesterday's events. She was no longer easily stimulated. The moonlight poured down, illuminating the dark giant stone city, with sporadic magic crystal streetlights lighting the way. The two walked side by side on the bluestone pavement. In silence, only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the stone-paved street. Jiang Lin thought of a casual topic to strike up a conversation. Miss Anya. Swish. What a... I haven't said anything yet. Calm down. Calm down. Cough. My hand slipped, Anya explained with a light cough. In reality, the scene of them walking side by side at night reminded her of the awkward experience from yesterday. Who said time could dilute sorrow? The embarrassing moment had clearly passed long ago, but every time she recalled it, she still wanted to find a hole to burrow into. Can someone please tell her how to erase that ugly memory? Of course, reality might have left Anya deeply disappointed. After all, memory-erasing magic, unless wielded by a master sorcerer, carries the perilous risk of sharpening one's skull. Thus, such magic is rarely employed deliberately to erase embarrassing recollections. Mortified by her earlier lapse, Anya once again dug her toes into the ground with frantic intensity, nearly punching a hole through the soles of her shoes. She then forced herself to pivot to a safer topic. When do you plan to depart for Qingshui City? Jiang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Likely the day after tomorrow. So soon? Anya sounded genuinely surprised. Jiang Lin nodded. Qingshui City lies far from Qingshui City, over 10 days by carriage. The distance between Qingshui City and Qingshui City spanned more than 700 li. In this world, automobiles did not exist. A long-distance travel relied almost exclusively on horse-drawn carriages. Though certain tamed arcane creatures, such as flying avian monsters, could carry humans aloft, they were prohibitively expensive and unavailable at any station in Qingshui City. Jiang Lin had encountered them only in illustrated texts. It was said that in mountainous, rugged regions where roads were treacherous, such winged mounts served as the primary mode of transit. How much would a carriage cost? Anya asked. Jiang Lin paused, then replied, roughly 7 silver coins. Anya nodded slowly, falling into quiet contemplation. What's wrong? Jiang Lin noticed her hesitation and inquired. Actually, the swiftest way between the two cities is the long-range teleportation array. Jiang Lin was well aware of this method, though its price was decidedly unkind. Alas, I doubt my current funds could cover even a single transit, unless I sold the prize awarded for placing first last time. Jiang Lin sighed. Yet Anya countered, but did you know? Every student newly admitted to a junior magical academy receives a benefit from the Holy Temple upon enrollment. Jiang Lin frowned in genuine curiosity. What benefit? Anya explained, you receive 2 discounted uses of intercity teleportation arrays, discounted to just 1/10 of the standard fare if memory serves. That is, you may use one opportunity to travel to your academy, and another upon returning home. Originally, the journey between Qingshui City and Qingshui City would cost 7 gold coins, but with the discount you'd pay only 70 silver coins. Though still substantial, this sum was vastly more affordable than 7 gold coins, and well within Jiang Lin's means. After a pause, Anya added, 10 days confined to a swaying carriage is no pleasant ordeal. Jiang Lin stared astonished. So even this world had student discounts. He mentally filed the detail away while marveling inwardly at the temple's boundless grace. Such generosity. I'd never heard of it before. Anya replied, my family. I overheard others mention it once. Jiang Lin fell silent. He resolved then to travel via teleportation array to Qingshui City, to experience at last a touch of true refinement. 70 silver coins he could certainly afford. At worst, he'd skip a few meals for Xiaohe, sending the little beast off to scrounge leftovers from his classmates. Suddenly, a new concern struck him. Miss Anya, does one pay extra to transport a pet through the array? Anya paused to recall, then said, I believe each traveler receives complimentary passage for 1 pet, and 20 cubic meters of storage space. Anything beyond that incurs additional fees. Larger spatial rings consume greater energy. Jiang Lin nodded. Good, Xiaohe travels free. If there were charges, he'd sooner ship the creature by carriage. Soon after, the two arrived once more at the Lord Mayor's residence. For reasons unclear, Jiang Lin, since the Lord Mayor now regarded him with a subtle newfound admiration. The proceedings here proved notably smoother than at the temple. After all, the Lord Mayor rarely appeared publicly. His role carried a distinct, delicate weight compared to that of a temple sovereign, and yesterday's amicable exchange hadn't gone unnoticed. Thus, the letter of recommendation was drafted swiftly. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Jiang Lin accepted the parchment with solemn reverence and a quietly swelling heart. They exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before departing the residence. Miss Anya, your family truly abounds with kind souls. Anya offered no direct affirmation. My father governs our branch with strict discipline. Jiang Lin paused, then asked carefully, might his lordship harbor aspirations toward the position of patriarch of the entire clan? Anya shook her head. Unlikely. He finds deep contentment in his present life. My elder brothers and sisters have already raised children. Our lineage thrives with grandchildren. His sole wish, she continued, was for his children to grow strong and healthy and live out their days in peace. My cousin once dreamed of serving on the frontier slaying alien races, but father persuaded him otherwise. Today he serves as a golden insignia knight of the temple right here in Qingshi City. Rumor held that he'd resisted at first, yet later acknowledged his father's foresight. Now he too urged Anya upon graduation to return home and take up the same mantle. Jiang Lin was taken aback. This hidden history ran deeper than he imagined. And what are your own plans? He asked. Anya's gaze hardened with resolve. I will not confine myself to this provincial city. I seek strength, to clash with mightier warriors, to slay alien races on the front lines. I refuse to become a feeble shadow like my cousin. Jiang Lin blinked momentarily, speechless, never imagining Anya harbored such fervent disdain for Sarlas. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I've never heard you speak of them. Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. Anya's expression revealed nothing. 4 brothers, 3 sisters, all grown, all long departed from Qingshi City. Jiang Lin was startled. Anya had more siblings than he'd guessed. Yet her impassive demeanor suggested her emotional ties to them ran no deeper than those to Sarlas. After brief reflection, Jiang Lin surmised it wasn't estrangement, but rather some unspoken burden. Then again, the Lord Mayor possessed formidable power. Surely he maintained multiple consorts. Monogamy held no legal force in this world. Men of high rank and wealth commonly kept numerous wives and concubines. Likewise, powerful women often took many male attendants. Perhaps then these siblings shared only a father, not a mother. Could Anya's fierce yearning for strength and her sharp aversion to complacency also stem from quiet resentment toward her father's polygamous household? Jiang Lin, what are your own plans after graduating from Senior Magical Academy? Will you pursue further study, join the Frontier Legions, or follow another path? Jiang Lin fell silent, thoughtful. Truth be told, he'd given it little consideration. To be honest, I've long regarded the eradication of the evil gods as my ultimate purpose. That one which possessed Matthew, I haven't forgotten it. He shrugged lightly. Anya froze, uncertain whether he spoke in jest or with chilling sincerity. Truly, Jiang Lin possessed extraordinary resolve. Perhaps her own ambitions had been set too low. Surely she too must strive to surpass her father, to become a sovereign among sovereigns. Their walk home unfolded in easy discourse about dreams and distant horizons. Jiang Lin felt a quiet pang, a rare youthful thrill of anticipation for the future long absent from his life. After delivering Anya safely back to her academy, Jiang Lin paused briefly, then decided to venture beyond the city walls, once more searching for traces of cultists. The city gates remained open. Cultists were invaluable, granting both skill points and library access credits. Before departure, every lead was worth pursuing. With that in mind, Jiang Lin hoisted Xiaohe and stepped out once more, scanning the main road with quiet determination. After roughly an hour and a half, Xiaohe, the self-proclaimed fully automatic cultist radar, sounded the alarm there. Turn left. That way reeks of evil god essence. Jiang Lin's pulse quickened. He activated his concealment art to its utmost limit and followed Xiaohe's guidance into the pitch-black woods. Half an hour later, after countless twists and turns, Xiaohe halted before a crumbling, abandoned cottage, its age lost to time, its timbers rotted and sagging. Jiang Lin concealed himself at a vantage point just distant enough to observe the structure. He turned to Xiaohe. What ranks do the cultists inside hold? Xiaohe stared blankly, its expression wordlessly conveying, I'm but a level 5 Hakimi. What exactly did you expect me to divine? True, Xiaohe's radar detected only evil god resonance, not combat proficiency. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lin summoned the blood demon ritual. Crimson light bled across the earth beneath him. From that spreading scarlet pool, a realm of blood and slaughter shimmered faintly into view. A demon-like entity, wings glistening with wet crimson flesh, emerged, eyes blazing with predatory hunger as it surveyed every living thing before it. Yet Jiang Lin commanded it forward, toward the derelict cottage. As the demon soared ahead, Jiang Lin sprinted in the opposite direction, putting distance between himself and the impending carnage. Should the blood demon falter, he would remain untouched. Tonight it had 5 full minutes to fight. Soon the scene inside the cottage unfolded before Jiang Lin's eyes. 6 figures stood locked in tense readiness, staring down the grotesque intruder. One bore the aura of a second-rank cultivator, the rest first rank. A familiar altar lay at the center, its stone slab stained with the corpse of a recent sacrifice, confirmation enough of their cultist allegiance. The blood demon descended into slaughter. After eliminating 2 first-rank cultists and confirming no hidden foes lurked nearby, Jiang Lin doubled back, unleashing precise, sword energy blasts from outside the cottage. Pitting the blood demon alone against a second-rank foe proved difficult. Its survival hinged solely on regenerative resilience. But with Jiang Lin as battlefield chaos incarnate, everything changed. His unpredictable assaults shattered their formation, though they quickly learned from their first misstep, recognizing the nauseating potency of his enhancement arts, and deployed immunity mechanisms to neutralize them. Jiang Lin wielded more than one art. In the next breath, luminous runes blazed to life beneath the enemy's feet. Radiant with holy luminescence, chains of sacred light erupted from the sigil, binding, constricting, unyielding. The sacred judgment chains. What followed was swift and absolute. Upon dispatching the 6 cultists, eerie black flames ignited, reducing all to ash. Jiang Lin recited the soul passage chant with practiced calm. Let sacred light guide, let night serve as vessel, lost souls find repose. Whether effective or not, the ritual offered solace, psychological armor against the weight of death. Random skill enhancement 611. Designated skill enhancement 01. Watching the black flame purge all evidence, Jiang Lin felt uneasy. After all, he couldn't rely forever on an evil god's fire to erase his tracks. He needed a proper orthodox, fire-based spell. Clean, controllable, respectable. Hey, kid. Xiao He suddenly protested. Why'd you rush to kill them? You could have sacrificed them to me. Jiang Lin waved a hand dismissively. Come now, they were 1st and 2nd rank adepts. I'm merely a 0-rank novice. Had I held back, I feared their counterattack. Xiao He paused, then realized with mild astonishment that it had already begun subconsciously classifying Jiang Lin as a 1st-rank being. Let's go, Xiao He. The night isn't over yet. Xiao He tilted its head skeptical. Your summon can only manifest once per day. Do you truly intend to storm a cultist stronghold alone? Jiang Lin shook his head. Not at all. I depart the day after tomorrow, and Qingshi City's surrounding lands stretch vast and uncharted. Who knows how many cultist dens lie hidden? I cannot stand idle. Thus, adhering to the principle of zero waste, I'll compile their locations and report them directly to the temple claiming the bounty. Xiao He cautioned, won't they question how you obtained such intelligence? Jiang Lin smiled faintly. The temple and the cults are natural enemies, so regardless of origin, they'll side with me. I'll simply present the Lord Mayor's recommendation letter before someone like the eldest brother of the top student at Dawnstar Academy, and request discretion until my departure. As for afterward, either they gradually forget, or they confront me with questions. By then weeks will have passed. A plausible lie, say stumbling upon cultists by chance extracting locations under duress, will suffice. Xiao He stared stunned. In mere moments, Jiang Lin had devised a plan audacious in scope and meticulous in execution. More astonishing still, he lied with utter composure, no tremor in his voice, no flush in his cheeks, not a trace of the saintly bearing expected of a holy knight. Thereafter, Xiao He became Jiang Lin's feline radar, guiding him tirelessly as dusk melted into midnight and midnight bled into dawn. By sunrise, Jiang Lin's notebook held 4 or 5 newly marked locations, each suspected of housing cultist activity. Clutching his ledger, eyes narrowed against the rising sun, Jiang Lin murmured, another splendid day, yet still too brief for my light to illuminate all of Qingshi City. Come, Xiao He, we leave the city tomorrow. Xiao He looked at this guy and didn't want to say a word. Then, after the familiar process of entering the city, Jiang Lin returned to Boulder City. He'll pack all the daily necessities first, then go to the temple to claim the rewards. After that, I'll learn a few skills, say goodbye to my friends, and set off for Clearwater City. Jiang Lin discussed with Xiao He. He skillfully completed the daily tasks. Stamina 43000-44000. Mental strength 39000-4000. Random skill upgrade 1112. Returning to the small cabin he had previously lived in, Jiang Lin realized he hadn't been back here for a long time. All the furniture was covered in a layer of dust. Jiang Lin tidied up, briefly packing some clothes he thought might be useful into his spatial ring. After checking there was nothing left behind, and locking the doors and windows, he headed to the temple and found the gold-ranked warrior Croesus. The reason he didn't seek out Salus was mainly because the latter was quite familiar with the city lord. If he went back to inquire directly, he would expose himself too quickly. Mr. Jiang Lin, what business do you have with me? Croesus looked somewhat surprised at Jiang Lin, who had already reached level 10. Subsequently, Jiang Lin relayed the contents of the notebook to Croesus. Having already had 2 successful reporting experiences, Croesus was relatively trusting of Jiang Lin. However, he still asked, Mr. Jiang Lin, may I ask how you came to know this information? Thus, Jiang Lin began his performance. He took out the city lord's letter of recommendation from his spatial ring. I'm leaving Boulder City tomorrow to enroll early at Clearwater City. This is the letter of recommendation personally written for me by the city lord. As he spoke, he waved the letter of recommendation in his hand. There are some things that can only be said to those who understand will understand, and those who don't can't be told explicitly. I hope Mr. Croesus can keep this secret. I just want to claim the rewards for a successful report. Hearing that the information source seemed to be related to the city lord and was not to be disclosed, Croesus nodded. No problem, Mr. Jianglin. However, the authenticity of the information still needs verification. After we conduct a field investigation, we will issue the rewards. Verification will take 1 day. When do you plan to leave? If you have time, you can come and redeem the rewards before you go. Hearing that he couldn't receive the payment in advance, Jianglin was somewhat disappointed, but he still said, Then it'll trouble you, brother Croesus. Croesus nodded as if recalling something. By the way, Mr. Jianglin, my younger brother still reminisces about his battle with you and wishes to train for a while longer before challenging you again. If you have time, I can notify him to spar with you before you leave. Jianglin thought for a moment and accepted the challenge. He had become friends with the top 2 from the other 2 schools through their fight. They often came to the Holy Light Magic Academy these days to ask him questions and clarify their doubts about staying up all night. I need to pass by Dawnstar Junior Magic Academy later, so we'll just go find him directly. Croesus nodded. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Subsequently, Jianglin arrived at the hall where the 7 divine statues were enshrined. Holding his borrowing card in hand, he followed the previous procedure to recharge it. Borrowing points 111. Returning to the borrowing counter, Jianglin selected 2 spells, Low-Tier Fireball and High-Tier Healing. The 2 skills cost exactly 11 borrowing points, so his balance returned to 0. Borrowing points 11-0. At least when cremating corpses, he should try not to use black flames. Carrying the 2 newly acquired skill books, Jianglin arrived at Dawnstar Junior Magic Academy. At the current Dawnstar Junior Magic Academy, he found their top student, Frederick. Seeing Jianglin arrive, the latter was somewhat surprised, and upon learning his purpose became extremely excited. Come on, I've already figured out a way to counter you. Soon the 2 of them arrived at an empty training ground. Frederick pulled out his double axes and immediately activated the Berserk skill. A holy light longsword appeared in Jianglin's hand, and almost instantly 2 layers of shields materialized around him. One was Holy Guardian Shield, and the other was Iron Wall Barrier. Since he had already asked the other's brother for a favor, Jianglin planned to exchange a few more moves with him before defeating him. However, to Jianglin's astonishment, the Berserk Frederick clapped his hands together, and instantly a wave of air spread outward from him. And spreading along with this air wave were his shredded clothes. Then, completely naked, he charged fiercely at Jianglin. Jianglin was stunned by the sight, mainly because it was too much for the eyes. He felt an inexplicable sense of violation. Was this to defend against his ejection aura? Jianglin instantly changed his mind and decided not to prolong the fight, opting for a single decisive blow. Jianglin then swung out a massive cross-shaped holy light sword aura. This cross-shaped sword aura was formed by combining 2 sword energies with the main purpose of blocking all of the opponent's escape routes. Bang! The double axes collided with the cross-shaped sword aura. Due to Jianglin's far superior physical attributes, although the opponent also used a high-level battle skill, he was completely outmatched and was sent flying. Cough! Cough! Frederick struggled to his feet, staring at Jianglin in shock. When did you become so strong? And why didn't you use your ejection aura? Jianglin sheathed his sword and stood upright. This is the result of a genius accumulated strength. You're not a genius, so it's normal that you don't understand. Frederick was somewhat dejected. He took out some pants from his storage space and began to put them on. Jianglin chatted with him for a while longer, informing him that he was leaving Boulder City tomorrow and had come to say goodbye today. I also plan to get into Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Now that you're enrolling, you'll be my senior, right? Keep it up, Junior. Strive to catch up to me. Subsequently, Jianglin went to Boulder Junior Magic Academy to find Lena, the poison healer, who shared a mutual admiration with him and her best friend, the Summoner Eve. Some of his current techniques for using enhancement spells and the poison healing methods for other skills were shared with him by Lena. I see. Well, I wish you a smooth journey, classmate Jianglin. We both plan to apply for Holy Radiance Magic Academy too. See you then. Returning to school, Jianglin began to learn the 2 skills he had just acquired. Mana flowed at his fingertips as Jianglin studied the skill books himself. Time ticked by. With a soft puff, a fist-sized orange-eared fireball coalesced above his palm. The flame danced, radiating blistering heat. Low-tier fireball uninitiated initiated. Then he used a random skill upgrade point. Low-tier fireball initiated transcendent. After glancing at the contents of high-tier healing, Jianglin gave up on the idea of learning it by himself. He took out Xiaohei. After completing the transaction, Xiaohei began to explain high-tier healing to Jianglin. The difficulty of high-tier magic was hundreds of times greater than that of low-tier magic. Thus, the progress was much slower than when learning low-tier spells. Once again, as the sun set, Jianglin had fully mastered this new spell. High-tier healing uninitiated transcendent. He would find another opportunity to learn mid-tier healing, so he could create a comprehensive version of the healing spell similar to enhancement. According to Lena, when the comprehensive healing spell was used at full power, it could directly cause the opponent's flesh to proliferate. If the power was great enough, it could even turn the opponent into a ball of flesh. Since even she couldn't control the degree of this move, well, she rarely used it in battles against others. By this time, the temple personnel should have started searching every nook and cranny outside the city for the hidden cultists based on his notes. Zhang Lin also began practicing the breathing technique after a long hiatus. However, he stopped shortly after starting. The reason was simple: his current most basic breathing technique was still too slow to cultivate. The cost-benefit ratio was simply not worth it. He would be better off spending time learning other skills. Of course, Zhang Lin wanted to break through to Tier 1, but the challenge of the peak Tier 0 Blood Demon was something even the system advised him to consider carefully. Therefore, he didn't dare to be overconfident and enter the blood trial arena with his current strength. After all, although he was powerful, he was still within the scope of Tier 0. Moreover, his attributes could still be accumulated. At the very least, tomorrow's self would be stronger than today's. So while he could claim to be invincible among his peers of the same tier, he was not yet the strongest Tier 0 in the world. With this in mind, Zhang Lin decided to go to the library to see if there were any relevant documents about the so-called limits. Although the library would be locked at night, Zhang Lin was leaving the school tomorrow. So Zhang Lin went to the main door and with a forceful pull ripped the lock off the library door. He would leave Dean Wells to handle the aftermath. Subsequently, Zhang Lin began searching for relevant books. Time passed slowly. Soon the next day arrived. After a night of searching, Zhang Lin finally found a relevant description in an old worn-out book. Physical fitness and mental strength determine the upper limit of one's grade. If physical fitness and mental strength are insufficient, the grade cannot be increased and the life level cannot be elevated. Upon breaking through to Tier 1, one can use a more powerful breathing technique, and the rate of improvement in physical fitness and mental strength will undergo a qualitative leap. At this point, the grade will also limit the increase of physical fitness and mental strength. If the grade does not increase, physical fitness and mental strength will also stop growing. Zhang Lin was somewhat surprised there was actually such a theory. Then he looked at the cover of the book, Intermediate Magic Academy Basic Knowledge Teaching Manual. He hoped Dean Wells would forgive him. Then he continued reading. This grade limitation is mainly based on tiers. For example, the limit for a first tier is 2000 attribute points. Once 2000 is reached, one cannot continue to improve. Note: the author does not recommend that everyone accumulate their attribute values to the limit before breaking through. After all, after breaking through, one can use a higher ear breathing technique, and the rate of increase for these attribute points is faster, offering a better cost-benefit ratio. The data above was obtained by predecessors who sacrificed their own cultivation speed to reach these conclusions. It is hoped that subsequent scholars will treat their predecessors with respect. Unfortunately, there was no description about the limit for Tier 0. He put the Intermediate Magic Academy textbook, which had inexplicably ended up here, back in its place and left the school library. Subsequently, Zhang Lin tidied up his seat and said goodbye to his classmates. Everyone looked at this new student with dazed expressions, inexplicably feeling a surge of emotion. This guy was finally leaving. They were almost on the verge of embracing each other and bursting into cheers. However, looking at their classmates who were taking their daily dose of medicine, especially one boiling sheep who was injecting something into his muscles, everyone felt a pang of sorrow. All the surrounding classmates, including themselves, had been completely molded into this guy's shape. There was no going back. Those days when they could sleep every day. Zhang Lin also went to the office to say goodbye to each of his teachers, then jogged towards the temple. Along the way, he completed his daily tasks. Stamina 44000, 45000. Mental Strength 40000, 41000. Random Skill Upgrade 1011. The gold-ranked warrior Croesus looked at Zhang Lin before him and sighed. Mr. Zhang Lin, your intelligence was extremely accurate. All 5 strongholds were confirmed to be cult bases. Zhang Lin said matter-of-factly, of course. Brother, you didn't disclose the source of the information, did you? Croesus smiled warmly. Of course not, Mr. Zhang Lin. You can trust me completely in this matter. Please take out your borrowing card, and I'll transfer the borrowing points to you. Thank you very much, Brother Croesus. Borrowing points 025. With the borrowing points in hand, he returned the 2 newly borrowed skill books and then headed to the location of the long-distance teleportation array. This long-distance teleportation array was an asset managed by the temple, but it wasn't built inside the temple itself. It was located in another building which was called the Space Court. Outside the door, a long queue was buying tickets to different destinations. Zhang Lin sensed the auras of these people. Many were Tier 1 or Tier 2 adventurers. A few whose auras he couldn't discern should be Tier 3 and above. It seemed these adventurers were quite wealthy. Holding Xiaohei, Zhang Lin waited for a long time until it was finally his turn. He took out his student ID issued by the temple and grandly placed a gold coin on the counter to buy a ticket for the long-distance teleportation array. After counting the 30 silver coins and change twice to make sure it was correct, Jiang Lin stepped into this vast ancient building. The hall was constructed of huge white stones with a high vaulted ceiling painted with ancient star patterns. The hall connected to many rooms, each labeled with its destination. Jiang Lin found the room for Clearwater City and joined the queue at the door. The queue for the Clearwater City room was the longest, probably because it was one of the most developed cities in Qingshui County. Each batch consisted of 10 people, and each batch took about 10 minutes to teleport. For Jiang Lin, who had been to a few amusement parks in his past life, this speed was acceptable. After all, the saying queue for 2 hours, play for 1 minute at certain amusement parks was no joke. Soon it was Jiang Lin's turn. Stepping into the teleportation room, a temple staff member began mechanically reciting the precautions. Dear passengers, welcome to the temple-operated civilian-grade long-distance teleportation array service. This teleportation's destination, Clearwater City. To ensure a safe and smooth teleportation process, please listen carefully and adhere to the following precautions. During the teleportation, you may experience mild to moderate dizziness, spatial disorientation, or a brief feeling of weightlessness. Tinnitus, dizziness, momentary blurred vision, or slight nausea are all normal phenomena and usually subside on their own within seconds to minutes after the teleportation ends. Please ensure that all items you are carrying are properly stored in your spatial storage equipment. As the other person rambled on, Jiang Lin began to examine the teleportation array. It was an array about 20 meters in diameter. Intricate and profound silver runes were deeply engraved into the black foundation stone, currently flowing with a gentle yet powerful spatial energy radiance, like liquid moonlight. The staff member finished reciting the long list of precautions and began the concluding remarks. The basic insurance is included in this teleportation fee. In the event of a teleportation accident caused by force majeure or non-passenger liability, the temple will handle the aftermath in accordance with regulations. The teleportation is about to begin. Please confirm that you are ready. We wish you a pleasant journey. The light of the teleportation array gradually brightened, and the staff member withdrew. Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Clearwater City, here I come. However, just a few seconds before the formation activated, Jiang Lin caught a glimpse of a burly man beside him who took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a sense of facing death with determination. At first, Jiang Lin thought that the man was just as nervous as he was being his first time on a long-distance teleportation array. However, when he turned his gaze to the others, he found their expressions similar to that of the burly man, all showing a hint of facing death. When Jiang Lin realized that something might be amiss, it was already a bit late. In the next moment, the teleportation array burst forth with brilliant light, and the transfer began. An overwhelming dizziness hit him. Meow. The little black cat on his shoulder let out a sharp cry, but the rest of its sound transformed from a meow into an unrecognizable language. Jiang Lin felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine in an instant, and it was set to the maximum spin cycle. The teleportation array was exceptionally effective, causing his brain to spin. Fortunately, the transfer did not last too long and soon came to an end. As the light of the teleportation array gradually faded, the blinding silver glow slowly receded. Ugh! A strong wave of nausea surged, but Jiang Lin tightly controlled his stomach muscles to prevent himself from vomiting immediately. The earlier instructions had clearly stated that if someone vomited on the teleportation array, there would be a cleaning fee. Noticing that the little black cat was in a similar situation, Jiang Lin quickly covered its mouth with his hand and warned it with a stern look. Jiang Lin noticed that those experienced with teleportation around him were also desperately holding their breath and covering their mouths to prevent themselves from vomiting. Finally, the door of the room opened and the 6 or 7 people standing on the teleportation array rushed out like zombies breaking free from chains. Seeing this, Jiang Lin hurriedly followed them and soon ran to an area separated by a translucent magical barrier. Once inside, Jiang Lin was amazed by the sight. Many adventurers who had teleported from different locations were just like him, either leaning on their knees or squatting on the ground, recovering from the effects of the teleportation. Meanwhile, in this area, there was a place resembling a wash basin where a row of people was neatly leaning on the edge of the wash basin, vomiting profusely, colorful effects bursting from their mouths. The air was filled with a faint mint-like fresh aroma, likely from some kind of air-purifying magic continuously at work. Jiang Lin hurried over with the little black cat, and both of them leaned over the wash basin to vomit. The bottom of this wash basin was embedded with special drainage grooves and cleansing runes. The moment the waste made contact, the runes glimmered slightly, and the waste vanished without a trace, leaving the wash basin sparkling clean. This teleportation. Ugh. Array. Why is it so? Ugh. Dizzying. Jiang Lin voiced his confusion. The little black cat, while vomiting, explained to Jiang Lin, "It's probably because you and I have too low a spatial resistance in this body." Ugh. Just teleport a few more times, and it will be fine. Ugh. After a moment, both the person and the cat finally started to feel better. Jiang Lin squatted down to the side, while the little black cat lay down directly on the floor. Look at those who traveled with us. Some of them clearly have lower levels, but are just fine. They probably have teleported more frequently, so they have higher resistance to this level of spatial strain. While resting, the little black cat analyzed for Jiang Lin. Once the dizziness completely faded, Jiang Lin finally stood up. He picked up the still recovering little black cat and walked out of the vomit zone. Now he finally had the opportunity to observe the spatial court of Qingshui City. The spatial court consists of entrance and exit sections, and Jiang Lin was currently seeing the exit hall of Qingshui City. This space was several times more magnificent than the spatial court of Giant Stone City, with a dome so high it seemed capable of accommodating a dragon's flight. Huge magical crystal lamps hovered in the air like stars, emitting a soft and bright glow. The air still carried a faint minty scent, giving a refreshing feel to one's mind. Surrounding them were the exit points for long-distance teleportation arrays from different regions, making Giant Stone City seem quite insignificant among many cities. Jiang Lin's eyes were dazzled by the various pedestrians. Towering orc warriors wielding bloodstained battle axes emerged from the teleportation room. Elegant elven mages wearing enchanted glasses and fine robes gracefully moved through the crowd. Adventurers clad in worn chainmail, their faces marked by hardship, carried unique spoils looking to sell them for a good price in Qingshui City. And staff from the temple led out large magical beasts requiring special transportation, weaving through the throng. Unlike Giant Stone City, Qingshui City was home to various orc clans, elven tribes, and demon races. Although there were frequent frictions at the border between the human kingdom and the orc and demon races within each race, there were no prohibitions against all foreign beings entering. Only a few strategically significant cities would prohibit all foreign entries, but prosperous cities like Qingshui City were still able to accommodate intelligent beings from other races. However, tolerance does not imply acceptance. There would generally be some discrimination. After all, there is a hierarchy of disdain, even among humans, let alone with other races. As Jiang Lin stepped out of the spatial court, the landscape of Qingshui City was fully revealed to him. Qingshui City is an important seaport hub in the southern part of the kingdom. Thus, the first thing to hit Jiang Lin was the slightly salty sea breeze, warm, humid, and mixed with the rich fragrance of various spices. Beneath his feet lay a wide bluestone avenue broad enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, with patches of moss growing between the stones. The massive streets were bustling with traffic, and the diverse attire of the pedestrians reflected a level of prosperity and liveliness that far surpassed the elderly Giant Stone City. Near the exit, Jiang Lin found a small shop where many people were purchasing maps of Qingshui City. Jiang Lin approached, and after some haggling bought a detailed map of Qingshui City for the price of a silver coin. Why is even a map so expensive? Is this what a big city is like? Jiang Lin complained to the little black cat. He then unfolded the map and discovered he could channel magic into it. Intrigued, Jiang Lin poured magic into it with a mindset of experimentation, and soon the streets and important buildings of the city were vividly displayed in 3-dimensional projections. It was like a holographic image from his past life. Moreover, he could zoom in and out, making it incredibly convenient. Jiang Lin sighed with the little black cat. Hey, little black, it seems the issue isn't with the price, but with my wallet. He felt a sudden urge to steal some money. The little black cat glanced at Jiang Lin, its instincts warning that Jiang Lin seemed to harbor some dangerous thoughts. Soon Jiang Lin pinpointed his destination for this trip, the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. However, the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy was not solely a mid-level institution. It encompassed primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, but they were merely 3 separate campuses. Following the map's guidance, Jiang Lin walked while observing the surrounding buildings and environment of Qingshui City. The roadsides were no longer lined with the heavy stone houses typical of Giant Stone City, but rather a series of distinct buildings with white walls, red tiles, and blue roofs gleaming brightly in the sunlight. At the end of his line of sight, he could faintly see the outlines of towering city walls, and beyond them lay the vast shimmering sea with its sailing ships. Several ancient-looking mage towers adorned with massive magical crystals at their peaks stood in various directions throughout the city, emanating a faint elemental glow, serving as both lighthouses and guardians of the city. According to the map, Jiang Lin weaved through the bustling streets, heading inland. The closer he got to the intermediate campus of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy, the cleaner and more serene the streets appeared. There were also more pedestrians dressed in uniforms or garments bearing the Academy's emblem, their demeanor starting to carry a scholarly air. These people were likely students of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. Jiang Lin thought, while holding the little black cat. Finally, a vast area surrounded by tall walls and lush greenery appeared before him. The walls were constructed from a white stone material, and a massive iron gate intricately carved with magical patterns stood wide open with a huge emblem hanging above a magic book lying open with gems representing the 7 elemental systems floating above it encircling a shining star. This was the emblem of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. Inside the gate was a broad tree-lined avenue flanked by towering ancient trees and well-manicured lawns and flower beds. In the distance, elegant and tastefully arranged classroom buildings, towering library spires, and the faint outline of a circular arena could be seen. The air was filled with the fragrant scents of grass earth and the faint stable waves of magical energy, forming a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city. This was very much in line with the characteristics of certain universities. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and stepped into this renowned magical institution of the kingdom. In the new student reception area, a middle-aged male teacher wearing glasses and a serious expression received him. He saw Jiang Lin was dressed plainly and immediately recognized him as an ordinary student without any background. Moreover, the fact that he was awkwardly holding a black cat suggested that anyone who kept such an unlucky creature as a pet was probably just a foolish kid who appeared out of nowhere. Is there something you need? Although the special assessments for the intermediate and advanced institutes are open year-round, most people choose to come to apply at the beginning of an academic year. It is quite rare to see someone like you coming just 2 or 3 months before the year's end. I wish to apply to your esteemed school, Jiang Lin said politely. However, upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher merely responded dismissively. The qualification assessment for beginner adventurers has concluded. Only after obtaining basic scores can one apply to our school. You are too early to come now. No, I am here for the special assessment. Hearing this, the teacher looked at Jiang Lin with suspicion. Special assessment. At this time, after a pause, he continued, do you have a recommendation letter? Jiang Lin nodded, of course. Saying this, he took out the recommendation letter written by the principal. I come from the Radiant Beginner Magic Academy in Giant Stone City, and this is our principal's recommendation letter. The teacher nodded, noticing the detail of Jiang Lin taking the recommendation letter from his spatial ring, thinking that this person likely wasn't one of those poor students. Thus, he accepted the recommendation letter, preparing to open it to verify its authenticity and proceed with the normal process. However, Jiang Lin then took out another recommendation letter. Additionally, Lady Cecilia Huaxing, the head of the temple in Giant Stone City, also wrote me a recommendation letter for your school. Upon hearing this, the teacher's hand froze in midair as he lowered his head, unable to see his expression, which had shifted from casual indifference to seriousness. It seemed that this person had some background. The head of the temple in a city was a figure of significant status, willing to write a recommendation letter for him. No such a matter was likely beyond the scope of this admissions office teacher. He needed to find the head of the admissions office. He smiled and was about to invite Jiang Lin to the VIP room for tea to discuss the enrollment matter when he saw Jiang Lin placing the temple head's recommendation letter on the table again and pulling out a completely different envelope. Looking at the intricate patterns on the envelope, the male teacher swallowed hard, feeling a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sure enough, Jiang Lin said, this is a recommendation letter from Lord Dane Kasrat, one of the direct heirs of the Kasrat family, the Lord of Giant Stone City, addressed to your school. Because I trained in Giant Stone City, my family could only find these 3 esteemed individuals for me. I wonder if this meets your school's admission standards. Upon hearing this, the teacher's back broke out in a cold sweat. From the implication, it seemed he had a powerful family behind him, capable of easily getting the highest figures of the 2 largest forces in a city to vouch for him. Jiang Lin neatly placed the recommendation letters in front of him and casually said, my family has always taught me to be polite, went out to treat everyone equally, to be sincere, and never to rely on talent or bully others with power. However, after leaving home for these years, I found that if I am too polite, there will always be some who do not appreciate it, and if I am too humble, there will always be those who take advantage of it. Sai teacher, why is the logic of this world so strange? Is it my family's teachings that are wrong, or is it that some people have problems? Jiang Lin naturally noticed the disdainful looks from the other party. Their dismissive and perfunctory attitude was quite apparent. If he only had the principal's recommendation letter, he might have just smiled and let it go. But now he held the recommendation letters from the Lord and the temple head, so he naturally could not afford to be too low profile. Holding such credentials while being polite and humble would only earn him contempt. If one admissions officer acted this way, it was likely worse among others. This was a sickness that needed curing. Moreover, as the saying goes, one's status is determined by oneself when out and about. Jiang Lin wanted to create an image for himself as the young master of a mysterious reclusive family. Those who investigate would only find his orphan status. No matter how they investigated, they would not find his parents. Before that, he had already hinted at the temple about his background and had disguised it well. Others would assume that his powerful family had been able to manage such a disguise. If anyone thought he was just making grand claims or had ulterior motives and wanted to test the strength of his family behind him, they would have to consider whether the temple head and the city lord would agree to this. Seeing the teacher, dumbfounded, Jiang Lin leaned forward and tapped the table in front of him. "Teacher, I just want to enroll like an ordinary student. May I ask if there's a problem?" "Ha ha ha, of course no problem." The middle-aged male teacher's cold sweat instantly poured down as he replied with a dry laugh. Judging by the implication in his words, he was likely a scion of some noble family whose elders had instructed him to keep a low profile while traveling, hence his unremarkable attire. And he himself had looked down on the other because of his clothes. How utterly inappropriate. His earlier impatience and disdain had been far too obvious, provoking the other's displeasure. Swallowing his saliva, he still braced himself and said, "Ahem, this student, you must have had a long journey. How about this, come in and sit for a while, have some tea, and we can discuss the enrollment matters slowly." He had seen plenty of scions from various noble families. After all, there were many in the school, but these students also had distinctions between direct and collateral lines, and those favored and those neglected. He couldn't figure out the situation of this student before him, but someone who could specially have his family ask the Lord of Boulder City and the City Lord of Boulder City to write recommendation letters was certainly no ordinary member of his clan. Thus, he dared not be negligent any longer and prepared to summon the director of admissions who had the authority to handle these noble family scions. Jiang Lin no longer pressed him, instead letting him lead the way to a VIP room furnished with leather sofas and a purple starwood table. "Haha, student, please have a seat here for a moment. They'll call the teacher in charge." The middle-aged male teacher forced a warm smile, had Jiang Lin sit down, and brewed a pot of tea for him. Xiao He jumped down from Jiang Lin, adjusted to a comfortable position, and lay down. Jiang Lin picked up the teacup, gently blew on the steam, relaxed his posture, and imitating the city lord's way of drinking tea, took a small sip. Seeing Jiang Lin's tea-drinking posture, so professional, the middle-aged male teacher grew even more convinced that Jiang Lin's origins were extraordinary. Then he stood up and quickly left the VIP room, as if fleeing, gently closing the door behind him. The room fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of Jiang Lin slowly sipping tea and Xiao Hei's rhythmic breathing. Outside the window, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the floating dust in the air and highlighting the room's exquisite decor. Jiang Lin appeared calm, but inwardly his thoughts were very active. He had thought the 2 recommendation letters would be effective, but he never expected such remarkable results. Not long after, the door to the VIP room was pushed open again. Entering was a middle-aged man who looked about 50, slightly stout, with hair combed immaculately and wearing a deep blue mage robe. A kind smile hung on his face as he stepped into the VIP room. Adhering to his character of being polite, Jiang Lin stood up to welcome the new teacher. "Hello, this student. I am the director of admissions, Edwin Bernard." Edwin's voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of the authority befitting a leader. His gaze swept over Jiang Lin and the little black creature beside him, finally settling on the 3 neatly arranged envelopes on the table, each stamped with a different emblem. His eyebrows twitched, as most scions of the great families in Clearwater City only had their school principals or grade directors write recommendation letters. Only a very few exceptionally talented geniuses from noble families or the biological children of the clan head would have the clan head write a recommendation letter to send to the school requesting special attention. Jiang Lin then introduced himself. "I am Jiang Lin, an ordinary student come from the Radiant Primary Magic Academy of Boulder City to seek early enrollment through your school's special examination." Upon hearing this, Edwin's face showed a warm smile, but inwardly he sneered. An ordinary student? Which ordinary student could get the dual endorsement of a city's temple lord and city lord? The recommendation letter from the Radiant Magic Academy's principal was completely overlooked by him. On his way here, he had already checked. The city lord and temple lord of Boulder City were both 7th-rank powerhouses, and they were not the type to write recommendation letters often, so both letters carried considerable weight. Moreover, according to his subordinate, the other party seemed to come from a large family, but the elders apparently didn't want him to reveal his identity, so he kept a low profile when traveling. "Please sit, student Jiang Lin." Edwin sat down on the sofa opposite Jiang Lin. "Your situation has been roughly reported to me by the teacher just now. Temple Lord Cecilia, City Lord Dane, and your school principal have all vouched for you, which fully demonstrates your excellence." Glancing at the 3 letters on the table, he continued, "However, according to the formal procedures, we still need to verify your identity first. After all, Holy Radiance Magic Academy, as one of the top institutions in the southern part of the kingdom, has strict admission standards. Even with these 3 recommendation letters, you need to pass our special examination to formally enroll." Jiang Lin nodded and handed over the identity document issued by the temple. Director Edwin began to verify each item one by one. You haven't yet broken through to Tier 1. Edwin uttered a puzzled sound. Normally, students attending the special examination had already broken through to Tier 1 for some time, having enhanced both their physical fitness and mental strength before taking the test. Jiang Lin nodded. Yes, is there a problem? I recall your school's special admission requirement is only reaching level 10, right? Edwin's expression showed some hesitation. He suspected the other party was a young master from some reclusive family, but since that family had been out of touch with the outside world for too long, they might not be aware of the unspoken rules of the special examination. It's not a problem, but if you haven't broken through to Tier 1, the subsequent examination might be quite difficult. Jiang Lin smiled confident. If I fail the examination, I can break through immediately, but I believe I won't fail. Seeing Jiang Lin's confidence, Edwin felt he might have some hidden trump card, so he no longer tried to dissuade him. The special examination consists of 2 parts. Edwin began to explain to Jiang Lin. The first part is the basic quality assessment, including tests of physical fitness, mental strength, and reaction speed. The second part is the practical combat potential evaluation. You will need to face gradually intensifying magical beast projections in a simulated combat environment. The longer you last, the higher your final score. He looked up at Jiang Lin. The examination venue is the trial tower within the academy. If you are ready, we can go there now. During the examination, recording crystals will document the entire process to ensure fairness and impartiality. Jiang Lin stood up. No preparation needed. I can start any time. Jiang Lin had never experienced this so-called basic quality assessment and didn't know how the school would measure it. Haha, full of youthful vigor. Edwin also stood up. Let's go. They'll take you to the basic assessment area on the first floor of the trial tower. Jiang Lin picked up Xiaohei and followed behind Edwin. Passing through the tree-lined campus, an ancient-looking massive stone tower came into view. Entering the first floor of the tower, it was an extremely spacious hall. The hall was divided into different areas with various machines gleaming with magical light. At the moment, there were several staff members in standard mage robes and 4 or 5 academy students testing their own physical attributes. I will observe your performance from the control room. Good luck, student Jiang Lin. Edwin put on his trademark warm smile, handed Jiang Lin over to a staff member, and whispered a few instructions to him. This student, please follow me. The staff member, who had a deadpan expression, also put on a warm smile, though it wasn't as natural as Director Edwin's, and looked somewhat stiff. Jiang Lin didn't mind and followed him to a set of instruments composed of a large crystal pillar and a complex metal base. Please place your hand on this sensing crystal, relax your mind, and do not resist the instrument's probing. It will measure your mental strength and physical fitness. The final score will be calculated based on the ratio of your base values to your level. Jiang Lin complied and placed his hand on the warm milky white crystal. The crystal's surface immediately lit up with a soft glow rippling like water, enveloping his entire hand. A gentle probing energy surged up his arm and into his body. The moment the probing energy touched his body, the main crystal pillar connected to the sensing crystal erupted with a blinding light. Hum. A low hum sounded, and the entire crystal pillar seemed to transform into a massive luminous body. The soft white light quickly grew intense, and its color began to change violently. White, green, blue, purple, gold. Finally, the dazzling golden light stabilized, illuminating nearly every corner of the hall. Even the other students testing different attributes stared wide-eyed in this direction. The color of the crystal did not change based on the tester's numerical values. Instead, it gave a score based on the tester's performance relative to peers at the same level. And gold was the highest rating. Moreover, the crystal pillar's light was so dazzling that it indicated the other party was among the top tier, even within the gold rating. At the same time, a display panel connected to it showed the values for mental strength and physical attributes, jumping wildly, eventually reaching a terrifying number. Mental strength, 40000. Physical fitness, 44000. The staff member, who had been wearing a fake smile, had already widened his eyes at the golden light, and when he saw the numbers on the panel, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. These were the values of a level 10 adventurer who hadn't even broken through to Tier 1. What kind of monster was this? In the control room, Director Edwin saw the crystal shine with golden light, and his professional smile froze slightly. A gold rating in the basic attribute assessment was rare. At most 2 or 3 students per grade could achieve it. But their golden light pillars were definitely not as dazzling as Jiang Lin's. Director Edwin was almost certain that if there were a higher rating above gold, Jiang Lin would still reach it. In other words, others achieved the gold rating because that was the highest they could reach, while Jiang Lin achieved gold simply because gold was the highest rating available. Then he also saw Jiang Lin's values. Instantly, his eyes widened. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken, he nearly called a staff member to check if the machine was malfunctioning. Both basic attributes reached 40,000. Was this really a value achievable by a human who hadn't broken through? He had already informed the staff present about Jiang Lin's situation, hinting that they could give some appropriate consideration to this young man with an unclear background. Although the school's admissions were strict, faced with recommendation letters from two important figures, certain back doors could be quietly opened. However, when they all saw Jiang Lin's results, the hall erupted in uproar. This, is the instrument broken? Or is he hiding his actual level? That shouldn't be. This machine can accurately detect whether someone has broken through their level limit, right? He's really at tier 0. Are these values achievable by a tier 0 adventurer? Jiang Lin's data completely shattered their understanding of what a tier 0 adventurer could be. Edwin took a deep breath. Now he somewhat understood why the city lord of Boulder City and the temple lord were willing to write recommendation letters for him. Leaving aside his mysterious family background, just his personal ability alone was enough to warrant the endorsement of two such important figures. It seemed his idea of pulling strings for the other party was rather laughable. What comes after this test? Jiang Lin looked at the staff member beside him, who was completely dumbfounded. The man finally snapped out of it, but having received no notice from his superiors and looking at the somewhat absurd data on the panel, he wondered if the machine was faulty. So he braced himself and said, our machine is sometimes inaccurate, so we need to test 3 times and take the average. Then Jiang Lin was seen lifting his hand and putting it down, lifting it again and putting it down again. The entire testing hall turned into something like a disco with white, green, blue, purple, and golden lights flashing frequently. And Jiang Lin's data remained remarkably stable, forcing this staff member who had worked here for so many years to accept it as fact. All right, student, follow me. Next is the reaction speed test. The staff member barely maintained a professional demeanor and led Jiang Lin into an adjacent compartment. From the outside, this compartment appeared transparent, but once inside, it was pitch black, presumably made of some magical material, with only a circular magic array at the center emitting a faint blue light. The rules of this test are simple. Dodge all activated light orbs and last for 3 minutes. The difficulty will gradually increase. The rating is based on a combined assessment of the number of hits taken and movement speed. Jiang Lin nodded, curiously surveying the room. Stand at the center of the array. Once the test starts, the room will randomly fire light orbs. Before the gold level, the orbs' trajectories are all straight lines. The light orbs won't cause injury, you just focus on dodging. Pausing, he continued. Additionally, this test is for reaction speed, so skills that enhance reaction time or speed cannot be used. Hence, an anti-magic array has been inscribed here. Jiang Lin tried it, and indeed his accelerated perception could not be activated and many magic-type skills could not be properly channeled. Is this array so powerful? He could learn it himself when he had the chance. Jiang Lin thought to himself. After the staff member finished explaining the instructions, he retreated to the control panel outside the door and gently closed the door. The test is about to begin. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, inscribed runes appeared on the walls of this originally pitch-black room. These runes, glowing with a faint blue light, flickered slightly and began to fire white light orbs at Jiang Lin. However, these light orbs were painfully slow in Jiang Lin's eyes. Even without activating accelerated perception or abyssal time, he could see their trajectories perfectly clearly. Without even moving his feet, he merely tilted his head, slightly shifted his body, or bent his knee and dodged all the orbs with ease. But these white light orbs lasted only a short while before turning green, and their speed increased significantly compared to before. It seemed the white orbs were just to let him familiarize himself with the test process. Yet this speed was still nothing to Jiang Lin, posing no pressure at all. On the control panel screen outside, the hits column remained at a constant 0. As time gradually passed after the previous dazzling display in the venue, everyone present shifted their attention to the student who was about to enroll. The green orb stage was considered the official start, but for Jiang Lin, it was merely a piece of cake. Of course, this was true for the other students present as well, so everyone simply waited quietly for the arrival of the next 3 stages. As the green orb stage concluded, Jiang Lin had still not been hit by any orb. Then the green orbs disappeared, replaced by the blue orbs of the next stage. The number and speed of the orbs increased once again. This truly tested the reflexes, and for some non-melee profession students, this speed was already somewhat difficult to evade. Jiang Lin became slightly more serious, and his feet finally began to move. There was no choice. The angles of some orbs were tricky, and if he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to dodge. As he was not hit by any orbs during the blue orb stage, it soon ended, shifting to the purple orb stage. At this moment, Jiang Lin finally began to feel a hint of pressure. The speed of these purple orbs suddenly increased. If the blue orbs were like swift arrows, the purple orbs were akin to bullets fired from a gun. Even Jiang Lin found it somewhat challenging to dodge. He finally opened his right eye and began to use his Sure Yuan Mo Yanto observe the trajectories of the orbs. Although the use of magic was prohibited, the Shi Yuan Mo Yin was his innate ability, so it was not suppressed. His footsteps moved like a ghost within a small range, showcasing incredible coordination and explosiveness in such a confined space. The benefits of his skills reaching a state of perfection were evident. Jiang Lin's control over his body was terrifying, allowing him to manipulate every muscle and perform some unbelievable movements. Though Jiang Lin could not see outside, the spectators outside could clearly see him. In their eyes, his movements became increasingly complex, like a swift swallow darting through a storm. Meanwhile, the hit count displayed on the screen remained 0. The hall was silent, with only the faint hum of the machinery and the suppressed breaths of the crowd. Most of them could only reach the blue reflex test, with only students of assassin-type professions able to evade the purple orbs. The special assessment would not lower its difficulty just because Jiang Lin had not advanced to the first rank, so the difficulty of these orbs was that of a first-rank adventurer. Jiang Lin participated in the test as a 0-rank individual and still managed to navigate the purple orbs with ease. The implications were self-evident. In the control room, Edwin's hand instinctively tightened around the armrest of his chair, his knuckles paling. He realized that this young man from a mysterious family was undoubtedly an ancient century genius. The identity profile clearly listed him as a paladin, yet he exhibited reflexes comparable to that of an assassin, indicating that he either possessed a rare secret method that enhanced god-level reflex speeds or had exceptional innate talent with base stats far surpassing his peers. If it were the former, it indicated a powerful family background. If the latter, it meant that if he could grow his combat power among peers would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Within the current 0-rank range, it was likely that he had no human rivals. Perhaps only a similarly ranked Overlord-level magical beast or other Overlord-level bloodlines could pose a challenge. But how many other races could possess Overlord-level bloodlines at 0 rank? As the crowd held their breaths, he astonishingly passed through the purple stage with a hit count of 0. Then the purple orbs transformed into the final golden orbs. The speed and number of these golden orbs were on an entirely different level. These golden orbs even had the ability to change direction suddenly when approaching his body. Generally, one could only rely on exceptionally strong dynamic vision and reflexes to adjust their posture against these golden orbs. Even Jiang Lin couldn't evade these speeds solely relying on his reflexes. However, he possessed a talent that others did not, Shi Yuan Mo Yin. Under the onslaught of the golden orbs, although his dodging was perilous, he managed to luckily evade each time. 3 minutes under the focused gaze of those in the control room felt exceptionally long. Finally, at the moment the countdown reached 0, all the golden orbs instantly disappeared. The room returned to its initial darkness and silence, with only the central blue magic array emitting a soft glow. The hit count had only slightly flickered to 7. First rank adventurer reflex evaluation, hit count 7, dynamic vision, S, nerve reflex, S, prediction, accuracy, 99. 8 overall rating golden. The 7 hits were mainly unavoidable. Although his Shi Yuan Mo Yin could foresee the scene 1 second into the future, it was ultimately just a visual premonition needing to be seen to be effective with blind spots in his vision. There were indeed times when his body could not dodge in time, resulting in the 7 hits. However, this score was already quite astonishing, especially for a 0-rank adventurer who had yet to break through to the first rank. The door opened again, and staff members walked in. Jiang Lin, please follow me for the practical potential assessment. Jiang Lin observed the astonished expression on the person's face and knew his score must be quite good, so he followed them out. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. This big city was indeed different. He had never heard of such advanced testing equipment before. He had caught a glimpse earlier, and it seemed there were machines capable of measuring magical strength and elemental affinity. Then Jiang Lin followed the staff member to the second floor of the trial tower. This floor was completely different from the first, which was filled with intricate machinery. The spacious central hall connected to over 30 rooms, and many students not in class were present on this floor, holding numbered tags and seemingly waiting in line to enter. They were students here to train their practical combat abilities. The trial tower of the St. Radiance Magic Academy's intermediate campus has a total of 3 floors. The first floor is used for students to test their basic physical attributes. The upper 2 floors can project the phantoms of magical beasts. The second floor is for first-rank students to train their combat skills. The third floor is for second-rank students to train their combat skills. As for students who reach the 3rd rank within 3 years at the Intermediate Academy, they must go to the Advanced Campus Trial Tower for practical training. After all, only 1 or 2 students in each grade can reach the 3rd rank in 3 years, so it is not cost-effective to build a floor just for those few individuals. Jiang Lin's arrival did not attract too much attention, but he stood out slightly in the crowd as he was not wearing the St. Radiance Magic Academy uniform. Since the nature of Jiang Lin's entrance exam was special, he was allowed to skip ahead and was the next student to enter. Soon a door to a room opened. The crystal on the door flickered, indicating a comprehensive combat power rating for the individual inside, blue rating. A figure stumbled out, their clothes somewhat tattered, looking as if they had just come from a fierce battle. Then the staff member led Jiang Lin inside. Entering the room, the interior was a round arena, even more spacious than the waiting hall outside, surrounded by energy barriers shimmering with faint light, and the floor was made of metal inscribed with complex magical patterns. Jiang Lin, the next step is the practical potential assessment. Upon seeing Jiang Lin's basic attribute rating, the staff member's tone became far more respectful than before. Here, a series of large magic arrays, such as true projection, have been set up, and you will face a series of magical beast projections in battle. The projections possess all the combat instincts and skills of the corresponding magical beasts. Although they have no physical form, being hit by their attacks will inflict mental damage equivalent to that of actual harm. The array will automatically detect whether you can continue, but please be cautious and pay attention to your safety. The test starts at level 10 and increases step by step until you can no longer endure or choose to give up. The goal is to persist as long as possible at higher levels and defeat as many projections as you can. Jiang Lin nodded, his expression becoming more serious. He was still unsure of what level his true combat power could reach. Soon as the staff member left, the light screens at the edge of the arena lit up, displaying information about the upcoming magical beasts. Test starting. Level 10 Extraordinary Level Swift Shadow Leopard Projection. A shadow quickly coalesced before Jiang Lin, a live leopard-like magical beast charging at him, with a low growl at speed as swift as lightning. But this posed no threat to Jiang Lin. He didn't even use any skills, simply throwing a straightforward punch, the wind of the punch howling as it made contact with the magical beast projection. With a serious punch, then a tremendous force pierced through, exploding the head of the leopard magical beast. With over 40,000 points of power interacting with the limit break basic fist technique, this leopard magical beast had no chance of survival. Then, Level 11 Extraordinary Level Ironhide Rhino Projection, Level 12 Extraordinary Level Two-Headed Wolf Projection, Level 13 Extraordinary Level Venomous Flying Serpent Projection. As the strength of the opponents increased, Jiang Lin gradually took the situation more seriously. However, under his unreasonable skills, few creatures could withstand 4 or 5 rounds of his attacks. Jiang Lin also attempted to use his jet aura, but it seemed ineffective against these projections. The heart-strengthening technique, however, worked well, and since these projection creatures did not have a high degree of control over their bodies, he could basically achieve instant kills. Quickly, the projection level reached level 20. Level 20 Extraordinary Level Flame Line Projection. Upon reaching level 20A, the strength of the projection surged instantly. Jiang Lin first released a Holy Light Sword aura infused with heart-strengthening technicato test the opponent's strength. To his surprise, the opponent suddenly swiped down with a paw, shattering his Holy Light Sword aura. The heart-strengthening technique hidden within was rendered ineffective, overpowered by the opponent's tremendous physical strength. Based on previous experience, if the heart-strengthening technique did not work on the first attempt, it probably wouldn't work afterward either. Seeing the projection possess such strength, Jiang Lin finally felt a hint of interest. Many of the previous magical beast projections had exploded due to the heart's inability to withstand the strengthening. After he released this probing move, he immediately released 2 shields, and at that moment the flame lion roared at Jiang Lin and unleashed extremely high temperature flames. Jiang Lin stomped hard, his body shooting out like a meteor. Speed of light charge. In just a few blinks, Jiang Lin had dashed from his original position to right in front of the flame lion. The temperature of the lion's flames was exceedingly high, and during the charge, the outer iron wall barrier around Jiang Lin soon emitted a strained hum before shattering. However, the inner holy shield still provided protection for Jiang Lin. Almost instantly, he formed another layer of iron wall barrier around himself. Simultaneously, Jiang Lin's holy light long sword came crashing down. 7-star Sacred Radiance slash. His mental and physical energy depleting rapidly, Jiang Lin pushed the power of the skill to its maximum. At the same time, the strengthening technique normal version was also applied to himself. Roar. The lion shadow let out a furious roar, and its claw carrying a fierce wind clashed with the blade of Jiang Lin. Bang! Jiang Lin was knocked back by the tremendous force. His basic attributes were only about level 14, and being able to fight against these near level 20 magical beasts relied purely on his extraordinary skill proficiency and some unique skill mechanics. Thus, in a direct contest of strength, he was indeed no match for these magical beasts. Although Jiang Lin was sent flying, the lion shadow also let out a pained howl. Its paw had actually been severely injured, having been cut off by Jiang Lin during their contact. The 7-star Sacred Radiance slash was a combat technique, and it wasn't limited to just sword energy as an attack method. In close combat, the 7-star Sacred Radiance / could also enhance attack power, even more so than the accompanying sword energy. However, very few previous opponents could withstand Jiang Lin's attacks long enough to reach him, having been defeated by the accompanying sword energy. Jiang Lin felt his arms go numb, marveling at how different the high-level magical beasts were. Then he casually cast high-level healing technique on himself, restoring his body to its prime after the earlier confrontation. However, the flame lion would not allow Jiang Lin to recover. It charged at him with a roar, and halfway through a complex magical pattern appeared beneath its feet. Holy Judgment Chains. Several thick chains of holy light burst from the ground array, binding the lion's shadow. Jiang Lin also drew out a longbow from his spatial ring, executing a perfectly skilled and standard sequence of knocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting. Many archers only tighten the bowstring before a potential battle to avoid damaging the bow's tension. Since Jiang Lin had not anticipated this battle would require him to use a bow, he had left it in its regular position within his spatial ring. Of course, if the bow's quality were good enough, there would be no such worries. Weapons at a certain level can self-repair. Arrows infused with a massive amount of light elements shot from Jiang Lin, hitting the flame lion that was bound. The flame lion let out a roar, struggling fiercely. Its instincts told it that something bad was about to happen. And in reality, its instincts were quite accurate. Boom, boom, boom. As the fired Aurora arrow countdown ended, the light elements contained within exploded, and some arrows embedded deep within the flame lion inflicted tremendous damage. The lion's shadow gradually dissipated, leaving behind a restored arena. Jiang Lin panted slightly, reflecting on how tricky this flame lion was. At this moment, the information on the screen refreshed again: level 20 elite level Thunder Giant Ape projection. At this moment, the control room outside was silent, and Director Edwin's hands were trembling slightly. Defeating a level 20 beast with 0-tier strength indicated that the opponent was undoubtedly a top talent cultivated by some hidden family. Perhaps the opponent is the heir of that family, the future master inheritor. Moreover, being a paladin, yet possessing such a high proficiency in archery, indicates that the family had been nurturing his combat abilities in various aspects since his childhood. This resulted in the formidable ability to fight beyond his level. But will the opponent be able to hold on in the upcoming battle? Director Edwin stared anxiously at the screen. A projection of a giant ape towering over 3 meters tall and wrapped in violent lightning materialized, exuding a pressure far greater than all previous projections. It beat its chest, issuing a deafening roar while the electric currents crackled through the air. Elite level. Jiang Lin's expression turned serious. With each increase in the monster's racial level, its strength would leap significantly. He maintained 2 layers of shields while pushing his speed of thought to the limit simultaneously, using Time Abyss Demon Eye to observe every movement of the opponent. The giant ape moved with incredible speed, almost becoming a blur as it charged towards Jiang Lin with a thunderous roar. Jiang Lin's eyes widened. In his Time Abyss Demon Eye, the figure of the giant ape had become indistinct. Countless phantoms appeared, and no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid them. In this situation, he could only confront it head-on. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth and cast enhancement on himself, while gripping the holy light longsword to collide fiercely with the charging giant ape. The blinding holy light met the crackling thunder, causing waves of energy to erupt and annihilate each other. An overwhelming force hit him, and intense pain accompanied by a strong sense of paralysis spread throughout his body, causing the 2 layers of shields around Jiang Lin to shatter one after another. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, continuously casting Holy Shield and Iron Wall barrier to protect his body. However, all of it seemed somewhat futile. Under the relentless barrage of the thunderous giant ape, the 2 layers of shields kept shattering and reforming. The holy light longsword in Jiang Lin's hand also broke apart, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Lin infused magic into his legs and activated light speed charge to retreat rapidly, while holy light chains emerged from his previous position, ensnaring the thunderous giant ape. Since drawing a bow and shooting took too long, Jiang Lin directly conjured dozens of Aurora arrows in his hand and hurled them towards the giant ape. Though the speed and penetration of these Aurora arrows were not as formidable as a direct bow shot, their sheer number made up for it. Moreover, Jiang Lin set a relatively short detonation time, so almost the moment the arrows made contact with the giant ape, numerous explosions erupted. Dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the entire trial ground, resembling dozens of miniature suns igniting on the surface of the giant ape. The brilliance instantly engulfed the violent arcs of electricity leaping across the giant ape's body. But Jiang Lin did not stop there. He continued to exhaust his magic, conjuring one Aurora arrow after another. Both being high-tier skills, Aurora arrows specifically designed for long-range attacks proved to be more powerful. However, the thunderous giant ape would not sit idly by allowing Jiang Lin to bombard it endlessly. Using the shock from the explosions, it broke free from Jiang Lin's holy light chains and charged at him once more. Escaping the center of the explosions, it revealed its current state. Its fur was singed and bloody from the blasts. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and once again infused magic into his legs. Light speed charge. His body once again moved away from the opponent. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin kept launching aurora arrows while controlling the detonation timing to keep dodging. Time passed second by second, and Jiang Lin felt the immense pressure. This elite level 20 beast was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered so far, aside from the evil god version of Matthew. Even those cultists who had reached tier 2 did not exert as much pressure on him as this thunderous giant ape. The reason was simple. Jiang Lin was not directly facing the tier 2 cultists, but rather his summoned blood demon was. The blood demon, possessing the ability to recover from injuries defying the heavens, had faced death countless times, yet always returned to its prime state swiftly. Thus, Jiang Lin did not have a very intuitive sense of the strength of those cultists. This thunderous giant ape belonged to the elite level of beasts, equivalent to a genius in human terms, capable of taking on multiple opponents, which explained Jiang Lin's current predicament. However, if given time to enhance his physical quality and mental power, Jiang Lin believed facing it would be much easier. If he could elevate his level to the same tier, the increase in magical quality would also boost the power of his skills significantly. Then when facing such a thunderous giant ape, Jiang Lin would likely be able to defeat it effortlessly. Of course, all of this was in the future. Currently, Jiang Lin could only manage to barely keep up with the opponent. A bolt of lightning centered around the giant ape's fist tore towards Jiang Lin. Once again, he evaded this ranged attack with the foresight granted by Time Abyss Demon Eye. Jiang Lin launched several more aurora arrows, detonating them around the bloodied, thunderous giant ape. Watching the giant ape charge at him as if nothing had happened, Jiang Lin felt somewhat disheartened. Did his explosions merely tickle it? At this moment, Jiang Lin began to reconsider his position. Should he just give up? If he couldn't pass with his performance, it was unlikely that other candidates would succeed. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Lin hurled several more aurora arrows, triggering a series of explosions on the heavily injured surface of the opponent. This time, the explosion seemed to be the last straw. The bloody giant ape let out a reluctant roar before collapsing on the spot, dissipating into specks of light. Having exhausted all his spiritual and physical energy, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he had worn the opponent down to death, and he slumped down onto the ground. However, he had not voluntarily forfeited, so the trial continued. He saw the light screen change level 20 Commander level Shadow Blade Leopard. Upon seeing an even higher level behind it, Jiang Lin hurriedly shouted, "I concede. I concede." At the same time, Jiang Lin was somewhat shocked. The school's infrastructure was so advanced that it could project commander-level beasts. He wondered if there would be projections for the higher king and overlord levels. After Jiang Lin's shout, the slowly materializing phantom began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lin finally relaxed completely. His chest heaved violently. Although he had avoided many of the opponent's attacks, some strikes were simply too fast and could change trajectories based on his subsequent movements, resulting in significant injuries. During the earlier battle, he had been too focused, only managing to dodge and throw aurora arrows without the opportunity to use high-level healing to restore his injuries. It was only now, completely at ease, that he felt the excruciating pain as if his muscles were being torn apart. Simultaneously, the tingling sensation from the electric shock had not yet faded, as if he had been touched by Professor Yang. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and cast high-level healing on himself. Then the injuries within him began to heal at a rapid pace. The tightly shut door of the room was pushed open and 2 or 3 staff members rushed in. This student had the strength of a 0-tier adventurer, yet could confront a level 20 elite beast Hedon. Such an achievement could be considered monstrous anywhere. This individual was truly a treasure. They must ensure nothing goes awry. One of them, a priest, began to heal Jiang Lin. The students waiting outside saw the door to this room open and staff rush in, feeling a bit puzzled. Wasn't that room occupied by an external student participating in the assessment? Perhaps that student was overconfident and didn't concede when they were unable to win, resulting in serious injuries. As students of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, they felt a sense of superiority over these external candidates applying to their school, especially since they had undergone similar assessments. Though their own practical test results were mostly rated green or blue, seeing such a junior made them feel somewhat above them subconsciously. However, the next moment, a dazzling golden light emanated from the crystal door frame, attracting the attention of the students present, making the already bright waiting hall even brighter. Is this a golden rating? The ratings are not determined by specific values and actions, but rather based on the tester's performance at their current level. Otherwise, the higher the level, the easier it is to achieve higher combat power and scores, which would be somewhat unreasonable. After all, both the school and the kingdom wish to cultivate geniuses who can take on 10 or even 100 opponents rather than mediocre individuals who merely possess high levels but lack combat prowess. Thus, Jiang Lin received a golden rating after defeating a level 20 elite beast. This golden rating immediately drew the attention of almost all the students present, who focused intently on the half-open door. They were almost certain that this newcomer who had cut in line would undoubtedly become a figure of prominence in their grade. Soon a handsome young man appeared before them. The young man's clothes looked somewhat scorched, as if they had been burned, but nobody paid much attention as few emerged from the trial room unscathed. He looked a bit haggard, but his expression was calm. Noticing everyone staring at him, he did not pretend not to see, but unexpectedly smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. I just finished the admission assessment, and I hope I can pass." The young man appeared sunny and bright, and his smile gave off a refreshing feeling. Is this genius really so approachable? Many felt this way upon seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor. He seemed like a friendly newcomer. They thought to themselves. However, his humility was excessive. With such a rating, how could he not be admitted? He might even compete for a scholarship. Though they held Jiang Lin in high regard, no one stepped forward to respond to his greeting. Jiang Lin, feeling no embarrassment, continued. If I successfully enroll, I welcome everyone to come and spar with me to exchange battle insights. After saying this with a smile, Jiang Lin followed the staff out, leaving behind a mysterious figure. At this moment, Director Edwin had already exited the control room and was waiting at the entrance of the trial tower. He felt a bit excited, but also nervous. A genius of this caliber was likely the first he had encountered in his teaching career. The matter of his enrollment might require the involvement of the head of his own department. He held the memory crystal recording Jiang Lin's admission assessment and met with Jiang Lin again. This time his smile was even warmer. "Jiang Lin, come this way." Seeing Edwin's enthusiastic smile, Jiang Lin knew that his enrollment was secure. "Director Edwin, my performance shouldn't have embarrassed it shouldn't have embarrassed the two esteemed individuals from our giant rock city, right?" Jiang Lin pretended to have misspoken, leaving space for Director Edwin's imagination. Ha, of course not. Jiang Lin, with such talent, I've never seen anything like it in my years of teaching. After a pause, Director Edwin cautiously asked, "I wonder what surname your family has, Jiang. I noticed it wasn't written in your personal information." Hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Director Edwin, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary student without any family background. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate in Giant Rock City. I'm just an orphan without any support." Seeing Jiang Lin say this, Edwin realized that he did not want to reveal information about his family. Or perhaps his family wanted to train their young master, so they had packaged him well, even using connections to alter Jiang Lin's personal data in the Sacred Hall. As the head of the admissions office for the intermediate campus of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, Edwin naturally understood that the Sacred Hall could not achieve complete fairness and transparency. After all, where there are people, there are power struggles. Some powerful families could easily modify their young descendants' personal data. The director understands. I will explain the relevant situation as well. Since the other party did not want Jiang Lin to be exposed, he also needed to do his part. However, he was concerned that students with undesirable tendencies might target Jiang Lin, given that he had no backing. While walking, Director Edwin pondered. Soon he grasped the key to the issue. If the other party's family wanted to completely conceal Jiang Lin's information, they certainly could do so, as people like him would never be able to see through it. Yet the other party had presented letters of recommendation from the two highest authorities of Giant Rock City, which clearly demonstrated that they did not wish to expose their family information, but indicated their intention to protect Jiang Lin. Director Edwin engaged in a battle of wits with the air and quickly deduced the key to the problem. These two letters of recommendation were meant to intimidate not him or the school's staff and students, but certain families in Clearwater City with undesirable conduct. One can only say that Director Edwin's imagination is indeed impressive. Although the process was entirely wrong, the conclusion was certainly valid. Jiang Lin's purpose in seeking recommendation letters from the two gentlemen was indeed to intimidate certain figures from those prominent families. After all, based on his experiences from both his past life and this life of reading various novels, this classic plot of the young confronting the old is quite common. Not everyone is as upright as Lord Dean. At least in Jiang Lin's eyes, Lord Dean is like that. Your entrance test scores are quite impressive. All three ratings are gold level, which already meet the criteria for a special scholarship. Walking along the tree-lined campus path, Director Edwin explained to Jiang Lin, "We will discuss the specific terms of the special scholarship in detail once we return to the VIP room." "No problem." Jiang Lin nodded. It seemed to be the end of class now as more students appeared on the path. Jiang Lin noticed that there seemed to be some students from other races at the school. Just a moment ago, a pair of besteered students walking hand in hand greeted Director Edwin. Director Edwin, our school actually has students from other races. Jiang Lin exclaimed in surprise. Director Edwin nodded. Of course, as one of the best magic academies in the southern part of the kingdom, we have quite a few slots for students from other races each year. He paused and continued. Furthermore, our academy has exchanged student qualifications with other magic races and beastmen academies. Hearing this, Jiang Lin asked with some confusion, what is the difference between what those magic race academies and beastmen academies teach compared to our human magic academy? Edwin continued to clarify for Jiang Lin. Of course, the magic system we humans learn differs from that of the magic races and beastmen. Many of the magic races are ancient spells passed down from ancient times, while beastmen typically inscribe magical runes on their bodies to enhance their physical abilities for combat. And you should know that the magic humans use today has been improved over generations, with many ancient spells modified and categorized into various levels for easier learning. Jiang Lin pretended to understand and nodded, I see. In truth, he didn't know much about the history of these spells, as the teacher of his low-performing class had never taught it. After switching to the top class, he hadn't attended the lectures either, as he couldn't keep up and found them incomprehensible. So how are these exchange student slots generally allocated? Are there any dangers in going to the territories of other races? Jiang Lin was actually thinking of the second phase task from the system. Phase task: Path of the Demon King. Complete the Demon King trial. Through the Demon King seeds reward, obtain the title of Demon King and eligibility to enter the Abyss of Carnage. This Demon King trial, from what Little Black said, seems to need to take place in the territories of the magic races. Are you interested? Edwin asked, somewhat surprised. You don't need to worry about safety. After all, most academies are neutral. Even if a large-scale war breaks out, both races will ensure the safety of students, as they have students in our school as well. However, this slot can only be obtained upon reaching a higher-level academy. He paused and continued. But if you can reach the third year, you can also participate in the assessment early and enter our school's advanced campus. Jiang Lin nodded in understanding. Soon the two arrived once again at the school's VIP room. Director Edwin called over the middle-aged male teacher from earlier and asked him to make tea for Jiang Lin again. Jiang Lin smiled and said, haha, no need to trouble this teacher, I can do it myself. Saying this, he took out the half-used tea leaves he had previously obtained for free from the city lord. The middle-aged male teacher did not recognize them, while Director Edwin's pupil shrank. This is the specialty tea of the Kolst family. The Kolst family status in Clearwater City is equivalent to that of the Kasrat family in Stone Giant City. The Lord of Clearwater City is indeed a member of the Kolst family. Moreover, this kind of tea from their family is not sold outside. To be able to bring it out indicates that it was given by someone from their family. In this way, Jiang Lin's connection to a prominent family was once again confirmed in Director Edwin's mind. Jiang Lin, smiling brightly as he brewed tea for Director Edwin and himself, asked, could Director Edwin tell me about the scholarship you mentioned earlier? Edwin replied with a smile, of course, but the signing of the special scholarship requires the involvement of the academy's principal. Is it okay for you to wait a moment, student Jiang? Haha, of course, no problem. I have plenty of time. Then the middle-aged male teacher was kept behind, and Director Edwin asked him to take good care of Jiang Lin. The middle-aged male teacher could only awkwardly agree. Although he hadn't experienced Jiang Lin's entrance test process, he had overheard their conversation. The words special scholarship alone were enough to prove Jiang Lin's excellence. How many students can get a special scholarship each year? Jiang Lin is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Moreover, coming from a prominent family, he is certainly not someone like himself who has been an ordinary teacher for many years able to compare. He forced a smile, wanting to find a topic of conversation with Jiang Lin. Seeing Jiang Lin chatting and laughing with Director Edwin, he thought there shouldn't be any major problems. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Lin's smile instantly vanish after Director Edwin closed the door. Not only that, he leaned back, crossed his legs, and his whole demeanor instantly shifted from that of a well-behaved student to an arrogant young master. Seeing Jiang Lin like this, the middle-aged male teacher was taken aback. Jiang Lin said in a sarcastic tone, teacher, that cup of tea in your hand is the specialty of the Kolst family. You can't buy it outside. Hearing this, the middle-aged male teacher instantly broke into a cold sweat. Is he going to make things difficult for me? He recalled moments when ordinary teachers were expelled for not being liked by students from prominent families, and he suddenly felt his career was facing a threat. Cursing himself internally for judging by appearances and underestimating this young master, he forced a smile and replied, I see, it seems I've seen too little. Saying this, he set down the teacup in his hand. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Lin continued with sarcasm, hey, I brewed the tea and specifically picked such good tea leaves. Teacher, if you don't drink it, does that mean you look down on me, Jiang Lin, and don't give me face? The middle-aged male teacher silently cursed while awkwardly smiling and lifting the teacup. Hey teacher, I brewed a total of 3 cups of tea, one for me, one for Director Edwin, and one for that principal. I don't know what position you hold. The middle-aged male teacher's expression froze on his face, unsure whether to put down the teacup or hold it. However, Jiang Lin spoke again. Hey teacher, what does your smile mean? Do you find me funny? Upon hearing this, the other party instantly controlled his facial muscles and suppressed his smile. Hey teacher, why are you sulking? Are you trying to show me a long face? Hearing this, the middle-aged male teacher nearly cried out. This is bullying. However, Jiang Lin's words did not stop. Hey teacher. Finally, Director Edwin arrived with the vice principal. The moment the door opened, the almost tearful middle-aged male teacher seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He felt that he was about to bid farewell to his teaching career just from their previous conversation. One should know that an ordinary admissions office teacher can easily recruit students, but a student capable of obtaining a special scholarship is hard to come by. The key is he lacks a family background, so he naturally fears that Jiang Lin might casually expel him with a single word. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lin returned to his original posture, wore a warm smile, and stood up to slightly bow to the newly arrived teachers. Hello, teacher. This scene left the middle-aged male teacher dumbfounded. Where did that arrogant young man go? All right, you may leave, Director Edwin said to the middle-aged male teacher. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged male teacher felt as if he had been reborn and hurriedly stood up to leave. This is our academy's vice principal, Kais Hodwa, Director Edwin introduced Jiang Lin. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in exquisite clothing with meticulously combed hair. He stood tall, his eyes bright and focused, currently assessing Jiang Lin from head to toe. Not bad. Very spirited. Saying this, he gestured for Jiang Lin to sit. Then the three sat on the sofa in the VIP room. He also noticed the teapot with the brewed tea on the table. This is... Vice Principal Kais frowned at the tea leaves floating in the teapot, seemingly recalling something. This is the specialty tea of the Kolst family. Director Edwin reminded him at the right moment. When did our school start serving this kind of tea to guests? Vice Principal Kais asked in confusion. However, Director Edwin said, this is tea brought by student Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this, connecting it with the earlier speculations from Director Edwin, Vice Principal Kais had already formed a conclusion in his mind. I wonder how much pocket money Jiang Lin's family usually gives him. Instead of directly bringing up the scholarship, the other party seemingly casually found a topic. Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm just an ordinary orphan with no so-called family. If you don't believe me, Vice Principal Kais can send someone to Stone Giant City to investigate. I really am just an ordinary orphan. However, a respected elder of mine said that if I can't even obtain a scholarship, I shouldn't embarrass myself by coming out. Jiang Lin chose to speak the truth. As for what this so-called elder said, it was obviously what old self told old self. However, the more he said this, the more the other party naturally did not believe him. Vice Principal Kais thought to himself how bold his words were and began to form a judgment. It seems your family has great confidence in you. I believe Jiang Lin understands that the tuition fee for regular students at our school is 300 gold coins per year, with living expenses calculated separately. And with Jiang Lin's excellent grades, you can choose from any level of scholarship, but different levels of scholarship come with different restrictions. Jiang Lin, upon hearing this, did not expect that scholarships would actually have restrictions. However, after a moment's reflection, he remembered that this was indeed the case. In his previous life, many private schools set up scholarships, but required students to complete their 3 years in their own school, or else they would need to pay a penalty. So it seems that magic academies in this world should have similar rules. Sure enough, Vice Principal Kais said, firstly, all levels of the special scholarship come with privileges of full tuition and living expenses along with luxurious single accommodation. If you wish for more comfortable accommodation, you can add 100 gold coins per year to upgrade your accommodation to a standalone villa. This upgrade fee is already discounted to 20 of the original price, which is quite favorable. Of course, all of this has a prerequisite. Your study experience at the Intermediate Magic Academy must be exclusively at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, and you cannot transfer to other Intermediate Magic Academies, otherwise you will need to pay a penalty of 3 times the original fee. Jiang Lin nodded as he could naturally guess these conditions. However, he still asked, what if I enter the Advanced Magic Academy early? Vice Principal Kais responded, if you can enter the Advanced Magic Academy early, the school certainly won't stop you, nor will you need to pay any penalty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin remained silent and listened as the other continued. Next are the tiers of the special scholarship, which has a total of 3 levels. The first level, which is also the best, provides you with 300 gold coins per month as living and training support, free use of all public training facilities at the academy, such as magical gathering arrays, gravity rooms, elemental towers, projection training grounds, and trial towers, assignment of a mentor with at least level 5 for regular guidance, access to advanced sections of the library, priority for entry into precious secret realms mastered by the academy, and priority recommendation for positions in kingdom-affiliated institutions, or top forces upon graduation. Hearing such generous conditions, Jiang Lin was quite tempted, but he knew that such favorable terms must also come with stringent requirements. Indeed, Vice Principal Kais continued, however, this level of scholarship requires annual evaluations which will assess your potential and talent according to regulations. If you fail the talent assessment in any given year, the school will suspend your scholarship. Moreover, there is a core condition: you must commit to completing your studies at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy for 7 years from intermediate to advanced Magic Academy, without transferring or long-term absence from school. Additionally, after graduation, you must work in a designated position for 5 years as per the school's arrangement. Jiang Lin frowned upon hearing this and was instantly no longer tempted. The second level provides 100 gold coins per month as living and training support, free use of all public training facilities at the academy, assignment of a mentor who is at least a level 4 senior teacher for regular guidance, access to advanced sections of the library, a priority for entry into precious secret realms mastered by the academy, and priority recommendation for positions in kingdom-affiliated institutions or top forces upon graduation. The benefits are significantly less than those of the first-level special scholarship, but it still sounds decent for now. So what is the cost? Jiang Lin asked directly. Similar to the first-level special scholarship, you must commit to completing your studies at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy for 7 years from intermediate to advanced Magic Academy, without transferring or long-term absence from school. However, there is no requirement to work in a designated position after graduation. You can decide your own path afterward. This means that studies at the Advanced Magic Academy must also be completed at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Jiang Lin was somewhat uncertain. After all, while the Holy Radiance Magic Academy's Intermediate Academy is one of the best in the Southern Kingdom, it still doesn't compare to the very best in the kingdom at the advanced level. So what about the last tier of the special scholarship? Vice Dean Kai smiled, sensing that Jiang Lin would likely not agree to the first 2 levels of the special scholarship. After all, a young man from such a prestigious family would not bind his future for the next 7 or 12 years to the Holy Radiance Magic Academy for these resources. The benefits of the last tier of the specific scholarship are significantly less. Vice Dean Kais began to explain to Jiang Lin, the academy can provide you with 50 gold coins each month as living and training allowance. You have 10 opportunities each week to use all the public training facilities for free, with each usage limited to 3 hours. You will be assigned a senior teacher of at least 4th rank as a mentor for regular guidance, and you will enjoy borrowing privileges in the advanced area of the library. As for the conditions, you need to ensure that you can only attend the Intermediate Magic Academy at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, and you cannot transfer or be away from school for a long time. However, if there are special reasons, you can apply to the school, and it will consider granting you leave. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and felt that he could accept this last condition. After some contemplation, he said, Vice Dean Kais, I will take the last level of the scholarship. In fact, a stipend of 50 gold coins a month is not insignificant. The son-in-law of the Casselot family only receives 30 gold coins a month. Moreover, the public facilities are free to use, providing an additional 30 hours each week. If necessary, he can spend some money to purchase usage time. Aren't you going to discuss this with your family? Vice Dean Kais asked with a smile. Jiang Lin shook his head. Of course not. Your school is indeed a top institution in the kingdom. However, after graduating from the Intermediate Magic Academy, I estimate that there will be other arrangements for me, and I regret that I cannot continue my studies at your esteemed institution, Jiang Lin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Kais and Director Edwin became even more convinced of Jiang Lin's background from a prominent family. This implied that after completing the Intermediate Magic Academy, he would likely return home to inherit the family business right. Here is the detailed contract regarding the scholarship. Please review it. If there are no issues, you can sign it directly. Director Edwin pulled out a thick scroll of parchment from somewhere and placed it in front of Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin unfolded it and found that the scroll was 3 to 4 meters long, densely packed with various terms. To be safe, Jiang Lin began to check the terms one by one. Time slowly passed, and the steaming tea released wisps of vapor under the sunlight streaming through the window, while the 2 school leaders waited for Jiang Lin to review the terms of the scholarship. The terms were written in considerable detail, covering many possible situations and providing detailed explanations for the promises made by the school. After reading it 3 times without finding any issues, Jiang Lin figured that the other party would not resort to tricks in such a contract, so he followed the procedure and signed it. The contract is divided into 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the school. After collecting the signed contract from Jiang Lin, Director Edwin stood up and said, Welcome to the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy, Jiang Lin. Vice Dean Kais also stood up saying, Welcome to the Radiant Intermediate Magic Academy. Jiang Lin quickly stood up, placing his right hand over his chest and performing a knightly salute. "It is my honor to join your esteemed school," Director Edwin said. "Next, we will handle your dormitory and class arrangements. Jiang Lin, please follow me. I will take you to complete the subsequent procedures and introduce you to your classmates." "Thank you, Director Edwin," Vice Dean Kais added. "Then I will take my leave. I hope you can adapt well to life at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. If you have any issues, you can come find me. My office is easy to locate," Jiang Lin said. "I apologize for taking up Vice Dean Kais's time." Vice Dean Kais was quite satisfied with Jiang Lin as a student. Aside from his exceptional talent, he was also very polite, consistently referring to him as Dean. Unlike some brash students who always emphasize the Vice title. After all, it is not an issue to call both the Dean and Vice Dean Dean. However, being called simply Dean sounded more pleasant to him. Director Edwin instructed Jiang Lin to keep the letter of recommendation safe before leading him to the office to register his personal information. Afterward, they took Jiang Lin around, completing all the enrollment procedures. Without Director Edwin, Jiang Lin would likely have to navigate the enrollment regulations alone, and he might even be met with disdain from the staff of various departments. Having someone like the admissions office director nearby made many procedures much more convenient. After asking Jiang Lin if he needed to upgrade his accommodation and receiving a shake of the head, Director Edwin handed the dormitory key to Jiang Lin at the dormitory management office. In fact, this was not a key in the strict sense, but a metallic card that felt quite substantial with the number 123 beautifully inscribed on it. This card contains the unlocking magic pattern for the corresponding dormitory lock. You should know how to use it right. Jiang Lin had not seen such a metallic card in this world before, but he figured it could not be too different. He accepted it and replied, "I should be able to use it without any issues." Director Edwin nodded, saying, "Then let me take you to meet your classmates." Due to his outstanding performance, Jiang Lin was directly assigned to the elite class of the 4th grade. Director Edwin's intention in bringing Jiang Lin here was clear. He wanted to personally hint to the students and teachers of the elite class that Jiang Lin was not an untalented genius, urging them not to provoke him unnecessarily. The elite class did not have a lesson in the classroom at that time, so Director Edwin first led Jiang Lin to find their homeroom teacher. This teacher appeared relatively young, wearing glasses and looking quite cultured. "Mr. Phineas, this is the new student who will be joining your class, Jiang Lin," Director Edwin introduced him. Then he introduced Jiang Lin. "Jiang Lin, this is your homeroom teacher, Mr. Phineas Stern." "Hello, teacher." Jiang Lin politely greeted him. He felt that the surname Stern sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to one of the 3 prominent families of Clearwater City. Seeing that even the admissions office director had personally come to introduce Jiang Lin, and that he was directly placed in his elite class, the homeroom teacher did not underestimate Jiang Lin, but warmly greeted him, saying, "Haha, Jiang Lin, welcome to our elite class family." He then looked at Director Edwin, seemingly wanting to hear more about Jiang Lin's background. To be inserted into the elite class at such a time, one must be either a genius among geniuses or have a powerful background. In his perception, Jiang Lin was merely a student of level 10, so he speculated that he was likely a young master from some prominent family. Indeed, Director Edwin began to introduce, "Jiang Lin is quite exceptional. During the entrance exam, he achieved golden ratings in all 3 tests, and even I, as the admissions office director, rarely encounter someone with such brilliance in the test crystal's glow." Earlier, under Vice Dean Kais's supervision, Jiang Lin also enrolled in our academy with a special scholarship. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised, as he did not expect Jiang Lin to have entered the school based on his own strength. Indeed, considering his somewhat shabby appearance and the black cat he was holding, he hardly looked like a child from a prominent family. He probably seemed like a poor child who had unexpectedly appeared from somewhere. However, Director Edwin continued, "Jiang Lin comes from Giant Stone City. His family obtained recommendation letters from the Lord of the Giant Stone City, the High Priest of the Giant Stone Temple, and the principal of their academy, both of whom are 7th-rank experts who rarely write recommendation letters. This shows that Jiang Lin's talent is recognized by everyone." Hearing this, the homeroom teacher was taken aback. 2 7th-rank experts vouching for him. How powerful could Jiang Lin's background be? Just now, he had momentarily judged him by his appearance, which was truly inappropriate. Realizing this, he cleared his throat and said, "Jiang Lin, let me take you to choose a seat in the class." The hallways of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy were spacious and bright, with magical runes carved into the walls, naturally emitting a gentle glow. Upon arriving at the classroom, Jiang Lin requested a seat by the window in the back row from the homeroom teacher. "I will take you to get the textbooks and school uniforms shortly," the homeroom teacher said to Jiang Lin. "The school requires students to wear the school uniform on campus. If your uniform is damaged or lost, you can purchase a new one at the school store. This class is basic potionology, and they should be in the potion room for experiments." Do you want to go directly to class or explore the campus first? Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before responding. I would prefer to familiarize myself with the campus first. At the same time, he realized there was a serious issue. What if he couldn't keep up with the cultural subjects? Subjects like mathematics were not too different between the two worlds, and with his prior knowledge, he could manage them easily. However, subjects like basic potionology, fundamental array principles, and principles of magic might pose a challenge for him to catch up with his peers. For instance, this basic potionology was somewhat similar to chemistry in his previous life. Although he might not use it in the future, it was essential to learn. Otherwise, he could end up in a situation where he didn't even know what dihydrogen monoxide was. Moreover, he had already fallen behind by a whole year compared to the current fourth graders, making it somewhat difficult to catch up. However, Jiang Lin was only briefly confused. After all, he was the man who would bring light to Giant Stone City. He could endure sleepless nights. With the help of the breakthrough breathing technique which operated in the background to restore his mental state, he could go without sleep. These students in the elite class slept for 7 to 8 hours daily, which meant they didn't learn much in a day. Jiang Lin could easily surpass them. Subsequently, Director Edwin handed Jiang Lin over to Mr. Phineas, the homeroom teacher, for him to take Jiang Lin around the campus. While walking through the school, the homeroom teacher began to inquire, Jiang Lin, may I ask what your family name is? Jiang Lin shook his head saying, Teacher, I am just an orphan. I have no family name. If you don't believe me, you can check the archives at the Giant Stone City Temple. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher appeared puzzled. Did Director Edwin not say that Jiang Lin's family had helped him secure the recommendation letters? Why was the story changing? Yet, Jiang Lin's demeanor did not seem like he was joking. However, seeing that the homeroom teacher seemed to genuinely believe his words, Jiang Lin spoke again. A respected elder advised me to act modestly, treat others kindly, and not to bully others or be arrogant. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher had an epiphany. It seemed that Jiang Lin did not want to reveal his identity, or perhaps his family elder wanted him to experience life as an ordinary student. However, the homeroom teacher's insight was not as profound as that of Director Edwin and Vice Dean Kai's. He only realized this first layer and did not connect the recommendation letters to intimidating other families. Thus, he began to take Jiang Lin around the campus, introducing the functions of some public facilities. This is the gravity room, equipped with a large gravity control array allowing for 1 to 10 times gravity. Each small room has complete training facilities, and it can also be used for skill practice. Many students use it to refine their magical power. If you want to use it, you need to purchase training time, which costs 1 gold coin per hour. This is the element tower, where you can find corresponding elemental rooms for difficult magic. The corresponding elements will be very abundant, making it much easier for you to practice magic. There are also some special breathing techniques. If you can access richer specific elements, your training will be much more effective. The price here is slightly higher, costing 5 gold coins per hour. This is the school's large magic gathering array, which has rooms with 1 to 100 times concentration of magical essence, accelerating your magical essence condensation speed and quickly raising your level. The hourly price varies from 10 silver coins to 10 gold coins. This is the projection training ground, where you can select from the recorded skills, and the simulation training ground can project skill mastery from entry level to mastery. These projections are left behind by previous teachers or students when using these skills, allowing you to quickly master new skills and learn other people's techniques for using those skills. The price here is 1 gold coin per hour. If you can contribute new skill projections to the training ground, you can receive a reward of up to 100 gold coins with a specific amount, depending on your projection mastery. Jiang Lin had been silently listening to the previous facilities, but upon hearing about the projection training ground, especially the reward for adding skill projections, he instantly became energized. Teacher, may I see what skills are available? The homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Lin showing interest in the projection training ground. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, of course, no problem. Subsequently, he led Jiang Lin into the building, which exuded a certain technological aura. Unlike the stone exterior of the trial tower, the main structure of the projection training ground was constructed from a silver gray alloy that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The projection training ground comprised 3 floors, each housing nearly 30 rooms. The homeroom teacher guided Jiang Lin toward a waist-high payment terminal. You need to use your academy identity card to pay, but since yours hasn't been issued, yet you can't use it for now. You select the skills here and determine the duration, then the system will assign you a room. You can use your identity card to open the corresponding door. Since there were many rooms, there was no need to queue. Jiang Lin directly began browsing the recorded skills on the payment terminal. First, he naturally checked his most proficient skill, the 7-star Sacred Radiance Slash. However, to his disappointment, recordings of this skill from beginner to master level were already available. Moreover, the terminal lacked an option for breaking limits, so there was no way for him to contribute a recording. He then began searching through the skills one by one. After a few minutes, Jiang Lin said dejectedly to the homeroom teacher, "Let's go, teacher. I think I have a general understanding of this facility." Seeing Jiang Lin's reaction,